20 minutes later, the entire populace will enter the ice road world, embarking on an endless journey of survival. Each individual may carry 10 survival items, including clothing, shoes, and hats. Any excess items will be randomly discarded, with an additional penalty of 1 to 2 items removed. Upon entering the ice road world, each person will receive a sled as a means of transportation, which can be upgraded. The rules have been explained. The countdown now begins. The sudden voice that pierced through the air left Luo Tianqian in a state of bewilderment as he scrolled through short videos. He thought he might be experiencing auditory hallucinations. He pressed his ears firmly, but the mechanical voice did not return. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. That startled me, entering the ice road world as if it's a game. Before he could finish his thought, the countdown that appeared out of thin air left him utterly astounded. 19 minutes and 58 seconds, 19 minutes and 57 seconds. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet the crimson numbers continued to pulsate before him. Luo Tianqian's heart abruptly halted, and he instinctively reached out, only to discover that this countdown existed solely in his line of sight, lacking any physical form. Could this be real? Is it truly like in the novels, where everyone will enter a survival world? Watching the countdown diminish second by second, Luo Tianqian felt a sharp jolt. Regardless of its authenticity, time was of the essence. The voice had mentioned the ability to carry 10 survival items. He needed to gather them quickly, lest he be transported without any provisions. Without wasting another moment, he dashed to his bedroom, rummaging through his wardrobe for winter clothing. The ice road world, as its name suggests, would undoubtedly be an extremely frigid realm, necessitating warm attire. However, since clothing also counted as survival items, he couldn't wear too much or choose garments that offered insufficient insulation. After a brief glance, he decisively selected a pair of sheepskin pants, a knee-length rabbit fur coat, and a pair of wool-lined military boots. These 3 articles would suffice to endure temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees. As for a down jacket, it was no match for the warmth of fur. Uncertain of the exact temperatures he would face, he opted to don a dog fur hat and a pair of sheepskin gloves. With this ensemble, he felt more confident in withstanding temperatures as low as -50 degrees. Having donned these items, he realized that he had already reached 5 survival items, leaving him to carefully consider the remaining 5. Without wasting a second, Luo Tianqian swiftly retrieved his emergency backpack, which was usually kept by his bedside. This bag was filled with emergency supplies capable of sustaining him for over 2 weeks if trapped. However, the current dilemma was that he could only select 5 more items. Thus, he needed to identify the 5 most essential items to take with him. Gazing at the plethora of useful items stuffed into the backpack, Luo Tianqian found himself in a quandary. In such a world of ice and snow, the absence of any vital material could spell a quick demise. Even if the system refreshed supplies, it would never guarantee safety. At that moment, he wished fervently for the protagonist's golden finger from a novel. Never mind, no use in overthinking. Luo Tianqian sighed and hastily emptied the contents of the backpack onto the floor. Suddenly, a box containing a signal flare caught his attention. What is this? He couldn't recall ever purchasing such an item. Glancing at the countdown ticking away, he decided to investigate its contents. Logically, he shouldn't waste time, yet curiosity was a natural inclination for anyone faced with the unexpected. Opening the box, he discovered a signal flare and an instruction manual. Luo Tianqian quickly perused the manual. Supply signal flare bound upon usage, regardless of location. Survival supplies will be airdropped, water and food guaranteed, others randomized, usable once daily. Upon finishing the instructions, Luo Tianqian's heart raced with uncontainable excitement. A golden finger. This must be his golden finger. With this, while comfort couldn't be assured, at least survival was guaranteed. Just as he was about to play with the signal flare in delight, a ding echoed in his ears. Instinctively, Luo Tianqian looked up to find only 10 minutes remaining on the countdown. Has 10 minutes really passed so quickly? Not daring to squander any more time, he tucked the signal flare into his pocket and began selecting the remaining 4 items from the scattered belongings. Uncertain of what supplies might be dropped, Luo Tianqian opted for a 30-meter rope and a thickened aluminum emergency blanket measuring 5 by 10 meters. He chose these 2 items because together they could be fashioned into a warm tent. Survival would not be limited to just a few days without ensuring warmth during the night. He would surely not see the dawn of the next day. After securing the rope and emergency blanket, he retrieved an axe from the fire safety cabinet by the door. This was self-explanatory, a crucial tool for survival. Returning to his bedroom, he noted that less than 5 minutes remained. 4 minutes and 30 seconds, 4 minutes and 29 seconds gazing at the timer, Luo Tianqian found himself at a loss regarding which final item to choose. Every option seemed essential. Time ticked away, second by second. Soon, the countdown reached its final moments. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 3 seconds. As the time dwindled, Luo Tianqian could no longer afford to hesitate. He grasped a can of high-proof liquor in his hand. In the next instant, a blinding white light enveloped him. Immediately, Luo Tianqian felt an intense chill seep through the seams of his clothing, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Simultaneously, his vision returned. Surveying his surroundings, Luo Tianqian, wrapped in his rabbit fur coat, stood frozen in place. Before him stretched an endless icy path, 10 meters wide, merging seamlessly with the horizon of the vast ocean. The sky was a brilliant blue, the sun shining brightly, yet the surrounding temperature was dreadfully low. Based on experience, it was at least minus 35 degrees Celsius. Additionally, behind him stood a sled. Though termed a sled, it resembled a traditional sled from northeast China. 2 wooden beams were laid with a wooden plank, with a rope at the front for pulling. In that moment, Luo Tianqian felt grateful for his choice of rope and emergency blanket. Even in daylight, with the sun shining, the temperature was alarmingly frigid. How much colder would it be at night? Suddenly, the familiar voice echoed in his ears once more. Welcome to the Ice Road world. Please listen carefully to the following rules, otherwise, you may not see the sun rise tomorrow. Chapter 2. Airdrop Supplies, Assurance from the Start. The following outlines the survival rules in the Ice Road world. Please pay close attention. The rule is simple. Do your utmost to survive on this path where death lurks at every turn. Remember, you may kill, and others may kill you. On this road, things you deem impossible may suddenly appear. For instance, bizarre dungeons, terrifying monsters, and extreme weather conditions that last for 7 days. Completing dungeons grants rewards. Supply crates will refresh along the sides of the road and on the sea, containing essential resources for survival, but beware of the dangers they may harbor. Good luck to all. Luo Tianqian smirked. This situation was not far from what he had read in novels. To put it simply, one must be ever vigilant. However, the immediate priority was to hastily modify the sled. He would use today's signal flare opportunity to see what supplies it could yield. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, he was grateful for his full ensemble of FURDI in such low temperatures. Even if the inside were a vacuum, he would merely feel a slight chill from the wind, and he would not suffer from the cold. Thus, he proceeded to remove the rope and the emergency blanket, preparing to create a makeshift tent. However, upon inspection, he was dismayed to find that the sled lacked any supportive framework. Not even a single stick was available to tie the rope to. With no other option, he could only use the signal flare to see if any useful items could be among the supplies. Drawing out the signal flare, Luo Tianqian took a deep breath and aimed it skyward before decisively pulling the trigger. To his surprise, a standard signal flare did not erupt. Instead, a fleeting flash of golden light appeared. Moments later, a box with a small parachute began to descend gently from a height of 100 meters. Seeing this, Luo Tianqian couldn't help but exhale in relief, his anxious heart settling. He had been quite worried moments ago. If the flare had shot too high, it might have attracted unwanted attention, placing him in peril. In this world devoid of law, murder and theft were all too common. However, since the flare only emitted a golden light, and the supply box descended from a mere 100 meters, it was unlikely to be spotted unless someone was quite close, thus ensuring his safety. The descent of the airdrop was slow, and Luo Tianqian tightly wrapped himself in his rabbit fur coat, eagerly watching. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of waiting, the supply box landed precisely on the ice road. Luo Tianqian rushed over, pulling the parachute aside to reveal a wooden box roughly 1 cubic meter in size, instantly bringing him great joy. Setting aside other supplies for the moment, this wooden box was a treasure in itself. If he could connect 2 boxes of this size, they would form a space large enough to lie down and shield him from the wind and cold. With the emergency blanket spread inside, he could certainly endure the night. If there were enough boxes, he could even disassemble them to construct a mobile wooden shelter. Calming his excitement slightly, Luo Tianqian forcefully lifted the lid of the wooden box. However, upon seeing the meager supplies within, he was momentarily speechless. He rummaged through the contents and found only 5 items. A whole vacuum-sealed roast chicken, a 1.5-liter bottle of mineral water, a grappling hook, a handsaw, and a pack of nails. The corner of Luo Tianqian's eyes twitched. For such a large box, receiving such a paltry amount of supplies seemed rather stingy. Surely, a few more useful items could have been included. But upon reconsideration, he realized that having food and water was already a blessing. Others might not be so fortunate. With this thought, Luo Tianqian naturally felt less disheartened. He quickly removed the items and set them aside before lifting the wooden box onto the sled, positioning the opening facing backward and laying the lid across the side of the sled. Next, he wrapped the emergency blanket around the outer edge of the box, extending it to ensure coverage, and secured it with rope. Finally, he reinforced it with nails, leaving an opening for entry and exit, thus forming a temporary insulated compartment. Luo Tianqian, lacking thermal underwear, felt a chill in the air despite his fur coat in the frigid temperature of over 30 degrees below zero. Therefore, once the sled's compartment was completed, he eagerly gathered all the supplies and crawled inside, including the parachute from the airdrop. The moment he closed the emergency blanket, warmth enveloped him. There was no biting wind, no cold air, and the temperature began to rise. Though he had simply constructed a rudimentary shelter, sleeping here would ensure he would not freeze to death, no matter how cold it became at night. After resting on the parachute for several minutes, Luo Tianqian felt warmed. Just as he was about to organize the supplies at hand, the voice returned to his ears. System interface officially activated. Click the bottom right corner to use. As the voice faded, Luo Tianqian instinctively shifted his gaze to the bottom right of his vision. Indeed, a semi-transparent computer icon had appeared. He reached out to click it, and a similar semi-transparent window promptly popped up. The window, about the size of A4 paper, was very simple, featuring 5 options on the left side. From top to bottom, they were regional channel, national channel, trading market, friends list, and entertainment options. This was more like it. In novels, a system interface is always present. Otherwise, how could one play? Luo Tianqian said to himself as he casually clicked on the first option, regional channel. However, he found it utterly empty, with no one speaking at all. After pondering for a moment, he surmised it might be due to the lack of nearby individuals. He then clicked on the world channel, which was bustling with activity, filled with messages. This is real. I was taking a shower at home when I got sent here. If anyone can help me return, please take care of my wife and kids. Help me. Is there anyone who can save me? I'm about to freeze to death. Thank goodness I believed that strange voice and wore my thickest clothes, but unfortunately, I couldn't bring any other supplies. What the hell is this dog system? I was just out shopping, loaded with stuff, and ended up here with my most important winter coat taken away. This is blatant murder. I'm going to freeze to death. Hey everyone, does anyone have an extra winter coat? My sister showed up in just her underwear. I really can't hold on much longer. You dog of a system, going to collect rent while carrying keys is a problem? You stripped me of my clothes and left me with 10 keys. I swear I won't let you off the hook even in death. I'm about to die. My home is at . If anyone can return, please tell my family. Thank you. After reading the chat messages, Luo Tianqian realized that many people were not even wearing proper clothing, let alone winter gear. The avatars of these individuals had mostly turned black and white, with only a few remaining in color. Presumably, those with black and white avatars had already met their demise. In that moment, he felt grateful for having trusted the voice. Otherwise, he too would have become an ice sculpture, forever trapped in this world. Suddenly, a message popped up at the bottom of the window, instantly capturing Luo Tianqian's attention. Chapter 3. The Wolf Head in the Supply Box. Ha ha ha. I found a winter coat in a roadside supply box. I can survive now. Ha ha. A supply box? Luo Tianqian looked up and scanned his surroundings, seeing no supply boxes appearing by the roadside, or in the SEIT seemed that merely enduring the early stages. Even without a golden finger, could allow one to scrape by with a bit of luck. Of course, at this moment, anyone compared to him was a beggar. He had roast chicken, mineral water, and a place to sleep. Ha ha ha. While others starved and froze, he was entirely unconcerned. That was what it meant to be the protagonist. After laughing for a while, Luo Tianqian once again glanced at the messages in the channel. What the hell? In such a short time, the screen was flooded. After that person sent their message, countless others began to respond wildly. Bro, I'll trade $1 million for that coat. Brother, I'll be your wife. Just give me the coat. Dad, I'm your son. I'm about to freeze to death. Please help me. You shameless person upstairs. Spit. Grandpa, I'm your grandson. I want that winter coat, all right? Hey there. I'm 1.7 meters tall. With long legs and a slim waist, if you give me that coat, I'll do whatever you say, moi. Bro, where did you find that supply box? Why isn't there one here? I remember the system said supply boxes would refresh by the roadside or in the sea. It seems waiting in place is futile. The probability is too low. We must move forward. Damn it, I'm frozen stiff. Can someone give me a sip of hot water? I'll give you my wife. Amidst the dense stream of chat messages, most were of little value. However, the message suggesting that one should move forward sparked an idea in Luo Tianqin's mind. The current situation was indistinguishable from that depicted in novels. Although the system had not provided detailed prompts, it was clear that remaining stationary was not the answer. Only by continuously moving forward could one hope to survive. It was even possible that staying in one place for too long would invite danger. It seemed that even with a signal flare, he had no choice but to press onward. Sighing in resignation, Luo Tianqin closed the chat window and clicked on the trading market option. Yet, there was nothing available. It was to be expected. Given the current circumstances, any material could be a lifeline, and naturally, no one would be foolish enough to offer them for trade. After closing the trading market window, he directly opened the entertainment options. As for the friends list, there was no need to check. He hadn't added anyone, so it was empty. In the entertainment options, there were 3 choices: singing, music, and novels. Luo Tianqin clicked through each, finding them all functional. To be fair, the system was quite user-friendly in this regard. After all, on this long and arduous journey, without a modicum of entertainment, one might truly find oneself succumbing to isolation. Having grasped the layout of the information provided by the system, Luo Tianqin decisively closed the window. He then crouched down, kneeling as he began to organize his supplies. In his possession were the remnants of the last 3 seconds: a bottle of white liquor, his prized signal flare gun, a fire axe, a vacuum-sealed roasted chicken, a 1.5-liter jug of mineral water, an airdrop parachute spread beneath him, a 30-meter rope bound with a grappling hook, as well as a handsaw and a packet of nails. Though the items were few, each held its own significance. Once he had organized his supplies, Luo Tianqin sawed off several lengths of rope from the airdrop parachute. Utilizing these ropes, he secured the cuffs, collar, and waist of his clothing, ensuring that no frigid wind could seep inside. With these preparations complete, he took a swig of the white liquor and ventured out, axe in hand and grappling hook tethered. The signal flare gun could remain in the vehicle, as it was already bound to him. Others would be unable to use it. The moment he exited the vehicle, a biting cold, plummeting below -30 degrees, assaulted him like a barrage of steel needles. The exposed skin of his face felt as though it were being sliced by countless tiny knives. His eyes, too, were stung by the icy air, causing tears to flow freely, and frost quickly formed on his eyelashes, blurring his vision. Fortunately, only his face was exposed, and after the recent sip of potent liquor, he felt a warm glow within, rendering him impervious to the chill. He exhaled deeply, positioning the axe and grappling hook against the vehicle. He hoisted the sled and began to move forward slowly, eager to discover what treasures the first supply box he encountered might reveal. The path beneath his feet was slick with ice, making his progress slow, yet this also rendered pulling the sled rather effortless. However, whether due to his ill fortune or some other reason, after half an hour of trudging, he had yet to spot a supply box. Could it be that luck had utterly forsaken him? Luo Tianqin brushed off the frost clinging to the sides of his dogskin hat, lamenting his plight. At that moment, he inadvertently glanced into the distance and noticed a small elevation on the otherwise flat, icy expanse, roughly the size of a fingernail. It appeared to be square in shape, situated 200 to 300 meters away. Could it possibly be a supply box? Instantly, his eyes lit up with excitement. With a sudden burst of speed, he slipped forward. Yet, after covering a mere 20 meters, fear overtook him, and he quickly halted. It wasn't that he was incapable of running. Rather, he was hesitant to do so. The ice path, though 10 meters wide, bordered on either side by the sea, was perilous. Just moments ago, he had nearly lost his footing, sending the sled careening several meters. Thankfully, his speed had not been excessive. Otherwise, Both he and the sled might have plunged into the icy depths. For the sake of safety, he resolved to take deliberate and cautious steps. Besides, there was no sign of anyone within his line of sight, and the box would not sprout legs and flee. There was no need to rush. As he slowed his pace, it took him quite a while to reach a distance where he could clearly discern the object. Indeed, it was a wooden box. Much like the airdrop supply boxes, it was approximately a meter on each side, though crafted from planks nailed together. The sight of the box alone filled Luo Tianqian with exhilaration. Regardless of its contents, the mere existence of the box was a valuable asset, one that could render his sled complete. Without hesitation, he grasped the fire axe and approached cautiously. The system of this world had not provided any indication that the supply box might harbor danger. Yet, based on his experience with novels, he knew that such places could be fraught with peril. Upon reaching the box, Luo Tianqian refrained from acting immediately, taking a moment to observe and listen intently. After confirming that there were no unusual sounds emanating from within, he pried open a wooden plank with his fire axe. The instant the board lifted, he instinctively retreated, his senses heightened in the next moment. He was horrified to see a head emerge from the box, a head adorned with sharp fangs and glistening green eyes. Good heavens! A wolf! Luo Tianqian was so startled that he swung the fire axe defensively and scrambled back to the sled, his breath quickening as he fixed his gaze on the swaying wolf's head. What kind of dreadful luck is this? While others opened boxes to find clothing, he had unearthed a wolf. Chapter 4. Not a wolf, but a werewolf. Uncertain if the creature was equally startled, the wolf's head remained still, and Luo Tianqian, too, dared not move, locked in a standoff. After a moment, the previously motionless wolf head began to thrash violently, emitting a low, mournful growl, its eyes reflecting a deep-seated resentment. Alarmed, Luo Tianqian leaped atop the sled, fearful that the creature might break free and attack him. After all, it was a wolf, even wielding an axe. He could not be certain of victory if bitten. Without access to rabies vaccine, his chances of survival in such an environment would plummet. As he observed the frenzied wolf, seconds ticked by in a tense silence. He could not tell how long it had been, but gradually, the wolf's head ceased its chaotic movements, its gaze softening, now tinged with a sense of grievance directed at Luo Tianqian. Could it be that the creature was on the verge of freezing to death? Luo Tianqian pondered, and after a moment's consideration, he cautiously approached the box. The wolf, whether frozen or for some other reason, did not react even as he approached. Its eyes were filled with despair, and it continued to emit soft, low whines. Witnessing this, Luo Tianqian felt a surge of courage. What was there to fear from a stationary wolf? He raised the fire axe, preparing to strike. After all, securing the wolf's meat would provide sustenance, and its pelt could offer warmth. However, just as the axe was about to descend, he hesitated. Upon reflection, he resolved to tame this creature instead. This decision was not born of pity, but rather the realization that a living wolf would prove more advantageous. The signal flare gun would provide sustenance daily, albeit meager, enabling him to survive. Thus, the wolf's meat was of little consequence. Conversely, if he could tame the wolf, it could assist him in pulling the sled by day and guard his safety by night, significantly easing his burdens. Weighing the pros and cons, he made his choice. Lowering the axe, Luo Tianqian addressed the wolf. If I save you and provide you with food, will you follow me, help pull my sled, and protect me? If you can understand me, nod your head. To his astonishment, the wolf's head vigorously bobbed up and down. Remarkable! It could truly comprehend human speech. Luo Tianqian was taken aback. He had merely wished to test the waters, not expecting the creature to actually understand him. Given this revelation, he decided to proceed. Instead of immediately prying open the box, he returned to the sled to fetch a length of rope, concerned that if he released the wolf, it might attack him. With the rope in hand, he approached the box again and said, "If you wish to follow me, remain still while I bind your mouth, then I will let you out. Nod if you agree." The wolf, though its eyes betrayed a hint of fear, complied, closing its mouth in readiness. Observing this, Luo Tianqian was convinced of the creature's understanding. He swiftly tied the rope securely around the wolf's jaws. Satisfied with the outcome, he wasted no time and grabbed the fire axe, inserting it into the wooden planks to pry them apart. Though these materials might serve as firewood in the future, they were now invaluable for fortifying his sled. so he took care to minimize damage. Soon, he had removed several planks from the top of the box. However, upon glimpsing the wolf's body, he staggered back in shock. This was impossible. Before him was not merely a wolf's head, but the body of a human, a woman, no less. In that moment, Luo Tianqin's mind went blank. Gripping the axe tightly, he stood frozen in place. A female werewolf? A hybrid? Could she possess the ability to comprehend human speech, implying she was once a human herself? As Luo Tianqin remained in a daze, the werewolf within the box slowly rose to its feet. The human form began to tremble violently, visibly undergoing transformation. Muscles swelling, fur sprouting, clearly shifting toward a werewolf shape. Not only that, but he soon noticed the creature's eyes had turned crimson, filled with a bloodthirsty glint. This is bad. Sensing the impending danger, Luo Tianqin wasted no time in raising the axe and lunging at the werewolf. Seizing the moment while it was still in transition, he swung the axe with all his might at its neck. He understood that if he did not strike decisively now, he would soon find himself in mortal peril. Blood gushed from the werewolf's neck. It collapsed to the ground, its eyes filled with resentment. Luo Tianqin quickly withdrew the axe and retreated a couple of paces, panting heavily, his heart racing. Meanwhile, he was left questioning the nature of this creature. What was it exactly? Why did it possess the head of a wolf and the body of a human? He even glanced skyward, noting the azure expanse devoid of a full moon. This confirmed that this werewolf was not the kind that transformed under the light of the moon. Could it be that this creature was a human who had perished and been repurposed by the system? Luo Tianqin recalled a novel he had read where deceased humans were transformed into monsters by a system to hunt the living. Considering this possibility, he rushed forward to deliver 2 more decisive blows, ensuring the werewolf's demise. Furthermore, he took the additional precaution of dragging the corpse and casting it into the sea. The pelt was irrelevant, ensuring his own safety was paramount. After disposing of the werewolf's body, Luo Tianqin wiped away the frost clinging to the edges, cautiously returning to the supply box. Peering inside, he found it empty, save for a card lying at the bottom. Just as he was about to retrieve it for inspection, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his ear. Monster mode activated. Players must be cautious during the night and refrain from leaving the sled. As the sound faded away, Luo Tianqin narrowed his eyes slightly. He had a peculiar feeling that this prompt had appeared as a consequence of his earlier encounter with the wolf. After all, why hadn't there been any prior warnings? Nonetheless, it mattered little. He had enough supplies to construct a complete cabin, allowing him to rest soundly at night. The system had just advised against leaving the sled, implying that monsters would not attack it. Thus, as long as he remained inside, he need not fear any nighttime assaults. Setting aside his musings, Luo Tianqin bent down to retrieve a card from the box, an item upgrade card. The moment he glimpsed those 5 characters, his eyes lit up with excitement. The first thought that crossed his mind was whether he could use it to upgrade his signal gun. If that were possible, would the upgrade grant an additional airdrop opportunity? If so, his daily provisions of food and water would be abundantly secured, and other resources would gradually accumulate as well. Calming his racing heart, Luo Tianqin brushed the frost off his eyelashes and eagerly continued reading the fine print below. Chapter 5. Upgrading the signal gun. The second airdrop box, the item upgrade card, can elevate any item by 1 level. To use it, place the item upgrade card alongside the item intended for enhancement and utter the words "Begin Upgrade." Upon finishing the instructions, Luo Tianqin wasted no time and promptly returned to the cabin. Retrieving the signal gun, he placed both the item upgrade card and the signal gun on the ground, then pronounced the words to initiate the upgrade. He chose to place them on the icy path rather than on the sled. Concerned that the upgrade card might misidentify the item, the sled could utilize the materials he had gathered or potential items that might appear in the future, so there was no need to rush. However, the signal gun was his only option, pivotal for his sustenance. Thus he proceeded with caution. As he spoke, the item upgrade card suddenly emitted a radiant glow, enveloping the signal gun. After a brief moment, the light vanished and the card disappeared along with it. Luo Tianqin hurriedly picked up the signal gun from the ground, scrutinizing it closely. However, he could discern no visible changes. The only way to ascertain whether the upgrade had succeeded was to test if it had increased the airdrop chance. Muttering to himself, he raised the signal gun towards the sky and decisively pulled the trigger. If this shot summoned an airdrop, it would signify a successful upgrade. Conversely, If it failed, it would mean the upgrade had been in vain. As he witnessed an airdrop materializing once more at a height of 100 meters, his tense demeanor relaxed considerably. He whispered to himself, "Thankfully, the upgrade was successful. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of a valuable item. I wonder what this airdrop will bring. Hopefully something useful, preferably in abundance." With that thought, Luo Tianqian grasped his axe and made his way toward the box containing the wolf materials. Having previously waited for an airdrop, he understood that it would take a considerable amount of time to arrive. Thus, he resolved to dismantle the newly spawned supply box first. Each side of the airdrop supply box was made from a solid panel, which would undoubtedly provide better insulation than those made from assembled wooden planks. Consequently, he planned to temporarily merge two airdrop supply boxes to create a makeshift cabin, as for the supply box that had appeared by the roadside. He would dismantle it into wooden planks for storage, intending to reconstruct a larger cabin once sufficient materials were gathered. Before long, the roadside supply box was reduced to neatly organized wooden planks, which Luo Tianqian placed atop the cabin. Meanwhile, the airdrop supply box landed steadily 5 meters in front of him. After brushing off the wood shavings clinging to his clothing, Luo Tianqian eagerly jogged over. With a vigorous motion, he lifted the lid of the box, only to be met with a rather disappointing sight. A meager assortment of items. It was disheartening to see such a large airdrop box containing so few supplies. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that having something was better than nothing. Muttering under his breath, Luo Tianqian inspected the contents one by one. Among them was a box of compressed biscuits weighing 2 pounds, totaling 10 pieces. The water remained the same at 1.5 liters as before. Aside from these 2 items, there were 4 additional supplies: an antique oil lamp, a pair of socks, a small red plastic bucket, and a pack of tissues. Although these 4 items seemed less than useful, they filled Luo Tianqian with excitement. The antique oil lamp could not only illuminate the cabin at night, but also generate heat, making it a true treasure. Unfortunately, he currently lacked a means to ignite it and would have to rely on primitive fire-making methods. The socks were something he desperately desired, as walking barefoot was quite uncomfortable. While the small plastic bucket and tissues appeared trivial, they would ensure he could safely relieve himself at night without running out of paper, as the system had warned against venturing outside after dark. Satisfied with these items, Luo Tianqian joyfully transported everything back to the cabin. He then lifted the box onto the sled, commencing modifications. The term modifications referred to affixing one side of the box to the sled and connecting it to the previous box. However, upon completion, he realized there was no convenient entrance or exit. Thus, he removed a side panel and fashioned a simple door using rope and nails, allowing for easy access. The sled's cabin was temporarily complete. Subsequently, he crawled inside and began to reinforce the cabin's insulation with a survival blanket, securing it with nails. By the time he finished, he was already sweating, indicating that the cabin's interior was warm enough to withstand the external chill. Glancing at the supplies piled above him, Luo Tianqian felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, even a hint of schadenfreude. While others were either starving or freezing to death, struggling to survive, he lay comfortably in a warm space with ample food and water. What a splendid situation. Curious about the fate of others, Luo Tianqian reclined with his legs crossed and casually opened the panel in the lower right corner of his vision. Selecting the world channel, upon entering, he was greeted by a flurry of messages, rapidly flooding the screen. Who knows how long we've been here? Have you all found supply boxes? Why do I have nothing? Looking for extra winter coats? I'll trade a pack of instant noodles for one. I've found a military coat. Ha ha ha. Help, is anyone nearby? I fell into the sea. Please save me, glub glub. I'm so hungry and cold. Is there any kind soul willing to help me? I'd be your mistress, I swear. The supply boxes are such a scam. They give me useless items like a shoe brush. What does that even mean? There are still quite a few survivors. It seems there are many clever ones around. Why the hell are you all wasting time chatting? Wouldn't it be better to find some supplies? It's about to get dark. Don't you fear for your lives? Upon reading the last message, Luo Tianqian was taken aback. He hurriedly opened the sled door to glance outside. What had once been a bright sky had indeed dimmed considerably. Oh no! Is it nearly dark? He exclaimed. Without hesitation, he climbed out of the cabin and set the sled back in motion, hoping to locate any newly spawned supply boxes before nightfall. He also worried that lingering in one spot for too long might lead to unforeseen dangers. Although the system had not warned him, his understanding of survival scenarios suggested that such occurrences were highly probable. Perhaps his luck had run out. During his next stretch of travel, Luo Tianqian encountered no supply boxes, and the darkness continued to deepen. Suddenly, a countdown timer appeared before him, startling him. 010, 00, 009, 59. Chapter 6. The first night. What does this mean? Why has a countdown suddenly appeared? Staring at the ominous crimson timer, Luo Tianqian furrowed his brows, perplexed. One thing was certain. The appearance of a countdown was never a good sign. After pondering for a moment, he speculated that the countdown might serve as a warning for the onset of night, urging everyone to return to their sleds. To confirm his theory, he decided to check if others were experiencing the same countdown. Upon reopening the World Channel, he found that indeed, everyone was witnessing the countdown as well. Moreover, some had voiced similar hypotheses. Has anyone else seen the countdown? What does it signify? I have a countdown here too. It's currently at 008:32. I don't understand what it means. Our timers are synchronized, indicating it's not targeting an individual. Could it be a countdown for the night? The sky does seem to be getting darker. I think it's a warning that night is approaching. Everyone should prepare to stay in the sled. Damn it, how are we supposed to sleep in this sled? There's no covering. We'll freeze to death overnight. It seems many people will perish from the cold tonight. Fortunately, I brought some plastic sheets, haha. To the kind soul with plastic sheets, could you spare me a piece? Once we return to Earth, I'll be your wife. Don't give it to them. Give it to me instead, and I'll be your daughter. Seeing the conversation veer off topic, Luo Tianqian decisively closed the channel. With only 5 minutes remaining on the countdown, if it truly was a warning for nightfall, he needed to get inside the sled without delay. At that moment, Luo Tianqian noticed a box slowly drifting in the sea to his right, approximately 20 meters away from the icy path. The sudden appearance of the box plunged him into a quandary. The refresh rate of supply boxes was exceedingly low, and missing this opportunity would be a significant loss. However, the thought of attempting to salvage it and potentially not returning nagged at him. This notion flitted through his mind for only a few seconds before he resolutely seized the grappling hook and hurried towards the roadside point. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair. Besides, he reasoned that 5 minutes should suffice to retrieve it. Even if he couldn't open it, he needed to secure it in the vehicle. Upon reaching the edge of the icy path, he swung the grappling hook several times before hurling it forcefully towards the supply box. Unfortunately, his strength fell short this time, lacking just a bit. Undeterred, Luo Tianqian swung the grappling hook again, aimed carefully, and exerted all his might to launch it towards the box. When the hook precisely snagged the supply box, excitement surged through him, yet he wasted no time and pulled it back with all his strength. Fortunately, the supply box was not too heavy and was quickly drawn to the edge of the icy path. However, at that moment, Luo Tianqian suddenly realized a problem. The sea level was over a meter lower than the icy path. The grappling hook had merely caught the box without securing it, rendering him unable to pull it up directly. With only 2 minutes remaining on the countdown, a sense of urgency washed over him. After several futile attempts to tug it up, he decisively abandoned the effort. Instead, he extended the rope, sprinted back to the sled, and tied one end to the vehicle. Time was of the essence. Since he could not retrieve the box, he needed to ensure it didn't drift away. Planning to address the situation once the countdown was clarified, as the countdown entered its final minute, Luo Tianqian dared not waste any more time. He immediately secured the sled with a wooden plank to prevent it from slipping into the sea. With around 10 seconds left, he jumped into the vehicle. Just as he locked the door, the countdown reached 0, triggering an alarm. Then, the system's voice echoed. Night had fallen, and creatures of the dark were about to emerge. Feel the pain as the voice faded. Luo Tianqian heard a low, mournful wailing from outside the vehicle, and it seemed eerily familiar. The sound. Could it be the werewolves from the supply box? As the noise grew clearer, he recalled that it was indeed the sound made by the werewolves within the box. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine, and his body went rigid with fear. Without an observation port, he had no way of knowing the situation outside. So he gripped the axe tightly and fixed his gaze on the door. Truth be told, even though he knew the monsters would not attack the sled, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread, especially since he had witnessed a werewolf firsthand. As the wailing intensified around him, it was impossible to escape that fear. After a tense moment, reassured that the werewolves would not assault his sled, Luo Tianqian finally relaxed, collapsing onto the floor. Although the noise was loud, the sled remained unharmed. Phew! This time, he could finally breathe easy. It appeared the system had not deceived him. Monsters truly did not attack sleds at night. If that was the case, then perhaps nighttime was the safest period in this world. During the day, without monsters, humans would continue to advance. If they encountered trouble, bloodshed was inevitable. But at night, no one wished to die. So unless absolutely necessary, most would remain within their sleds. Suddenly curious about the situation outside, Luo Tianqian wondered if the creatures were indeed werewolves. Muttering to himself, he opened the world channel. Surely, there would be discussions taking place. Even if he couldn't see, he could ascertain the circumstances outside. As expected, people were actively discussing the situation. Strangely, each person described different monsters, some surrounded by goblins, others being stalked by zombies, some facing roaring beasts, and yet others encountering intangible apparitions. However, Luo Tianqian noticed one commonality. All these monsters emitted wails, their expressions filled with resentment. Coupled with his recollection of the werewolves from earlier, he suspected these creatures were perhaps once human. Perhaps this was the punishment the system devised for those who doubted it. Sighing, Luo Tianqian, guided by the faint glow from the system panel, located the roasted chicken and water. Having gone a long time without food, his stomach growled in protest. He tore open the packaging, took a hearty bite of the chicken leg, and savored the flavor. Indeed, it was utterly delicious, especially as he observed countless individuals in the channel pleading for warm supplies and food. Luo Tianqian felt a sense of satisfaction. I'm freezing to death. I'm afraid I won't survive the night. Any kind-hearted brother, please save me. I'm so scared. I don't want to die. Wu-wood. I'm both cold and hungry. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to fight those creatures. 50 million for a down jacket. I'll redeem it the moment I return to Earth. Lying in the warm confines of the sled, eating roasted chicken and drinking water, Luo Tianqian thought to himself that this lifestyle could easily attract the affections of glamorous stars and transform aloof goddesses into devoted servants. Just as he finished the chicken leg and prepared to indulge in another, a friend request suddenly popped up on his list. Upon examining the sender, his expression darkened. Chapter 7. The Self-Inflicted Humiliation of a Wretched Woman. Chan Qingxia requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Seeing that name, Luo Tianqian's countenance soured. Without hesitation, he decisively chose to decline. There was no need to acknowledge such a wretched individual. However, because of her, his previously pleasant mood vanished, and his appetite evaporated. Cursing under his breath, he closed the panel, tightened his coat, and closed his eyes to sleep. Engaging with such a person made him feel nauseous. In the early morning hours, the temperature on the icy path plummeted to -40 degrees. Even within the insulated wooden box, clad in fur, and covered with a parachute, Luo Tianqian was still roused from his slumber by the biting cold point. One could only imagine the plight of others at this moment. Surely, many would succumb to the relentless freeze? In this world, aside from the chosen ones, few would likely survive. Listening intently, he still heard noises outside. Luo Tianqian groped in the dark for the parachute that had fallen from the airdrop and draped it over himself. Instantly feeling much warmer, he wondered what time it was now. Muttering to himself, he opened the system panel, which emitted a faint glow in the lower right corner. Checking the time, he realized it was just past 3 in the morning. At this hour, with no light outside, venturing out was out of the question. Just as he prepared to close the panel, a flurry of friend requests erupted on his screen. Glaring at the notifications, his blood boiled. They were all from Chan Qingxia, and each came with a message: if you don't add me, I'll keep sending requests every day until I die. Please add me. I want to see you before I perish. Are you cold? I can send you a blanket. Do you want it? Get lost? You fool. Luo Tianqian shot back a single response before blocking her entirely. He had no desire to engage with her. Closing the friend list, he opened the world channel. In such frigid conditions, even those who had survived the day would likely face freezing temperatures at night. Is anyone getting off their sled? Are those monsters formidable? Is there any kind-hearted brother who can spare some food? Damn, you pathetic fool. Hurry up and die already. You're disgusting. Those who are still alive must have believed the system or scavenged supply boxes during the day. Right? Of course. Those who didn't believe are already dead. Do we need you to say that? It's terrifying. There are goblins all around. Will they use me as a breeding tool? Don't be afraid. Sister, you'll find you enjoy it after a while. What kind of people are these? Can't anyone share useful information? Everyone is just rambling. Does anyone have extra food? I'll trade it for a jacket. What are you even thinking? Those who are alive all have clothing. Food is precious. Only a fool would trade with you. There are 2 hours left until dawn. I hope to encounter a supply box quickly. After observing the discussions in the channel, Luo Tianqin noticed a significant issue. It seemed no one had mentioned how to upgrade the sled. The system had indicated that the sled could be upgraded, which implied that there were alternative methods aside from manual upgrades. Yet, he had not seen anyone bring it up. Either someone knew the method and chose to remain silent, or no one knew it yet. Whatever the case, he could upgrade it himself, so there was no need to dwell on it. Muttering to himself, Luo Tianqin prepared to sleep once more. Just then, he noticed Qin Qingxia had made a post in the channel, directly addressing him with insults. Luo Tianqin, you beast! Are you even human? Do you deserve me? The moment this message appeared, others quickly chimed in. What is going on? Oh, this is going to be entertaining. Not knowing the backstory. I one comment, who thinks there will be a twist? Beautiful lady, were you deceived? Be cautious next time. This isn't Earth. There are no protective figures here. Within the channel, Qin Qingxia's remarks became the focal point of discussion. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqin's anger surged. In truth, the two had no significant grievances. He had merely rejected her advances back in school due to her chaotic lifestyle. Now, this woman had the audacity to malign him here. How shameless. Damn it, I can't be bothered to deal with you. Yet you dare to overstep your bounds? Fine. Just wait. Cursing under his breath, Luo Tianqin began to contemplate how to expose Qin Qingxia. One must not indulge such individuals. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a message from someone named Mahe appeared, and its content caused an uproar in the channel. Qin Qingxia, you vile creature. I never expected you to still be alive. A wretch like you deserves to be buried without a trace. Yet here you are, slandering others? Everyone, do not believe this harlot. She is nothing but a common prostitute and a marriage scammer. I was deceived by her for 300,000. Upon reading the message, Luo Tianqin was momentarily stunned. This woman was playing with fire? Fortunately, he had ignored her in the past. However, out of curiosity about this man, he clicked on the profile picture, only to discover he was a gentleman in his 50s. It was only natural. Handsome young men merely toyed with her. Who would marry such a woman? After dismissing Mahe's message, he encountered an even more explosive one. Qin Qingxia, you finally dare to show your face. Not only did you swindle me out of hundreds of thousands, but you also got involved with my father. You truly have no shame. I advise you, do not let me find you, or I will send you off to bear goblin offspring. What is a triple explosion? This was the genuine third blast. Suddenly, the entire channel was abuzz with discussions about Qin Qingxia. I've seen harlots, but never one quite like this. Holy smokes, is this for real? I never thought the plots from movies actually existed. Qin Qingxia, beauty, why not become a teacher? Everyone would surely adore you. TSK, with fathers, uncles, and handsome men. Could this woman be a virus spreader? How terrifying, as the messages flooded in. Qin Qingxia's face turned a shade of deep purple with rage. She retaliated in the channel, attempting to shift the narrative and enlist other women to aid her. But where were they? This was an apocalypse. Everyone was too preoccupied with their own survival to risk offending others for a wretch. Ultimately, she could only shut down the channel in a fit of fury. Yet, she attributed this incident to Luo Tianqin, believing that had it not been for his insults, her enemies would not have uncovered her. Moreover, he had rejected her affections back then. Why should he have the upper hand? Meanwhile, Luo Tianqin remained oblivious to his role as the scapegoat. He was fixated on the countdown that had suddenly reappeared before him. 0:59. 59. This must be the countdown to dawn, he thought, glancing at the time. It was precisely 4 o'clock. He wondered whether his supply box was still there. Chapter 8. Upgrading the sled an hour is not a short span of time, and sleep eluded him. With no other recourse, Luo Tianqin turned to the World Channel to observe the discussions surrounding the harlot. His mood surprisingly buoyant. However, as Qin Qingxia fell silent, the fervor surrounding the matter quickly waned. Gradually, the discourse shifted back to supplies and survival. Finding no useful information, Luo Tianqian closed the world channel. Noticing there was still over half an hour remaining, he casually opened the trading market menu. To his astonishment, there were indeed items listed for exchange. The first was a dilapidated wooden box, with the owner seeking food in return. Anything edible would suffice. The second item was a jacket, also requiring food, but demanded private messaging for exchange. The third item took Luo Tianqian by surprise, a box of matches offered in exchange for a bottle of water. Given the scarcity of heating materials, such a source of fire was indeed a precious commodity. However, Luo Tianqian had no inclination to trade. A box of matches was superfluous to him if he truly needed fire. He could easily create it through friction. Furthermore, the airdrop supplies he received daily might yield some fire-starting materials, making it unnecessary to squander water resources. After perusing for a while and finding nothing of value, he closed the system panel and turned on some music, awaiting the countdown's conclusion. As the red countdown reached 0, the system's voice resonated. Daylight has arrived. It's time to set forth, a friendly reminder. Do not linger too long in one place, as danger may arise. Perhaps it was just a figment of his imagination, but Luo Tianqian felt an emotional undertone in the system's voice. How utterly brazen. Regardless, he brushed it off and hurried to check on the supply box. Wondering if it had floated away, he assumed it likely had not. After adjusting his clothing and donning a fur hat, Luo Tianqian lifted the thermal rescue blanket and stepped outside in an instant. A frigid chill enveloped him from all sides. There was no wind, just an overwhelming cold. Despite his heavy clothing, he couldn't help but shiver. Wow, it's freezing. Habitually wrapping his garments tighter around himself, he gazed at the newly risen sun and then at the vehicle. Completely encased in frost, he couldn't fathom how those without a vehicle managed to survive. Wiping the moisture from his eyelashes, Luo Tianqian retrieved a fire axe from the vehicle and cautiously made his way to the edge of the icy road. Following the rope, spotting the supply box still dangling in the water, he wasted no time, grasping the rope with his left hand and pulling upward while striking the box with the axe in his right. With a simultaneous effort, he managed to hoist the box up. After catching his breath, he withdrew the axe and pried open a plank on the supply box, then quickly stepped back. The memory of the wolf's head was still fresh in his mind. Fortunately, nothing bizarre emerged this time, nor did he hear any strange sounds. It seemed safe. Nevertheless, Luo Tianqian remained vigilant as he slowly approached the supply box, squinting to peer inside. Though there were no living creatures within, he discerned a sizable object, though the poor lighting made it difficult to see clearly. Dino matter. Let's see what's inside. Muttering to himself, Luo Tianqian resumed prying open the wooden planks. Before long, the top of the supply box was fully opened. To his amazement, inside was a stove, complete with a chimney. Wow! Incredible! Luo Tianqian exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise, his excitement causing him to dance with joy. With this, he would no longer fear the cold weather. Moreover, if he expanded the sled's cabin to over 10 square meters, it would suffice for daily living, allowing him to use all the wooden planks he acquired later for firewood. Without a moment's hesitation, he dragged the box over to the sled. Observing the cabin's mere 2 square meters, he realized it was insufficient to accommodate the stove, so he needed to enlarge the sled's cabin first. To save time, Luo Tianqian returned to the cabin and retrieved a signal flare, using it decisively. Then, taking advantage of the interval during which the airdrop descended, he fetched a handsaw and the nails he would need shortly, placing them on the roof for convenience. Soon, 2 airdrop supply boxes landed safely. Since the airdrops summoned by the signal flare posed no danger, Luo Tianqian felt no fear as he approached to open them. Well, finally willing to provide supplies. Seeing a plethora of items inside, a broad smile spread across his face. The first supply box contained 2 cans of beef, a bottle of water, a blanket, and a complete set of thermal underwear. The second box held a self-heating pot, another bottle of water, a 10 by 1 meter plastic sheet, a box of lighters, and a carton of charcoal. The abundance of supplies left Luo Tianqian rubbing his eyes in disbelief. His heart brimming with joy. To put it frankly, these supplies could afford him a life of luxury, and of course, this was not the time for celebration. With so many items in hand, he needed to enlarge the sled's cabin first. Otherwise, there would be no place to store everything. Subsequently, Luo Tianqian temporarily set the items down beside the sled, took a swig of liquor, and prepared to begin the modifications. Just then, he noticed a supply box had inexplicably appeared at the edge of the ice road. 5 meters away, am I really this lucky today? A fresh supply box right in front of him. He couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Grabbing the axe, he strode over, maintaining his vigilance as he pried open the wooden planks. Stepping back, waiting, ensuring safety, and continuing to pry. Ultimately, he discovered the supply box contained only a card. What was this? A bank card? As Luo Tianqian picked up the card, a mixture of disappointment and curiosity washed over him. When suddenly the system's voice rang out, "Congratulations, you have obtained a vehicle upgrade card. You now meet the conditions to upgrade your sled. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade?" Luo Tianqian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "Upgrade, selection successful. Upgrading vehicle now, duration, 5 minutes. Please vacate the sled." The system's voice faded. The card in Luo Tianqian's hand transformed into a beam of white light that soared towards the sled, surrounding it with an opaque white energy shield. Witnessing this scene, Luo Tianqian could hardly contain his excitement, pacing back and forth, rubbing his hands together, anxiously gazing at the sled. He was once again reminded of the feeling that time dragged on endlessly, lamenting the slow passage of moments. When the 5 minutes elapsed, the energy shield vanished, revealing the upgraded sled. Upon seeing the transformation, a phrase sprang to mind: a shotgun replaced by a cannon. Ecstatic, he rushed forward, inspecting the newly upgraded sled. The cabin had expanded to a size of 1.8 by 2 meters, standing 2 meters tall, resembling a square wooden hut. The wooden planks formed a seamless structure, with a door at the front and no windows, while a chimney protruded from the side. The base beneath the cabin had also significantly increased, with bamboo added beneath the 2 sliding beams, enhancing stability and reducing friction for easier towing. Unfortunately, the sled still required human effort to pull it. After examining the exterior, Luo Tianqian eagerly pushed the door open. Chapter 9. Nationwide shock. As he stepped into the cabin, Luo Tianqian was once again taken aback, incredulously taking in everything inside. He had assumed that the upgraded cabin would merely involve an exterior transformation. But to his astonishment, the interior had been fully furnished. The 6 walls of the cabin were insulated with emergency blankets, plastic sheets, and parachutes from a recent airdrop. A solitary wooden bed, measuring 90 by 190 centimeters, was snugly positioned against one wall, adorned with an additional layer of emergency blanket. Above the bed, a row of cabinets lined the wall. Though devoid of doors, they were secured with a net of rope, containing most of the supplies. At the far end of the compartment, a stove recently retrieved from a supply crate was set up, with charcoal and a few wooden supply boxes nearby. The walls surrounding the stove lacked insulation but had an extra layer of boards added for warmth. Finally, one could see a claw rope hanging on the wall beside the door, along with an oil lamp. Indeed, this could be considered a makeshift camper, could it not? Lost in thought, a gust of cold wind swept in. Luo Tianqian shivered, snapping back to reality as he hurriedly closed the door, instantly feeling a bit warmer. However, the increased space naturally resulted in a lower temperature than before. Glancing at the stove, Luo Tianqian hesitated momentarily before deciding against lighting a fire for warmth. Most of the day would be spent pulling the vehicle forward, and he preferred to save the wood and charcoal for the night. After warming up inside for a while, he took a trip to the restroom, donned autumn attire along with a fur suit, and relished a delightful breakfast of self-heating pot paired with wine, before returning to the frigid icy path to continue his journey. Be honest, he harbored doubts regarding the system's rule against lingering in one place for too long, suspecting it was tailored specifically for him. Were it not for this stipulation, he would have no need to move at all. With ample food and drink, along with 2 boxes for warmth, and the chance of encountering a refreshing supply crate, why endure the bitter cold on the road? Wasn't he that madness? Alas, complaints were futile. He still had to pull the vehicle onward. Bored during the journey, he opened the global channel to see how others fared. Which kind soul could spare some food? I'm on the brink of starvation. Damn it, I nearly froze my backside off while taking a dump. Ha ha. Now you know what it means to have your pee freeze in an instant, right? Anyone in need of a warm bed? I can offer complimentary services, as long as there's a bed and 3 meals a day. Brothers, I'm only 18 this year. Who can do me a good turn and spare some food and clothing? I don't wish to perish. Damn system, it provided too little. At this rate, I'll either freeze to death or starve. I'm so hungry. I crave hot pot that I'm dying for steak. Wake up. Hurry and search for supply crates. There might still be food and water to find. Offering a hefty price for liquor. 1 military coat for a bottle of white wine. Interested parties, come to the trading market. Is the person above still asleep? You think a military coat will fetch a bottle of wine? I'll trade a down jacket and a pair of military boots. Who's in? Watching the incessant barrage of messages in the channel, Luo Tianqian couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He chuckled to himself, pondering whether revealing his humble abode of a wooden room, self-heating pot, and white wine would incite jealousy. Just then, a thought struck him. What if he inquired if anyone had found a vehicle upgrade card? Surely, the food and drink he possessed could be exchanged for it, right? After some contemplation, though he held little hope, he decided to take a chance. He halted and sent a message in the channel. Luo Tianqian, I am seeking a vehicle upgrade card or an item upgrade card and can offer a bottle of high-proof white wine, 3 bottles of water, 3 compressed biscuits, and 2 cans of beef as exchange. Interested parties can message me privately. In an instant, the channel fell eerily silent, devoid of any messages. 2 seconds later, it erupted. Those who saw Luo Tianqian's message were taken aback. Countless messages flooded in, overwhelming the screen. In this phase, while warmth was paramount, food and water undeniably held second and third places in importance. No1 anticipated that someone would be foolish enough to offer such resources for trade. Even though the significance of vehicle upgrade cards and item upgrade cards was apparent, if one could not survive, those items would be of no use. Brother Luo Tianqian, can I offer something else in exchange? I have an old tiger skin. Would that suffice? Luo Ji, can I trade myself for some food? If you meet me, I'll bear your children. Wow, a true big shot has appeared. Big shot, give me a piece of compressed biscuit. My life is yours. Are you kidding? You've gathered so many supplies in just 2 days? Are you trying to fool us? Why does this name, Luo Tianqian, sound so familiar? Where have I heard it before? Luo Da, can I trade 10 pieces of charcoal for a bottle of water? As he scrolled through the deluge of messages, Luo Tianqian laughed in delight, momentarily forgetting his original purpose. Just then, a flood of friend requests popped up, ringing incessantly. Oh no, I forgot to disable the pop-up notifications. Luo Tianqian's head began to throb. He quickly opened the friend page and, with great effort, finally managed to disable the automatic pop-up for friend requests. However, the previously displayed requests had not vanished and had to be closed manually. Meanwhile, the number of requests continued to rise, surpassing 99,999. If this were a fan count, he could host a live stream and sell goods. Feeling helpless, he set his settings to refuse all incoming friend requests. The moment he completed this adjustment, all previous pop-ups disappeared, and Luo Tianqian let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he sent another message in the channel. Luo Tianqian, everyone, please list any vehicle upgrade cards or item upgrade cards directly in the trading market, tagging me. Ensure the exchange conditions remain the same as previously stated. Furthermore, I hereby declare that anyone who privately messages me without being a trader will be blacklisted. After sending this message, the channel fell into a brief silence once more. As for what would unfold next, Luo Tianqian did not witness, for he had already closed the channel. It was certain that it would soon erupt again, but he would no longer be able to see any useful information amid the chaos. Ignoring those who were cold and hungry, he opened the trading market, continuing forward while keeping an eye out for anyone listing vehicle upgrade cards or item upgrade cards. However, to his disappointment, half an hour passed without a single sighting of such listings. Could it be that no one had found any? Though Luo Tianqian had prepared himself mentally for the possibility of not being able to trade, the realization of the lack of hope still left him somewhat disheartened. Forget it. I'll go back inside to warm up. With a sigh, he intended to return to the vehicle for a brief rest. After walking for so long, the cold was unbearable. Just as he closed the door behind him, he suddenly noticed that items had refreshed in the trading market. Chapter 10. Lighting a fire and boiling water. At the moment the items refreshed in the trading market, Luo Tianqian's heart raced, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. He earnestly hoped someone would engage in a trade with him. His demands were modest. Just an item upgrade card would suffice. Once the trading market interface updated, all items were replaced with new ones, and the quantity was considerable. It appeared that many had encountered supply crates along the way. Luo Tianqian then sat down on his bed and swiftly scanned through the items. Aside from card-like items, most were dismissed at a glance. Unfortunately, among the nearly 100 trading items, There were neither vehicle upgrade cards nor item upgrade cards. The majority consisted of small daily necessities, some useful, some not, all available for trade. Utterly disappointed, Luo Tianqian let out a heavy sigh, helplessly closing the system panel. That moment, he realized that the temperature inside the cabin was not particularly high. His breath was visibly fogging in the air. However, this was to be expected in an outdoor environment with temperatures nearing -40 degrees. A cabin constructed with a layer of wood and an emergency blanket could barely ensure that someone dressed in winter clothing would not freeze to death, let alone provide comfort. Moreover, the spacious interior meant it was naturally less insulated. To raise the temperature within the cabin, he would need to light the stove. Considering the long journey ahead, the cold inside could easily lead to illness. So Luo Tianqian decided to ignite the stove. With charcoal and wood on hand, there was no need for unnecessary suffering. After all, if he did fall ill, the mortality rate would be alarmingly high. Removing his gloves, Luo Tianqian retrieved a lighter from the cabinet, laying 2 small pieces of wood on the stove's grate, followed by a few pieces of charcoal. Next, he took out the bottle of high-proof white wine he had brought, took a sip to warm it slightly, and then sprayed it onto the charcoal. This white wine was 70 proof, and even with just a lighter, it could ignite after slight warming, making it easier to catch the charcoal ablaze. After completing these preparations, Luo Tianqian used the lighter to heat and ignite the charcoal soaked in high-proof wine. A faint flame flickered on the charcoal, offering a modest warmth that was nonetheless comforting. Anticipating that the cabin would soon become warm, Luo Tianqian felt particularly cheerful, unable to resist muttering to himself, "Hehe, you're probably out there without even a cabin, freezing in the cold wind, while I'm here lighting a fire and boiling water. How infuriating that must be for you." At that moment, he suddenly froze. Boiling water? Of course, he could boil water. But what if he had no container to heat the water? Wait, hadn't he just seen someone list such items? With this thought, he eagerly reopened the trading market on Earth. Items like iron pots, bowls, and basins that could contain and heat water were merely common household goods. Yet in this world, even a small iron basin, barely the size of one's palm, was a life-saving treasure in such frigid weather. Being able to sip a mouthful of hot water would be sufficient to endure the cold for a significant length of time. Certainly, for the present-day individuals, a container proves useless in the absence of both a source of fire and water. It is precisely this realization that instills in him a sense of confidence regarding a potential exchange. Indeed, the trading market does not disappoint him. He recalls correctly that someone has indeed listed a milk pot. Eagerly, he clicks to view the items this individual wishes to trade. Upon seeing the request for food in exchange, he wastes no time and promptly reaches out to the other party. The owner of the milk pot, named Chen He, appears to be a man in his 30s, as indicated by the photograph. Given that this platform operates on a real-name basis and includes profile pictures, there is little room for false information. Luo Tianqian sends a friend request, which is accepted shortly thereafter. Ding! Before he can return to his friend list, a notification sound chimes in, revealing a message. Chen He, boss, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken and specifically checked the World Channel to confirm. Chen He, boss, may I trade for some food? I am desperately hungry, please help me. After reading the messages, Luo Tianqian, not wishing to engage in unnecessary conversation, responds directly. I need you to list that small milk pot on the trading market. I will exchange it for a compressed biscuit. If you agree, I will proceed with the transaction immediately. Chen He replies almost instantaneously. Agreed. Thank you, boss. It seems this fellow is indeed in urgent need of food. Or he wouldn't be so hasty. Fearing he might change his mind, Luo Tianqian swiftly completes the transaction. A piece of compressed biscuit disappears from the bedside cabinet, and simultaneously, the milk pot materializes before him. He picks up the pot and inspects it carefully. It is in good condition. With this, he can boil water and even prepare a porridge using the compressed biscuits. In such weather, a warm meal is undoubtedly preferable to a cold one. After sending a message back to Chen He, Luo Tianqian closes the panel. He then sits by the bed near the stove, watching the burning charcoal within. Though there are no prominent flames in the stove, the temperature is gradually rising. The frost at the edges of his hat has begun to melt into droplets. However, it appears that the charcoal and wood in the stove will require some time to burn completely. Thus, Luo Tianqian adds some water to the milk pot, places it on the stove, and leaves the cabin, continuing on his journey with the sled. Remarkably, although the temperature inside the cabin is not particularly high, resting there for a while indeed makes the outside seem less frigid. Observing the flat expanse of icy road and the calm sea dotted with floating ice, Luo Tianqian feels somewhat speechless. Due to the system's regulations, he is compelled to set off. He firmly believes the system's warning about potential dangers from lingering too long. Before arriving in this world, it was his faith in such warnings that ensured his survival better than others. If he were to dismiss the system's advice as nonsense, he would likely perish without understanding how. As he trudges along with the sled, Luo Tianqian turns on some music. Suddenly, snowflakes begin to drift from the sky. Initially, it is a light snowfall, but within a minute, it transforms into a flurry of large flakes. The already slippery road becomes even more treacherous, and visibility decreases rapidly as the snow continues to fall. It becomes too dangerous to proceed. Luo Tianqian scans the surroundings and, seeing no supply boxes, secures the sled with a plank and retreats back into the cabin. It's so warm. Upon entering, he is greeted by a rush of warm air that dispels the chill clinging to him. He glances at the stove, where the charcoal is burning bright red, and the water in the milk pot is steaming. Eagerly, he approaches, lifts the pot, blows on it, and takes a small sip. Unable to contain his pleasure, he exclaims, "Delightful! If only I had some tea leaves, it would be perfect." Just as he prepares to take another sip, a loud bang reverberates outside the cabin, causing it to shake violently. Chapter 11. The supply box and the sled. Dog Luo Tianqian is taken aback. He hastily sets down the milk pot, nearly spilling the hot water, and grabs the fire axe leaning against the bed. He glares at the closed door, shouting, "Who is there? Who is outside?" After a prolonged silence, no one responds. There are no growls from beasts or monsters to be heard. Could something have collided with the cabin? Luo Tianqian finds it strange, but dares not open the door recklessly. What if someone is lying in wait outside, planning to ambush him? Considering the safety concerns, he decides to remain still for a while longer. After all, he is warm and comfortable inside. If there are indeed people outside, it is they who will suffer. As for the possibility of his entire sled being pushed into the sea, that is the least of his worries. Would anyone be foolish enough to push an entire sled into the ocean? If someone were to attempt a robbery, it would surely be for the supplies. What would they gain by tossing both the sled and its contents into the sea? That said, Luo Tianqian recognizes a flaw in his sled. There are no windows, rendering him unable to observe the outside world. In the event of an emergency, he can only remain inside, anxious and restless. Of course, due to a lack of materials at present, he cannot afford to make modifications. That is a concern for another time. Clutching the axe, he sits on the bed and waits for about 3 to 5 minutes, but hears no activity outside. Perhaps he should take a look. After a moment's hesitation, he quietly approaches the door, axe in hand, and gently cracks it open. A rush of cold wind, laden with snowflakes, sweeps in, causing Luo Tianqian to shiver involuntarily. It is bitterly cold. Contrary to his expectations of an intruder or monster rushing in, there is nothing. It seems he was overly cautious. He does not linger at the threshold, having already surveyed the vicinity before entering, confirming there is no one around. How could there be any danger? Reassuring himself, he opens the door wider and steps outside with caution. The scene before him is a swirling tempest of snowflakes, blanketing everything in sight. Strangely, every snowflake that touches the icy ground vanishes without a trace, failing to accumulate. This is quite peculiar. Luo Tianqian, however, has little time to ponder the snow, as he immediately raises his axe and leans out to inspect both sides of the sled. Although he feels no immediate threat, it is prudent to be cautious. Moments later, just as he suspected, there is no one near the door, nor any monsters lurking about. This revelation significantly eases his tension. But if there is no danger, what could have caused the earlier impact against the sled? After all, during the day, this road is devoid of anything aside from supply boxes. Could it be? As this thought crosses his mind, excitement wells up within him. He rushes to the rear of the sled to investigate. Sure enough, a 1 cubic meter supply box is snugly pressed against the back of the cabin. Luo Tianqian is filled with exhilaration. They say one can find treasures from the heavens. And here he is, blessed with a supply box from the sky. However, this sudden joy does not cloud his judgment. He cautiously pries open a plank of wood and quickly retreats to observe the contents. But as he sees a familiar wolf's head emerging from the box, he exclaims, "Damn!" and swings his axe down. This creature cannot be allowed to remain. It must be dealt with immediately, even if it is a person transformed. Mercy is not an option. Otherwise, it will be his life at stake. Just as the axe is about to strike the wolf's head, a bark interrupts him. The surprise halts him in his tracks as he stares in disbelief at the pitiful wolf's head. This is a dog, not a wolf? Luo Tianqian blinks, realizing that wolves do not bark like that. Taking a step back, he scrutinizes the wolf's head. This is an Alaskan? Upon recognizing that the head belongs to an Alaskan sled dog, his heart races with excitement. Alaskans are renowned sled dogs, one of the 3 main types of sled dogs, bred in Siberia for pulling sleds. Their thick fur makes them impervious to the cold. And here he is, in dire need of a sled dog to assist him. If he can tame it to pull his sled, he can relax in the cabin, warm and cozy, indulging in novels and music. The thought of avoiding the labor of pulling the sled himself spurs Luo Tianqian's resolve to take the risk and see if this creature is truly an Alaskan. Yet, to mitigate any danger, he returns to the cabin to fetch a rope. Fashioning a noose to secure the Alaskan's mouth ensures that he can neutralize any threat quickly. He fervently hopes it is not a human transformation. Praying silently, he pries open a few more planks. Yes. When he sees that the box contains the Alaskan's body, Luo Tianqian leaps with joy. With this dog, he will no longer need to endure the cold while pulling the sled. As the box opens, the Alaskan does not leap out but remains obediently lying inside, its eyes filled with a pleading desire to survive. Moments later, as Luo Tianqian calms down and observes the scene, he finds it somewhat peculiar. This Alaskan does not resemble a typical dog. It seems more human. Reflecting on the previous werewolf encounter, he cannot help but blurt out, "Could this also be a human transformation?" Upon uttering these words, the Alaskan emits a whimper of distress, as if it comprehends Luo Tianqian's statement. Upon witnessing the Alaskan's reaction, Luo Tianqian's brow furrows, and a glimmer of malice flickers in his eyes. It is evident that he has hit the mark. This Alaskan before him is not merely a dog but a human transformed. However, therein lies the problem. If it is indeed a person who is transformed, there is a strong likelihood that it perished before becoming this creature. Whether from freezing or starvation, seeing the conditions in which he lives, resentment is bound to brew within, coupled with the fact that he intends to have it pull his sled. It is entirely possible that this creature will take advantage of a moment's inattention to eliminate him, venting its pent-up frustrations. Moreover, Luo Tianqian contemplated another possibility. Could the system orchestrate the transformation of those who had become monsters or animals, compelling them to kill in order to resurrect themselves? After all, given the system's manipulative nature, such a scenario was far from implausible. Upon witnessing Luo Tianqian's furrowed brow and the murderous intent gleaming in his eyes, Alaskan emitted a whimper once more. Luo Tianqian snapped back to reality, gazing into the pitiful eyes of Alaskan. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired in a low voice, "You are human, are you not?" Alaskan stiffened momentarily before nodding its head. "Did you perish from the cold?" Luo Tianqian pressed further. Alaskan nodded again, tears welling in its eyes, revealing its unyielding spirit. Suddenly, Luo Tianqian's expression morphed into one of sheer ferocity as he raised his fire axe high, coldly asking, "Do you have any last wishes?" At this, Alaskan, stricken with terror, fervently shook its head, its eyes brimming with fear and rage. Chapter 12. A chance to pull the card. Alaskan had initially believed that by honestly admitting its identity, it could evade a gruesome fate and perhaps even secure a chance at survival. However, upon seeing Luo Tianqian poised to strike with the axe, it felt a surge of anger. Why must it be killed? They were of the same origin, once both human. Was that not enough to spare its life? In that moment, it yearned to sink its teeth into the man before it, to devour Luo Tianqian's flesh, drink his blood and crush his bones. Alas, due to a mishap with the coordinates during the supply box refresh, it had collided with the carriage and subsequently broken its leg. Thus, even though the box had been opened, it was unable to leap out and retaliate. With its mouth bound by ropes, all it could do was shake its head vehemently, emitting a roar of defiance. Just when it thought its demise was imminent, the man before it unexpectedly lowered the axe, igniting a flicker of hope for survival. Luo Tianqian brushed the frost from his eyelashes and mockingly asked, "Are you now wishing to kill me? Do you desire to consume my flesh to resurrect yourself?" Alaskan was momentarily taken aback, its eyes betraying confusion. While it indeed harbored thoughts of devouring Luo Tianqian, what did resurrection entail? Was it truly the case that in this world, death could be circumvented simply by consuming others? Observing Alaskan's reaction, Luo Tianqian concluded that his initial assumption might be unfounded, or perhaps those who had transformed into monsters were unaware of such a possibility. Was he merely overthinking? Raising his head, Luo Tianqian intended to pose further inquiries but was struck by the eagerness radiating from Alaskan's eyes. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Goodness! You can't possibly believe that eating me will bring you back to life." Upon hearing this, Alaskan regained its composure, shaking its head vigorously to indicate that it harbored no such notion. What a ludicrous thought! To admit such a desire would surely lead to its demise. Witnessing Alaskan's fierce will to survive, Luo Tianqian sighed and solemnly declared, "I shall offer you an opportunity to live. You will pull my cart, and I will ensure you have enough to eat and drink. Nod if you agree, by the way. I am being serious. I can guarantee your sustenance," Luo Tianqian added. Initially, Alaskan suspected this stranger was merely attempting to deceive it. After all, resources were scarce in this world. How could he possibly sustain it? He might simply intend for it to pull the cart until it starved. However, upon hearing those words, Alaskan's resolve wavered. If this man was truthful, following him would indeed allow it to survive. Reluctantly accepting the role of a cart puller, Alaskan thought to itself, "It's no different from being a beast of burden back on Earth." Taking a gamble, Alaskan nodded emphatically, its eyes reflecting a newfound submissiveness. "All right then, it's settled. I shall release you now." With that, Luo Tianqian approached the supply box, methodically dismantling the wooden planks. Alaskan remained still, fearful that any sudden movement might be misconstrued as an attack, leading to its own demise. As the last of the wooden planks were removed, Luo Tianqian's expression darkened. He discovered that one of Alaskan's legs was indeed broken, hanging limply at its side. In that moment, a murderous intent surged within him. It was clear that Alaskan had attempted to deceive him. Knowing full well its leg was broken, it still agreed to pull the cart. Did it intend to trick him into healing its injury? To his surprise, Alaskan seemed to sense his thoughts, using its remaining 3 legs to rise unsteadily. After limping a few steps around, it turned to face him, determination etched in its gaze. "Are you suggesting that you can still pull the cart?" Alaskan nodded, letting out a soft sound of affirmation. Seeing this, Luo Tianqian contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding to keep it around. A broken leg was inconsequential. He was not in a hurry. As long as it could pull the cart, that was sufficient. "Very well, I will first dismantle the box, and then you can join me inside to warm up. We will discuss everything else afterward." With that, Luo Tianqian disregarded Alaskan, still bound at the mouth, and swung his fire axe, swiftly demolishing the supply box. He then carried the wooden planks back into the carriage, where they would serve as fuel for the fire. Throughout this process, Alaskan hesitated to enter the carriage. Despite no longer being a mere beast, it had once been human and understood the implications of its actions. In an effort to leave a favorable impression on Luo Tianqian, it endured the warmth emanating from the carriage. Once Luo Tianqian had finished handling the planks and called for it to enter, Alaskan limped inside, seeking the comforting warmth. "How does it feel? Warm, isn't it? Now do you believe my words?" Luo Tianqian shut the door behind him and removed his hat and gloves. He picked up a small pot and took several large gulps of the warm water inside. With the charcoal now fully ignited, the temperature within the carriage had risen above freezing, in contrast to the bitter cold outside, where temperatures plummeted to 30 or 40 degrees below zero. This warmth was a welcome relief. As Alaskan felt the cozy heat enveloping it, tears streamed down its face, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions. Excitement, gratitude, grievance, and rage. If only it possessed a golden finger, it would never have transformed into a mere dog. Yet, it was fortunate that someone had chosen to take it in. This was a true act of salvation. Observing Alaskan weeping uncontrollably, Luo Tianqian lightly kicked it, then approached to untie the rope binding its mouth. Hanging it on the wall, "Stop crying. For goodness sake, you're acting like a child. Open your mouth and drink some warm water." At that moment, he was convinced that even a fool would not attack him. Alaskan shook itself awake, wiping its tears with its paw, glancing at the pot before parting its mouth. Luo Tianqian smiled with satisfaction as he gently poured warm water into its mouth. After drinking, Alaskan, now enveloped in warmth, could not help but weep once more. Luo Tianqian, exasperated, scolded, "What on earth are you crying for? Does a grown man weep like this? Hold it together. I'll see if I can mend your leg. Don't delay your cart-pulling duties." After reprimanding it, Luo Tianqian crouched down and examined Alaskan's broken leg. To his relief, it was not fractured but rather a simple dislocation. Thankfully, he had learned how to realign bones previously, and he should be able to set it right. "Your leg isn't broken. It's just dislocated. I can fix it. Bear with me." Before he could finish his sentence, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Attention everyone, in 5 minutes, the system will host a lottery event. Each individual may exchange any item for lottery chances up to 3 times, or opt out at a friendly reminder. There is a 70% risk of loss in this lottery, so please decide cautiously." Chapter 13. High Risk, High Reward. Attention everyone, in 5 minutes, the system will host a lottery event. Each individual may exchange any item for lottery chances up to 3 times, or opt out. A friendly reminder. This lottery offers a 10% chance of rewards far exceeding the value of the items exchanged, but there is a 90% risk of 10-fold loss, so please decide cautiously. As the voice faded, the countdown reappeared. 004, 59, 004, 58. This is excellent. I like this. Upon hearing the announcement, Luo Tianqian was filled with excitement. He paid no heed to the warning about potential losses. 10-fold loss meant little to someone of his stature. Instead, the 10% chance of winning rewards far surpassing the value of the items thrilled him immensely. Risk and opportunity were 2 sides of the same coin. Without daring to take risks, one could never reap substantial rewards. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Tianqian decided to use charcoal, a lighter, and a compressed biscuit to participate in the lottery. Each of these items held considerable value in this world at this stage. Moreover, even if he lost all 3 attempts, the loss would be negligible for him. Time was of the essence. Luo Tianqian grasped Alaskan's leg and gently manipulated it. With a satisfying crack, the broken leg was reattached. "All right, give it a try." He swiftly retrieved the 3 items, sat at the edge of the bed, and anxiously awaited the countdown, fixated on the ticking timer. He barely noticed Alaskan testing its newly aligned leg. When the crimson countdown reached 0, a grand spinning wheel materialized before Luo Tianqian, predominantly red with a single golden segment. He estimated the odds to be indeed 1 in 10. However, it mattered little. The worst outcome would simply be a loss of resources. If others were to hear his thoughts, they would undoubtedly be livid. 10 lighters, 10 pieces of charcoal, 10 compressed biscuits, each one a lifesaver for those suffering from hunger and cold. Yet for Luo Tianqian, they were mere trifles. Could anyone blame him for feeling indifferent? "Shall we begin the lottery?" The system's chime resonated. "Let the game begin." As the words fell, the great wheel commenced its frenzied spin. The lighter on the bed inexplicably vanished. Luo Tianqian paid no heed to the lighter. His gaze was fixated, taut with anticipation, on the spinning wheel. Hit, hit, hit. As the wheel gradually decelerated, his heart raced to his throat. Just as the wheel was on the verge of halting, the pointer remained a significant distance from the winning segment. Without needing to look, he knew that winning on his first attempt was futile. "Damn, what a letdown!" Luo Tianqian rubbed his face, grumbling in frustration. The wheel came to a complete stop. There was no plot twist. He had indeed failed to win. The gap was simply too great, unless the system engaged in some covert manipulation. Victory was impossible. "Ding! We regret to inform you that you have not won, and you will lose 10 lighters." As the system's voice faded, half a box of lighters mysteriously disappeared from the bed. "Would you like to proceed with the second draw? Begin." Upon uttering this, the charcoal vanished. The wheel spun rapidly once more. Given the high hopes from his first attempt, he refrained from fantasizing about hitting the jackpot this time. If he won, great. If not, he would consider it merely a game. After the wheel spun countless times in a frenzy, its speed began to diminish. Although he feigned indifference, Luo Tianqian still nervously clasped his hands. "Ding! Congratulations, you have won a complete set of woolen bedding." The moment he heard the system's announcement, Luo Tianqian felt neither excitement nor elation. He stood there, momentarily dazed, gazing at the suddenly materialized set of bedding. which included a pillow. After several seconds of stupor, he snapped back to reality, leaping from the bed. Embracing the bedding, he danced in jubilation, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! I placed my bet wisely. I am incredibly fortunate. I am the child of luck." Ha ha ha. It is said that joy is contagious. Even Alaska, who had no chance of winning, could not help but share in the excitement upon witnessing the spectacle. It spun in circles, oblivious to the exact nature of the events. Yet the sudden appearance of the bedding hinted at some underlying truth, affirming its choice to follow the protagonist for a better chance at survival. After a prolonged period of exhilaration, Luo Tianqian finally composed himself and commenced the third draw. The compressed biscuits vanished as well. At this moment, he felt no anxiety about losing. The value of the complete betting set was sufficient to offset his losses. However, as the final pointer slowly approached the winning zone, he could not suppress his nervousness. Hit. Just one more step. Yes, yes, keep going. So close now. Come on. The wheel's speed diminished further, leaving only the width of a chopstick to the center. Damn. With an exclamation, the system's voice echoed. Congratulations, you have won an item upgrade card. Yay! Luo Tianqian raised his arms in triumph, rolling gleefully on the bed. System, I adore you. I am absolutely phenomenal. With this item upgrade card, I am invincible, doggo, from now on. You'll enjoy a life of luxury with me, ha ha ha. Although Alaska was somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events, upon hearing the term item upgrade card, it grasped the literal implication and realized that this fellow had acquired something of great value. Yet, in the next moment, the initial happiness faded, replaced by a sense of loss. Is this the disparity? Is this the difference between the protagonist and a mere bystander? While one can effortlessly obtain extraordinary treasures, the other perished on the very first day. Life is indeed unfair. Shortly thereafter, as Luo Tianqian regained his composure and noticed Alaska sulking on the ground, he surmised its thoughts. Sitting on the bed, clutching the bedding and toying with the item upgrade card, he addressed Alaska. Are you feeling a sense of imbalance? Why am I so fortunate while you perished so early? Upon hearing this, Alaska visibly stiffened for a moment before nodding helplessly. Letting out a pitiful whimper, Luo Tianqian chuckled. Have you ever read a novel? Don't you think our arrival here resembles stepping into a story? Fortuitously, I have become the protagonist, while unfortunately, you are not. His words caused Alaska to bury its head in despair once more. Tears streaming down its face. This is such bullying. Damn it. And now you're crying, too. That I find it most irritating when a man sheds tears. Hold your emotions. Let me show you something remarkable. With that, Luo Tianqian stood up and retrieved the signal flare gun from the cabinet. After gently wiping it down, he held it up with a satisfied grin, saying, "This is my golden finger, a signal flare gun capable of summoning airdrop supplies, and it is already bound to me. This card is my second item upgrade card, and I intend to upgrade my signal flare gun. Once this upgrade is complete, I will be able to summon supplies 3 times daily. What do you think? Want to see?" The reason Luo Tianqian divulged his golden finger and emphasized its binding nature was to ensure Alaska would follow him loyally. A capable leader would not be betrayed by those beneath them. If one merely paints grand visions without offering rewards, would you not seek employment elsewhere? Thus, by revealing this to Alaska, even if it contemplated betrayal, it would have its reservations. After all, it too feared being backstabbed. Moreover, this matter could not be concealed, unless one vowed never to use it. Upon hearing this, Alaska's spirits were immediately lifted. Wiping away its tears, it curiously focused on the signal flare gun in Luo Tianqian's hand. Feeling better now? Then allow me to demonstrate. With that, Luo Tianqian decisively used the item upgrade card. The signal flare gun upgraded successfully, now usable 3 times daily. As the notification chimed, Luo Tianqian eagerly donned his hat and gloves. Gripping the signal flare gun as he exited the compartment, Alaska curiously followed close behind, eager to see what valuable supplies this signal flare gun could summon. Chapter 14. Upgrading the signal flare gun. As the signal flare gun's light ascended, the falling snowflakes sparkled brilliantly, resembling jewels. While Alaska was still captivated by the stunning sight, the light abruptly vanished. However, in that fleeting moment, it caught a glimpse of a shadow appearing high above. Yet, the heavy snowfall obscured its view, rendering it impossible to discern what it was. No need to look. In such a heavy snowfall, One could not see beyond 100 meters in height. It would descend in due time. Having said that, Luo Tianqian paid no further attention to Alaska. He casually opened the World Channel, eager to see how many individuals had won prizes. He suspected the number would be low, given the meager odds. I curse your ancestors, you wretched system. I've lost all my belongings. I can't go on living, wah. This damn thing, and they call it a lottery. I had only 2 planks of wood, and now they're all gone. One must not be overly greedy. With these odds, I wouldn't even participate. After finally gathering some supplies, I ended up losing it all. The person above is right. I also chose not to participate in the lottery. You all are just cold-hearted bystanders. Those who didn't participate should shut up. It's annoying. You scoundrel! I just lost the candy I had just opened. Can anyone tell me how to report this system? Where's the police? I want to report this. Everyone, calm down. I also lost tenfold on my supplies. But upon reflection, we were indeed too greedy, and it's evident that the system is trying to reclaim what we've gathered. I concur with the previous speaker. I refuse to believe anyone actually won. Clearly, this is a scam. Thank goodness I didn't participate. Ha ha ha, I won. I hit the jackpot. The system actually gave me a bottle of brandy. Ha ha ha, do you envy me? To the person above, I curse you with every insult imaginable. Did you come out just to provoke others? Is it really possible that someone has won? I won too. I won as well. I was too greedy. I won the first time, but lost everything in the next 2 attempts. To avoid telecom fraud, let us start with ourselves. Damn it. I've lost everything. No wonder the people around me never win the lottery. Observing the messages in the channel, Luo Tianqian could not help but smirk. The majority of the World Channel was filled with curses directed at the system, clearly dominated by those who had lost everything. After a rough tally, he noted that out of several hundred individuals, only one had won. Moreover, the prizes were hardly grand. This was closely tied to the inherent value of the items used for the lottery. Conversely, looking at his own situation, he had won 2 out of 3 draws, both yielding exceptionally valuable rewards that he desperately needed. Who else could boast such luck? He even contemplated showcasing his prizes to flaunt them. Naturally, this was merely a fleeting thought, as the saying goes, possessing wealth invites envy, and he understood the wisdom behind it in a post-apocalyptic world. Adhering to the principle of not flaunting one's riches was essential for survival. Woof! Suddenly, Alaska's bark startled the contented Luo Tianqian. Returning to his senses, he realized that the airdrop supply box had already landed nearby. Well, what do you think? I wasn't lying, was I? This supply box, with 3 daily drops, guarantees food and water, while the rest of the supplies are random. As long as you stick with me and help me haul the cart, you will never go hungry, Luo Tianqian said with a smile. He then pulled the parachute down, lifting the lid off the supply box. Alaska, curious, leaned closer, peering into the contents of the box. Wow, there's quite a bit of stuff this time. Seeing the ample supplies within the box, Luo Tianqian was somewhat taken aback. A whole box of braised beef noodles, a 1.5-liter bottle of mineral water, a kitchen knife, a folding table, and, what is this? The real treasure. When Luo Tianqian spotted a revolver lying at the bottom of the box, his pupils dilated with excitement. He quickly grabbed the handgun and raised it before him, scrutinizing it to confirm its authenticity. At that moment, Alaska was utterly astonished, speechless in disbelief. While it had seen good fortune before, it had never encountered such extraordinary luck. To be frank, in its eyes, Luo Tianqian's golden finger was not particularly impressive. In this apocalyptic era, it could at most ensure a life free from hunger and thirst. It was worlds apart from the invincible golden fingers often portrayed in novels. However, now it realized its previous thoughts had been rather superficial. The daily airdrops not only guaranteed sustenance but also provided defensive weapons, which was indeed remarkable. If one day they were to drop a machine gun, he could not only protect himself but also engage in looting without hesitation. It seemed he must find a way to stick with him. Before long, after confirming the revolver was genuine and fully loaded, Luo Tianqian felt invincible. 7 steps away, the gun was fast. Within 7 steps, it was both fast and precise. He holstered the weapon and checked the time. He had lingered in this spot for quite a while, and fearing the system might trick him, he hurriedly moved all the supplies back into the vehicle. He dismantled the airdrop box for warmth and carried it inside. Once inside the vehicle with his dog, Luo Tianqian generously opened a can of food and shared half with Alaska. Seeing the meat can, Alaska went wild, barking excitedly. Luo Tianqian calmly enjoyed his meal, saying, "Brother, I keep my promises. What's mine is yours. Once we finish eating, we need to hit the road. You don't need to pull too fast, just ensure the vehicle moves steadily. And if you spot any supply boxes, bark twice, but don't get too close. If you feel too cold, bark a few times, and we'll take a break inside to warm up. After all, we have a long journey ahead." As Alaska devoured the beef can, it nodded eagerly in response. It had completely submitted. Currently, those who could enjoy canned meat were few and far between. Luo Tianqian did not deceive himself either. Generously giving half was enough to prove his character. Suddenly, Luo Tianqian paused, setting down the can, and asked curiously, "By the way, what was your name before?" Alaska, still savoring the remnants of meat, stiffened at the question. Glancing at Luo Tianqian, it picked up a piece of charcoal from the box and wrote 3 characters on the floor. Li Fengmei. Li Fengmei? You, a grown man, were named this. Luo Tianqian's words trailed off as he abruptly realized. He looked at Alaska in disbelief. You were a woman?" The transformed Alaska, now Li Fengmei, nodded shyly. "In a way. For real? Let me see." He crouched down, eager to verify. "Woof woof." Alaska jumped back, quickly retreating towards the door. This was a joke. Even though it had become a sled dog, its gender remained unchanged. It couldn't possibly reveal itself. Could it? Woof woof. Don't come any closer. Chapter 15. What a remarkable name. Luo Tianqian pressed forward, a mischievous grin on his face. He was dying to know whether the current Li Fengmei was still female. Meanwhile, Alaska, now Li Fengmei, was retreating in fright, until it bumped against the car door and let out a terrified bark. Woof. Yet, Luo Tianqian had no intention of letting it off the hook, with nowhere to retreat. Alaska Li Fengmei decisively turned around, burst through the door, and immediately seized the harness, straining with all its might to pull the sled. Luo Tianqian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. It seemed this creature was indeed female. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so scared. However, since they had set off, he let it lead for now. He had his own matters to attend to. Closing the door, Luo Tianqian began organizing the supplies. While he had enough food and drink for the time being, there was one essential item he lacked: toilet paper. As long as one lived, eating and drinking were inevitable, and one must also relieve oneself. Fortunately, he had a bucket in the vehicle, so he wouldn't have to suffer outside. Obtaining toilet paper was all that mattered. After sorting his belongings and laying out bedding, Luo Tianqian comfortably reclined on the bed and opened the trading market. Toilet paper had become a scarce commodity, and he was uncertain if he could find any. As he browsed, he came across many daily necessities: toothpaste, toothbrushes, glass cups, plastic lunchboxes, and so forth. Yet, paper products were conspicuously absent, not even newspapers. It was understandable. Although paper was thin, it could be used for fire and warmth. To him, it was a necessity, but to others, it was a treasure, thus no one would easily part with it. This place was a dead end. He might as well ask around. Grumbling softly, Luo Tianqian opened the world channel. "I've had enough. After all the effort to gather supplies, I lost everything due to a lottery. I just want to give up. Nobody is allowed to insult my system daddy. He gave me a warm coat. Get lost. I'm cursing the system. What are you going to do about it? Curse away. The dog system is a fool. Hey, handsome, I lost everything in the lottery. Can anyone help me? I'll let you play however you want. Go find those dog system pups." Seeing the channel still filled with discussions about lottery losses and curses directed at the system, Luo Tianqian felt elated. While others were fuming over minor losses, he no longer had to endure the cold while pulling a sled. If only there were a window in the cabin, it would be perfect. After observing for a while, Luo Tianqian sent out a message. "I am in need of toilet paper or tissues. If you have some, please private message me. I can exchange food. Serious inquiries only, or I'll block you." After sending the message, he felt a brief pause. As if time had stopped for 2 seconds, the channel fell eerily silent, devoid of any messages. Once the 2 seconds passed, the channel buzzed back to life. "Here comes Luo Tianqian again. Where does he get all those supplies? Big boss, please give me some food. I'm starving. Dear husband, could you spare me some clothing? I'm freezing. My chest is practically frozen off. Hey, you sissy, get lost. You're disgusting. Luo Ge, do you prefer real men? I am available. Brother Luo Tianqin, I'm your childhood betrothed. My mom says we have to get married. You want to just watch me freeze to death, will you? Last time you wanted an upgrade card. And now you're asking for toilet paper. Luo Tianqin, stop pretending. These items are impossible to exchange. You're just trying to gain attention. Handsome, I have a pack of tissues. Can I exchange it for food? Ignoring those who were bitter about unattainable items, Luo Tianqin focused on the offer for tissues. He immediately clicked on the user's profile and sent a friend request. The user was a woman, and her profile picture was quite attractive. However, her name, Shiduoduo, what a remarkable name. Upon seeing this name, Luo Tianqin couldn't help but laugh heartily. He had thought Shiz Hengxiang was merely a phonetic joke, believing no one would actually have such a surname. But now, he had to admit he had been narrow-minded. Shiduoduo. Shiduoduo? Her parents must be quite the characters. Soon, the friend request from Shiduoduo was accepted. Hello, Luo Tianqin. I hope it's not too forward, but may I ask if I can trade a pack of tissues for a piece of compressed biscuit? I am really starving. Luo Tianqin felt a bit at a loss regarding this transaction. Right now, the value of even a small piece of compressed biscuit far surpassed that of tissues. However, he realized he needed the tissues more. Airdrops came daily with food and drink, but other items were random. To him, the value of compressed biscuits was not high. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Tianqin replied, Your tissues can be exchanged for a small piece of compressed biscuit. If you agree, please list it, and I'll go to the trading market. After sending the message, Luo Tianqin closed the friend list and opened the trading market, eagerly awaiting the listing of tissues. To be honest, the system in this world was rather imperfect. Friends couldn't trade directly. All exchanges had to be conducted through the trading market, which was quite inconvenient. After waiting a moment, the trading items section flickered. A pack of tissues appeared at the top of the list. Without hesitation, Luo Tianqin initiated the trade. After a simple process, the tissues appeared before him, while a piece of compressed biscuit disappeared from his cabinet. Ding! A notification from the friend list chimed. Thank you. If I return to Earth, I'll definitely treat you to a meal. Luo Tianqin casually replied with a smiling emoji and closed the system panel. Return to Earth? Ha! Just wait. After securing the tissues, he sat up and boiled half a pot of hot water. The earlier meat can hadn't filled him up, so he prepared to make some instant noodles. After all, there was plenty of food. Why leave it uneaten? With the charcoal in the stove glowing red, the temperature in the cabin had risen above 10 degrees Celsius. Plus, he had to stay close to the stove to cook the noodles, making him feel uncomfortably hot in his fur coat. Thus, he removed the rabbit fur coat and set it aside. Finally a bit cooler. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Luo Tianqin began to prepare his instant noodles. If someone were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be consumed by envy, jealousy, and bitterness towards him. In a world where everyone has traversed through time, why is it that he alone resides in a humble camper? And with a dog pulling him along, no less. Why is it that he does not have to don thick clothing to stave off the cold and remains unharmed by the chilling temperatures? Why is he able to savor warm instant noodles without the burden of rationing his meals? Is this truly fair? Is this not an egregious injustice? Of course, others are oblivious to all of this. The majority continue to trudge forward through the biting cold and blinding snow. Before long, the noodles are ready. As Luo Tianqin lifts the bowl, he suddenly realizes he has forgotten to bring chopsticks. Having subsisted on instant food for some time now, it had completely slipped his mind. However, this is easily remedied. He hastily chops 2 pieces of wood with a knife, scrapes off the splinters on the stove, and begins to devour his meal with gusto. Delightfully fragrant. The warmth of the instant noodles is utterly comforting. Yet just as he reaches the halfway point, the sled suddenly halts. Outside, the distinctive barks of an Alaskan husky resonate. Woof woof. Chapter 16. Which fool brought an ID? Upon hearing the barks, Luo Tianqin hurriedly sets down his noodles, dons his coat, grabs his gun, and steps outside. As he opens the door, a frigid gust laden with snowflakes rushes in. Such heavy snow. Although Luo Tianqin has grown up amidst snowfall, he has never encountered such a deluge. Obscuring the sky and blocking the sun would not suffice to describe it. Standing at the threshold, he cannot even see the ground a meter away, and within mere seconds, a thick layer of snow has already settled on him. Unable to see, he calls out loudly, "Where are you?" What are you barking at? Woof, woof. The Alaskan does not come closer, merely barking twice, and the tone is off. Luo Tianqian furrows his brow slightly, steps out of the carriage, and closes the door behind him, battling against the heavy snow. He trudges forward a few steps. The distance to the pulling rope is only about 2 meters from the carriage, yet as he approaches, he realizes the Alaskan is nowhere to be found. Li Fengmei, where are you? Luo Tianqian raises his gun, calling out her original name, woof, woof. Hearing the two responses, Luo Tianqian deduces that the Alaskan is at least 3 meters away, directly ahead of him. This heightens his alertness. Gripping his revolver tightly, he stealthily moves forward. The Alaskan has raced to the front of the sled, indicating that something must be amiss, or else it wouldn't have suddenly halted. Yet, the heavy snow obscures his vision, making it impossible to discern his surroundings. Caution is paramount. Despite the short distance, Luo Tianqian takes several steps to reach the Alaskan. He discovers the dog is lying on an original sled. Instantly, Luo Tianqian's heart races. He raises his gun and scans the area. This sled is the initial transportation provided by the system. Its presence here suggests either the owner is nearby or has perished. He fears there may be an ambush. However, after waiting for a moment, he sees no one around and hears no sounds. Perhaps the owner of this sled has already met their demise. Lowering his gun, Luo Tianqian approaches the Alaskan. Crouching down, he wishes to ascertain what is troubling the creature. Is there any supply on the sled? Yet, he finds the Alaskan in an unusual state. The dog is lying on the sled, tears streaming from its eyes, occasionally pawing at its face to prevent the tears from freezing. For a moment, Luo Tianqian is taken aback. What is happening? It's just a primitive sled. Why is it crying? Thus, Luo Tianqian gently pats its head, perplexed, and asks, "Why are you crying? Are you hurt?" The Alaskan lifts its head to glance at Luo Tianqian, shakes it, and forcefully paws at the sled. Witnessing this strange behavior, Luo Tianqian is even more bewildered, completely at a loss for what the creature is trying to convey. Just as he is about to offer some comfort, he suddenly notices an ID card beneath its paw. Luo Tianqian is stunned for 2 seconds. Once he regains his composure, he cannot help but laugh mockingly. Which genius thought to bring an ID without any supplies? Do they really think this flimsy card is universally accepted across the cosmos? As the words leave his mouth, before he can reach for it, he sees the Alaskan glaring at him with an intense gaze, brimming with anger and grievance. "Why are you staring at me?" Before he can finish, Luo Tianqian suddenly realizes, pointing at the ID card with disbelief, "This ID card can't possibly belong to you, right?" Upon hearing this, the Alaskan's head droops, tears flowing freely, a whimper escaping its throat. Well then, without a doubt, it must be its ID card. Luo Tianqian hastily retrieves the ID from beneath its paw, wiping away the moisture. Li Fengmei, female, goodness. It truly is, upon seeing the information on the ID card. Luo Tianqian cannot help but exclaim. The atmosphere falls silent. After what feels like an eternity, Luo Tianqian finally asks, "You didn't die here, did you?" The Alaskan nods, letting out a choked sound. "How long have you been dead? Did you die just after arriving yesterday? Was it because you weren't wearing a winter coat?" Luo Tianqian inquires further. The Alaskan, feeling wronged, covers its ears with both paws, as if to say, "I can't hear you. I'm not listening." Observing this, Luo Tianqian shakes his head with a wry smile. It seems he has guessed correctly. This creature must not have trusted the system and perished shortly after arriving. But in the next moment, Luo Tianqian's brow furrows in contemplation. He realizes something. Since arriving in this world, he has not traveled a significant distance. This implies that he and Li Fengmei are, in fact, not far apart at all, at most just a few dozen miles. Similarly, if there are still living individuals behind him, they cannot be too far away either. If someone has died, they would naturally not be able to catch up quickly. If the individuals behind him have miraculously survived, given his current pace, they should soon be caught up. Moreover, there is another issue, which is also a hypothesis of his, based on the first encounter with the werewolf at the supply crate and the transformation of this individual into an Alaskan. He speculates whether he is encountering the deceased closest to him, transformed into a monster or some other creature. If this conjecture holds, and by determining the number of monsters appearing at night, it would be possible to estimate the distance to the next living person. Of course, All of this is mere speculation. Perhaps meeting Li Fengmei is simply a coincidence. Regardless, he must exercise caution in the near future to avoid being caught up by those behind him. Only when he possesses sufficient means of self-defense can he afford to encounter others with confidence. Regaining his focus, Luo Tianqian pockets Li Fengmei's ID. He secures his gun, bends down to stroke her head, and says, "Don't feel wronged. Although you've transformed into a sled dog, at least you're still alive, right?" Then, he suddenly bursts into laughter. "From now on, follow your master well, and I will ensure you live to a ripe old age." Upon hearing this, the Alaskan, now Li Fengmei, stands up in a huff, barking fiercely at Luo Tianqian. The term master strikes her as particularly sinister. Adding to her frustration is the fact that Luo Tianqian had just checked whether she was a male or female. However, after this jest, Li Fengmei feels less aggrieved. Luo Tianqian ties Li Fengmei's sled to the back and feeds her the remaining instant noodles. The duo sets off once more. To be precise, it is Li Fengmei who pulls the sled, while Luo Tianqian reclines on the bed, contentedly reading a novel. They journey on for several hours. By 3 in the afternoon, the heavy snowfall has ceased. Inside the carriage, Luo Tianqian, who had dozed off, is suddenly jolted awake by the incessant barking of Alaskan Li Fengmei. He bolts upright, seizing the gun resting beside his pillow, aiming it at the door. 3 seconds later, the barking abruptly stops. Chapter 17. The most despicable supplies with the barking of Alaskan Li Fengmei gone. Silence envelopes the outside world once more. Not good? Luo Tianqian's heart races. He immediately raises his gun, fixating his gaze on the door. The fully enclosed carriage proves disadvantageous. While it is warm, it renders him unable to observe the external situation. Leaving him vulnerable, a full minute passes. Woof! Suddenly, Luo Tianqian hears the bark of Alaskan Li Fengmei emanating from the right side of the carriage, and it seems to be at a considerable distance. Goodness! Has that creature fallen into the sea? Luo Tianqian has no time for further contemplation and hastily puts on his shoes and clothes. The icy road measures only 10 meters in width, with the vehicle positioned centrally, leaving a maximum distance of 4 meters to the edges. The barking clearly exceeds this distance, indicating that the creature must have fallen off. Once dressed in his fur attire and securing his gun, Luo Tianqian grabs the grappling hook and bursts through the door. The heavy snow has ceased, and though the sky remains overcast, it no longer obstructs visibility as before. However, Luo Tianqian has no time to concern himself with the weather. The moment he steps outside, he turns his gaze towards the ocean. There stands Alaskan Li Fengmei, shivering, on a 10-square-meter piece of floating ice, 5 meters from the roadside, beside a supply crate. Upon witnessing this scene, the anger that had awakened him dissipates instantly. Clearly, this creature had intended to retrieve the supply crate, but is now unable to return. Woof 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 upon seeing Luo Tianqian emerge. Alaskan Li Fengmei barks with a tremor in her voice. "You've truly outdone yourself." Luo Tianqian can only chuckle in exasperation. He quickly strides to the edge of the ice road, swings the grappling hook, and sends it flying. It lands precisely on the supply crate. As he observes the hook firmly secured, both he and Alaskan Li Fengmei are momentarily stunned. Woof woof. Alaskan Li Fengmei snaps back to reality. Barking furiously in its view, Luo Tianqian seemed intent on securing the supply box first, with no intention of rescuing himself. "Stop shouting, climb onto the box, and I'll pull you over," he called out, irritation evident in his voice. In reality, he had aimed to hook the floating ice, but his throw was too forceful, resulting in it landing on the supply box. Hearing the shout, Alaskan Li Fengmei, though feeling wronged, obediently jumped onto the supply box. After all, he was the master now. There was no other option. As Luo Tianqian pulled the rope with all his might, the supply box, along with Alaskan Li Fengmei, was dragged into the sea. The instant the box submerged, Alaskan Li Fengmei lost its grip and fell directly into the water. "Grab it! Grab the box!" Luo Tianqian shouted anxiously. The driver couldn't die. If he did, there would be no one to pull the cart. Fortunately, Alaskan Li Fengmei was quick to react, paddling frantically until it managed to grasp the box. Luo Tianqian sighed in relief. After much effort, he finally pulled both it and the supplies back up. As soon as Alaskan Li Fengmei returned to the icy path, Luo Tianqian seized it by the neck with one hand and grabbed its tail with the other, heading straight for the vehicle. This creature was soaked through. If it froze, it would be a real problem. Once inside the cabin, he slammed the door shut and tossed it onto the floor, cursing, "You're grown up? Have you not developed a brain? Or do you think you can fly? Just fly back onto the path." Upon hearing this, Alaskan Lifome immediately lowered its head in grievance. Seeing this, Luo Tianqian became even angrier, poking its head twice with force. "You still think you're wronged? Even if you want to get the supply box, you should check if you have the capability. Do you have hands? Can you jump far? That floating ice is 5 or 6 meters away from the icy path." I swear. Before Luo Tianqian could finish his tirade, Alaskan Lifome could no longer contain its frustration and began to cry. "Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. Hold it back," he snapped. "You stay here quietly while I go open the box." With that, Luo Tianqian stormed out of the cabin, leaving Alaskan Lifome feeling utterly wronged, tears streaming down its face. It had no way to articulate its feelings, no means to explain itself. Suddenly, it spotted a piece of charcoal. Quickly, it picked it up and began to write slowly on the floor. Today, it had to clarify the situation. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqian approached the supply box, stowing away his grappling hook. He then took an axe and struck the box. Confirming there was no noise from within, he pried open a wooden plank. Finally, no head popped out. Relieved that no living creature emerged, Luo Tianqian felt a sense of ease wash over him. After all, they had barely opened a few boxes on the way here, yet somehow 2 heads had emerged. It had left him with a psychological shadow. After prying off a few more planks, the contents became visible. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, taken aback. Inside lay a familiar, waterlogged examination paper that he loathed, sending him into a state of despair. This paper had once been his nightmare. The questions contained within had caused him endless torment. He couldn't answer a single one out of 10. Picking up the examination paper and shaking off the water, Luo Tianqian instinctively glanced at it. To his shock, it was still from high school. Almost throwing it back into the sea in fright, he realized it could serve a purpose. If dried, it could act as toilet paper. After dismantling the box, Luo Tianqian moved the wooden planks to the sled that originally belonged to Lifome. As there was no longer any space inside, that little bit of space was needed for Alaskan Lifome to sleep later. He secured the planks with the rope taken from the parachute, brushed the frost off his body, and returned to the vehicle. Upon entering, he found Alaskan Lifome rubbing its mouth against the floor. "What are you doing? Scratching your mouth?" Alaskan Lifome looked up at Luo Tianqian, spitting out the piece of charcoal, and then patted the ground with its paw. Luo Tianqian approached and examined it closely, only to realize that this creature was attempting to write. But after all this time, it had only managed a few characters, none of which were recognizable. "What in the world are you writing? I can't read a single character." Wait. An idea struck Luo Tianqian, and he swiftly pulled out a short piece of rope, tying the charcoal to Alaskan Lifome's right paw. "Now you should be able to write clearly, right?" "Woof," it responded, and Alaskan Lifome began to write once more. "I saw you, didn't he? Come, so I went to take look and accidentally fell into the sea." The ice moved on its own. After considerable effort, Alaskan Lifome completed the 20 characters. Luo Tianqian instantly understood. This creature had indeed slipped and fallen, and the floating ice had previously been by the roadside before drifting away. It felt wronged and aggrieved. "All right, I understand you're wronged. I won't scold you anymore." Luo Tianqian rolled his eyes in resignation and chose to ignore it. He sat on the bed and opened the trading market. The cabin lacked an observation port, making it inconvenient. He wanted to see if there was anything that would allow him to view the outside without extensively damaging the cabin. His first thought was to create a window in the cabin, but upon further reflection, he realized it would be troublesome, and frost would form on the glass. The inside of the vehicle was warm while the outside was cold. Frost would inevitably develop, making it impossible to see outside. Therefore, he needed to find materials that would minimize frost accumulation. However, at this stage, most people had little in terms of supplies, with the trading market filled mostly with junk. Chopsticks, shoe brushes, toilet seat covers, and so on. There were very few truly useful items. Luo Tianqian kept flipping through the pages, pondering what method would be most suitable. Suddenly, a makeup mirror caught his attention. Of course, a rotating periscope would solve the problem. A simple periscope required just 2 lenses and a few tubes. Earlier in the trading market, he had spotted 3 bamboo poles over a meter long. Perfect for use as tubes, he immediately clicked on the trading information for the makeup mirror. However, upon seeing the item owner's name, Luo Tianchen's head buzzed. Chen Xingxia. How the hell is she still alive? Luo Tianchen was truly speechless. Of all things, this item belonged to that wretched woman. Who would trade with him? He refused to believe that no one else had a mirror. Cursing under his breath, he opened the world channel. With so many survivors, he doubted that only that wretched woman possessed a mirror. The channel was abuzz with activity. Since the excitement of the lottery had passed, most people were discussing the monsters found within the supply boxes. Brothers, if we combine 2 supply boxes, once the outside freezes, it will be warm inside. Don't even mention supply boxes. I almost got scared to death earlier when a lion-headed monster popped out of one. I killed it with a single blow. It was terrifying. I encountered one too. It had a human body and an animal head. So frightening. It scared the life out of me. Didn't you leave the corpse behind? It could be eaten. What the hell? I encountered one that was human-bodied and naked. Would you dare eat that? I suspect those monsters are all transformed humans. I'm starving. Are you still being picky? I'll eat whatever. Luo Tianchen couldn't help but recall the werewolf. If he hadn't had the signal gun, he might have ended up eating it as well. After all, this world was an apocalypse, and food was an extremely scarce resource. After watching for a while, he decided to ask if anyone had any lenses available. He sent out a message. I am looking to purchase 2 pieces of mirror. No smaller than half a palm, with a clear reflective quality. Those interested, please contact me. As soon as the message was sent, the channel fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting again. Luo Tianchen is back. This time he's looking to trade for mirrors. Is this guy just boasting, or is he for real? Why does he always want to trade supplies? Has anyone successfully traded with him? Come forward and share if it's true. Dante listened to his boasting. This guy must be pretending to be a big shot, scamming people. That is indeed a possibility. I remember someone named Chen Xingxia said he scammed her. This guy is definitely a fraud. Dante, trust him. Chen Xingxia. Hello everyone, I am the Chen Xingxia who was scammed by Luo Tianchen. This man is a scoundrel. Back on Earth, he not only deceived me the first time but also made me spend hundreds of thousands. And not long after, he got together with my best friend, even threatening to kill me. Everyone, don't be fooled. He is just a worthless fraud. What the hell? Is that true? A pretty boy. That can't be right. I remember someone saying that woman was the real scoundrel. I also remember that she scammed Luo Tianchen. Chen Xingxia. Everyone, don't be misled. Those people are just hired by Luo Tianchen to slander me. I didn't do anything. Wow. This gossip is delicious. Regardless of the truth, don't bring your personal matters into this. No one knows what is true or false, if both sides are calling each other frauds. How do we prove it? My Xingxia is a beauty. What she says must be true. Brother Luo wouldn't be a fraud. Chen Xingxia. Whether he is a fraud can be tested, Luo Tianchen. If you have the ability, show your supplies to everyone. Are you brave enough? Just 3 days worth of food will suffice. I will apologize to you right here if you can show it. Are you willing to take out anything? Fraud waste. That's a good idea. I support that. Luo Tianchen, why not show us? Yes. As long as you can present 3 days worth of food, Luo Tianchen, you'll be my father. I see him as a fraud. As more and more individuals joined the fray, there arose a fervent demand for Luo Tianchen to present evidence. Luo Tianchen, feeling genuinely incensed, retorted, 3 days worth of provisions? Don't even mention 3 days. I could easily produce a week's worth. Just as he was preparing to substantiate his claims, a voice echoed from the heavens, announcing, "Attention everyone! We are now revealing the National Survival Supplies Leaderboard. First place, Luo Tianchen. Second place, third place." When the system declared Luo Tianchen as the top contender in terms of total supplies, an eerie silence enveloped the world channel. Many were so preoccupied with the announcement of his victory that they scarcely registered who had come in second. All thoughts were consumed by the name Luo Tianchen. Those who had previously accused him of deceit were left reeling, particularly Chen Xingxia, whose face flushed crimson with rage as she clenched her fists tightly. She bellowed at the sky, "This scoundrel! How dare he claim the top spot in supplies? Why? I refuse to accept this. I will surpass him. He will kneel before me and apologize." After venting her frustrations, she caught sight of the messages flooding the channel, causing her to spew a mouthful of blood. Official confirmation, everyone. Look at our esteemed Luo Tianqian. He is not a liar. Qin Qingxia, come forth and apologize. Come and kneel in apology. I can't believe he is indeed a top-tier billionaire. It seems that woman was lying. A wretched person, daring to slander my husband. She should swiftly meet her demise. Qin Qingxia, you shameless harlot. How dare you defame my Luo Ge? Come here and bow down to him. A wretch is still a wretch. Being a harlot and slandering others is simply a waste of air. Observing the unanimous condemnation directed at Qin Qingxia, Luo Tianqian felt an instant sense of relief. However, this was not the end. While the system held authority, it was imperative to strike a decisive blow. Thus, he posted a message in the channel. I am urgently seeking 2 makeup mirrors or reflective lenses. Those who possess them can privately message me. Complying with my conditions will allow you to exchange 1 lens for 10 compressed biscuits. First come, first served. Qin Qingxia is excluded. The moment the message was released, the channel erupted into chaos. 10 compressed biscuits were no trivial matter in the current circumstances. They could sustain one for 2 to 3 days, an invaluable lifeline. Boss, would glass work? Luo Ge, I have 2 iron sheets that can reflect. Would that suffice? Truly a magnate, so generous. What of Qin Qingxia? Don't you have a mirror? Hurry and apologize to Luo De. Qin Qingxia, approve my request. I wish to purchase a mirror. As soon as someone discovered the makeup mirror listed by Qin Qingxia, countless eyes fixated on her. After Luo Tianqian had stated he would not accept items from her, they figured that purchasing it and reselling would yield profit. However, Luo Tianqian's subsequent message swiftly extinguished such thoughts. Chapter 19. Snowstorm mode activated. To clarify, I will not accept the mirror owned by Qin Qingxia. Regardless of who brings it for exchange, I will not accept it. I have meticulously observed the scratches on the mirror's surface. Do not attempt any clever tricks. With that single message, Luo Tianqian effectively dissuaded most who had entertained the idea of becoming second-hand dealers. Of course, some still contemplated trading with Qin Qingxia, then dismantling the mirror for exchange. Yet, who could ascertain whether Luo Tianqian could discern the mirror's characteristics? What if he truly remembered them? In that case, it would surely result in a loss, rendering them both bereft of the mirror and the biscuits. Meanwhile, Qin Qingxia was on the verge of madness. Beyond the messages from Luo Tianqian and the World Channel, a torrent of online abuse rained down upon her. The comments in her friend requests were replete with the most vile insults imaginable. At this moment, Luo Tianqian lounged on his bed, reveling in the situation. He occasionally nudged the head of Alaska Li Fengmei, who was still busy writing, with his foot. Grinning like a fool, little did he know that the world was vast, and there were certainly others possessing mirrors aside from Qin Qingxia. Indeed, it was not long before people began messaging Luo Tianqian privately, inquiring if he would like to see their reflective lenses for evaluation. He counted at least dozens of responses. Subsequently, he added these individuals as friends, requesting they list their items for sale. Without hesitation, dozens of them transformed the trading market into a flurry of activity, their items overflowing with mirrors, large, small, and misshapen. Luo Tianqian scanned through them and noticed a glaring absence of round mirrors. Given the previous price he had set, nearly everyone priced their items at 10 compressed biscuits. However, where there is a market, there is competition. One particularly large mirror even lowered its price to just 5 compressed biscuits. Luo Tianqian pondered briefly and decided to trade 5 compressed biscuits for that largest mirror. It was the most sensible decision. Only a fool would spend more to acquire a different one. As a result, the individual who had lowered their price was immediately beset upon by the others. Although some wished to berate Luo Tianqian, they refrained, fearing they might end up in the same predicament as Qin Qingxia. Unbeknownst to Luo Tianqian, he was currently in contact with the owners of Coarse Bamboo and 502 Glue. The bamboo owner was a young woman, seemingly in her 20s, named Wang Xinrui. The owner of the glue, a balding man in his 30s, went by Li Zhendong. After adding them as friends, Luo Tianqian promptly messaged the young woman, stating, I need your 3 pieces of coarse bamboo. Would you trade them for 5 compressed biscuits? Wang Xinrui replied immediately, Luo Ge, could you possibly give me a bit more? I'm starving. Please, I beg you. 6 biscuits at most, agree, and I'll proceed with the trade. Luo Tianqian, in urgent need, did not wish to waste time. Thank you, big brother. Love you. Moi, Wang Xinrui, having merely tested the waters, was astonished to find her request granted and was overwhelmed with excitement. After successfully trading 3 bamboo pieces, each the thickness of a wrist, appeared on the bed. Following this transaction, Luo Tianqin swiftly contacted Li Zhendong, want the 502 glue for 2 compressed biscuits. If that is agreeable, I'll trade. Li Zhendong responded instantly, 2 biscuits is too little. This glue has significant utility. I want tea trade for less than 5. As a Chinese individual, one instinctively haggles when buying and selling. Li Zhendong, being a businessman, could not escape this tendency. However, his greed in demanding 5 biscuits infuriated Luo Tianqin. Did he take him for a fool? Luo Tianqin promptly blocked him and sought out another glue seller, ultimately managing to procure it for 3 compressed biscuits. With all materials in hand, the only task remaining was to cut the rectangular mirror. Given that the trading market lacked glass cutters, Luo Tianqin thought of an alternative, a grinding wheel. Thus, he found the owner of the grinding wheel and exchanged 1 compressed biscuit for it. Now, he could officially commence the creation of a simple periscope. Luo Tianqin nudged Alaska Li Fengmei with his foot, saying, "Stop writing. Clear some space for me." Alaska Li Fengmei looked up, pitifully brushing the charcoal dust from her paws. After patting the ground, she exited the compartment, gripping the rope and dragging the sled onward. Luo Tianqin was curious about what she had been writing. He carefully placed the mirror aside and began to read. "Thank you for saving me. I will do my utmost to avoid causing you trouble. If danger arises, I will take the lead." The words were few, scribbled awkwardly, and lacked fluency. Yet, it was evident that Alaska Li Fengmei expressed heartfelt gratitude and conveyed her intentions. Luo Tianqin glanced at her, straining to pull the sled, and could not help but smile. She understood gratitude. The food she received was not without merit. Rising to close the door, he added some wooden boards to the stove and began crafting the simple periscope. The most challenging aspect was cutting the rectangular mirror. However, for someone with Luo Tianqin's adeptness, it posed no problem. Using the grinding wheel, he forcefully etched a rectangular outline on the mirror, then carefully tapped away the excess with the back of a kitchen knife. Though he made a mistake once during the process, he successfully cut out 2 rectangular mirrors perfectly. The subsequent steps were straightforward. After nearly an hour of work, he completed the project and tested its effectiveness, which was satisfactory. Although the field of vision was not expansive, it still allowed for a clear view when rotated. With the simple periscope finished, he began to pry at the ceiling. Since the compartment was a single unit, he could only use the kitchen knife to carve a notch in the boards, then saw a hole bit by bit with a handsaw. Although it was laborious, he managed to create a rectangular opening large enough for the periscope. Next came the task of securing it, which was simple. He found 2 boards and carved 2 semicircles that matched the outer diameter of the bamboo tube. Using the 502 glue, he affixed them to the bamboo tube. Luo Tianqin instructed Alaska Li Fengmei to halt as he climbed atop the vehicle and inserted the periscope inside. Although the ceiling boards rotated alongside the periscope, they remained secure. However, due to the ceiling no longer being a single unit, wind would seep into the vehicle. Thus, Luo Tianqin utilized a parachute and the cover of a roll to create a layer of insulation, blocking most of the cold air. After testing the periscope by rotating it a few times, he found it quite functional. He could see clearly up to 4 meters in all directions around the vehicle. As he observed, snowflakes suddenly appeared in his line of sight, quickly becoming dense and obscuring his view. Was it snowing again? Luo Tianqin released the periscope and approached the door to take a look. Heavy snow was falling once more, and much like before, it was relentless. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Attention everyone, the blizzard mode has been activated and will last for a week. Please ensure you take appropriate precautions." A friendly reminder, blizzards can impair visibility and pose dangers in the snow. So exercise caution. Chapter 20. Anti-slip shoes, awaiting the second night. As soon as the system announcement was made, Luo Tianqin furrowed his brow. He rose to open the door, revealing an immense snowfall outside. Strangely, despite the heavy blizzard, it was not as dense as it had been in the morning. Previously, visibility had been less than a meter. Now, it extended to 3 to 4 meters. Moreover, there was snow accumulation on the icy roads. Was the system attempting to provide everyone with some time to acclimatize? What dangers lay in wait during the blizzard mode? Monsters. Muttering to himself, Luo Tianqin opened the world channel. The system wouldn't engage in idle chatter. Since the blizzard had commenced, it was time to see who would be the first to encounter danger. The channel buzzed like a trending headline. The earlier excitement surrounding Luo Tianqin and Qin Qingxia had waned, with everyone now discussing the blizzard mode. "This snow is tremendous," even greater than what we experienced in our childhood. So cold. I hope the heavy snow covers my dilapidated carriage so I don't freeze to death tonight. Visibility is atrocious. How are we supposed to locate supply boxes? Isn't this a death sentence? By now, those still alive must have makeshift carriages, right? Let me share a tip. Use snow to seal the wooden boards. It will be much warmer at night. The advice above is sound. As a Northeasterner, I can assure you, snow can be life-saving. Hey there, little brother. I'm from the South and don't know how to do that. Could you explain it in detail? Oh, little potato. It's perfectly normal not to know. Let me teach you. First, find something to lay over the box, then wait for the snow to pile up. For the gaps on the other sides, just pack some snowballs into them to ensure nothing falls out. Got it? Understood. Thank you, big brother. Damn, everyone be careful. The snow on the icy road is slippery. I almost fell into the sea just now. Dante Rush. Who knows what other dangers await? A week of blizzards. How will we manage when the snow gets thick? Observing the various comments in the channel, Luo Tianqian felt he should prepare in advance. Someone mentioned the roads being slippery, making it challenging for Alaska Li Fengmei to pull the carriage. He could make a few spiked shoes to prevent slipping. Additionally, he needed to install 2 handles with fixed ropes at the front of the carriage. Tying Alaska Li Fengmei to the handles would not only prevent the carriage from being tossed about, but also allow her to free her mouth. Thus, Luo Tianqian called for Alaska Li Fengmei and retrieved 2 sturdy wooden boards. Battling the heavy snow, he secured them to the front of the carriage. After completing this task, he was about to have Alaska Li Fengmei try it out when a countdown suddenly appeared before his eyes. 059, 59, 059, 58, huh. What's this? Luo Tianqian instinctively glanced at the time and realized it was the countdown to nightfall. It startled him. Night was approaching. Perhaps it was the second night? Which is why the system didn't provide a vocal reminder. Less than an hour had passed. It wasn't too long. After all, he decided not to venture out. With such heavy snow, it would be difficult to spot supply boxes on the road and in the sea. Rendering haste unnecessary. Let us head inside. We won't be going out today, he said to Alaska Li Fengmei. Woof. Hearing Luo Tianqian's words, Alaska Li Fengmei barked excitedly, shaking off the snow on her body before diving back into the carriage. She was quick to return indoors. Luo Tianqian surveyed his surroundings to ensure there were no living creatures before wedging the wooden board under the sled's bottom to prevent it from sliding away. Then returned to the carriage and shut the door behind him. Brrr, it's freezing out here. Thankfully, it's warm inside the carriage. Otherwise, I would surely freeze to death. Removing his hat and gloves, Luo Tianqian shook off the snow and couldn't help but grumble. He had only spent less than 5 minutes outside nailing the boards, yet his face felt as cold as a monkey's backside. In such frigid temperatures, he could hardly fathom how those without heating managed to endure. Even if they found supply boxes, they would have turned into makeshift carriages, and without sufficient heating supplies, they could still freeze to death at night. Move aside. I need to make you some spiked shoes to prevent slippage while pulling the carriage. Luo Tianqian gently kicked Alaska Li Fengmei. Shedding his fur coat, he took out nails, wooden boards, and a parachute, beginning to hammer away. Though Alaska Li Fengmei was slightly displeased with the kick, she could only harbor her grievances internally. She knew that if she dared to protest, a slap would be her reward. Shifting her body, she made sure not to obstruct Luo Tianqian's work, as that would lead to punishment. After a while, when Alaska Li Fengmei saw the spiked shoes Luo Tianqian had crafted for her, which had sides, she was utterly moved. She had expected simple wooden boards tied with ropes, not realizing he had even made boot cuffs from the parachute. How considerate! In that moment, she found Luo Tianqian incredibly handsome and warm. If only she were still human, she would follow him for life and bear him 8 children. Unbeknownst to Luo Tianqian, his actions had won the heart of a sled dog. In truth, his reason for crafting the boot cuffs was primarily to prevent Alaska Li Fengmei from running off without him. If she lost a shoe, he would have to venture out to search for it. Therefore, to avoid freezing outside, he opted to put in the extra effort. Soon, 4 pairs of spiked boots were completed. Luo Tianqian carefully fitted them onto Alaska Li Fengmei's paws and secured them tightly with ropes. Let us go outside and see if they're too loose. Woof! Alaska Li Fengmei looked down, satisfied, and barked before opening the door herself. The moment the door swung open, a rush of cold air surged inside. Forming a white mist, Luo Tianqian shivered several times and hurriedly closed the door, snugging his rabbit fur coat tightly. at T-40 degrees. He couldn't endure just wearing warm clothing. Within minutes, the door was opened again. As the cold air poured in, Alaska Lifome returned to the carriage, kicking the door shut with her hind legs. Shaking off the snow on her body, she nodded at Luo Tianqian, indicating that the boots were satisfactory. Since they were fine, he decided to take them off for now and put them back on in the morning. Luo Tianqian helped her remove the spiked shoes and then locked the door again. There was now less than half an hour until nightfall. He was eager to witness firsthand what kind of monsters would appear around his carriage. Were they werewolves, zombies, or goblins? The cramped carriage was warmed by the stove, and the temperature that had just dropped was quickly restored. Luo Tianqian estimated it was now above 10 degrees Celsius. The warmth inside the carriage was not solely due to the stove and insulation. A layer of frost had formed outside, preventing heat from escaping and blocking the cold wind. Additionally, the warmth emanating from both him and Alaska Lifome contributed slightly to the cozy atmosphere. With still a little time before nightfall, Luo Tianqian reheated some leftover roasted chicken and boiled a bag of instant noodles. He and Alaska Lifome ate together while awaiting the countdown's end. 00:05:00:04. As the timer hit 0, Luo Tianqian promptly set down his noodles and grabbed the periscope, scanning the surroundings of the carriage. Chapter 21. Monsters Roaming at Night. The sky had not yet fully darkened. Through the makeshift periscope, Luo Tianqian could see nothing but a vast expanse of white. No monsters were in sight. However, he remained patient, kneeling on the bed and continuing to look around. It was still early in the night, and the monsters might not have spawned yet. Moreover, the blizzard's impact on visibility made it difficult to see clearly. To his surprise, after 5 or 6 minutes, nothing had appeared outside, not even a sound. What was going on? Had the monsters lost their way? Releasing the periscope, Luo Tianqian curiously opened the world channel, suspecting that some might be able to see the external situation. How strange. Where have the monsters gone? I don't see any here either. Could it be that this mode has no monsters at night? Impossible. The system wouldn't be that kind. There must be a conspiracy. I agree with the previous statement. The system clearly indicated that Blizzard mode is dangerous, and the threats will only escalate at night. Perhaps they haven't T-spawned yet. Everyone should remain vigilant. Yes, don't leave the sled. Due to the peculiarity of the situation, everyone was engaged in discussion, diverting from the usual complaints about freezing to death. After observing others' conversations for a while, Luo Tianqian glanced at the time. It had already been over 10 minutes. Forget it, I can't wait any longer. The noodles are turning to mush. He had a premonition that tonight might not be tranquil. It was just a matter of time. After finishing the noodles, Luo Tianqian poured the broth into Alaska Lifome's bowl. This bowl had been traded for with a piece of compressed biscuit. He couldn't possibly share the same pot with the sled dog. Although this sled dog was a girl who had transformed after death, he still found that unacceptable. Alaska Lifome also struggled to accept having to eat lying down, but her body restricted her movements. To avoid starvation, she reluctantly complied. Of course, she wouldn't touch the bones of the roasted chicken. Luo Tianqian generously offered her some chicken meat, as he would need her to pull the carriage and keep watch in the future. Satisfied, both man and dog feasted heartily in the warm carriage, listening to the music Luo Tianqian played. It was pure bliss. Regrettably, Alaskan Lifome was unable to articulate human speech, only able to listen as Luo Tianqian spoke to himself. Thus, several hours passed, and by 9 in the evening, a sudden low growl emanated from outside the carriage. Both Luo Tianqian and Alaskan Lifome sat upright in alarm. The monster had respawned. Luo Tianqian seized a makeshift periscope to peer outside. But the darkness obscured any clear view of his surroundings. Only vague shadows could be discerned, appearing quite large. He shifted the periscope to various angles, yet clarity eluded him. Resolutely, he abandoned the effort and accessed the panel to open the world channel. As anticipated, discussions regarding the monsters flooded in. They emerged. I have monsters here. All wolves with crocodile heads. I have them here too. They resemble synthetic beasts. How terrifying. Such dreadful monsters. Someone save me. With monsters around, I feel more at ease. I need a blanket and am willing to trade all my supplies. If no one exchanges, I'll confront the monsters, as I'll freeze to death tonight regardless. Has anyone attacked the monsters? I've encountered chicken-headed sheep and want their skins. Big brother upstairs, give it a try. If you succeed, I'll join in. I have monkey-headed bears here. brothers, I'm so cold. My stomach hurts terribly. Can someone please spare me some food? Can anyone help a sister survive? I'm open to one-on-one trades. Enough with the shamelessness. When do you expect to get something for nothing? There are no videos here. Has anyone noticed that tonight's monsters are peculiar? Indeed, they seem like artificially synthesized creatures. The monsters from before weren't like this. There were similar monsters previously, but not in such abundance. Like goblins or zombies, they haven't appeared tonight, right? Does anyone nearby have such pure monsters? Please share. One individual's comment captured Luo Tianshan's attention, and he remained fixated on the screen, awaiting responses. Unfortunately, all subsequent remarks indicated that the monsters encountered were synthetic, not resembling those from the previous night. Luo Tianshan surmised that during this 7-day blizzard mode, the nighttime would consistently yield such monsters. However, he struggled to comprehend the system's rationale for this. Was it merely to instill fear? Confounded, he opted to refrain from further contemplation. As long as they avoided contact, they would surely be safe. He replenished the stove with ample charcoal to ensure the fire would remain lit through the night. Removed his shoes and coat, extinguished the oil lamp, and nestled under the covers to sleep. During the night, as Luo Tianshan slept soundly, he was suddenly jolted awake by the carriage shaking slightly. Alaskan Li Fengmei sprang to her feet, baring her teeth and growling towards the door. What was happening? Had a monster collided with the vehicle? Luo Tianshan lit the oil lamp while hastily putting on his shoes, inquiring about the commotion. Alaskan Li Fengmei turned her head in confusion, shaking it gently. It's nothing. Let me check. Luo Tianshan furrowed his brow, grasped his gun, and peered through the door crack. The monsters were not approaching the carriage. They were merely wandering aimlessly nearby. A gust of wind had likely caused the vehicle to sway. After shutting the door, he wiped the snow from his face and reassured Alaskan Li Fengmei. It's nothing. Just the wind. He then returned to bed to continue his slumber, though this time he kept his clothes and shoes on, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, the others were not so fortunate. Most had constructed cramped, cold compartments using supply boxes. Despite some experienced individuals sealing the gaps with snow, without warm clothing or bedding, they could not withstand the -40-degree temperatures, by 3 in the morning. Many succumbed to the cold. Those who remained alive found it impossible to sleep, resorting to sending messages in the channel. How wonderful it would be to have a childhood stove. Even a hot pack would suffice. I finally understand the feeling of the little match girl, almost freezing to death. Had I known, I would have worn a long cotton coat. I shall never be vain in winter again. I wonder if the fortunate ones are experiencing the same plight as us? Impossible. Those with good fortune would not be in our situation. Everyone, be cautious. Do not engage with monsters inside the carriage. My friend attempted to kill a monster and was devoured. Damn. I'm glad I didn't act. How terrifying at this moment. If Luo Tianshan were to declare, my carriage is cozy, with a stove. I don't need to wear a coat and have blankets. He would undoubtedly face a barrage of resentment. The night passed without further incident. At 6 in the morning, Luo Tianshan awoke naturally. Previously, he would sleep late and struggle to rise in the morning, but since arriving here, his early bedtime led to earlier awakenings. Of course, this was not solely due to his schedule. It was primarily because dawn broke at 6. The system mandated that one could not remain stationary for too long, and since the duration of such a stay was uncertain, he had to rise promptly at daybreak to set off. Nevertheless, Luo Tianshan aimed to prepare breakfast for Alaskan Li Fengmei and retrieve the planks stuck in the sled. Once the vehicle was in motion, he could return to bed for more rest. After getting up, Luo Tianshan checked the stove. Finding that the fire still burned, he added 2 more wooden planks to the stove, boiled water, and opened a packet of instant noodles. Once the fire blazed and the water boiled, he kicked Alaskan Li Fengmei gently. Don't fall asleep. Get up. We'll eat and then continue our journey. Woof. Alaskan Li Fengmei let out a weak bark. Though reluctant to rise early, she rubbed her eyes with her paw and sat up, her head drooping as she awaited breakfast. Luo Tianshan seized the opportunity to help her put on her spiked shoes once more. With a casual remark, he said, "In a moment, I will continue my slumber. If anything arises, do summon me. I shall leave the door unlocked. If it gets too cold, feel free to return and warm up before you set off again. There's no rush. By the way, please refrain from jumping into the sea again. I really do not wish to retrieve you once more." Upon hearing this, Alaskan Li Fengmei let out an annoyed bark. Good intentions turned into a burden. The noodles were soon cooked, but Luo Tianqian was not yet hungry, so he poured the broth and noodles into the dog bowl. Just as Alaska Li Fengmei had consumed half a bowl, a sudden thud echoed from the roof of the car. What the hell is that? Luo Tianqian was startled and quickly knelt on the bed, using a makeshift periscope to observe outside. After scanning a good portion of the surroundings, he saw nothing but snow. When he glanced towards the back, he discovered that a wooden plank obstructed his view. Could it be that a supply crate had appeared on top of our vehicle? Luo Tianqian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly donned his gloves and hat. Grabbing his revolver and signal gun, he threw open the door and dashed outside. The moment he stepped onto the icy road, a wave of cold assaulted him from all sides, seeping through the seams of his clothing. Flurries of snowflakes fell heavily upon him, instantly rousing him from his lingering drowsiness. He took a deep breath and surveyed his surroundings. Oddly enough, despite the overnight blizzard, only 5 centimeters of snow remained on the ground. What could this mean? Could it be that the system deliberately set this up to prevent people from becoming trapped? After pondering this, he concluded that this was indeed the only plausible explanation. Without dwelling on the snow-covered ground, Luo Tianqian swiftly approached the rear of the vehicle and immediately spotted the supply crate atop the roof. Kudos to the system for placing it right on my car. I truly appreciate it. It was noteworthy that this item was not an airdrop, and the probability of it appearing on the vehicle's roof was quite low. Fortunately, the cabin was intact. Otherwise, it could have created a gaping hole. After venting his thoughts, he eagerly returned to the cabin to retrieve his grappling hook, intending to lower the supply crate from the roof. Wong, wong, wong! At that moment, Alaska Li Fengmei, who had followed him out, barked twice, swiftly running in front of Luo Tianqian and biting onto the rope of the grappling hook, shaking her head vigorously. Are you out of your mind? Let go! There's a supply crate on the roof. The moment he uttered those words, it dawned on Luo Tianqian. He had been too careless. Thankfully, this creature had reminded him. In his excitement, he had forgotten that there could be dangers associated with the supply crate. Got it. Thank you for the reminder. Wong wong. After expressing his gratitude, Luo Tianqian secured the grappling hook's rope around himself and, with some effort, climbed onto the roof of the car. Gazing at the supply crate, he followed his usual procedure. First, check if there were any living creatures inside. Confirming safety, he pried off a wooden board. Not seeing any heads poke out, he cautiously peered into the supply crate. A package. Upon discovering a delivery box within the supply crate, Luo Tianqian was taken aback. A delivery box inside a supply crate? Had the system transitioned to become a courier? He extracted the package and glanced at the recipient's information. Shit. Could this possibly belong to someone named Shiduoduo? If it truly was her package, how did it end up in his supply crate? Whatever, I will take it back and see what's inside. After all, it now belongs to me. Luo Tianqian tossed the package off the roof and kicked the supply crate down as well. While others might cherish such crates, to him, they were merely firewood. Though this item would be useful for upgrading his sled, acquiring a vehicle upgrade card was no easy feat. Keeping it would only take up space. It was perfect for warmth. After moving the items back into the car, Luo Tianqian eagerly opened the package. What is this? Ho ho ho, it's a toy dolphin. The kind that operates remotely. I never expected that someone named Shiduoduo would have such a playful side. Speaking of which, Luo Tianqian suddenly turned to Alaska Li Fengmei, holding up the toy dolphin and asking, Do you want this? Should I save it for you? Wong. Alaska Li Fengmei bared her teeth at Luo Tianqian and turned to leave the cabin. If you're not dead, I want to feed you if you don't play with it. Luo Tianqian shrugged. Playing is one thing, but he recalled a possibility. Could it be that the items found in the supply crates, aside from upgrade cards, were actually items that the system had taken from others? After all, everyone was engaged in different activities at the same time, carrying various items. If the system took these objects and placed them in supply crates, it would readily provide materials. To verify his hypothesis, Luo Tianqian opened his friend list and sent a message to Shiduoduo. Hello, Shiduoduo, I have a question. Is your phone number 18? And when you arrived in this world, were you holding a package? Shiduoduo replied almost immediately, Big boss, how did you know? Do you know me? From her response, Luo Tianqian could discern her surprise and confusion. Yet, it confirmed his suspicion. The supply crates refreshed by the system likely contained items that had been confiscated. After contemplating, Luo Tianqian decided to inquire further about some details. I have another question. After you arrived here, did the system take your supplies? Was your package a small toy? as he sent this message. Luo Tianqian felt a twinge of mischief. After all, she was a girl, and such direct questioning might embarrass her. Sure enough, Shiduoduo took quite some time to respond. She was probably blushing crimson. Just as Luo Tianqian was about to clarify, a message from Shiduoduo came through. Big boss, how do you know about me? Did he tell you? If you're interested, I can serve you too, but I just hope you can help me survive. Reading this message, Luo Tianqian couldn't help but twitch his lips. He cast a glance towards the door. Was his thought process too wicked? How could her words evoke such vivid imagery? Clearing his throat, he shook his head to dispel such thoughts. Regaining his focus, he wasted no time and directly sent a photo of the package taken from the supply crate. Don't get the wrong idea. I found this in the supply crate. Since the surname Shit isn't very common, I just wanted to ask you. I have other matters to attend to, so no need to reply. After sending this message, Luo Tianqian promptly closed his friend list. This Kate is K, a rather attractive and youthful girl, and she seems to be into this kind of thing. T felt like he was veering off course. Luo Tianqian furrowed his brow, contemplating the situations he had pieced together. Firstly, it seemed that in this world, the dead might transform into monsters. They might either be placed into supply crates or released at night. Secondly, the monsters or other beings within the supply crates could likely be those who had recently perished. While he was uncertain about werewolves, Alaska Li Fengmei was indeed someone he had encountered earlier. Could this be mere coincidence? Also, the synthesis beast from last night likely formed after a person experienced death twice. The specifics of their formation were unclear, and their attack power remained a mystery. However, it was certain that these entities were anything but ordinary. Finally, this package had sparked a troubling hypothesis. Based on these 4 points, Luo Tianqian felt an unsettling dread about the system's methods. It indirectly encouraged humans to turn against one another, thus providing him with experimental subjects. If this were true, the outcome would either leave very few survivors or result in total annihilation. As for returning to Earth, that seemed far from easy. Nevertheless, whether any of this was true or not, Luo Tianqian had no intention of sharing this information with others. He feared that the system might take sinister actions against him. For now, it was best to focus on survival. As for future matters, he would address them when the time came. Noticing that it was still early, Luo Tianqian added some wooden planks to the stove and lay back down to catch up on sleep. He could always use the signal gun later. He certainly wouldn't sleep the entire day. Meanwhile, on another stretch of icy road, Chen Xingxia, bundled in a military coat, donned a wool hat and gloves. Her feet encased in snow boots, trudged forward through the heavy snowfall while pulling a cart. At that moment, her face was devoid of makeup, flushed from the cold, while frost clung to her eyebrows and eyelashes. Her cart was made up of 4 supply crates, with a frozen corpse of a naked man lying atop it. The body had been cut open at the neck and abdomen, with a significant chunk of flesh missing from his thigh. After walking for a while, Chen Xingxia paused to rest, wiping the snow from her face. Turning back to glance at the man who had become sustenance, she gritted her teeth and cursed, Luo Tianqian, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will make you end up like that man behind me. I will have you for dinner and crush your bones. Recalling the torment she had endured from that corpse the previous night, Chen Xingxia blamed all her misfortunes on Luo Tianqian. His words had turned her into a notorious figure. The man she encountered yesterday had recognized her from the information and had tortured her for much of the night. Not only that, he had demanded that she pull his cart like a sled dog. While she could tolerate this as long as it ensured her survival, she hadn't anticipated that he would arrogantly declare that he would eat her flesh if there was no food. This provoked her to kill him while he slept and use his corpse as a food source. Yet, even after that, her hatred persisted. Hatred for Luo Tianqian for publicly exposing her past and for the fact that he was thriving now. Damn it, I cannot swallow this grievance. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Chen Xingxia opened the World Channel and posted a message. Meanwhile, the contented Luo Tianqian, lost in dreams of skewers, was suddenly jolted awake by the notification sound from his friend list. Lo, who on earth is sick? Huh? Rubbing his eyes, he noticed a message notification from Ma He pop up before him, and his brows furrowed sharply. Why did he send a message? Luo Tianqian recalled this individual as a fellow traveler who had been deceived by a despicable person. Puzzled, he opened the notification, revealing several messages in the chat interface. Is brother Luo there? Something has happened. Chen Xingxia is flaunting again, and this time it's aimed at you. Are you around? Say something, big brother. Check the messages, or you'll be buried in insults. Seeing that Chen Qingxia was up to her tricks again, Luo Tianqin's drowsiness vanished instantly. He replied to Ma He with a simple okay and quickly opened the world channel. Upon entering, he was greeted by a barrage of insults directed at him. Luo Tianqin, you bastard. You promised to show me those photos in exchange for food, and yet you blacklisted me after viewing them. Do you have no shame? I too am a victim, having naively believed that scoundrel's words. He is nothing but a fraud. Everyone, do not trust a word he says. Initially, I thought Chen Qingxia was wronging Luo Tianqin, but it turns out he was the one who set her up. Do you still have the audacity to show your face? Beast? Luo Tianqin is nothing but a pure beast. I thought he was a good man. A victim. Who knew he was such a scoundrel? He truly is inhumane, tarnishing the reputation of all men. Staring at the messages berating him, Luo Tianqin's face darkened to a shade resembling the bottom of a pot. What on earth is going on? Do these people lack any sense? To unravel the situation, he opened his friends list and sent Ma He another message, inquiring about what had happened. He responded swiftly. Bro, just now Chen Qingxia suddenly messaged, claiming she found the women you deceived, urging them to reveal the truth. Subsequently, 7 or 8 women claimed you tricked them into sending nude photos, and 2 said they were deceived in real life. It all sounded plausible and particularly authentic. Honestly, if I weren't familiar with that which Chen Qingxia, I might have believed it. You need to handle this quickly. I don't want that witch's scheme to succeed. After reading the 3 messages, Luo Tianqin grasped the general situation. It was evident that Chen Qingxia had orchestrated this smear campaign against him, aiming to ruin his reputation. From what he knew of that witch, her intentions were not merely to have him insulted. She undoubtedly sought to prevent others from trading with him. In her twisted view, if he couldn't exchange resources with others, he would eventually starve. However, the truth was, even if everyone else perished from hunger, Luo Tianqin would not. Did they truly think his golden finger was a mere gift? You scoundrel, playing tricks on me again? Fine. If you didn't learn your lesson last time, I'll make sure you remember this one. Seething with rage, Luo Tianqin resolved to teach that Chen Qingxia a lesson. He then shouted to the outside, "Stop the sled." Upon hearing the command, Alaska Li Fengmei, who was slowly pulling the sled, immediately loosened the reins. Moments later, the sliding sled came to a halt. Creak, the door swung open. With a grim expression, Luo Tianqin emerged, brandishing a signal gun. Perhaps it was due to the nearing noon hour, but the snowfall had lessened compared to before. The visibility was roughly 5 meters. Standing at the doorway, he could see the edges of the icy road. This meant he could spot the resource boxes that had refreshed, but only those on the icy path. Nonetheless, this held no significance for Luo Tianqin at that moment. He intended to utilize all 3 of today's opportunities. Slapping faces requires compensation. Closing the door, Luo Tianqin raised the signal gun and fired a shot into the sky. The golden light shot upward, transforming the descending snowflakes into shimmering gold, creating a magnificent spectacle. Once the golden glow dissipated, he took 3 steps forward and fired again. Then, he moved 2 steps to the side and discharged a 3rd shot. With all 3 opportunities exhausted, Luo Tianqin tucked the gun into his pocket. Wrapping himself in his coat, he approached the edge of the icy road and gazed out at the sea. The surface of the water was eerily calm, devoid of floating ice or resource boxes, evoking an unsettling silence. Soon, the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed 3 times. Woof woof. Alaska Li Fengmei's barking snapped Luo Tianqin back to reality, prompting him to hurry over to the boxes. He first unfastened the parachutes from the 3 resource boxes and tossed them aside. Then he moved the boxes next to the sled and opened the first one. Not bad, there's plenty inside. Seeing the contents, Luo Tianqin felt quite satisfied. He retrieved each item one by one. Among the supplies was a large bag of black sesame paste, and the water remained unchanged as before. The other supplies included 4 items. A hand-crank camping lamp that could be powered for 30 minutes with 5 minutes of cranking, quite practical. A pack containing 10 warming pads, undoubtedly one of the most precious commodities in this world. 1 thick mask, and 1 pair of windproof goggles. Recently, Luo Tianqin had found his face to be the most freezing part of his body. So with the arrival of the mask and goggles, he could now wrap himself up snugly, ensuring he wouldn't feel the cold on his face even outside the sled. After stowing the items back in the vehicle, he opened the second box. Lifting the lid, Luo Tianqin immediately spotted a vacuum-sealed bag of beef jerky, weighing at least 2 pounds. He had to admit, this box offered quite a bounty of food. The water was still the standard 1.5 liters of mineral water, likely the standard supply for aerial drops. There were 2 more items compared to the first box: a pack of 400 sheets of tissue paper, a roll of 50 trash bags, a bottle containing 100 tablets of anisin, a toothbrush, a stainless steel cup, and a small hand towel. Ha! Anisin. My luck is phenomenal. When Luo Tianqian pulled out the anisin, he couldn't help but let out a joyous shout towards the sky. Medicine, specifically, fever-reducing and pain-relieving medicine. This is undoubtedly as essential as food and heating supplies. Especially for him, it was even more useful than food. In this weather, catching a cold was almost inevitable. If a high fever persisted without fever-reducing medicine, it could be fatal. Treasuring the medicine, Luo Tianqian eagerly opened the 3rd airdrop box. What the hell? Incredible! Inside the box was a 5-pound bag of frozen dumplings. 5 pounds? Enough to last him 4 or 5 days. If he were to use this to bribe some water army, he doubted anyone would refuse that. Of course, he would never use this to hire people to insult Qingxia. She simply wasn't tea-worthy. Aside from the water, there were only 3 more items in the box. Yet, Luo Tianqian felt no disappointment, for these 3 items were also necessities: a porcelain washbasin, a 10-liter iron bucket, and a tube of toothpaste. Gazing at all these provisions, Luo Tianqian couldn't help but smile broadly. He hurriedly began transferring the items into the vehicle, fearing they might freeze. As for the 3 airdrop boxes, he directly tied them to the sled behind him. With enough firewood, he planned to keep the boxes for upgrading the vehicle. After addressing all this, Luo Tianqian pulled the 3 parachutes into the vehicle. He then sent a message to Ma He, Shi Duoduo, and Wang Xinrui, stating, Chapter 25, Truly Losing Both the Husband and the Troops. Please say something on the World Channel for me later. I will announce the gifting of 3 parachutes on the World Channel. You are one of them. After the transaction is completed, please take a screenshot and send it to the World Channel. He sent this message to all 3. Indeed, he intended to gift them parachutes. Although these were not as warm as cotton clothes, they could still provide some insulation. When used in the vehicle, they would serve as an additional layer of plastic. Wrapped around oneself, they could effectively retain a significant amount of body heat. In Luo Tianqian's eyes, this item seemed somewhat useless and cumbersome, but to others, it was a life-saving treasure. The reason he chose to give it to these 3 was firstly due to their previous transactions, making it easier to win them over. Secondly, Ma He, Wang Xinrui, and Shi Duoduo had all left a positive impression on Luo Tianqian. Gifting anyone was the same, but it was better to choose those he was familiar with and deemed reliable. Mere seconds later, all 3 replied to the message almost simultaneously. Ding, ding, ding. Luo Tianqian first opened Shi Duoduo's message. Is this for real? Big boss. Don't tease me. I'm so excited. Are you really going to gift me a parachute? I am thrilled. I've been trying to explain our transaction and uploaded the screenshots, but they quickly got buried. You can ask around. I'm sure someone saw it. Big boss, I love you. Love you. Love you. Reading this message, Luo Tianqian couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Clearly, Shi Duoduo was overly excited. Her words all jumbled. Really, prepare yourself. After replying to Shi Duoduo, he moved on to Wang Xinrui's message. Not out of favoritism, but because her message appeared next in line. Wang Xinrui was just as exuberant as Shi Duoduo, even sending a selfie. Is this real? Thank you, Luo Ge. I'm head over heels for you. With the parachute you gifted me, I will definitely survive. When we meet again in the future, I will take care of you for a lifetime. Brother, let me show you my picture. No makeup, not bad. Luo Tianqian glanced at the photo. She was indeed quite pretty. However, he had one lingering question. He still didn't know how to take photos himself, having never done so. After replying, he finally checked Ma He's message. Luo Ge, you're my real brother from now on. I'm about to freeze to death. With your parachute, I can survive. Thank you, really, thank you for saving my life. Beneath the message was an image of Ma He kneeling in gratitude. Luo Tianqian had anticipated that his gesture would touch the 3, but he hadn't expected such overwhelming excitement. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. He was gifting them parachutes, which was akin to saving their lives. Even if he knew he would be utilized, it was still worth it. He replied to Ma He and then opened the World Channel. Upon entering, one immediately beheld Ma He, Wang Xinrui, and Shi Duoduo engaged in a heated exchange with He Zi, while simultaneously disseminating past transaction records. Despite their prowess, the trio was no match for the onslaught of over a dozen adversaries. Soon enough, they were compelled to focus their offensive on Chen Qingxia. After observing for a while, Luo Tianqin was genuinely incensed. He promptly issued a message. "Attention everyone, I am Luo Tianqin. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my 3 friends who believed in me and vindicated my innocence. Thank you for shielding me from the vile provocateurs hired by that wretched individual. As a token of my appreciation, I have decided to gift each of you a parachute. Though it may not provide the warmth of a down jacket, it will certainly shield you from the wind. Please proceed to the trading market to collect your gifts." Luo Tianqin's message was notably lengthy, intended to capture attention, and indeed, it proved effective. As soon as it was broadcast, the world channel fell into a profound silence. Luo Tianqin smiled with satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction he sought. However, it was inevitable that the detractors would continue their tirades, so he swiftly made his way to the trading market to complete his transactions. Upon reopening the world channel, the atmosphere had drastically changed. He, Shi Duo, and Wang Xinrui had already shared screenshots within the channel. Furthermore, Mahi disclosed some lesser-known details about his past interactions with Chen Qingxia. "I was blind to think Chen Qingxia was a good person. Luo Gu, I was mistaken. I knew that wretched woman was framing my Luo Gu. I swear, if I encounter her, I shall make her pay dearly." Ugh, wow, the boss truly gifted them supplies. I was about to advocate for justice and berate that vile woman, but I missed my chance. Weren't those detractors just now speaking with such conviction? Where are their screenshots? Damn it, does the supply Chen Qingxia gave you even compare to what Boss Luo provided? Regret it yet? My parents taught me the importance of allegiance from a young age. Thankfully, I stand beside Brother Tianqin. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. That woman, Chen Qingxia, is truly two-faced. Even the system has exposed her deceit, yet she persists. Do you think she feels so disregarded that she unleashes her resentment upon Luo Tianqin? That is a valid point. I agree. Indeed possible. I share the same opinion. The tide had swiftly turned, and Luo Tianqin had anticipated this shift with keen foresight. In truth, everyone was already aware of Chen Qingxia's misdeeds. The discussions had long since transcended a mere pair of voices. The current situation arose primarily because onlookers were merely entertained, unconcerned with the truth in this world. Each day was a struggle, and the opportunity for amusement was a rare gem. Meanwhile, Chen Qingxia, consumed by rage, obliterated the head of a deceased male figure in the vehicle. Damn you, Luo Tianqin. Do you think you are the only one with resources? I refuse to believe you can maintain this forever. I vow to grind you to dust in this lifetime. Had Luo Tianqin overheard such vitriol, he would have been perplexed. Was this woman truly so foolish as to squander her intellect on such petty vengeance? The world channel remained bustling with activity, yet Luo Tianqin had already shut down his system panel. It was nearing noon. Time for lunch. What would he eat? Dumplings or beef? In high spirits, Luo Tianqin sat beside the Alaskan Malamute. Li Fengmei, gently stroking its head and inquiring about its culinary desires. Li Fengmei, no longer human, was devoid of a system panel and thus unaware of the recent chaos. However, sensing Luo Tianqin's good mood, it pawed at the dumplings. Woof! Though now covered in fur, the chill outside was undeniable, prompting a desire for something warm. All right, I shall prepare dumplings for you. Luo Tianqin readily agreed, shedding his coat and beginning to boil water. Steam billowed as the water reached a boil, the temperature within the vehicle rising swiftly. Luo Tianqin opened the package of dumplings, dropping in 20, though the pot was too small to accommodate them all. At that moment, he suddenly heard a barely perceptible sound of footsteps from the rear of the vehicle. To the untrained ear, it would be inaudible. Chapter 26. Danger approaches. Not only did Luo Tianqin hear the noise, but Li Fengmei also sprang to attention, instinctively baring its teeth and growling toward the back of the vehicle. Hush! Luo Tianqin quickly gestured for silence to Li Fengmei, using a makeshift periscope to scan outside. However, after a thorough examination, he found nothing amiss. The footsteps persisted, suggesting their source was small enough to evade detection from his makeshift periscope's blind spot. Fearing danger, Luo Tianqin seized his revolver and cautiously approached the door. Holding his breath and remaining vigilant, Li Fengmei was poised, ready to pounce at the door. The footsteps circled the vehicle, drawing closer to the entrance. Tension mounted within Luo Tianqin as the sounds halted at the door. plunging the scene into eerie silence. After a moment of waiting, with still no sign of movement outside, he gripped his gun tightly with one hand and slowly grasped the doorknob with the other. He turned to Li Fengmei, signaling it to remain still, inhaled deeply, then yanked the door open with force, simultaneously shouting, "Die!" He pulled the trigger. Bang! With a loud report, a creature the size of a wild boar, a monkey-headed rat, was shot through the head. Collapsing into the snow, convulsing, green blood gushed forth, accompanied by a noxious stench. Ugh! The foul odor assaulted Luo Tianxin's senses, nearly causing him to retch. He quickly slammed the door shut, breathing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't hesitated. Had he opened the door without shooting, he might have met his own demise. Luo Tianxin had briefly entertained the thought that it might have been a human intruder, but upon further reflection, he knew he wouldn't have shown mercy regardless. Anyone daring enough to approach stealthily would be shot on sight. The dangers of this world extended beyond mere deceit. Real threats of murder and plunder existed, as the wise figure once remarked, "I shall betray the world before I allow the world to betray me." After a long moment, Luo Tianxin stepped away from the door. He not only refrained from allowing Li Fengmei outside, but also brought down half of the freshly cooked dumplings for it. Just as Li Fengmei was about to take a bite, Luo Tianxin interrupted. "Hold off for now. I fear you might vomit later." "Woof?" Li Fengmei questioned, puzzled by his words. Earlier, due to Luo Tianxin's swift action in closing the door, it had only caught a whiff of the vile stench and had not witnessed its source. Leaving it confused about Luo Tianxin's statement, Luo Tianxin offered no further explanation, instead pointing towards the entrance. "Go outside. Reverse the vehicle 3 meters, then advance 20 meters before returning." Li Fengmei misunderstood, emitting a low growl that clearly expressed its annoyance. While it recognized Luo Tianxin as the leader, being asked to work just before mealtime felt excessive. However, despite its grievances, it dared not protest further. Reluctantly, it approached the door, raised a paw, and pushed it open. In an instant, the foul odor assaulted it. Ugh! The overwhelming stench sent Li Fengmei's stomach into turmoil. Had it still been human, the reaction might not have been as severe, but as a sled dog, its heightened senses were overwhelmed by the putrid scent, driving it to the brink of collapse. "Go outside and vomit." Luo Tianxin, seeing Li Fengmei heaving, rushed over and kicked it out of the vehicle, then promptly slammed the door shut behind it. The odor was already unbearable. Should it vomit inside, the situation would be intolerable. After a considerable time, the sled began to move slowly, a jarring motion. It seemed Li Fengmei was recovering. Though he wondered how bad the mess might be, moments later, the door burst open violently as Li Fengmei, covered in snow, re-entered, its belly occasionally convulsing. Recognizing its distress, Luo Tianxin poured some dumpling broth into its bowl. "Drink some water to warm your stomach before we eat." After speaking, Luo Tianxin hurriedly set down the pot and went to close the door again. Despite the snow falling outside, the temperature was surprisingly mild. In the brief interval of their conversation, the cabin's warmth had dropped at least 4 or 5 degrees. The entrance had become a winter wonderland. If he didn't close the door promptly, the interior would soon be sub-zero. Observing Li Fengmei lying motionless on the floor, he remarked, "Not even going to drink the broth? Well, I won't worry about you. I'm having my meal now." Disregarding it further, Luo Tianxin picked up the dumplings and began to eat contentedly. However, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of recent events. The creature that had just invaded was clearly a synthetic beast. Undoubtedly one of the dangers the system had previously warned about. On this route, one would hardly encounter geological or environmental hazards. The blizzard merely obstructed visibility, making it difficult to spot distant resource boxes or monsters. In reality, there was no immediate danger present. The second effect was simply a drop in air temperature, while the third increased the slipperiness of the icy path. If one were to define danger, it would be akin to losing control of the sled and plunging into the sea. However, the appearance of that creature constituted a genuine threat. The footsteps had been incredibly subtle, nearly imperceptible, reminiscent of a highly intelligent hunter. Should this creature lay in ambush at the door, and an unwary individual venture out, a fatal bite would be inevitable. Thus, the presence of such monsters during daylight hours, combined with the drastically reduced visibility, was indeed one of the dangers signaled by the system. Having consumed a considerable portion of the dumplings, Luo Tianqian abruptly halted his actions. With a face etched in concern, he murmured, "This won't do. There are only 5 rounds left in the gun. Should I encounter more formidable monsters later, the ammunition will surely be insufficient. I must make a trip to the trading market." With that, he set down the milk pot and proceeded to open the system panel. Bringing up the trading market, he swiftly browsed through, searching for anyone selling bullets for a revolver. Unfortunately, after perusing dozens of pages, he found none. A search also yielded no results. It was reasonable to consider. Although bullets are fired from guns, they contain gunpowder, which those who find bullets would likely utilize to start a fire. Moreover, such items are considered contraband. Based on his deductions, the supplies available here must be those brought by humans. On Earth, aside from a select few, the average citizen could scarcely obtain bullets. Furthermore, even if one had bullets, it was unlikely they would recklessly carry them about. Thus, it could be inferred that bullets were scarce in this world. Glancing at the revolver resting on the bedside, Luo Tianqian, undeterred, opened the world channel. After all, his earlier assumptions were merely conjectures. Perhaps some individuals genuinely possessed bullets, and one could never be too sure. Chapter 27. Exchange for vehicle upgrade card. Uncertain if his earlier act of delivering supplies had made a significant impact. Discussions regarding the matter were still ongoing in the channel. It's truly strange. Why can some people acquire so many supplies? I've only encountered 4 supply boxes in 2 days. Are you trying to irritate others? For supply boxes are hardly insignificant. You could even modify a vehicle with that. Indeed, encountering 4 boxes in 2 days is quite fortunate, but Luo Tianqian has undoubtedly obtained more than that. Exactly. The supplies that Brother Luo has are freely given away, and the parachute he has is quite effective in insulation. He must have stumbled upon a supply depot. My vehicle just received insulation from snow, and look at him, discarding the parachute. He must have access to superior insulating materials. What a disparity. Mate, envy won't do you any good. It's just luck on his part. If only I could be Brother Luo's girlfriend. Dream on. You think someone like Luo would fancy someone like you? He'd prefer someone with a better figure like mine. Ladies, is it possible that Brother Luo prefers men? Get lost. Get lost. As the conversation veered further off course, Luo Tianqian couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Some were even questioning his orientation. There was an especially bold individual who insisted on bearing his child, which nearly turned Luo Tianqian's stomach. Did they even possess the capability? Unable to tolerate it any longer, he hastily sent a message in the channel. Everyone, I am looking to purchase bullets for a revolver. Each bullet can be exchanged for a cooked dumpling. Interested parties, please message me privately. The moment the message was sent, the channel erupted with activity. Boss, please add me as a friend. I can be your servant, darling. How about I become your mistress, or even your 3rd or 4th? Brother Luo is amazing. He's even eating dumplings. The boss is actually buying bullets, which means he must already have a gun. Damn, Chenggu, just give me 1 dumpling, and I'll provide you with bullets. Kiss you, Chen. Although I'm a bit older, I could still be your sister-in-law. What do you think? Let's be friends. What a huge gap. I only had a bite of hard bread today. While you're enjoying dumplings, I don't want to live anymore. Everyone take note. Luo Tianqian mentioned cooked dumplings. He must have made a fire and has a pot and water. Exactly. The boss has fire and a pot. Damn. Why do I feel worse off than a beggar? Are we the legendary impoverished? Remove the knot. The chaotic exchange, while somewhat amusing, also filled Luo Tianqian with a modicum of satisfaction. His vanity even began to surface. For others, a morsel of food was a luxury, while he had already enjoyed steaming dumplings. Others were sleeping in makeshift coffins, while he lay upon a proper bed, complete with a stove and blankets. The disparity was indeed profound. Most comforting was that he didn't have to pull the sled himself. Alaska Li Fengmei was his dedicated driver. Nonetheless, he did not allow vanity to cloud his judgment. The current vehicle was still inadequate. He must acquire a vehicle upgrade card. He savored the dumplings. Luo Tianqian awaited the arrival of bullets. Regrettably, half an hour passed with no one messaging him about bullets. Instead, he received an influx of messages from those eager to be his wife or serve him. He felt somewhat disheartened by this situation. Ding! The friend notification chimed. It was from Shiduo Duo. Luo Gu, I just found a vehicle upgrade card. This message instantly brightened Luo Tianqian's spirits. He had not anticipated that Shiduo Duo would manage to acquire a vehicle upgrade card and reach out to him. Really? What do you intend to exchange for it? Luo Tianqian inquired directly. Since Shiduo Duo had messaged him, it indicated she planned to trade the upgrade card for supplies. He speculated that she might be seeking food. After all, the vehicle upgrade card could transform a sled into one with a cabin. Anyone who secured such a card would likely use it promptly, unless they had other more pressing needs for survival. Excluding the first scenario, it seemed Shiduoduo was in greater need of food. Uncertain if Shiduoduo was deliberating, she took a while to respond. However, Luo Tianqian remained patient, beginning to ponder what he could offer in exchange. Meanwhile, Shiduoduo, concealed within a sled constructed from wooden panels, gazed at the vehicle upgrade card in her hand, torn between keeping it or trading it. She longed to upgrade the sled for warmth, alleviating her fear of freezing to death. Yet, when she attempted to use it, the system had informed her that materials were insufficient for the upgrade. The required supplies were numerous and varied, dousing her enthusiasm with cold water, a tea that moment. Her spirits plummeted from the heights of hope to the depths of despair. She understood that gathering the necessary materials would be exceedingly difficult. While she could gradually accumulate wooden panels, nails and plastic sheets were far more elusive. Thus, holding onto the vehicle upgrade card was futile. Given that Luo Tianqian's parachute ensured she wouldn't freeze, she still risked starvation due to a lack of food. Since the upgrade card was of no use to her, she might as well trade it for provisions. This was why she had contacted Luo Tianqian. After deliberating for approximately 3 minutes, Shiduoduo took a deep breath and sent a message to Luo Tianqian. Luogu, to be honest, thanks to the parachute you gifted me, I can barely avoid freezing to death. However, my food and water supplies are running low. I would like to exchange this card for some food and water. How much can you offer? On his end, Luo Tianqian had grown anxious while waiting. Although he was confident he could trade for the vehicle upgrade card, he worried Shiduoduo might change her mind. However, upon receiving her message, he felt a sense of relief. He then conveyed his thoughts to her. Sister, since we're familiar with one another, I won't beat around the bush. This card may not be of immediate use to you, as you likely won't be able to gather the required materials. It would be more practical to trade it for food and other supplies. I can offer you 3 liters of water, 5 bags of instant noodles, 20 blocks of compressed biscuits, 10 dumplings, 2 lighters, 1 oil lamp, and a piece of anisin. This is the best I can do. If it works for you, please post it. Less than 20 seconds after sending the final message, Shiduoduo promptly agreed to the trade. Clearly, she was eager, as the provisions would last her a week if rationed. Luo Tianqian immediately accessed the trading market, completing the transaction with utmost speed. The moment the vehicle upgrade card appeared on his bedside, the anxiety that had been weighing on him dissipated entirely. Excitedly, he picked up the card, showering it with kisses. After a considerable period, Luo Tianqian finally calmed down. Taking a deep breath, he eagerly prepared to use the vehicle upgrade card, wondering what transformations awaited the sled. Chapter 28. Upgrade failure. After the excitement, it was time to utilize the vehicle upgrade card. However, Luo Tianqian was utterly unprepared for the conditions that left him feeling vexed. Upon using the vehicle upgrade card, the system presented the upgrade requirements. This upgrade necessitated the consumption of a significant portion of his supplies. Nearly all iron materials in the sled would be required, and the wood and plastic components would be nearly depleted as well. The other materials were manageable, but the stove consumed a vast majority of the iron. If he proceeded with the upgrade, the stove would inevitably vanish. Moreover, he was uncertain whether the upgraded sled would come equipped with a heating mechanism. If the only change was that the exterior of the cabin became ironclad, it would truly be a loss. Yet, gazing at the vehicle upgrade card in his hand, he was irresistibly curious to see what the next level of the sled would look like. There was also the matter of needing more supplies, which prevented him from upgrading immediately. This was the crux of his distress. Ultimately, reason prevailed, and Luo Tianqian opted against upgrading. In such frigid weather, the primary advantage he held over others lay in that stove. Without it, merely possessing a shabby cabin would leave him at risk of freezing to death. Carefully, he stored the upgrade card and signal gun together and reorganized his remaining supplies. Although trading for the card had depleted a fair amount of his resources, the signal gun still had 3 uses left, which was ample. Without lingering any longer, Alaska Li Fengmei once again braved the heavy snow and biting cold, gently pulling the sled. This time, Luo Tianqian chose not to lie down inside. In this apocalyptic reality, It was essential to remain active to ensure his stamina kept pace. At this moment, the heavy snow continued to fall, with flakes drifting down from the heavens like delicate paper. Visibility was maintained at around 5 or 6 meters. Although there was no wind, the low temperature still made Luo Tianqian feel a chill. Fortunately, with the advent of masks and windproof goggles, his face no longer felt as if it were being sliced by a blade. However, when he observed Alaska Li Fengmei straining to pull the sled forward, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. It seemed a bit unfair to her. Although she was an Alaskan breed, it did not imply that she possessed the bloodline, innate nature, or stamina typical of her kind. After all, she bore a human soul. "I'll help you," he uttered, grasping the rope beside him. Instantly, Alaska Li Fengmei felt a marked relief. Woof! She turned to glance at Luo Tianqian, expressing her gratitude with a bark. Thus, the man and his dog leisurely pulled the sled across the icy path, occasionally exchanging a few words that, of course, Alaska Li Fengmei could only respond with a single syllable, albeit with varying intonations. Nearly 2 hours later, Luo Tianqian surprisingly felt warmed at this time. The external temperature had not risen, hovering around -36 or 7 degrees Celsius. The fur he wore was, in fact, an overkill for such frigid conditions. Coupled with thermal undergarments and his constant movement, Luo Tianqian hardly felt the cold. However, others were not so fortunate. Among all the individuals who had arrived in this world, fewer than 1% were clad in complete cotton attire. Those dressed in fur ensembles were even rarer. Thus, being able to ensure warmth while pulling the sled was already quite commendable before long. The clock struck 2:30 in the afternoon. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Luo Tianqian decided to call Alaska Li Fengmei to rest in the vehicle together. In such weather, he did not expect to encounter any supply crates. Just as the duo halted the sled and prepared to retreat to the warmth of the vehicle, Alaska Li Fengmei suddenly barked toward the left side of the road. "What is it?" Luo Tianqian followed her gaze and was astonished to discover a supply crate at the roadside. He had not been there moments ago. "It must have just spawned. I'll take a look." "You stay here with the sled." With that, Luo Tianqian picked up his fire axe and retrieved his revolver from his pocket as he approached the crate. Upon reaching it, he gently tapped the axe against it twice. Hearing the metallic clink from within, his eyes lit up. It wasn't alive. It seemed to be metal. He hurriedly pried open the crate with the fire axe, removing the top panel. What he desperately needed were iron products. If he could obtain enough, he could swiftly upgrade the sled. After prying off all the panels, Luo Tianqian peered inside and saw 5 palm-sized iron blocks. He quickly reached in and grasped one. It was remarkably heavy and solid. "Incredible! Just when I was in need, I find this treasure." Even if these 5 substantial iron pieces did not meet the standards for upgrading the RV, they were surely close. Eagerly, Luo Tianqian pulled the iron blocks and the crate back to the vehicle. Then, he removed his gloves and took out the vehicle upgrade card. Upon using the card, the system's voice resonated. "Vehicle upgrade card usage failed. Essential upgrade materials missing. 5 pounds of iron, 3 pounds of plastic, 8 pounds of foam." The system's notification was anticipated by Luo Tianqian. The only quantity that had changed was the iron, as he had not found any of the others. Although he didn't acquire any plastic from the crate, it didn't mean he couldn't obtain it elsewhere. In the trading market, plastic bowls, condiment boxes, and toy guns were abundant, easily traded for with some food items. However, the foam was a source of concern. That material was a thermally insulating marvel. Not only others, but even he would be reluctant to part with it for trade. Thus, to upgrade the RV, he now needed to acquire sufficient foam. Well, let us leave it to fate. Surely, no fool would trade foam. He added a generous amount of wooden planks to the dwindling fire, boiling some water. It was far warmer inside the vehicle. "Wasn't it?" Luo Tianqian casually asked Alaska Li Fengmei. "Woof." Exhausted, Alaska Li Fengmei let out a weak bark before resting her head on her paws and closing her eyes. Understanding her fatigue, Luo Tianqian refrained from further conversation. He opened the trading market and began to scroll through it slowly, preparing to exchange his remaining compressed biscuits or black sesame paste for suitable plastic products. "I have to get this paper cup." Suddenly, Luo Tianqian spotted a bag of disposable paper cups. An idea sprang into his mind. He could dilute the high-proof liquor with water to create a lower-proof version, then trade a shot of liquor for a plastic product. This way, he could acquire the items he needed at minimal cost. and he was certain no one would refuse a taste of 40 to 50 proof liquor. Not only would it ward off the chill, but it would also provide hydration. Without hesitation, Luo Tianqin contacted the seller. "Bro, I'll trade a bag of black sesame paste for your disposable paper cups. What do you say?" Chapter 29. The massive octopus tentacle. Luo Tianqin sent the message as a friend request. He initially expected a prompt response, but after half an hour, there was still no reply. Did this person not require food? Refusing even a bag of black sesame paste? Puzzled, he clicked on the person's profile again. Upon seeing the now monochrome avatar, his brows furrowed in irritation. How utterly frustrating. Just moments ago, the person was alive, and now they were no more? What a bizarre twist of fate. Forget it, since the person has passed. I shall search for other options. Reluctantly, Luo Tianqin continued to browse the items in the trading market. Unfortunately, after flipping through numerous pages, he still could not find any paper cups. He then retraced his steps, pondering other ways to make the exchange. However, a peculiar occurrence transpired. Upon returning to that page, the paper cups had vanished. All other items remained, but the cups were gone. Luo Tianqin paused for 2 seconds before the realization hit him. It must have been the system recycling items. Connecting this with his previous speculations, he could not help but feel irritable. Damn it, I'm done looking. He closed the trading market and opened the entertainment section to read a novel titled Journey to the West, starting with Refusal of the Tightening Hoop. What can you do? The title was clearly meant to be cathartic. Reclining on his bed, he read several chapters. To his astonishment, it was genuinely satisfying. Before he knew it, nearly an hour had passed, and he had completely lost track of time. Meanwhile, Alaska Lifome remained asleep, undisturbed. Suddenly, a countdown appeared before him, startling Luo Tianqin. 004, 59, 004, 58, 004, 57. What the hell? Is this nonsense? Get up, we need to leave. The countdown has begun. After a few seconds of daze, Luo Tianqin quickly realized this was a countdown for his stationary time. With 5 minutes remaining, he had been stationary for 3 hours. Alaska Lifome, startled awake, blinked at Luo Tianqin in confusion before snapping back to reality. She turned and dashed out, biting the rope with all her might to pull the sled. The sled had minimal friction on the icy path, but it required significant force to get it moving, making it particularly strenuous for Alaska Lifome at this moment. As the cold wind rushed into the vehicle, Luo Tianqin rolled off the bed and shut the door. Grabbing his revolver, he kept a watchful eye on the countdown that continued to tick down. 003, 27, 003, 26. As the countdown approached the 2-minute mark, Luo Tianqin felt a surge of anxiety. He also wondered why the countdown persisted despite him already moving. Was it because he hadn't exited the designated area? Just as he was lost in thought, the countdown abruptly disappeared. Phew! Thank goodness. Luo Tianqin felt his body relax as he sank back onto the bed, unable to suppress a sigh of relief. He was unsure what would happen when time ran out, but he sensed that the impending event would be perilous. With the crisis averted, Luo Tianqin reassured Alaska Lifome not to rush. He then added some wooden planks to the stove and resumed reading the novel. Yet, before long, a notification pinged from his friend list. Luo Tianqin closed the novel and checked his friend requests. The next moment, he was taken aback, his face a mask of disbelief and horror. The notification was not from a friend but rather from the owner of the disposable cups who had just accepted his request. Gulp. Staring at the monochrome avatar and the incessantly flashing notifications, Luo Tianqin felt a chill run down his spine. A deceased person had accepted his friend request and even sent him a message. Was this some kind of male ghost? Let us not even discuss the invisibility or offline status. That feature simply did not exist. However, after a few seconds of contemplation, he suddenly felt a wave of calm wash over him. What was there to fear? This world had already introduced synthesized beasts. What was there to be afraid of from a mere ghost? Monsters were far more terrifying than ghosts. Besides, even if the individual was indeed a ghost, could they just materialize beside him? Ridiculous. Coming to this realization, Luo Tianqin decisively opened the flashing message. I have passed. Please burn paper for me. Damn. You scared me half to death for this nonsense? This twist was more absurd than any novel plot. Frustrated by the unhelpful message, Luo Tianqin promptly blocked the sender. This incident disrupted his focus, leaving him disinterested in reading. Closing the system panel, he used a simple periscope to observe the situation outside. The heavy snow continued to fall, with no changes in sight. At that moment, the vehicle suddenly came to a halt. Following the frenzied barks of the Alaskan dog, Li Fengmei, an incessant woof, woof, woof echoed through the air. What could be the matter? Luo Tianqian hastily employed a makeshift periscope to observe, discovering that Li Fengmei was barking vigorously at something ahead. Yet, all he could see was a blizzard of white snowflakes. However, he instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Otherwise, Li Fengmei would not be so agitated. Thus, he donned his coat and, with utmost urgency, seized his firearm before flinging open the car door. A chilling gust of wind surged in, accompanied by a flurry of snowflakes that swept into the cabin, leaving Luo Tianqian's face icy cold. Yet, he paid little heed to this discomfort. Wiping his face, he swiftly approached Li Fengmei, maintaining a vigilant gaze towards the front. Unfortunately, his line of sight was obstructed, rendering him unable to discern what lay ahead. Furrowing his brow, he whispered, "Is there something out there? A monster? Or perhaps someone?" A single bark from Li Fengmei indicated that it was indeed a creature. In an instant, Luo Tianqian's alertness heightened, his revolver poised and ready. Regardless of whether it was a human or a beast, any entity that dared to approach silently would be met with a hail of bullets. Yet, after waiting for quite some time, no sign of the creature emerged. Luo Tianqian frowned and lightly nudged Li Fengmei, asking, "What is the monster doing? Why hasn't it appeared yet?" 3 consecutive barks from Li Fengmei, accompanied by a shake of its head, seemed to convey uncertainty. With no sign of the monster, Luo Tianqian was reluctant to advance recklessly. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to wait for another minute. If the creature still did not show itself after that time, he would venture forth to investigate. Just then, a tremendous splash erupted from the right side of the icy path. Both Luo Tianqian and Li Fengmei turned in unison, only to witness a horrifying scene unfold before them. A colossal tentacle of an octopus emerged from the water, crashing violently against the surface. Stunned, Luo Tianqian gasped, "Is that an octopus of such enormous proportions?" The tentacle must have been at least 50 meters long. How immense must the body of the octopus be? What responded to him was not Li Fengmei's bark, but rather the colossal appendage that descended from the heavens. Chapter 30. Escape under the claws by the heavens. The deafening crash echoed as Luo Tianqian instinctively fired his weapon at the descending tentacle. Terrifyingly, the bullets merely sparked upon impact. "Run!" Realizing the futility of his shots, Luo Tianqian wasted no time. He yanked the sled's rope and bolted forward. Should the sled be destroyed, it would spell disaster. Li Fengmei, quick to react, seized the other end of the rope and surged ahead with all its might. 2 seconds later, a resounding boom reverberated from behind them as the massive octopus tentacle slammed down onto the icy path, scattering the accumulated snow into a flurry. Strangely, despite the tremendous force of the blow, the ice beneath remained utterly unscathed, raising questions about the material of the road itself. Yet at that moment, Luo Tianqian had no time to ponder the composition of the pathway. He merely cast a quick glance back at the writhing tentacle before racing forward with Li Fengmei in tow. That creature was alive, and it was uncertain when it might lash out again. Fortunately, the enormous tentacle seemed disinclined to pursue them further, allowing the duo to make their escape. After a frantic half-hour of running, Luo Tianqian and Li Fengmei finally came to a halt point. One collapsed on the ground, the other sprawled on the snow, both gasping for breath. A layer of condensation coated Luo Tianqian's windproof goggles, and icicles hung from the sides of his mask. His thermal attire was thoroughly soaked with sweat, after half an hour of frenzied exertion in the frigid temperature of -50 degrees. It was impossible to remain dry. After a considerable pause, Luo Tianqian gradually regained his composure. He removed his mask and goggles, wiped the sweat from his brow, and patted Li Fengmei's back, expressing his relief. "Thank goodness we ran fast. Had we delayed even a moment longer, we might have ended up as the octopus's dinner." However, the sudden appearance of the octopus was indeed peculiar. He had never encountered anything like it before. Could it be that remaining stationary for too long had triggered this danger? Panting heavily, Li Fengmei lacked the breath to respond, yet felt grateful to have narrowly escaped. As for the origin of the octopus, she was indifferent. She would never linger in one spot for too long again. Moments later, feeling the biting cold, Luo Tianqian led Li Fengmei back into the RV. The glowing embers in the stove continued to provide warmth. But the chaos of their earlier escape had left supplies strewn about the cabin. Items had toppled from the shelves, and the pot of water had fallen to the floor, while the wooden boards beneath the bed had nearly all slipped out of place. Ignoring the resting Li Fengmei, Luo Tianqian shed his coat, set down his revolver, and began to tidy the disarray. Though he had little desire to clean, he had no place to lie down unless he did so. After a brief organization of the items on the bed, he finally collapsed onto it to rest. It took them a full half-hour to completely recover. Woof! Woof! Suddenly, Li Fengmei sprang up, tilting her head at Luo Tianqian before opening the door and stepping outside the RV. Having developed a certain rapport, Luo Tianqian understood that she was signaling it was time to depart. He promptly rose to secure the door before busying himself with meal preparations. The earlier sprint had indeed drained a considerable amount of energy. If they did not eat well, they could risk fainting in the face of future dangers. As he had not activated the global channel, he was unaware that the giant octopus had not merely emerged because of their prolonged stay. At the moment they faced peril, everyone encountered the same predicament. Many had been caught off guard, falling victim to the crushing blows of the octopus's tentacles. Some who had managed to flee only suffered the loss of their vehicles. Yet they would soon face a graver threat, the assault of synthesized monsters under the cover of night. Of course, a significant number had sustained little damage, merely feeling as exhausted as Luo Tianqian. With the danger now past, individuals flocked to the global channel to discuss the incident. Has anyone else encountered the enormous octopus that surfaced from the sea? What a terrifying creature. I nearly met my end. It's over. It's over. I'm truly finished. The octopus has sent my vehicle and supplies to the depths. I am doomed tonight. Damn it. I'm utterly exhausted. Thankfully, I reacted swiftly and pulled the sled forward. I was this close to losing my life. Anyone willing to lend a hand? My vehicle and supplies are gone. I'll give everything I have just to survive this night. Curse the system. It's rigged against us. Will we ever find peace? Sisters, farewell. Instead of chatting here, let's hurry on. We may yet encounter a sled, or else we'll have no means of survival tonight. Thank the heavens, thank the deities. I am still alive, my vehicle is safe. But all my supplies are gone. I must start from scratch. This is going to be tough. I wonder if Master Luo has faced any losses. Surely, even he cannot withstand such a monster. That is indeed a possibility. Unbeknownst to them, the conversation gradually shifted from the octopus to Luo Tianqian. Some speculated that he had suffered losses like everyone else, while others believed he might have lost even his sled. Left alone in the world. Yet, a small faction of loyal supporters, including Shiduoduo, Ma He, and Wang Xinrui, felt that Luo Tianqian was fortunate and would likely remain unaffected by such calamity. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqian was busy preparing a meal. Ding, ding, ding. The system chimed 3 times with notifications of friend messages. Luo Tianqian set down the beef and reached out to check. Brother Luo, are you alright? Do you still have your supplies? Brother Luo, it seems everyone has encountered the octopus. Did you face it as well? Do you need assistance? Master, what is the situation on your end? Let me know if you require supplies. Upon reading the messages from the 3, Luo Tianqian was momentarily taken aback before realizing that the octopus had not only attacked him, it had assaulted everyone. Could it be that the system was deliberately thinning the population? This unsettling thought sent a shiver down his spine. That moment, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Chapter 31. Temporary Resurrection. Attention all individuals. Attention all individuals. An important announcement follows. Every living person must choose one deceased individual to resurrect. Failure to do so will result in immediate death. The resurrected individual will appear near the resurrector and become a normal human. A friendly reminder, the resurrector must choose wisely. The individual resurrected may be a friend or could potentially turn against you. The countdown begins. 005, 00, 004, 59. As the voice faded, the countdown timer appeared. Luo Tianqian's first reaction was to resurrect Alaska Li Fengmei. Arriving in this world felt undeniably familiar, and the only reliable companion was indeed her. But what was the system's intention behind this? Was it a test of human nature? Or was it an attempt to transform a lone wolf's survival into a duo's? Or perhaps there were other sinister schemes at play. Why did this event occur right after everyone encountered the octopus monster? Initially, Luo Tianqian believed he had discerned the system's motives, yet the more he pondered, the less he understood. Setting aside his chaotic thoughts, he realized that time was slipping away. A choice needed to be made. But if he truly resurrected Alaska Li Fengmei, who would pull the sled afterward? Was he expected to become a sled dog himself? With a bitter smile, Luo Tianqian shook his head and dismissed his wild speculations. He resolutely addressed the system, stating, "System, I want to resurrect Li Fengmei, who is now transformed into an Alaskan sled dog.as." Soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice echoed. "Do you confirm the resurrection of Li Fengmei outside your vehicle?" "Confirm," he replied. "Resurrection successful. Please exercise caution." The voice abruptly ceased. Luo Tianqian did not react much. He lowered his head and continued preparing a meal. Suddenly, the car door was forcefully pushed open. To his astonishment, Li Fengmei, clad in nothing, rushed inside and directly dove into the bed, her beautiful face flushed like a boiled crab. "What the hell?" Luo Tianqian exclaimed, utterly taken aback. "Wow, absolutely perfect. She is truly a woman of substance." As the cold air rushed into the car, Luo Tianqian shivered and snapped back to reality, hurriedly closing the door. Yet, throughout it all, his gaze remained fixated on the bashful Li Fengmei. She was acutely aware of why Luo Tianqian was staring at her so intently. Embarrassed, she turned her head away, her heart racing. Given the current circumstances, it was entirely plausible for him to act inappropriately. Moreover, she knew that to survive, aligning with Luo Tianqian was the wisest choice. Thus, as soon as she reverted to her human form, she dashed into the car, fully prepared for whatever might ensue. However, Luo Tianqian, after observing Li Fengmei for a while, did not leap forward. Instead, he returned to the edge of the bed and continued cooking. This unexpected behavior left Li Fengmei, who had readied herself, momentarily stunned. Did he not intend to keep her? Or was he simply uninterested in her physique? At that moment, Luo Tianqian suddenly spoke. "No need to be nervous. From now on, you belong to me. But not now. We can't linger during the day. Let's discuss it tonight." She replied. His words instantly made her, who had been filled with questions, feel shy and a tad excited. With a bashful nod, she tacitly agreed. In truth, she had already decided to take the initiative, thinking that if she did not offer herself up, she would be unable to demonstrate her loyalty. Now it seemed that this mischievous fellow had no intention of letting her off the hook. Soon, Luo Tianqian finished cooking the noodles, adding several pieces of beef. "I don't have any extra clothes. You can wear my coat for now. After we finish eating, we can figure out what to do next." Luo Tianqian showed no signs of averting his gaze, holding the pot of milk and turning to her. Li Fengmei felt as if her face was on fire. However, she realized that being shy was pointless and disingenuous. So, with a determined resolve, she discarded the blanket and confidently donned the fur coat at the bedside. This sight excited Luo Tianqian immensely, prompting him to tease her. "Hee, just wait until tonight." "Fine, I'll wait. Who's afraid?" Li Fengmei shot back defiantly, pointing to the pot and asking, "Can I have 2 pieces of meat?" "All yours," he replied. "Thank you." Accepting the noodles that Luo Tianqian handed her, Li Fengmei ravenously devoured them. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on the icy roads. Some of the resurrected individuals began committing murder and theft. However, the resurrected were well prepared, thus their attempts had not yet succeeded. Additionally, some resurrected individuals were cunning and treacherous, feigning gratitude while plotting dark deeds. Yet, as many of the resurrected were female, their intentions were all too clear, resulting in minimal conflict. What shocked everyone was that, 20 minutes later, the system began to create further complications. Particularly frustrating ones. Just as Luo Tianqian and Li Fengmei finished their meal and were contemplating how to proceed, the system's irritating voice rang out. "Attention everyone! Attention everyone! The resurrection time has ended. Resurrected individuals will revert to their former states and be transported back to their original locations. If the resurrector has died, the resurrected will remain unchanged. The countdown begins. Those with intentions should make their decisions." As the announcement concluded, a 5-minute countdown appeared once more. Instantly, people around the world were stunned for 2 seconds. Then, various scenarios began to unfold. In a desperate bid for survival, resurrected individuals, regardless of gender or camaraderie, launched immediate attacks on their resurrectors. In response, the resurrectors retaliated. For in this dire moment, the only path to survival lay in eliminating the other. This moment truly tested the essence of humanity. Yet, on Luo Tianqian's end, the the situation was entirely different. After the system's voice faded, both he and Li Fengmei remained stunned for 2 seconds. However, Li Fengmei did not turn against Luo Tianqin. Instead, she removed the coat. "We don't have time to wait until nightfall. 5 minutes is all we have. Will you join me?" she bashfully asked, lying on the bed, her face flushed. She understood that only Luo Tianqin could use the signal gun. Even if she were to kill him, without the signal gun, her survival would be fleeting. Luo Tianqin also realized that Li Fengmei would not attack him, so he felt no need for concern. "Forget it. You should just rest for a while." He waved his hand, decisively rejecting her proposition. 00, 003, 00, 002, 00, 001. As the time elapsed, Li Fengmei vanished into thin air. Moments later, the sound of barking echoed from outside the vehicle. "Woof woof." Luo Tianqin approached and opened the car door. Indeed, Li Fengmei had transformed into Alaska Li Fengmei. He called out to her, "Come in and rest a bit longer." However, Alaska Li Fengmei shook her head and turned, moving into the harness to begin pulling the sled. Luo Tianqin was left wondering what thoughts were racing through her mind. Did she feel a sense of loss? Perhaps not. Closing the door, he immediately accessed the system panel, pulling up the friend's interface and clicking on the blacklist. His foremost concern was whether that wretched Chen Qingxia had met her demise. Chapter 32. The eruption of conflict. When Luo Tianqin saw that Chen Qingxia's avatar had not turned gray, half his face twitched involuntarily. Angrily, he muttered, "Damn it! That filthy bitch hasn't been killed. She must have struck first." He wondered which lecherous fool had failed to act at such a critical moment. She has undoubtedly seduced someone. Luo Tianqin knew her character all too well, and his suspicions were confirmed. Chen Qingxia had resurrected a very slim man who was particularly infatuated with her. After her resurrection, she pretended to want to sleep with him, only to stab him in the back. Initially, she intended to keep this man as a food reserve. But the system's twist had truly infuriated her. By acting quickly, she had avoided being killed herself, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Otherwise, even if she ultimately triumphed, she would have inevitably sustained injuries. In fact, there were numerous individuals like Chen Qingxia. In this world, encountering familiar faces was nearly impossible. Even if one did, in the struggle for survival, friends naturally became mere resources. Many resurrected others, only to kill them at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, no corpses were left behind. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqin felt no need for regret or fear. He opened the world channel, eager to gauge everyone's reactions. However, oddly enough, there were no messages in the channel. Perhaps they were all preoccupied with calming their emotions? Suddenly, the first message popped up. "Ha ha ha. I've successfully resurrected. Thanks to the system for this opportunity. Ha ha ha." This message was clearly from someone who had been successfully resurrected after killing their resurrector. Yet, one could hardly blame them. The game rules dictated such behavior. After all, who didn't he wish to survive? As soon as someone spoke, the channel regained its lively atmosphere. "I almost got killed. Thank goodness that woman was cautious after her resurrection. Otherwise, I'd be done for. That fool Yelena still wants to kill me. I'll cut you down on 2 fronts. Heartless Chen Xiaoxiu, I resurrected you, and you truly tried to kill me. You deserve to fall into the sea. What goes around comes around." The resurrected individuals were utterly devoid of conscience. In the future, if faced with similar situations, they would strike first, for leaving them alive would only lead to disaster. "Damn those idiots upstairs. We'll be taking you fools down. What's wrong with wanting to survive?" The system rules were clear. Who forced them to resurrect these scoundrels? Screw you. If it weren't for the system's coercion, who would resurrect you lot? Hurry up and die. Shut your mouth, if I encounter you. I'll kill you on sight. As someone sparked the discussion, the channel rapidly split into 2 factions, with arguments growing increasingly heated. Every speaker was hurling profanities. After observing for a while, Luo Tianqin found it rather dull. Ultimately, everyone was merely being toyed with by the system. Bickering held no significance. Instead of wasting time, he'd rather listened to music or read a novel. Closing the system panel, Luo Tianqin dressed, took his gun, and leaped out of the vehicle. He walked a few steps to Alaska Li Fengmei, grasped the harness, and began to move forward. Woof. Perhaps due to her resurrection, Alaska Li Fengmei gazed at Luo Tianqin with affectionate eyes, barking softly as if to suggest he return to the vehicle, concerned for his well-being. Luo Tianqian chuckled and remarked, "One cannot remain idle for too long. Should danger arise, one might meet with an untimely end. I shall consider this as a form of exercise." Upon hearing his words, alas, Hanli Fengmei ceased her protests. Thus, the man and his dog trudged onward through the heavy snowfall. The biting wind howled as the snowflakes danced through the air, creating an expanse of white as far as the eye could see. The icy path concealed beneath a thick layer of snow was treacherously slick, and Luo Tianqian found himself nearly slipping several times. This prompted him to contemplate crafting a pair of spiked shoes for himself. Given that he could not escape this world in the immediate future, nor could he remain confined to the sled for eternity, it was indeed prudent to create such footwear. Wiping the frost from his goggles, Luo Tianqian slowed his pace as he approached the entrance, moving in sync with the sled. He then pushed the door open and swiftly leaped into the cabin. Whenever alas Hanli Fengmei was pulling the sled, he employed this method to enter and exit, minimizing the risk of a fall. He closed the door behind him, and warmth instantly enveloped the cramped cabin. However, do not underestimate the effort it took. The already small space felt a few degrees colder in an instant. With temperatures plummeting close to -40 degrees, it was no laughing matter. Had Luo Tianqian not been fully equipped, he would have surely felt the chill by now. Removing his hat, gloves, goggles, and mask, he shed his fur coat. From beneath his bed, he retrieved some wooden boards and tools. He sawed 2 pieces of wood to match the size of his feet. Nailing 6 spikes into one side of each board, bending the protruding halves, he then fashioned straps from rope, securing them with nails and tying them in a crisscross pattern. Although the task seemed modest, it occupied him for over half an hour. Subsequently, Luo Tianqian slipped the spiked shoes over his large boots, tightly wrapping the straps to ensure they would not come loose. After quenching his thirst with a sip of warm water and donning his gear once more, he leaped out of the cabin. To his delight, walking in the spiked shoes proved to be remarkably stable. He even took a moment to test his footing with a light jog, finding it manageable. Though the straps tended to loosen. "Well, look at that. I now possess a pair of spiked shoes," Luo Tianqian exclaimed, only to be met with alas Hanli Fengmei's eye-roll. Men, after all, are but perpetual children at heart. Suddenly, Luo Tianqian shouted, "Stop! Stop!" Alas Hanli Fengmei, unsure of the commotion, hastily applied the brakes, but the sled, propelled by inertia, glided several meters before coming to a halt. When she turned to look at Luo Tianqian, she noticed him striding purposefully toward the left side of the path, wielding a fire axe. Just a few meters away lay a supply crate. One must admit, Luo Tianqian's luck was rather fortuitous. The crate had just respawned. Approaching the crate, he deftly pried off the top panel with the axe. Not hesitating to probe further, having encountered such crates before, he felt no trepidation regarding any lurking monsters within, for even if a creature were to emerge, it would likely reveal only its head. Should anything seem amiss, a single swing of the axe would suffice. With the wooden panel pried away, he found no heads popping out. Leaning the axe against the crate, he cautiously peered inside. The blizzard distorted his view, preventing him from discerning its contents, yet he was certain no large living beings lurked within. Instantly, he felt a sense of relief. Now, let us see what treasures await. Perhaps materials necessary for upgrading the sled? With a decisive thud, Luo Tianqian smashed the second panel. This time, he sought to test the waters further. If a creature were indeed present, it would surely strike in response to the noise. The second swing of the axe, however, yielded no surprises. It became evident that the supply crate posed no danger. What the devil? A crate of this size contains but a small box. One would think this is a Russian nesting doll. Luo Tianqian approached with a mixture of anticipation and disappointment, discovering merely a small box within. However, curiosity prevailed, compelling him to retrieve it for inspection. As he opened the box and beheld the designs and inscriptions adorning its surface, his excitement surged, prompting an involuntary leap of joy. Heavens! My luck has reached its zenith. Inside was a box of ammunition, specifically for a revolver, containing a full 100 rounds. Just hours earlier, he had exhausted his supply while fending off a monstrous tentacle attack, leaving his revolver little more than a deterrent. But now, with 100 bullets at his disposal, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. After his excitement subsided, Luo Tianqian tucked the ammunition into his pocket and tossed the wooden crate onto the sled behind him. He now possessed enough boards to upgrade the sled, along with a surplus of firewood, an essential for warmth. Even if he had no pressing need, discarding it was out of the question. Upon returning to the sled, he loaded his revolver to full capacity. After all, possessing ammunition imbued him with courage. With everything in order, he and Alas Hanli Fengmei continued their journey. As they traversed the snowy expanse, Luo Tianqian pondered a pressing question. How long was this road? And how vast was this world? The sheer number of individuals on the world channel was staggering, though no precise statistics existed to indicate the population. Yet, with so many people, the prolonged absence of human encounters suggested that this path was indeed dauntingly long. It was inconceivable that after 3 days, he had only encountered Alas Hanli Fengmei's sled. Eli Fengmei, do you think if you were to survive, how long would it take me to catch up to you? Hearing Luo Tianqian's seemingly random query, Alas Hanli Fengmei cast him a puzzled glance. Woof, woof, woof. After a moment's contemplation, she barked thrice. 3 days. Might that be too soon? Luo Tianqian shook his head, continuing, I reckon a year to catch up would be considered swift. Woof? Alas Hanli Fengmei tilted her head, intrigued and seeking clarification. In her view, as a man, Luo Tianqian should possess speed and stamina, making a 3-day pursuit plausible. However, his assertion of a year seemed rather far-fetched. Luo Tianqian lowered his mask to his chin and brushed the frost from his hat before explaining, You see, I tend to be rather lazy and am not in want of supplies. Without you pulling the sled, I would likely rest after a mere half-hour of walking. Unlike you, who must seek out supply crates, you must conserve time and strive to find more resources during daylight. Naturally moving at a faster pace than I do, only when you have fully grasped the rules of this world and are no longer pressed for time might I stand a chance of catching up. By that time, I would have upgraded myself to the point where I no longer require a sled. Upon hearing his words, Alas Hanli Fengmei shot him a disdainful glance, clearly unimpressed. She had no desire to engage with him further, as it was evident he was indulging in a bit of self-congratulatory banter. Yet, truth be told, if Luo Tianqian's assessment were accurate, it was entirely possible they might reunite after a year. This man was undeniably lazy. As the man and dog continued their trek, a sudden gust of wind arose from the right. Although not particularly strong, it sent the snow swirling diagonally, obscuring visibility entirely. Stop. Let's get inside the sled. Luo Tianqian's instincts urged him to seek shelter. Drawing from the experiences of the past 3 days, he recognized that the sled served as a sanctuary for novices. After securing the sled, he and Alas Hanli Fengmei hurried back inside. He did not bother to remove his clothing, opting instead to utilize a makeshift periscope to observe the outside world. Though clarity eluded him, vigilance was crucial. Moments later, the snowfall intensified dramatically, transforming the world into a sea of white, rendering everything virtually invisible. The howling wind outside sounded like a chorus of wailing spirits, a chilling symphony. The makeshift periscope became ineffective, and Luo Tianqian released it, frowning as he addressed Alas Hanli Fengmei. Keep an eye on the entrance while I check the world channel for updates. Woof. With that, Luo Tianqian swiftly opened the world channel. Indeed, the sudden snowstorm was not a solitary experience. It had affected everyone. The channel was alive with discussions regarding the tempest. Has the snowfall increased on your end? A sudden wind has struck here, and I can see nothing through the snow. It's freezing. The same here. The temperature has dropped further, and my down jacket has been soaked through. I am freezing to death. Help! I feel as though I am on the brink of freezing. Why is it still windy and getting colder? Is this a death sentence for us? Hey guys, can I trade my underwear for a warm coat? I'll trade with stockings. Anyone interested? At a time like this, who would be foolish enough to engage in trades? It's so cold that no one can even stand. Dog system, you really have it out for us? Haven to you. With the drop in temperature and the snow, do you derive pleasure from our suffering? For days left. I fear I truly one T survived. No, I cannot perish. Having just resurrected, I must not die. Is there anyone who can spare a coat? Oh, mighty ones, have pity on me and provide me with some food. After observing the channel for a while, Luo Tianqian discerned no further developments. The snowfall was merely intensifying. He promptly closed the world channel and opened his friends list. Following the temporary resurrection incident, he had neglected to check on Ma He and the others, but now he recalled and wished to inquire about their well-being. It was only natural to hope that the 3 of them had survived. Fortunately, Ma He, Wang Xinrui, and Shiduoduo were all still alive. This presented an opportunity to ask whether they had any metal sheets or foam boards to trade for some supplies, which would aid in upgrading the sled. I am relieved to see you're all okay. How are you faring in this heavy snow? Luo Tianqian sent this message to each of the three. It was his first time not diving straight to the point. His intention was not to treat them as friends, but rather to gauge their needs, tailoring his approach for maximum benefit. The trio may have been preoccupied, as they did not respond immediately. After half a minute, Shiduoduo sent a message. Ding. Luo Tianqian quickly opened it to read. Thank you so much for the parachute, brother Luo. Otherwise, I would have frozen to death by now. Thank you. Luo Tianqian furrowed his brows slightly. Having received no useful information, he then replied, Do you require any additional supplies? If you have iron, we could make an exchange. It's nearly evening. Would you like to have a drink to warm yourself? A few seconds later, another ding. I have 2 iron balls used by old men, the kind you spin. Would that work? If so, I would like to trade for something to start a fire. It's unbearably cold. Upon seeing Shiduoduo's message, a smile played at the corners of Luo Tianqian's mouth. At that moment, a message from Ma He also arrived. Chapter 34. Former leaders have concerns. Luo Tianqian did not rush to read Mahi's message. Instead, he exchanged 3 lighters for the 2 iron balls with Shiduoduo. Both parties obtained what they needed, and the trade was mutually beneficial. Once he had the iron balls in hand, Luo Tianqian weighed them. They were indeed not light, but still fell short of the 5-pound requirement. Together, they barely amounted to 3 pounds, prompting him to seek further exchanges. He then opened Mahi's message. However, the message was filled with unnecessary chatter, offering little of value. Deciding against further dilly-dallying, Luo Tianqian directly inquired whether Mahi had any iron or foam boards. Unfortunately, Mahi did not possess either of those items. Next, a message from Wang Xinrui arrived. But she too lacked any supplies she needed. After some polite exchanges, Luo Tianqian closed the friends list and opened the trading market, hoping to find what he sought. At that moment, the trading market had refreshed, displaying hundreds of pages of supplies. Thankfully, a search function was available in the upper right corner. Otherwise, Luo Tianqian would have been driven mad. He first searched for foam boards. To his surprise, there were indeed a few offered for sale, albeit a mere 3 pieces. This quantity was trivial compared to the 8 pounds required for the upgrade. 8 pounds of foam was an enormous amount. The seller requested food or water in exchange. Initially, Luo Tianqian hesitated, considering this paltry offering insufficient. However, he soon reconsidered. Every little bit counts, and should he find himself in dire straits later, he might lament not having made the trade. Subsequently, Luo Tianqian sent a friend request to the seller, whose name was Deng Lei, a young man appearing to be in his early 20s based on his photo. Hello, I would like to trade a bag of instant noodles for your 3 pieces of foam. What do you say? Deng Lei accepted the friend request and responded shortly after. Oh, it's you, Boss Luo. I'm your diehard fan. Can you tell me about Qinqingxia? Is she flirtatious? How is her figure? Could you be a bit more detailed? If you can, I'll agree to the trade. Upon reading this, Luo Tianqian felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Clearly, this fellow was more interested in the woman than the trade itself. Was this really the time for such thoughts? Nevertheless, since he had piqued Deng Lei's interest, Luo Tianqian decided to indulge him. It would be a chance to tarnish Qinqingxia's reputation while securing supplies. A win-win situation. Thus, Luo Tianqian and Deng Lei engaged in an elaborate discussion about the flirtatious Qinqingxia, leaving no detail unexamined. Deng Lei asked an exhaustive array of questions, her age, her preferred activities, and so on. Half an hour later, Luo Tianqian had divulged everything he knew about Qinqingxia to Deng Lei, who had no further inquiries left. They proceeded to complete the trade in the market. 1 bag of instant noodles vanished, replaced by 3 square foam boards, each measuring 30 centimeters. Though he felt he had lost out, it was not an overwhelming loss. After securing the foam boards, Luo Tianqian closed the system panel and resumed observing the external conditions with his makeshift periscope. The strong winds continued to howl, and the snow lay thick on the ground. How long would this last? Checking the time, he noted that only an hour remained until nightfall. There was no need to press on any further. He locked the door and began to remove his gear. Dressed in a thick cotton coat and 2 layers of cotton trousers, with a sheepskin outer layer and cloth lining, he felt prepared for the frigid temperatures of -40 to 50 degrees. Humming to himself, he shed his clothing and added more wooden planks to the stove. Soon, The dry wood ignited, flames leaping high in the furnace, raising the temperature inside the vehicle to about 18 degrees Celsius. Perfectly meeting the heating standard, of course, Luo Tianqian was not entirely sure of the exact temperature. Meanwhile, Li Fome from Alaska lay on the ground, her gaze fixed on Luo Tianqian, as if entranced. Suddenly, it occurred to Luo Tianqian to gather some snow to melt for foot soaking. Leaving some for washing his face in the morning, he quickly retrieved an iron bucket from the vehicle and placed it outside the door, tying it down with a rope to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Given the heavy snowfall, it wouldn't take long to fill it. After completing these tasks, the system alerted him that night was approaching, prompting him to begin dinner preparations. With the stove ablaze and steam rising, the interior grew notably warm, compelling Luo Tianqian to remove his sheepskin trousers and don a full set of thermal underwear. It must be said, at this moment, no one in the world was as comfortable as he was. Even the second-ranked person in terms of supplies would still be confined to 2 wooden boxes pushed together, lacking a stove. Most were still braving the bitterly cold temperatures of -40 degrees. Trudging through heavy snowfall, freezing like dogs, the only thing their cotton or down jackets could ensure was that they wouldn't die from the cold. Stopping for even a moment would leave them shivering. At this moment, 10 kilometers ahead of Luo Tianqian, a figure dragged a sled through the snow. This individual, clad in a cotton coat with a face reddened from the cold, bore a vacant expression. Utterly exhausted. Had Luo Tianqian been there, he would have been astonished. No, he would have been furious. This person was none other than his former supervisor at the Earth Company, Roddy. Not only that, but Roddy's sled carried a sizable iron plate and a large piece of foam. Just those 2 items alone were enough to invoke murderous intent in Luo Tianqian. Of course, there was also the old grudge to settle. Roddy was acutely aware of this. Damn it, why did it have to be him? Roddy stared at the avatar of Luo Tianqian before him, regret flooding his heart. He regretted treating Luo Tianqian so poorly in the past. Now, he desperately needed food, yet no one was willing to trade with him. It wasn't that others didn't want to. It was that no one could meet his exorbitant price. Roddy was asking for 5 days' worth of food in exchange for a large foam board and a piece of iron. Such a demand was exorbitant, especially considering everyone was still struggling to meet their basic needs. Who would be able to part with so much food? Furthermore, even if someone had it, they wouldn't be willing to trade everything away. Thus, he had waited until today, his food supply completely depleted. If he couldn't secure something to eat soon, he would become a corpse in 2 days. To survive, Roddy reluctantly opened the information of the now powerful Luo Tianqian, whom he had once treated like a beast of burden. This was because Luo Tianqian had previously issued a global message, seeking to recover the 2 types of supplies he had in hand. Roddy was also filled with dread, afraid that his past actions would lead to retaliation from Luo Tianqian. This was why he had been watching Luo Tianqian's information without daring to make contact. The icy wind, laden with snowflakes, made Roddy shiver uncontrollably. His stomach grumbled in protest. Having been empty for too long, and no choice, he had to keep moving. With a determined grit, Roddy finally decided to send a friend request to Luo Tianqian. Even if it meant begging on his knees, it was better than starving to death. If that man refused to trade based on past grievances, he would have to lower his price and barter with someone else. After all, every day lived was a day gained. In this scenario, dignity held no value. Chapter 35. Haggling and promptly blocking Ding. While Luo Tianqian was busy roasting beef over the stove, he suddenly heard the notification sound. He looked up to find a friend request waiting. What was going on? Hadn't he set his notifications to Do Not Disturb? Given that many people added him as a friend for various reasons, he had long configured his settings to avoid disturbances. Though puzzled by this unexpected occurrence, he clicked on the request. Tianqian, do you remember me? I'm Roddy, and I'd like to propose a trade. Upon seeing the name Roddy, Luo Tianqian's pupils constricted, an involuntary surge of killing intent bubbling to the surface. This was the very same scoundrel who had constantly pressured him to work overtime, found ways to deduct his pay, and had even withheld his year-end bonus. Most infuriating was that this wretch had the audacity to contact him now. Did he truly believe this was still Earth? However, this was precisely what Luo Tianqian wanted. He would relish watching Roddy meet his demise. A wicked smile spread across Luo Tianqian's face as he accepted the request. Roddy quickly followed up with a message. Luo, I didn't expect you to accept my request. I genuinely feel like I'm not human. I sincerely apologize for my previous actions and hope you can forgive me. After reading this message, Luo Tianqian couldn't help but sneer. This scoundrel was quite adept at groveling, immediately offering apologies, clearly afraid he would bring up past grievances. But did he think Luo Tianqian was a fool? He thought a few sweet words would suffice to barter for supplies? Did he believe he was his father? Just as Luo Tianqian was formulating a scathing response, another message from Roddy arrived. Luo Gu, I know you must think I deserve to die, but please don't rush to berate me. I have a piece of iron and a large foam board. I wonder if you would be interested in trading. The murderous intent that had been so palpable in Luo Tianqian suddenly dissipated. Iron was of little consequence. The two materials he most desperately needed were indeed the foam boards. Moreover, individuals typically would not part with such items for trade, leaving him with few options. Now that they were offered to him, Luo Tianqian was eager to seize the opportunity to ask for revenge. There would always be time for that. Perhaps it would not be long before this man met his end, and of course, he would not feel compelled to offer Roddy any additional supplies simply because he was desperate for foam. Roddy, emboldened by audacity, decided to sever ties if the terms were too outrageous. He sent a scathing message. Roddy, I must commend your remarkable ability to be utterly shameless, something I could never achieve in my lifetime. However, since you wish to barter for supplies, let us treat this as a transaction between strangers. I shall offer 2 packets of instant noodles in exchange for your goods. If that does not suffice, then so be it. After dispatching the message, it seemed to vanish into the void. Time passed, and Roddy remained silent. Luo Tianqian surmised that Roddy was likely cursing him and grappling with whether to accept the offer. To his surprise, he was indeed correct at that moment. Roddy was unleashing a torrent of invectives. Damn it, Luo Tianqian. You hybrid beast, do you truly think I would accept merely 2 packets of instant noodles for my extensive stock of iron plates and foam? Do you take me for a beggar? And you accuse me of lacking shame. How dare you? I worked myself to the bone for you, and now you come to flaunt your bravado. Despite his fury, Roddy found himself conflicted about the exchange. While 2 packets of noodles were scant, he could manage to survive 2 days without food. In contrast, the offers from others would only last him a single day. His stomach growled in protest once more, and thoughts of the crunchy noodles and accompanying sauce packets were becoming increasingly difficult to resist. No, this is far too little. I cannot allow him to dictate the terms. With a muttered resolve, Roddy suppressed his anger and sent another message to Luo Tianqian. You are correct, Luo Gu. I am indeed shameless. Yet, since this is a transaction, I would like to propose my own terms. 2 packets of noodles are simply insufficient. I require at least 1 more, or else the deal is off. At that moment, Luo Tianqian had already closed the chat window, indulging in grilled beef. Ding! Hearing the notification, he glanced at the message and, without hesitation, blacklisted Roddy. Negotiate? I refuse to upgrade my vehicle or raise my offer. Starve, you wretched fool. Unbeknownst to Roddy, he had been blacklisted and awaited a reply in vain. After a prolonged wait, as the night wore on and time slipped away, he could no longer endure the silence and sent yet another message to Luo Tianqian, only to be met with the system notification that he had been blacklisted. In an instant, his rage erupted uncontrollably. Luo Tianqian, you son of a... You better not fall into my hands, or I swear I will tear you apart and feed you to the dogs. Achoo! Achoo! Luo Tianqian sneezed twice in quick succession. His arm cramping from the motion, he tossed the remaining piece of beef to Alaskan Li Fengmei, scoffing with a smirk. It must be that fool Roddy cursing me, huh? I wonder how long he can endure this. After muttering to himself, he dismissed the matter, opting instead to immerse himself in a novel to lift his spirits. As the night drew to a close, morning arrived with heavy snowfall. Luo Tianqian awoke to find the wind had ceased. He quickly rose and utilized a makeshift periscope to survey the surroundings of the vehicle, astonished to discover he could see the roadside clearly. Had the system shown him mercy? However, he knew that many would have perished from the cold last night. Grumbling to himself, he opened his friend list, navigating to the blacklist. Initially, he sought to confirm whether the despicable Roddy was still alive, only to discover another fool added to the list. I truly hope they meet their end soon. To his astonishment, Roddy's avatar now appeared in black and white, evoking both surprise and delight. Karma has struck. Serves him right. He spat contemptuously at the screen. A mere night had passed, Yet the thought that this scoundrel had truly perished filled him with a sense of satisfaction. The pent-up frustration of years began to dissipate. However, he was somewhat disheartened to see that Chen Qingxia had survived. It was a pity she had weathered the storm. Having closed the system interface, Lo Tianqin felt in good spirits as he made his way to the restroom, only to discover that Alaskan Li Fengmei had already begun to drive the vehicle. He couldn't help but appreciate the convenience of having a driver, though he understood that even drivers needed sustenance. After addressing his physiological needs, he instructed Alaskan Li Fengmei to halt the vehicle and rummage beneath his bed for the remaining food to prepare breakfast. Yet, upon inspection, he found himself disinclined to eat. Having consumed instant noodles too frequently of late, even with the beef and compressed biscuits, he found himself weary of the fare. The porridge offered little appeal either. Perhaps I should check the airdrop supplies instead? Dressed warmly, he took the signal gun and stepped outside the vehicle. He did not don wind goggles or a mask, as he intended to remain outside only briefly. A sudden gust of icy wind mixed with snowflakes struck him, causing him to shiver. Thank goodness for this. Otherwise, how would I survive in such frigid temperatures? With a sigh, he grasped the signal gun and fired towards the sky. After 3 shots, he stood quietly, awaiting the results. Alaskan Li Fengmei looked up eagerly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. The excitement of an airdrop was akin to opening a blind box. Once the first was opened, one could hardly resist the urge to open another, especially when filled with desirable items. Before long, the pair spotted the airdrop's shadow. I hope we receive something new. Ideally, the materials needed to upgrade the vehicle. Lo Tianqin murmured in eager anticipation. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the airdrop crates hitting the ground reverberated through the air. Lo Tianqin hurriedly tossed aside the parachute and set it aside. It was only useful for bartering now unless it was needed for vehicle upgrades. With excitement, he opened the first crate. What the? Am I in luck? Inside lay 5 nearly 1-meter-long rebar pieces, sending Lo Tianqin nearly jumping for joy. Just these 5 were sufficient for upgrading the RV. In addition, there was still 1.5 liters of water, and the food had transformed into 2 pounds of vacuum-sealed lamb skewers, complete with seasoning. Incredible, he exclaimed, unable to contain his delight as he held the skewers aloft and announced to Alaskan Li Fengmei. We'll have these for lunch. Her eyes widened in excitement at the sight of the skewers, and she barked happily, even spinning in excitement. The prospect of enjoying grilled skewers in such circumstances was nothing short of a luxurious feast. After securing the contents of the first crate back in the vehicle and adding some wood to the stove to prevent the fire from extinguishing, he hurriedly opened the second crate. No way! This can't be happening! Lo Tianqin stood there, stunned. Inside were water, a box of breakfast pancakes, a large bag of soybean milk powder, 10 thick plastic bowls, and a roll of toilet paper. While these items were essential, the plastic bowls were particularly astonishing to him. Upgrading the sled required iron, plastic, and foam. Having just acquired iron, he was fortunate. Little did he expect to find thick plastic bowls in the second crate. Even if it wasn't enough, he could trade for more to complete the upgrade. This meant he was now only lacking foam for the RV upgrade. With no desire to return the supplies, Lo Tianqin eagerly opened the third airdrop crate. Oh my god, yes, I'm on a roll. The crate was packed full of EPS foam, with a bottle of water and a self-heating hot pot of fatty beef on top. And nothing else beneath. Lo Tianqin was unfamiliar with the meaning of EPS foam but was astonished by its weight as he lifted a piece. It's heavy? Could it be that this crate meets the requirements? Feeling the substantial weight of the foam, he was incredulous. Could this entire crate be sufficient? A joyous laugh escaped him as he realized it was indeed a fortunate day. Let's see if I can upgrade. Recollecting himself, Lo Tianqin laughed heartily and, with one piece in each hand, dragged the boxes back to the vehicle. He barely had time to close the door before pulling out the vehicle upgrade card. System, I wish to use the vehicle upgrade card. Congratulations, your vehicle meets the upgrade conditions. Do you confirm the upgrade? Absolutely, yes. Hurry. Lo Tianqin was practically bursting with anticipation. This was the third upgrade, and he wondered if the vehicle would gain the ability to drive automatically. Confirmation successful. The vehicle upgrade will commence now. Please vacate the vehicle for 5 minutes. As the system's voice faded, Lo Tianqin quickly ushered Alaskan Li Fengmei out of the vehicle. In the next moment, the card transformed into a radiant white light, and an opaque white shield enveloped the vehicle. Witnessing this, Luo Tianqian was transported back to the first upgrade. Struggling to contain the elation and urgency within, he paced back and forth, rubbing his hands together, anxiously fixated on the approaching vehicle. Woof! The Alaskan Malamute, Li Fengmei, was equally agitated. Yet she gestured for Luo Tianqian to remain calm. 5 minutes may not seem long, but in such a tense situation, even a minute felt interminable. Luo Tianqian deliberately opened the system panel to check the time, counting down the seconds. 15, 16.2 minutes and 29 seconds. Just then, Li Fengmei abruptly turned around and began barking furiously at the front of the vehicle. Woof, woof! Luo Tianqian was startled. He was about to scold her when he suddenly spotted a shadow emerging through the snow, drawing closer to them. Instinctively, he retreated behind Li Fengmei, drawing his revolver and aiming it at the mysterious figure. What could it be? Woof, woof, woof. Li Fengmei showed no signs of retreat, continually barking at the shadow. Luo Tianqian felt his tension rise. Half a minute passed, and the outline of the shadow became clearer. It appeared to be a box, but how could a box move on its own? Cautioning himself, he sensed something was amiss. As he finished his thought, the object in front of him was fully visible. It was indeed a box. Yet, oddly, there were ostrich legs walking beneath it. More terrifying was the fact that atop the box rested a human head. When Luo Tianqian recognized the visage of the head, he staggered back in shock. Rodi, how could it be him? After a brief pause, Luo Tianqian decisively aimed at Rodi's head and pulled the trigger. This fellow was already dead. His friend Icon had turned black, now transformed into a monster. How could he be spared? However, just as Luo Tianqian fired, Rodi's ostrich legs slipped, causing him to fall and miraculously evade the bullet. Chapter 37. A revelation meets lightning. Though the shot missed its mark, it left Rodi visibly shaken, trembling as he stammered, "No, don't shoot. Please, I beg you, don't shoot." Upon hearing that voice, Luo Tianqian was further convinced that the head outside the box indeed belonged to Rodi. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon again, preparing to end him. Rodi, now realizing that it was Luo Tianqian aiming at him, quickly shook his head and shouted, "Luo Tianqian, don't shoot. If you do, I'll completely turn into a monster." The moment he uttered those words, he inadvertently saved his own life. Luo Tianqian had been puzzled by the connection between the monster and the box. On the first day, he encountered the wolf-headed creature, which had seemed perfectly fine inside the box. But once the box was damaged, the werewolf began to transform. Now Rodi claimed that breaking the box would lead him to become a monster. Could it be that if the box remained intact, their thoughts could persist even in death? This possibility loomed large. To unravel this mystery, Luo Tianqian decided against killing him for the time being and instead inquired about the situation. Thus, he leveled his gun and spoke coldly, "Rodi, I can refrain from shooting, but you had better not move. Otherwise, the bullets in this gun will surely turn you into a sieve." Rodi dared not move, fervently shaking his head as he assured, "Luo Gu, rest assured. I want to move. I don't want to die. I don't want to become a monster. Wuwo, I don't want to become a monster. I want to return to Earth." Wuwo, as he spoke, Rodi broke down into sobs. Although Luo Tianqian harbored a deep disdain for Rodi, wishing for his demise, he could not help but understand that the other's reaction, though annoying, was not entirely unjustifiable. After all, who truly wishes for death? Nonetheless, Luo Tianqian had no intention of offering him comforting words. Instead, he fired a shot at the ground beside him. Bang! "Stop crying, if you wish to live. Answer my questions, otherwise, I'll end you right now." Instantly, Rodi fell silent, fearfully gazing at Luo Tianqian, shaking his head vigorously. "All right, let me ask you. Are you already dead?" Rodi nodded. "Do you know why you have become like this?" Rodi, too frightened to speak, shook his head again. Luo Tianqian's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed that everyone who died remained oblivious to what had transpired, much like Li Fengmei, who did not know how she had become an Alaskan Malamute. Yet Rodi was peculiar. Unlike others who were confined within the box, his head and feet were outside. Luo Tianqian pressed further. "Did you wake up like this?" Rodi nodded again. Clearly, this fellow had not been entirely trapped within the box. Had the system encountered a bug? "So you walked all the way here?" "You." Before Luo Tianqian could finish his question, a sudden thunderclap split the sky. In an instant, he witnessed a lightning bolt, as thick as an arm, strike Rodi's head, obliterating it entirely. Luo Tianqian stood frozen, his body stiffening, the hairs on his back standing on end, his heart racing as he remained rooted to the spot. Li Fengmei, too, looked on in terror at the remaining box, fearing that she might also be struck by lightning. The bolt was unmistakably a warning against Rhodey divulging information. On Earth, such a phenomenon would be deemed a breach of cosmic secrecy. After what felt like an eternity, the man and dog began to regain their composure. "Oh, you think we know too much?" Luo Tianqian turned to Li Fengmei and asked. Li Fengmei was too frightened to bark, emitting only a low, rumbling sound from her throat, filled with trepidation and unease. Seeing this, Luo Tianqian refrained from further discussion on the topic. Taking a deep breath, he turned his attention to the newly upgraded sled. Given the current circumstances, any further inquiries would likely lead to their own demise. From now on, they should focus on surviving. When the time came to return to Earth, they would revisit this matter. Calming himself, Luo Tianqian gently patted Li Fengmei's head and approached the entrance of the sled. At that moment, the sled had completed its upgrades, having expanded significantly in size, approximately 6 meters by 4 meters by 2.2 meters. The cabin remained rectangular, but it was entirely encased in metal. Windows replaced the periscopes, and the original sled base had been transformed. It was now made of iron, featuring serrated brakes. Pulling the handbrake ensured the sled would remain stationary. Additionally, the front of the sled had undergone changes. The harness for Li Fengmei was gone, replaced by 3 wooden loops, as long as the sled dogs stepped into the wooden circles and secured their heads in the harness, they could pull the sled forward. Overall, it resembled an ox cart, albeit with an added wooden circle. However, these details were not Luo Tianqian's primary concern. After inspecting the sled, he was relieved to find that the stove's chimney remained intact. Exhaling a sigh of relief, his greatest fear was losing the stove. In such weather, lacking it would be catastrophic. Noting these changes outside, Luo Tianqian opened the door and entered the new cabin alongside Li Fengmei. Once inside, their faces lit up with uncontainable joy. A spacious bed measuring 1.8 by 2 meters was adorned with fresh bedding, and the wall-mounted stove exuded warmth. There were cabinets affixed to the walls, a fixed table, a pantry, a single wardrobe, and a storage box at the bedside, creating an atmosphere akin to a cozy studio apartment. What thrilled Luo Tianqian most was that the walls were constructed of wood and metal layered with foam, ensuring that the cabin was even warmer than before. This is simply magnificent. This is no longer just a sled. It resembles a mobile home. Coming to his senses, Luo Tianqian excitedly threw himself onto the bed. Rolling back and forth like a child, Li Fengmei, too, leaped onto the bed, frolicking with delight. After some time, it was only when Luo Tianqian's stomach growled that they considered stopping their playful antics. Once composed, Luo Tianqian noticed an issue. Many of his stored wooden planks were missing. The sled he had been dragging alongside Li Fengmei had vanished. Inside the cabin, only a neat stack of wooden planks and a substantial box of charcoal remained under the bed. Fortunately, his daily necessities were intact, allowing him to maintain a normal routine. It seemed this upgrade had consumed a considerable amount of resources, and he would need to stockpile more materials in the future. Muttering to himself, Luo Tianqian picked up his fire axe and gun, stepping back outside. With Rhodey gone, the wooden box had to be preserved. After all, it could provide fuel for quite some time. Approaching the box, Luo Tianqian raised the axe and struck down hard. Unexpectedly, both Rhodey's corpse and the box disintegrated into black ash. A gust of wind swept through, scattering the black dust away. So this is what it means to turn to ash? Wait a minute. Wasn't he right in front of me? Luo Tianqian suddenly recalled the question he had intended to ask, feeling a surge of excitement. According to his deductions, since Rhodey had appeared before him after his demise, his supplies should be right there as well. Moreover, when he was struck by lightning, he had been about to pose that very question. Did this not imply that the system had indirectly confirmed it? Ding! A sudden system notification interrupted his thoughts. Chapter 38. Competing with me? Luo Tianqian opened the system to find a message from Shiduoduo. Luo Gu, Wang Xinrui is dead. In an instant, Luo Tianqian was taken aback for 2 seconds. He quickly opened his friend list, discovering that Wang Xinrui's avatar had indeed turned black and white. It appeared that she had not survived the previous night. However, upon reflection, that did not seem right. The parachute he had provided her, while not excessively warm, should have been sufficient to endure a night of strong winds. Could it be that she had rolled out of the sled during the night and been devoured by a monster? Though Luo Tianqian did not feel sorrow over Wang Xinrui's death, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. They were among the few he trusted, capable of assisting him against that wretched foe. Now, with one less ally, he would have to cultivate another. Sighing, he replied to Shiduoduo, informing her that she could contact him anytime if she needed assistance. She promptly responded with gratitude. Luo Tianqian had not anticipated such a series of events unfolding so early in the morning. Though the day began with a promising start and an upgrade to the sled, the subsequent two events overshadowed the initial joy. The box connected to Rodi was reduced to ashes, eliminating the danger, yet also depleting our supplies. Back in the vehicle, Luo Tianqian prepared 2 bowls of black sesame paste using boiling water, offering one to Alaska Li Fengmei. Once we finished our meal, we would set off. If all went according to plan, Rodi's sled would be right in front of us. Let us see if there is anything useful to be found. After breakfast, Alaska Li Fengmei struggled to pull the sled forward. Although we were on ice, the weight of the sled made it quite arduous. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqian was not idle in the cabin. He utilized the fireplace to attempt roasting a couple of skewers of meat. These semi-finished skewers did not necessarily contain lamb, but under the current circumstances, being able to savor such flavors was already quite commendable. Furthermore, with a complimentary bag of seasonings, the aroma of the roasted skewers was simply delightful. Soon, the cabin was filled with the tantalizing scent of barbecue, prompting Luo Tianqian, who had just consumed black sesame paste, to indulge in a warm bite. Wow! This flavor is astonishing. If I roast a bit more and pair it with some liquor, others would surely be envious if they knew. Luo Tianqian murmured contentedly, wearing a smug expression, one that could be described as gleefully malicious. While others endured hunger and the constant threat of freezing to death, he merely sat comfortably on a spacious bed, basking in the warmth of the fireplace, feasting on skewers, sipping liquor, and listening to music. When boredom struck, he could even summon the driver pulling the sled inside. Although they couldn't do much, conversing with them was certainly feasible. Having devoured 2 skewers, Luo Tianqian reclined on the bed and opened the World Channel, though he rarely engaged in conversation there. This was the sole method of acquiring news. Each morning, he would check for any updates. The channel remained lively, but today, unlike usual, most individuals were engaged in trading. I'm selling a folding iron stool. Willing to exchange for a morsel of food, interested parties add me as a friend. Looking to trade food. I have plenty of daily necessities. Contact me if you need anything. Selling monster meat. 1 piece for 1 article of clothing. No restrictions on style. A bottle of drinking water for a pair of socks. I'm a woman in need of a day's worth of food. Willing to trade for underwear. Hey, girl upstairs? Spare us the disgust. With your looks, who would want to trade? Is there a gentleman willing to exchange a cotton coat for a fitted short sleeve? Look at how beautiful this girl is. Her short sleeve must smell divine. I'll trade with you. All right, handsome, add me as a friend for a private chat. Shameless. I wouldn't trade my fitted clothes for anything. Hey, how about 3 slices of bread for your fitted clothing? Interested, brother? As he observed the chaotic chatter in the channel, Luo Tianqian found it rather amusing. It had already been 4 days since his arrival. Those who had survived thus far were mostly clad in warm clothing. Yet that did not imply they were devoid of such supplies. Food remained perpetually scarce. As for water, the relentless snowfall over the past 2 days made it evident that anyone with a modicum of sense would know to collect some. Cleanliness was secondary. Melting snow into water was sufficient to ensure survival. At that moment, someone suddenly posted a photograph, capturing Luo Tianqian's attention. The individual in the image was seated in a cabin, enjoying a custard pie and sipping a beverage. Behind them, numerous animal pelts hung on the wall, layered to nearly conceal the entire cabin. Notably, the person wore merely a thin down jacket, yet what caught the eye was the shotgun resting beside them, accompanied by 5 or 6 rounds of ammunition. This person was indeed fortunate to have acquired a firearm. Judging by the contents of their vehicle, it seemed they had encountered many monsters. Otherwise, they would not possess such an abundance of furs. But what was the purpose of sharing this photograph? To boast? As Luo Tianqian pondered, the individual who had shared the photo sent another message. Is Luo Tianqian here? Don't you consider yourself a big shot? Aren't you the one recognized by the system for having the most resources? Dare to compete with me? Snap a photo of your current situation and show everyone how well you're faring. This message took Luo Tianqian by surprise. It was evident that the other party was looking for trouble, perhaps hoping to elevate themselves by stepping on him, seeking the spotlight. Yet he couldn't fathom why someone would dare to flaunt in such an environment. Did they truly believe themselves invincible, or that others wouldn't take action against them? Another possibility was that this person was connected to that wretched Qin Qingxia, merely aiming to irritate him. Since you've specifically called me out for a battle as a big shot, I shall not indulge you. Luo Tianqian located the camera function in the system and deliberately displayed his food and drink prominently. Then he positioned himself in a corner, allowing the camera to capture the entirety of the cabin. After finding the perfect angle, he snapped a selfie. TSK, compared to me, your situation is akin to a slum. Satisfied with the photograph, Luo Tianqian posted it to the World Channel. Mere seconds later, the channel fell into an eerie silence, with not a single message surfacing. Luo Tianqian was accustomed to such reactions. As expected, moments later, the World Channel erupted with activity. Messages flooded in at a frenzied pace. However, Luo Tianqian felt this was insufficient. He wanted everyone to recognize that they lacked the ability to undermine him. Thus, he sent another message into the channel. Hey there, don't be so narrow-minded. Nor should you delude yourself into thinking you're invincible, and certainly don't be foolish enough to believe the words of a harlot. Considering my 3-layer insulated cabin, do you really think I would fear you? Though this statement was not particularly sharp, it carried a strong undertone of sarcasm. Remarkably, this single remark propelled the World Channel into another frenzy. Luo Tianqian was indeed impressive. His vehicle was superior, equipped with a stove for warmth, while that wild man had no reason to show off. Hey, frog, with such limited skills, do you really think you can flaunt? Look at the photo. Luo Tianqian's cabin has a fireplace. So much food, including lamb skewers. I'm drooling. Wow. I'm so envious of Brother Tianqian. Living in such a splendid vehicle must be so warm. Darling, if we ever meet, I'll do anything you ask. While you all are fixated on food, did you notice Luo Gu's bed? He actually has bedding. That annoying frog better not be so delusional. It's embarrassing. Did you hear that Luo Tianqian claims he was led astray by a harlot? Is that true? While some rallied behind Luo Tianqian, others were envious and resentful. It's just a mobile cabin. What is there to flaunt? Fur is far more effective against the wind. I don't understand why so many people blindly worship Luo. He doesn't provide for you. Does Luo Tianqian even deserve to call himself a big shot? Real big shots engage in charity. What has he done for us? Exactly, he is merely a selfish individual. Pursuing him is a waste of time. Stop talking, or else Luo Tianqian might send someone to retaliate against us. Right? Better keep quiet, or we might get roasted. Due to the harsh words from the critics, Luo's supporters naturally grew incensed. Thus, a fierce war of words erupted in the channel. If only they could physically confront each other. It might have escalated into a real fight. Luo Tianqian couldn't help but feel angered by the venomous remarks. After a while, he resolved to distribute some food to his supporters. This would serve to slap the critics in the face and foster goodwill among his followers. Just then, the system chimed in. Attention everyone, the resource leaderboard is officially launched. The top 100 will receive an extra reward of 10 pounds of compressed biscuits. Additionally, the top 3 will receive bonus rewards. Third place will receive a box of self-heating pots. Second place will receive a complete hot pot set, including half a pound of charcoal. First place will receive a mechanical bowl. As the announcement concluded, everyone returned to their senses, hastily closing the World Channel to locate the resource leaderboard. Unsurprisingly, the first place was occupied by Luo Tianqian, while the individual who had previously boasted failed to even make the top 100. Instantly, the critics fell silent. Luo Tianqian's supporters, previously agitated, now flooded the World Channel with taunts. Some even naming and shaming the detractors. Did you see that? This is the power of Luo Gu. You're all trash, so don't show your faces again. Can't even make it into the top 100 and still have the audacity to act tough? Get lost. Slapped in the face, huh? Keep talking. Tianqian, my darling, I love you. You pathetic loser, keep flapping your gums. The World Channel buzzed with excitement, yet at that moment, it held no significance for Luo Tianqian. Besides the sudden appearance of compressed biscuits on the table, a mechanical bowl had also materialized outside his vehicle. Following along, he could see it from the window. The emergence of the mechanical bowl startled Alaska Li Fengmei, who promptly approached and nudged the handbrake with her head, bringing the sled to a gentle halt. Wolf, understood. I am dressing. Upon hearing the call of Alaskan Li Fengmei, Luo Tianqian shouted back. Only after completing his attire did he step out of the sled. My goodness, this contraption is incredibly impressive. From the very first glance at the sled, Luo Tianqian found himself utterly captivated. Its body was adorned in a rich reddish-brown metal, exuding an overwhelming sense of weightiness. In the seams of its connections, flowing golden light flickered, complemented by its striking red eyes, which undeniably exuded an aura of dominance. Filled with excitement, Luo Tianqian circled around the mechanical bull several times. Taking note of its specifications, this marvel required no power source. Merely shaking its tail would set it in motion, and it possessed the ability to recognize road conditions. In other words, Luo Tianqian had acquired a mechanical energy-driven driver. Its eyes served as lamps, providing illumination at night. Most astonishingly, the creature's nostrils were gun barrels. By simply loading bullets into its mouth, it could fire upon encountering monsters without being picky about the ammunition. This meant Luo Tianqian had gained a weapon capable of autonomously identifying threats. Consequently, aside from disposing of waste, collecting supplies, and winding the mechanical bull, he would scarcely need to venture outside. However, the one who felt the greatest joy was not him, but Alaskan Li Fengmei. With this device, she would no longer need to toil as a laborer. Though transformed into an Alaskan, the weight of the sled had become too burdensome for her. Yet, amidst her excitement, fear crept in. With Luo Tianqian's acquisition of the mechanical bull, her utility seemed diminished. Would he still choose to keep her, a being deemed unnecessary and a waste of resources? At that moment, Luo Tianqian suddenly knelt down, gently stroking Alaskan Li Fengmei's head, and softly inquired, "Are you afraid that I might abandon you?" Alaskan Li Fengmei was taken aback. She looked at Luo Tianqian, hesitating. In the end, she nodded. "Do not worry, from now on, you shall accompany me in conversation. After all, I cannot consume that much food. Besides, this contraption cannot detect supply crates. You must help me keep watch." Luo Tianqian replied with a smile. He then stood up, grasped the mechanical bull's tail, and gave it a vigorous shake, ignoring Alaskan Li Fengmei's gaze fixed upon him. Once wounded, Luo Tianqian did not hasten to activate the mechanical bull. Instead, he retrieved some wooden planks from inside and constructed a shelter atop a wooden frame. Laying down a parachute at the base, during the day, you shall watch over the supplies here. The shelter will offer some warmth. If it gets too cold, just call out a few times, and we shall take a break. Alaskan Li Fengmei was instantly moved to tears. She had believed that even if she survived, she would be cast aside. Yet, she never expected that he would be concerned about her comfort. At that moment, her resolve was solidified. Should Luo Tianqian encounter danger, she would stand as the first line of defense. Let us depart. With the press of a switch on the rear of the mechanical bull, the sled began to move slowly. Alaskan Li Fengmei officially transitioned from driver to sentinel. However, as the vehicle set off, Luo Tianqian suddenly caught sight of something on a floating ice patch in the sea. What could that be? Chapter 40. The first instance emerges Luo Tianqian sensed something was amiss. It appeared that there was a structure on the floating ice. However, due to the heavy snowfall, it was not clearly visible. At that moment, an eerie bell tolled from the sea. How could there be a bell? Luo Tianqian squinted, and indeed, he discerned the outline of a large structure on the water. Not far away, he quickly halted the mechanical bull, leaped down and peered at the sight alongside Alaskan Li Fengmei. "Can you see what that is? Woof!" Alaskan Li Fengmei shook her head. "Let us go take a look with that." Luo Tianqian proceeded toward the edge of the icy path. Observing this, Alaskan Li Fengmei hastened ahead, having already resolved to shield him from any potential dangers. They cautiously traversed the few meters for half a minute. As they drew closer, Luo Tianqian discerned the form of the structure. It was a temple, situated atop a massive floating ice slab. The tolling bell emanated from within the temple. A temple. This is highly irregular. There must be something amiss here. After a few seconds of contemplation, he turned to Alaskan Li Fengmei and said, "This is too peculiar. We cannot enter. There may be traps or mechanisms. Let us leave this place swiftly." Just as he finished speaking, a system notification chimed in. "What you see is an ancient temple, within which lies a treasure that drives people to madness. If you can uncover these treasures, you shall receive substantial rewards. Although the treasures cannot be taken from the temple, they can be exchanged for rewards." The rewards are contingent upon the completion level of the instance. The higher the completion, the better the rewards. There are dangers within the temple, and it is highly probable that once you enter, you may never return. Please choose whether to enter with caution. Following this, two options appeared before him. The left one labeled enter, and the right one labeled leave. Initially intending to depart swiftly, Luo Tianxin found himself hesitating. Given the presence of a signal flare, he was reluctant to take risks. The danger within the instance was not trivial. He could easily meet his demise inside. Yet, the thought of obtaining rewards upon entering the instance was immensely tempting. Though he was unaware of what the highest rewards might be, the system's creation of an instance surely promised something invaluable. After grappling with his indecision for a moment, he ultimately succumbed to temptation and resolved to enter the instance. However, before doing so, he needed to prepare adequately. Returning to the vehicle, Luo Tianxin first packed some food and a bottle of water. He was uncertain how long they would remain inside the temple. If it turned out to be an extended stay, he could very well starve. Next, he stuffed all his bullets into his pockets. Although he did not know what dangers lay ahead, possessing a firearm brought a sense of security. Finally, he included a grappling hook, a fire axe, a lighter, and a bottle of high-proof liquor. Whether the lighter and liquor would be useful remained to be seen, but it was better to be prepared than not. Unbeknownst to him, the liquor he chose to bring would prove significant within the instance. Having gathered his supplies, Luo Tianxin returned to the icy path's edge. He crouched down and stroked Alaskan Li Fengmei, saying, "Once we enter, you must not touch anything. Stay behind me and alert me at the first sign of trouble." Woof! Alaskan Li Fengmei shook her head and stood resolutely in front of Luo Tianxin, puffing out her chest, clearly ready to take the lead. In response, Luo Tianxin had no counter to her determination. Sighing with a wry smile, he took a deep breath and chose to enter in an instant. Before either of them could react, they found themselves standing at the temple's entrance. Turning around, Luo Tianxin was astonished to discover that the icy path had vanished, replaced by a chaotic graveyard. Leaning gravestones lay askew, and dead, gnarled trees were home to several crows with red eyes, occasionally emitting unsettling cries. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Tianxin could not help but swallow hard, gripping his firearm tightly. The temple's exterior certainly resembled a graveyard. This setting was truly terrifying. Yet, it was precisely this eerie atmosphere that made Luo Tianxin believe that the rewards would be extraordinary. At that moment, Alaskan Li Fengmei, though possessing the body of a sled dog, bore the soul of a human. Faced with such a bizarre scene, she too felt weak and trembled uncontrollably, though not fear. "We are entering the temple. This has nothing to do with the outside." Turning to her, Luo Tianxin uttered these words, unsure if he was comforting Alaskan Li Fengmei or himself. Taking a deep breath, they stepped through the temple's large doors. Upon entry, Luo Tianxin was immediately struck by an atmosphere of desolation and antiquity, tinged with an eerie chill. The temple's courtyard was modest, blanketed in snow, with an incense burner at its center, surprisingly adorned with 3 thick incense sticks. The temple walls were cloaked in mottled moss, and the wooden doors of the main hall stood askew, partially ajar, revealing a headless Buddha statue within. The surrounding side halls emanated a palpable chill, and the murals on the walls were largely peeling, with the remaining colors faintly outlining indistinct figures. Though distorted and contorted, they appeared almost lifelike, as if imbued with a spirit of their own. More unsettlingly, Luo Tianxin felt he could hear faint cries and sharp screams, as though the vengeful souls that once lingered here had never truly departed, still wandering within this ancient temple. Gulp! Luo Tianxin struggled to contain his fear, swallowing hard. Although he understood that this was likely a scene within the instance, he was no exorcist, and fearing ghosts was entirely normal. Suddenly, the vague cries and screams became alarmingly clear. A chilling wind swept through the temple, forming small whirlwinds in each corner, gradually moving toward the incense burner. Simultaneously, a large bell in one corner began to ring ominously, producing a deep, resonant sound. Luo Tianxin instinctively stepped back. Such an eerie spectacle called for heightened caution. One could never tell what terrifying entity might emerge from the shadows. Yet, just as he retreated a few steps, he felt something collide with his back. Startled, he turned to see what he had bumped into. In an instant, his body went numb, and his fear escalated exponentially. Trembling, his pupils dilated, and his complexion turned ashen. What he had collided with was not merely an object, but a gravestone towering above him, one of those he had glimpsed upon entering. The gravestone was alarmingly large, surpassing his height. Inscribed upon it were several lines of text, rendered in a font akin to tiny diamonds, of which he could not decipher a single character. "Sir, would you like to offer incense?" "Sir, come home with me," a sultry voice whispered in his ear. Chapter 41. A mirage within a mirage. In that instant, he felt something caress his neck, with a distinctly chilling sensation. "Who?" Luo Tianqian instinctively turned his head to shout, only to find nothing before him. "How fierce you are, my lord, it frightens me," came the voice again, brushing against his ear, while he still felt a caress upon his neck. What terrified him further was that his legs began to move uncontrollably. Slowly turning around, he spread his arms wide, attempting to embrace the gravestone. As he found himself reaching for it, a wave of dread washed over him. Had he encountered a female ghost? Just as his hands were about to touch the gravestone, a barking sound erupted behind him. Woof, woof, woof. Luo Tianqian jolted at the sound. A flash of white light flickered before his eyes. In the next moment, the scene shifted abruptly. The terrifying gravestone vanished, revealing instead a desolate well nestled in the corner of a temple. He realized that if he leaned slightly forward, he would tumble in. Woof, woof, woof. The familiar barking resounded once more from behind him. Terrified, Luo Tianqian quickly took a few steps back. Turning around, he saw Alaska Li Fengmei desperately barking at him. Yet she was ensnared by vines that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. He understood that he had just been trapped in an illusion. Thankfully, Alaska Li Fengmei had roused him. Otherwise, he could have fallen into the well and met a grim fate. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Luo Tianqian hurried to her side and severed the vines entangling her with a fire axe. "Gratefully," he said, "I just experienced a hallucination, and it was thanks to you waking me up that I avoided disaster." Woof! Alaska Li Fengmei visibly sighed in relief. After freeing her from the vines, Luo Tianqian sat down and affectionately patted her head. Truly, without her, he would have been doomed. Despite the well appearing dry, its depth was treacherous. Falling in could certainly lead to death. Once he calmed his nerves, Luo Tianqian released the bashful Alaska Li Fengmei and surveyed the temple anew. The scene before him was starkly different from what he had just witnessed. While the structures remained unchanged, every surface was blanketed in pristine snow. The incense burner held no lit sticks, and the main hall was devoid of any Buddha statues, resembling a forsaken temple encapsulated in ice and snow. Yet, inexplicably, he could still detect the scent of incense. Was this not the very scene he had encountered moments ago? Luo Tianqian inquired of Alaska Li Fengmei. "Woof!" Alaska Li Fengmei nodded. Hearing this, Luo Tianqian furrowed his brow and glanced at the shut temple door behind him. Feeling that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint what it was, thus, he frowned and muttered in confusion. "Could it be that the moment I stepped in here, I fell victim to some kind of illusion? Or perhaps I inadvertently triggered a hallucinogenic mechanism?" After pondering for a long while, he could not arrive at any conclusions, and a sudden gust of cold wind sent a shiver down his spine. "Forget about that for now. We must find the treasure and complete our task." Luo Tianqian truly did not wish to linger any longer in this place. With determination, he and his canine companion strode directly toward the main hall. The wooden doors of the hall were exceedingly dilapidated. One hung askew, while the other had vanished without a trace. Stepping over the threshold, he was met with utter ruin within. The deity statue that once stood before him was gone. The offering table had collapsed, and the floor was littered with dust and mouse droppings. The ceiling, however, remained intact. Otherwise, it would have been indistinguishable from the dilapidated temples one sees in films. Glancing around, he realized there was nothing to be found. If there were any treasure here, it could only be hidden within the walls or beneath the ground. Luo Tianqian murmured, turning to Alaska Li Fengmei, "What do you think? Can you smell the treasure?" "Woof!" Alaska Li Fengmei rolled her eyes, internally scoffing. Though she had transformed into a dog, even a true canine would not be able to scent treasure, unless it were a bone. But this was a temple. How could that be possible? To his surprise, Luo Tianqian waved dismissively, saying, "Asking is pointless, it seemed that the inability to detect treasure was his own failing." Ignoring him, Alaska Li Fengmei huffed and began to pace around the hall. Naturally, Luo Tianqian meticulously searched the area, yet regrettably, he found nothing. There were no suspicious spots on the walls or the floor. Let us check the side chambers. With that, the pair ventured into several adjoining rooms, only to find them utterly bare. Empty spaces devoid of any furniture left him unable to discern their original purpose. Luo Tianqian, undeterred, took Alaska Li Fengmei and meticulously searched the courtyard twice, even inspecting beneath the barren well. The outcome remained the same. What on earth was happening? Could it be that the treasure was truly hidden underground? Sitting on the steps of the main hall, Luo Tianqian wiped the frost from his goggles and mask. Perplexed, he simply could not fathom the treasure's location. Could it be that the treasure was a ruse devised by the system? That seemed unlikely. He had no reason to deceive himself. Thus, he sat in contemplation for a good while. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out once more. Dong, dong, dong. Luo Tianqian sprang to his feet. Looking around, a bell. There was no bell here. He distinctly heard the chime. Yet there was no bell in sight. Something was amiss, very amiss. After muttering to himself, he turned to ask Alaska Li Fengmei if she had heard the bell, but an eerie sight greeted him. Alaska Li Fengmei was nowhere to be found. More alarmingly, he noticed that the snow-covered ground bore only his footprints, with no trace of paw prints anywhere. The entirety of this situation sent chills down Luo Tianqian's spine, his hair standing on end. Was he also ensnared in an illusion? Li Fengmei, Li Fengmei, Luo Tianqian called out desperately, but received no response. This meant that the Alaska Li Fengmei who had been beside him moments before was not real. In an instant, terror gripped him, rendering him frozen in place as he listened to the tolling of the bell. One wrong move could lead to his demise. Dong, dong. After the 11th toll, silence enveloped the temple courtyard once more. The heavy snowfall continuing to blanket everything, imparting a sense of cold desolation. Though fearful, Luo Tianqian forced himself to remain composed. Regardless of whether this was an illusion or some other construct, he had to find a way to break free. Without a resolution, he had no idea where he was or how to complete his task. Removing his goggles, he took off his mask and hat, closing his eyes to quietly feel the icy touch of the falling snowflakes on his face. Time passed, and eventually, he felt a sharp pain in his ears, his face tingling as if cut by a blade. The bell? Yes. The bell was the key to breaking free. In an instant, Luo Tianqian seemed to comprehend. Chapter 42. The fractured incense. Luo Tianqian realized that the bell was the key to breaking the illusion, but the question remained. Where was the bell? Just moments ago, he had carefully discerned the direction from which the sound emanated. Yet it seemed to come from all around, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. In his moment of despair, the snowfall suddenly intensified. Countless snowflakes descended, thick as clouds of cotton. What had once been a visible distance of 10 meters dwindled to a mere 3 or 5. Faced with such a heavy snowfall, Luo Tianqian prepared to don his hat and mask. But just then, a snowflake landed on his eyelid. A burning sensation caused him to shut his eyes tightly. Rubbing vigorously, when he opened them again, he was momentarily stunned. Why did the snow feel burning? Shouldn't it be cold? Could it be that this snowed? Was not snow at all? For reasons unknown, Luo Tianqian suddenly recalled the incense that had been lit in the burner. Of course, the bell wasn't the key to breaking free. The incense was the source of the illusion. This meant that he had been enchanted by the fragrance, not the sound of the bell. Realizing this possibility, Luo Tianqian immediately began to ponder a solution. If the trigger for the illusion was through inhalation, then he needed to address that issue first. However, having already fallen victim, he needed to find a way to break free. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a bottle of strong liquor. After uncapping it, he took a hearty swig and then sprayed some on his hands, vigorously rubbing his face. Ouch, that stung. The high-proof liquor caused excruciating pain to his closed eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. Yet, he knew that this was still insufficient. After expelling a breath from his lungs, he held his breath. The reason for his actions was merely experimentation. Whether it would be effective or not remained uncertain. Fortunately, Luo Tianqian had a strong lung capacity and managed to hold his breath for a full minute. Eventually, he could no longer endure it and inhaled deeply and quickly while simultaneously opening his eyes. The moment he beheld his surroundings, he noticed that the scenery had shifted once more. The snow had not increased significantly, nor had the structures changed. Yet the incense burner was now alight with incense. and to his right stood a large bell. Alaska Li Fengmei, too, appeared to have succumbed to the enchantment, rolling about on the ground. Without a moment to waste, Luo Tianqian held his breath, seized Alaska Li Fengmei's leg, and quickly retreated to the entrance. He surmised that as long as they were outside the temple, they would not be affected by the incense. Indeed, upon leaving the temple, Luo Tianqian felt an immediate sense of clarity. He turned to glance at the icy path, now clearly visible, signifying that his senses had returned. A few seconds later, Alaska Li Fengmei regained consciousness, though the confusion in her eyes indicated that she still did not comprehend what had transpired. "Are you awake? If you're not, I'll toss you into the water to wake you up." With this remark, Luo Tianqian roused the bewildered Alaska Li Fengmei completely. "Woof, woof, stop barking. Just now, we fell victim to some kind of mesmerizing incense. And upon entering the courtyard, we were drawn into an illusion." Hearing this, Alaska Li Fengmei quickly backed away in fright, barking twice more as if to ask what they should do next in light of this situation. Luo Tianqian found himself at a loss as well. Squinting, he fell into deep thought. It is evident that wearing a mask is futile. Otherwise, he would not have been affected. As for the liquor, it is uncertain whether it can mask the fragrance, but it should be somewhat effective. Tio truly addressed the fundamental issue. The only solution is to remove the incense and dispose of it. In that moment, Luo Tianqian experienced a flash of inspiration. He unfastened the flying claw rope from his waist and secured it around his leg. The other end of the flying claw latched onto the edge of the floating Li Fengmei. "I will rush in and remove the incense. If you see me motionless or behaving unusually, pull the rope immediately, understood?" Woof, woof, woof. Although the Alaskan Li Fengmei was concerned, she nodded in agreement. There was no alternative. If the incense burner could not be handled, Luo Tianqian would not be sent into danger. After giving his instructions, Luo Tianqian poured liquor over his mask and donned it. With everything prepared, he took a deep breath and dashed toward the incense burner in the center of the temple courtyard. Throughout his sprint, Luo Tianqian held his breath. Within seconds, he arrived before the incense burner. Grasping the 3 sticks of incense with both hands, he yanked them out forcefully. However, just as he turned to flee, a sudden gust of wind erupted from the incense burner. Immediately, the 3 sticks of incense transformed into 3 ribbons of purple light, soaring toward the main hall of the temple. The abrupt change startled Luo Tianqian, who instinctively lifted his gun in defense, his gaze fixated on the hall. Such an eerie occurrence sent shivers down his spine. But the next moment brought an even more bizarre development. Upon entering the hall, the 3 ribbons of purple light morphed into a figure of a woman, not a Buddhist statue. The first thought that crossed Luo Tianqian's mind was the voice of that woman from the illusion. Along with the sensation of her caress on his neck, a chill ran down his back. Could she be the boss of this place? Suddenly, Luo Tianqian noticed the woman was moving. She slowly stood up and gracefully leapt down from the platform, swaying her hips as she approached him with a seductive smile. "My lord, I have long desired you to accompany me. Why do you still refuse my humble request? Now that I have been saved by you, might I offer myself to you in return? If you agree to take me as your wife, I shall present everything here as my dowry. Is that agreeable?" The woman's enchanting voice conjured images of marriage in Luo Tianqian's mind. Initially a mere figment, the fantasy began to materialize, making it increasingly difficult for him to see the woman before him. "My lord, I have admired you for so long. Shall we wed immediately and retire to the bridal chamber?" As the woman spoke, everything around Luo Tianqian abruptly altered. The temple transformed into a bridal chamber, with the woman in purple lying on the bed, beckoning him. "Come, my lord, come and cherish me, I can hardly wait." The woman in purple persistently lured Luo Tianqian, whose gaze began to glaze over as he slowly approached. Yet, unexpectedly for the woman, as he reached the bedside, his eyes suddenly widened. In an instant, he raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The gunshot echoed, shattering the illusion. The so-called bridal chamber vanished, reverting to the temple courtyard. Before Luo Tianqian lay not a woman in purple, but a stick of incense he had just shot. Damn. Fortunately, I am not one to be swayed by women. Otherwise, I would have truly been done for. Sighing in relief, Luo Tianqian aimed his gun at the other 2 sticks of incense and pulled the trigger. The moment all 3 sticks were severed, the remaining incense still in the burner suddenly erupted with a purple liquid. "What on earth is this?" Luo Tianqian hastily retreated. once again aiming his gun at the incense, as the purple liquid flowed forth in increasing volume. He was forced to back away step by step. Before long, the purple liquid filled the temple courtyard, and Luo Tianqian found himself cornered at the entrance. Witnessing this scene from outside, Alaskan Li Fengmei barked incessantly. Had it not been for Luo Tianqian's insistence on keeping her out, she would have charged Ayan. At that moment, a peculiar occurrence unfolded. The purple liquid abruptly ceased its flow and began to coalesce rapidly. Within mere seconds, it retreated back into the main hall of the temple. Luo Tianqian squinted to observe and was astonished to find a statue of a Buddha, entirely composed of purple crystal. Emerging on the platform within the hall, majestic and solemn, it radiated a sense of compassion. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the bell in the courtyard began to strike on its own, startling both Luo Tianqian and Alaskan Li Fengmei. 12 times it rang as the final chime resonated. The purple crystal statue shattered, scattering its remnants across the hall floor. All returned to tranquility. Luo Tianqian could not help but exchange a glance with Alaskan Li Fengmei, expressing his doubts. Could that purple crystal inside be the treasure? Alaskan Li Fengmei glanced at the hall, shook her head, and softly vocalized her uncertainty. With no other choice, Luo Tianqian steeled himself and approached the hall. The system had provided no prompts. Everything was a matter of exploration. Moreover, the most treasure-like objects within the temple were undoubtedly the purple crystals. It could not possibly be that bell. Suddenly, Luo Tianqian halted, turning to gaze at the bell that had struck itself. This was not the original world. Conventional reasoning could not apply. The system would not easily grant rewards, so the more improbable something seemed, the more likely it was to be true. It must be you. Muttering to himself, Luo Tianqian adjusted his course and approached the bell, reaching out to touch it. You are the treasure of this place, aren't you? No sooner had he spoken than a message appeared before him. Congratulations on discovering the true treasure of the temple. Would you like to submit it to the system and receive a reward? Luo Tianqian was momentarily taken aback before joyfully selecting yes. He never anticipated that his casual guess would be correct. This bell truly was a treasure. The treasure has been submitted. The quest is complete. In an instant, Luo Tianqian found himself back on the familiar icy path. Following this, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations on completing the temple quest. The completion rate is 90%, and you have received a hand crank generator as a reward. Upon hearing that the prize was a hand crank generator, Luo Tianqian could hardly contain his excitement. He dashed into the vehicle at once. Upon seeing the machine resting on the ground, he lunged toward it. Perhaps for others, this contraption was less practical than 100 pounds of rice. But for Luo Tianqian, it was a different story altogether. He lacked for food, as daily airdrops provided ample sustenance. Furthermore, electricity was a scarce resource on the icy roads. With this generator, as long as he had sufficient materials, he could manufacture various electrical appliances. Electric heaters, electric blankets, quick heaters, lights, and so on. Thus, even in the absence of other supplies, he would not need to fear freezing to death. From a long-term perspective, he could also create electrical devices to trade for resources, charging battery vests, battery-powered shoes, and more. Where could one find charging batteries? The trading market had plenty. After the surge of excitement, Luo Tianqian restarted the mechanical bull. The sled resumed its slow journey. Alaskan Li Fengmei remained outside, vigilant. Luo Tianqian opened the trading market, searching for all available charging batteries he needed to prepare for the future. Before long, he located 30 charging batteries in his search. Without hesitation, he exchanged his remaining compressed biscuits and a few bags of black sesame paste for them. However, during the exchange, Luo Tianqian transformed into a master negotiator, not only garnering gratitude from the traders but also prompting them to praise him in the global channel. The channel erupted with excitement once again. Let me tell you all, our Luogu is truly generous. Trading food for useless batteries. If anyone dares to criticize Luogu in the future, I will be the first to insult them. A sister also managed to trade for a dead battery, pledging her unwavering support for brother Tianqian. The big shot selected 30 fans, which meant he distributed 30 compressed biscuits, a considerable sum. Big shot, I love you. Previously, who was the fool that claimed Luo you was selfish? Step forward and kneel before me. Are the upstairs folks idiots? Luo Tianqian needs batteries. Are you all that dim-witted? If Luo Degu truly wished to provide you resources, why would he need to trade? You lot are the real fools. If Tianqian needed the batteries, he would gladly give them away. Who are you cursing? You idiot, being used by Luo Tianqian and still counting coins for him. One person spoke fairly. Regardless of whether Luo Tianqian needed batteries or not, the sheer volume of food he produced was not something ordinary individuals could muster. Moreover, he had never wronged anyone, so there was no need to slander him. What are you even doing upstairs? Go back? Are you a dog? Just a keyboard warrior die in the channel. A three-way debate gradually ensued, with more and more individuals joining in, including Chen Qingxia and her supporters. At this moment, Chen Qingxia, clad in thick cotton clothing, struggled to pull her sled through the heavy snow on the icy path. On her carriage were two corpses. Luo Tianqian, though I do not know why you traded for batteries. I will not let this opportunity slip, but I shall ensure your disgrace. Cursing under her breath, she opened her friend list to contact her devoted followers, those men who wished to do her bidding. Luo Tianqian's battery exchange surely had a reason behind it. Whatever the method, today, others must perceive him as a swindler. If successful, I shall show you my picture, the kind you all adore. Once the news was disseminated, Chen Qingxia's fervent admirers erupted in excitement. They had implored her numerous times to unveil photographs, yet she had consistently opted to share only suggestive images. However, this time was different. She pledged to share what her audience truly desired, prompting her to exert considerable effort. Consequently, her followers resurfaced, employing various conjectures to slander Luo Tianqian. Naturally, Luo Tianqian's fans vigorously defended him. Little did they know, Luo Tianqian was not perusing the channel, but rather scouring the market for materials to produce electric heaters. Yet, some matters are inescapable. Shido sent a message, informing Luo Tianqian that Chen Qingxia was stirring up trouble. Moreover, several individuals from the resource leaderboard had rallied behind Chen Qingxia. Chapter 44. If you lack strength, refrain from whining. Had it been merely Chen Qingxia attempting to defame him, Luo Tianqian would have remained indifferent. He was accustomed to it. After all, others were not oblivious to her true nature. However, the fact that individuals from the top 100 of the resource leaderboard had taken sides left him astounded. He could not fathom their motives. Had they been bribed by the unscrupulous? Or were they envious of his dominance? Thus, he curiously opened the world channel to discern the situation. At that moment, the channel resembled a battlefield, with a cacophony of profanities as everyone hurled insults in a myriad of ways. Luo Tianqian scrolled back to the first sentence uttered by Chen Qingxia and paused. The audacity of Luo Tianqian was appalling. He had allegedly exchanged a mere piece of compressed biscuit for batteries, shamelessly taking advantage of others, who was unaware of the future utility of rechargeable batteries. Such behavior was beneath contempt. Below Chen Qingxia's post were a handful of individuals from the resource leaderboard, confirming the onset of a monopoly on the battery market. Those who supported Chen Qingxia were destined to evolve into a model akin to the heating company. What did that imply? Utter nonsense. These individuals uniformly echoed Chen Qingxia's sentiments, clearly insinuating that Luo Tianqian was acquiring batteries at a low price, intent on emulating the heating company and monopolizing the market. The utterance of such words incited widespread resentment. The mere mention of heating and monopoly ignited fury among the masses. Many who had initially been mere spectators were drawn into the fray. The further Luo Tianqian scrolled, the more his expression darkened. Astonishingly, among the top 20 of the resource leaderboard, 8 were vociferously attacking him, and it was evident that they were orchestrating the narrative. At that moment, Luo Tianqian was genuinely enraged, a surge of indignation swelling within him. Initially, he had contemplated engaging in transactions with these individuals, but it now seemed unnecessary. He swiftly blocked them. Such people were unworthy of any association with him. Subsequently, he issued a statement in the channel. To all my supporters, I sincerely appreciate your trust in me. Today's acquisition of batteries is indeed advantageous. I intend to create some heating items powered by batteries for those who have placed their trust in me. Though this is merely an idea and I am uncertain of its success, as for the insinuations that I intend to monopolize batteries, I would like to assert that this world lacks laws. If you possess the ability, feel free to monopolize as well. If you lack strength, refrain from whining. And to those few on the leaderboard, do not delude yourselves into thinking you are of great consequence. It is merely the 4th day, and your current fortune does not elevate you to the status of pretentiousness. Do you understand? These statements were not particularly incisive, nor did they deny the utility of acquiring batteries. Yet, it was precisely this that led the bystanders, who had been swept along, to an epiphany. They realized they had been manipulated. Luo Tianqian was correct. This world was devoid of laws, and morality was contingent upon human hearts. Those who exchanged what they needed were displaying capability, and to eliminate others was also a form of ability. Hence, regardless of others' actions, one must prioritize self-preservation and possess the strength to survive. The most universally acknowledged statement, inadvertently rallying support, was the final one. One's fortune is not immutable. Instantly, the sentiment within the channel shifted dramatically. Luo Tianqian's words resonated. There were no good people on this path, and the system had previously stated that survival was paramount. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Just because we are currently unfortunate does not mean we should not strive to survive. Fortune will eventually favor us. Having been swept along, it was indeed time to remain calm. Luo Gu is absolutely right. I support you. Tianqian Gu, if you create those heating garments, may I exchange my resources with you? Great one. I am your loyal fan. May I add you as a friend? You can check the records. I am a true supporter. Gu. I exchange batteries with you, and in the future, I will continue to provide you with batteries. To no one else, Luo Tianqian's acquisition of batteries was for the benefit of all, unlike that wretched Qin Qingxia who sought to slander him, a despicable creature. Luo Tianqian did not continue reading the subsequent messages. He first added a few loyal fans he often encountered to his friends list, then closed the channel and resumed his search for useful items in the trading market. As for Qin Qingxia and her cohorts, they remained undeterred in their antics. However, the public had come to their senses and no longer fell victim to the orchestrated narrative. With the focus shifting to resource exchanges, the matter gradually reached its conclusion. Qin Qingxia's attempt to ensnare others had once again ended in failure. Luo Tianqian aimed to create a simple electric heater. Although he lacked a scientific background, he possessed a fundamental understanding of its construction. Even with a heating element and radiator, he could manage to create one. Regrettably, after an entire afternoon, he had only encountered heating elements, and no matter. He had a stove and was in no rush to produce an electric heater. Shutting the system panel, Luo Tianqian rose to stretch. He also added some wooden planks to the stove. Charcoal was unnecessary for now, and he had an abundance of wooden planks to burn freely. After stoking the fire, he approached the door and peered outside. The heavy snowfall blanketed the world in white. The frigid wind whistled through the door cracks, seeping into the vehicle. Fortunately, the interior stove maintained a high temperature, preventing the chill from becoming unbearable. With 3 days remaining until the snowstorm mode concluded, he wondered whether the system would grant a reprieve. Visibility was severely limited, significantly hindering his search for resources. Casting a glance at the Alaska dog, Li Fengmei, lounging on the planks, Luo Tianqian commenced his basic exercises. Sit-ups, push-ups, and horse stance, among others. He needed to maintain his physical strength to confront any potential dangers. After an hour of exercise, Luo Tianqian was drenched in sweat. He shed his warm jacket and approached the stove to dry off. Outside, it was a frigid -40 degrees, while he sat in the vehicle shirtless. What would others think if they saw this scene? They would likely be envious. Perhaps he should give it a try. Suddenly, an idea to show off crossed Luo Tianqian's mind. Although he was not one to seek the limelight, doing so would also showcase his strength, deterring others from consistently attempting to undermine him. Hence, he decided to take a selfie. However, instead of posting it himself, he first sent it to Shido with a message. Sister Shido, look how warm it is in my car. Jealous, aren't you? Shido quickly replied. Wow. Luo Gu, is your car really that warm? Do you not need to wear clothes? Compared to you, I feel utterly miserable. Soon after, Shido sent a photo of herself, resembling a penguin, leaning forward at a 45-degree angle, trudging through the heavy snow while pulling her vehicle. Upon seeing this, Luo Tianqian's grin widened uncontrollably. Just as he contemplated asking Shido to help disseminate the photo, the Alaska dog, Li Fengmei, suddenly let out a loud cry. The mechanical bull also halted. What happened? Why did the vehicle stop? Luo Tianqian furrowed his brow, hurriedly donning his rabbit fur coat and rushing to the door to inquire. Chapter 45. Upgrade card limited to metallic items. Peering through the window, Luo Tianqian observed that Li Fengmei had exited the vehicle but was howling at the interior. What's the matter? With a hiss, Luo Tianqian pushed the door open, and a gust of icy air assaulted him. The temperature was unbearably cold. Li Fome raised her paw, pointing at the mechanical bull. Realization dawned upon Luo Tianqian. The mechanical bull's power source was a winding mechanism he had provided. After nearly 2 hours, the mechanical bull had run out of power. Got it. I'll put on my clothes first. In his haste earlier, Luo Tianqian had neglected to wear warm clothing. He secured the door and donned his attire, fully arming himself before stepping outside to wind the mechanical bull. This realm was unlike Earth. Danger could arise at any moment. Therefore, regardless of urgency, one must always be adequately prepared before leaving the vehicle. This was also why he brought an array of supplies to any dungeon he ventured into. After winding it for about 30 circles, feeling fatigued, Luo Tianqian finally stopped. Having completed the winding, he checked the time. Nightfall was approaching. Thus, he decided to rest momentarily, allowing Li Fengmei to warm up inside the vehicle. Just then, a supply box appeared beside the vehicle. Wow! Is this what they call luck? Luo Tianqian momentarily froze, then grinned triumphantly. While parking and winding, a supply box appears right before me. Is it my good fortune? Or does the system favor me? Either way, let us open this blind box. Returning to the vehicle, Luo Tianqian retrieved his fire axe and pried open a wooden plank atop the supply box. No danger was present. Nothing leapt out. After prying open the remaining planks, he peered inside, only to be taken aback. The box was completely empty, devoid of any supplies. This was his first encounter with an empty supply box. Li Fengmei, noticing the twitching corners of Luo Tianqian's eyes, leaned over to take a look. Heh, quite surprising, isn't it? I'm just as surprised. It's my first time encountering an empty box, but it's no big deal. Using it as firewood is better than having nothing, right? Luo Tianqian let out a resigned smile as he took an axe to the box, dismantling it into several pieces before relocating them to the room, stacking them beneath the bed. However, to be honest, he felt rather disappointed. Even a single sheet of paper would have sufficed. He and his dog returned to the vehicle, and the first thing Luo Tianqian did was to remove his coat. Although the temperature inside the car was not particularly high, wearing fur was undeniably stifling. What song shall I play? I can sing for you. Luo Tianqian poured warm water into the dog bowl and casually inquired about Alaska Li Fengmei. Realizing that she could not respond, he muttered to himself, I forgot you can't speak human language. This remark instantly caused Alaska Li Fengmei to feel quite dejected. She bared her teeth and let out a couple of grumbles before burrowing beneath the bed. Retrieving a piece of charcoal on the ground, she struggled to write, I want to hear Today I Marry You. Ha! That song is so old. Kids who have heard it are probably getting married by now. Thankfully, I can still sing it. As Luo Tianqian mocked, he opened the system and selected the song, then began to sing exuberantly along with the rhythm. Since the system was designed solely for personal use, there was no external playback function. A woo, a woo. When Alaska Li Fengmei heard Luo Tianqian singing, she occasionally raised her head to join in. The funniest moment came when the lyrics reached Listen to Me. Hand in hand, walk with me. She almost choked on her own excitement, providing Luo Tianqian with ample amusement. Nevertheless, it must be said that having Alaska Li Fengmei by his side made the journey feel far less lonely. Meanwhile, Shiduoduo had already posted Luo Tianqian's photo to the World Channel, accompanied by a caption, Take a look at our brother Tianqian's prowess. He doesn't need to wear anything in the car. Who can compare? The emergence of this message and photo sent shockwaves across the nation. Wow, that's just not fair, is it? My car is still pieced together with 2 shabby boxes. Upstairs, be content. I'm only wearing a sweater and thermal pants. If it weren't for wrapping myself in plastic, I would have perished long ago. No wonder he ranks first. With conditions like that, I almost want to marry him. You, an old man, should have some dignity. There are so many of us women. It's not your turn. Brother Tianqian has such a great figure. I really want to touch it. Lauda, if you don't need to wear clothes, could you sell me some? I have an item upgrade card. Originally, Shiduoduo intended to show off for Luo Tianqian, but upon seeing this message, she contacted him immediately. Ding! Just as Luo Tianqian was howling like a wolf, he suddenly heard the system's prompt. Upon checking his friend's list, he saw a message from Shiduoduo. Luo Gu, someone named Gue Changshou said he has an item upgrade card and wants to trade for a piece of clothing. I've seen him. He is your supporter. Luo Tianqian's eyes lit up. An item upgrade card. Could it be real? It was known that these cards could upgrade any item. Why wouldn't this Gue Changshou person use it? Upgrading a sled would surely be more beneficial than a piece of clothing, he thought, perplexed. However, since the individual had mentioned it, he decided to inquire further. He requested Shiduoduo to act as an intermediary. And soon they added each other as friends. Almost instantly, a message arrived from Gue Changsho. Hello, Lauda. I am Gue Changsho, a loyal fan of yours. Luo Tianqian did not rush to reply but instead opened the other party's profile. To his surprise, such an elderly-sounding name belonged to a young man who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. Greetings, Brother Gue. Thank you for your continued support, Luo Tianqian replied, refraining from directly asking his question and simply expressing his gratitude first. You read too polite, Lauda's sister sure should have mentioned it. I want to exchange an item upgrade card for a piece of clothing. My current cotton jacket is simply too thin and can barely hold up. Luo Tianqian felt even more perplexed. After pondering, he asked, why don't you use this card to upgrade your clothing then? After sending the message, Gue Changsho did not respond immediately. It took a good half-minute before several messages came through. Lauda, to be honest, this card can only upgrade metal items, and I don't have a single metal item on me. I wanted to contact you earlier, but I couldn't add you as a friend. I thought about trading with others, but once I learned that my card only upgrades metal, nobody paid me any mind. Lauda, could you please help me? I really can't hold on any longer. After reading the message, Luo Tianqian understood the situation. He immediately thought of using the card to upgrade the mechanical bull. Since it could only upgrade metal, and the mechanical bull was entirely made of metal, this would elevate its driver level, wouldn't it? As for the signal gun, it wasn't entirely metal, so it surely couldn't be upgraded. The problem was that he didn't have any extra cotton jackets. He certainly couldn't give him his fur coat and freeze himself. As for trading with others, unless someone was starving, no one would be willing to part with a cotton jacket a moment. Luo Tianqian found himself quite troubled. How could he acquire a cotton coat? Chapter 46. Mechanical Bull Evolution. Faced with the metal item upgrade card, Luo Tianqian truly desired it. However, lacking anything to trade, he had to devise another plan. Just then, he spotted the parachute stacked in the corner. An idea struck him, and he sent 2 messages to Gue Changsho. Brother, I sincerely apologize, but I have plenty of food and drink. Yet only the clothes on my back. If you need warmth, I can trade you 3 parachutes for your upgrade card. Once I find a cotton jacket, I'll make sure to provide you with one. How does that sound? Rest assured, while parachutes may not be as warm as a cotton jacket, if you attach them inside the car, they will certainly keep you much warmer, and you'll be more comfortable while sleeping at night. After sending the messages, he confidently awaited a response. Currently, very few people had a source of fire, and even fewer could create warmth. Although everyone had encountered supply boxes, they would likely stay behind in this weather. Without kindling, wooden boards were not easily ignited. Sure enough, after just a few seconds, Gue Changsho replied, indicating he was ready to make the trade. Without hesitation, Luo Tianqian quickly proceeded with the item exchange in the trading market. Speaking of which, the system in this world was incredibly flawed. Up to now, friends had no way to trade directly. Everything had to go through the trading market. In contrast, the systems found in novels allowed for unrestricted trading as one pleased. After the trade concluded, Luo Tianqian's car was devoid of 5 pieces of charcoal, a small cup of white liquor, a lighter, and a basin. In exchange, he now had an item upgrade card, quietly resting on the bedside table. Luo Tianqian eagerly picked up the card. The front read item upgrade card, and upon flipping it over, there was a small print warning. This card can only upgrade iron items. Let's see what that iron bowl can be upgraded to. If it can become automated, that would be incredible. Life would be much easier. Feeling a surge of excitement, Luo Tianqian murmured a few words to himself. He approached the door, peering through the window at the mechanical bull. He declared to the system that he was using the card. As his voice fell, the item upgrade card transformed into a beam of golden light and flew outside the car, enveloping the mechanical bull in a radiant glow. The gently falling snowflakes were entirely repelled by this golden light. Soon after, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Mechanical bull upgrade initiated. Duration: 3 minutes. Please do not activate during this period. Having not informed Alaska Li Fengmei in advance, the sudden transformation of the mechanical bull startled her. She leaped off the wooden board and hurriedly dashed towards the car door. Luo Tianqian, reacting promptly, pulled the door open, resulting in Alaska Li Fengmei barreling through the doorframe and tumbling into the vehicle. Bam! She landed heavily on the floor, wincing in pain. Haha, my apologies. I forgot to tell you I was upgrading the mechanical bull outside. Did I scare you? Luo Tianqian couldn't help but laugh as he explained, seeing her flustered state. Upon hearing this, Alaska Li Fengmei finally grasped what it meant to be utterly speechless, turning to give Luo Tianqian a fierce glare. Once the door was securely closed, Luo Tianqian peered through the window, fixated on the mechanical bull, eagerly anticipating what it would transform into after the upgrade. Soon, the 3 minutes elapsed, as the golden light dissipated from the mechanical bull. Its original form underwent a significant transformation. It grew in size, its body now a pure silver color. Its horns extended to half a meter, and its tail swayed autonomously in the absence of wind. Each piece of silver steel plating glimmered, creating an imposing appearance. At that moment, the system's prompt rang out again. Mechanical bull upgrade complete. The upgraded form is the steel mechanical bull, crafted entirely of pure steel. Possessing the ability to recognize danger and capable of autonomously attacking monsters during the day. The mechanical bull's energy source is manual. It must be fully wound before use. The energy can sustain operation for 5 hours and can pull a weight of 3,000 pounds. After hearing the system's introduction, the excitement on Luo Tianqian's face faded, replaced by a hint of disappointment. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Alas! What a letdown. He had always contemplated transforming the mechanical bull into a fully automated entity, thereby eliminating the necessity of venturing outside except for gathering supplies. However, the upgraded steel mechanical bull, while altered in appearance, bore little difference from its predecessor. It merely required winding once more, which extended its operational duration. Presumably, it could also bear a greater weight. Regardless, the upgrade was complete, and for the time being, that would suffice. After all, it was certain to be an improvement over its former state. The specifics of the enhancement would require gradual exploration. Luo Tianqian stepped outside to wind the steel mechanical bull, which then proceeded to move slowly forward. Meanwhile, Alaska Li Fengmei did not remain inside but returned to the doghouse outside. It was not that he did not wish to rest in the vehicle, but rather that the temperature within was uncomfortably high for him, given his thick coat of fur. Disheartened, Luo Tianqian lay down on the bed and opened the trading market, allowing the vehicle to fall into silence once more. This departure would last quite some time. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted off to sleep while listening to music. He was roused from his slumber by Alaska Li Fengmei nuzzling him awake. What is it? Let me sleep a little longer. Luo Tianqian groggily pushed aside the dog's paw, his patience wearing thin. Yet, Alaska Li Fengmei persisted, incessantly nudging him and barking. This left Luo Tianqian devoid of any lingering drowsiness, though he was filled with morning irritability. What is it? Can't you just tell me? Why do you keep nudging me? I want to sleep. Why is that so difficult? As the words left his mouth, he realized that this creature could not communicate in human language. Alaska Li Fengmei seemed agitated as well, exhaling a puff of warm air, which, combined with the sounds emanating from its throat, bore a slight resemblance to human speech. Subsequently, it clasped Luo Tianqian's clothing in its jaws and tugged forcefully towards the ground. Concerned about the potential damage to his attire, Luo Tianqian instinctively got out of bed. However, he was now fully awake. Without uttering a word, he hastily donned his uniform, aware that Alaska Li Fengmei would not demand his awakening without good reason. It must have encountered something. Moreover, it was clear that whatever it was posed no danger. Otherwise, it would have been barking at the door rather than nudging him. Chapter 47. His sled having donned his attire and prepared himself, Luo Tianqian descended from the vehicle with a pistol in hand. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily, the ground still cloaked in a thickness of 5 centimeters. The temperature remained unchanged. Navigating around the steel mechanical bull, Luo Tianqian quickly spotted a sled parked a mere 7 or 8 meters ahead. This sled was constructed from 2 supply crates, enveloped in a thick layer of frost, akin to the one he had fashioned on his first day. Resting atop the sled was an additional supply crate. Beyond this, Luo Tianqian discerned nothing else. Suddenly, he recalled his deflated superior, Rodi. This sled must surely belong to him. Luo Tianqian raised his pistol and cautiously approached. Observing this, Alaska Li Fengmei, donning its spiked shoes, dashed ahead. Taking the lead. It had not been of much assistance in the temple dungeon, and this time it would not permit Luo Tianqian to take the forefront. In just a few strides, the duo arrived beside the sled. Alaska Li Fengmei barked at the sled's compartment a few times, then tentatively pawed at it. After a considerable wait, no response came from within. It was evident. The owner of this sled must be Rodi, who was now deceased. Upon uttering this realization, Luo Tianqian kicked the sled. With a crack, a sizable chunk of frost encapsulating the compartment shattered and fell onto the icy ground. Fortunately, the frost was not overly thick, or it might have caused him pain. Subsequently, Luo Tianqian kicked at the junctions of the crates. As the thin ice fell away, he pushed the rear supply crate aside, causing its contents to spill forth. Goodness! There's quite a bit of material here, and even a military overcoat. I must give this to Gui Changshou. I cannot allow him to find fault. Muttering to himself, Luo Tianqian picked up the military overcoat. Upon inspection, it was quite tattered, riddled with holes. Nevertheless, it was made of cotton, which was better than nothing. He then began to gather the remaining items. Towels to barter with, as they would surely be in demand. A bottle of mineral water, which could be filled and thus hold value. An earwax spoon, which could serve its purpose for personal hygiene. And a fruit knife, which he decided to keep as he continued to murmur. Luo Tianqian sorted the supplies. Items he could not utilize were placed on the left, while those that were useful were set aside on the right. Once arranged, there were merely a dozen items. Of these, he could only use 2, an earwax spoon and a fruit knife. The remaining valuable items included the military overcoat, a canvas, and a blanket, and no wonder that fellow managed to survive for so long. He had these 3 items, yet fate had its way, and it ultimately led to his demise. Serves him right. Spitting in disdain, Luo Tianqian returned to the vehicle with the supplies. He first handed the military overcoat to Gui Changshou before placing the other materials for trade. Next, he turned his attention to the sled, which was entirely wooden and could serve as firewood. Little did he know, while he busied himself, Gui Changshou's screenshots and trading records garnered the admiration of the masses. Look, look, Brother Luo is truly an upstanding gentleman, keeping his word. In this world, he manages to avoid deceiving others. Brother Tianqian is worth a lifetime of trust. If only I had something Brother Luo needed. I would freeze to death otherwise. Will you trade the military overcoat? Name your price. So envious. I've become a fan of Luo Tianqian. Did no one see the trading market? The big shot has put up good items. What good items? I'll go take a look. You can see for yourselves. Anyone with these 3 items can definitely survive the early stages. Is that true? I'll go check too. Among the supplies Luo Tianqian had placed for trade, the canvas was offered in exchange for an electric heater or a standalone heating element. The towel was to be exchanged for electrical wires and plugs. Indeed, he still aimed to craft an electric heater swiftly. Even if it was not needed immediately, it would prepare him for future upgrades to the vehicle. As for the blanket, he resolved to convert it into a cloak. He realized that most individuals required clothing for warmth, as the vehicle could utilize snow for insulation. Given the ice layer's thermal retention, one could certainly survive in the confines of the small cabin. However, only by dressing warmly could they traverse the endless icy roads for extended periods, thus enabling swifter resource searches. Luo Tianqian spent half an hour dismantling Rodi's sled, transferring all components to Li Fengmei's vehicle, securing them with ropes. Once these tasks were completed, a crimson countdown timer appeared before him. Noting that nightfall was imminent, Luo Tianqian decided against further excursions. His stomach grumbled, signaling that it was time to prepare a meal. Returning to the vehicle, he set water to boil, first cooking dumplings, then grilling 10 skewers of lamb. The aroma of the barbecue instantly captivated the lethargic Alaska Li Fengmei, its eyes widening in anticipation. Were it not for its concern for appearance, it might have even licked its lips in delight. As the saying goes, dumplings pair well with wine, symbolizing a prosperous future. Embracing this old adage, Luo Tianqian treated himself to a bit of white liquor diluted with water. Though the flavor was mild, it was still alcohol. With dinner prepared, Luo Tianqian devoured half the meat skewers and several dumplings, tossing the remainder into Alaska Li Fengmei's bowl. He enjoyed his drink while savoring the meat skewers and dumplings, planning to save the self-heating beef pot for the following evening. Even among the top 100 on the resource leaderboard, none lived as lavishly as he did. Most continued to journey forth, hoping to find additional supplies before the countdown concluded. World Channel. Selling 10 pieces of candy, private message if interested. Today's luck is poor. I only managed to acquire a packet of spicy strips. Bro, would you trade spicy strips? I'll exchange it for a socked. It's been 2 days. I haven't eaten anything. If I can't eat tomorrow, I'll confront the monsters. Hey, it's been 2 days. Haven't you eaten monster meat yet? I have monster meat. I can trade 1 pound for a pair of pants. Interested? Damn it. My stomach hurts from eating snow. I long for a sip of hot water. As the countdown concluded, the icy road lay silent, devoid of any signs of life. All had retreated into their sled compartments, while outside, amidst the heavy snowfall, countless monsters roamed aimlessly. Luo Tianqian sat on his bed, turning to gaze out the window. Surrounding him were creatures with the bodies of tigers and the heads of fish, which sparked within him the desire to hunt. Just 10 monsters to slay and skin would certainly yield vehicle upgrade cards or item upgrade cards. He was convinced that such cards must still exist. They simply had not yet been retrieved. However, upon further contemplation, he decided against it. The creatures of the night differed from those of the day, and any unforeseen circumstances would not be worth the risk. It was better to proceed cautiously, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Ding! Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Luo Tianqian opened his friend list to find a message from Gue Changsho. Big shot. I have a friend who acquired something and is looking to trade for some charcoal. I'm not sure if you'd be interested. Can I add him as a friend? Chapter 48. Laptop. Upon hearing that someone sought to trade with him, especially a supporter recommended by Gue Changsho, Luo Tianqian readily agreed. With Gue Changsho's assistance, he quickly added his friend. To his surprise, this individual was among the last few on the resource leaderboard, named Zhang Wanzhua, roughly the same age as Gue Changsho. After becoming friends, Zhang Wanzhua promptly messaged him, not with a question mark, but rather a straightforward inquiry. Hello, Luo Good, I noticed you listed a canvas and wish to exchange it for a heating element. Unfortunately, I don't have a heating element, but I do possess a laptop with accessories. Would you consider trading the canvas and some charcoal for it? Upon seeing that there was indeed a laptop, Luo Tianqian's interest was instantly piqued. The radiator can temporarily be deemed unnecessary, yet the computer is indispensable. I possess a manual generator. The computer is not merely a decorative item, but is fully operational. Eventually, I can switch to movie discs or game hard drives, thereby enhancing my entertainment options. In a situation where sustenance and clothing are assured, the importance of entertainment in such an environment cannot be overstated. Thus, Luo Tianqian sent a message back to Zhang Wanzhua. I can trade that canvas, along with 5 pieces of charcoal and a lighter. The charcoal will be infused with high-proof liquor, and all that's needed is to ignite it with the lighter. Upon sending the message, he swiftly received a simple affirmation in response. Subsequently, Luo Tianqian completed his preparations, and the two engaged in an exchange of goods within the trading market. The moment he acquired the laptop, he eagerly opened it to inspect its components. The mouse and power cord were present, and even a notably large mouse pad. However, it was evident that this laptop was not brand new. It bore unmistakable signs of previous use. He wondered if there was a password. Luo Tianqian lifted the laptop screen and pressed the power button. Due to a depleted battery, the device did not power on. He then connected the power cord to the hand crank generator and began to crank it rhythmically while humming a tune. As he cranked, he sang, "Crank and crank," to Grandma's bridge. Grandma said, "I am a good child." The hand crank generator possesses the ability to store electrical energy. As Luo Tianqian cranked, the power was stored in the generator's large battery, simultaneously transferring energy to the laptop. Noticing the indicator light on the computer illuminate, he reached out and pressed the power button again. In 2 seconds, the laptop screen flickered to life. Gazing at the familiar loading interface, Luo Tianqian could not help but feel a rush of excitement, mingled with concern. If the computer were password protected, he would only be able to perform a system restore, and he was uncertain whether a system backup resided on the hard drive. If there was none, this situation could become quite troublesome. As the interface transitioned to the desktop, his anxiety dissipated entirely. Fortunately, the previous owner of the laptop had not set a password. A mischievous grin spread across his face. This laptop clearly belonged to a man. He wondered if it contained hundreds of gigabytes of films from Japan. Upon hearing this, Alaska Li Fengmei, who was perched at the doorway, abruptly lifted her head. Her eyes fixated on the computer screen, brimming with anticipation. Luo Tianqian, taken aback by her reaction, blurted out, "Do women also enjoy watching films from Japan? You look like a pervert." Woof! Alaska Li Fengmei barked in mock indignation, feeling a bit shy as she returned to her previous position on the ground, yet her gaze remained glued to the screen. Seeing her expression, Luo Tianqian could not help but chuckle. He waved her over and said, "Come help me crank the generator. I want to see what treasures the computer holds." Alaska Li Fengmei complied without hesitation, sitting on the ground with her paws grasping the crank, rhythmically turning it. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqian connected the mouse and clicked on my computer. The hard drive, totaling 500 gigabytes, was divided into 4 partitions. The D drive was already glowing red, occupying half of the total hard drive space, an astonishing 250 gigabytes. Any man would immediately grasp the implication of such a situation. Of course, other possibilities could not be entirely ruled out. Perhaps it contained large-scale games. After all, filled with anticipation, Luo Tianqian double-clicked on the D drive. What the? This guy has organized it quite clearly. The drive contained 3 meticulously labeled folders in Chinese. Games, movies, and Japan, IT, was evident that the categorization was so clear that anyone could understand it. Even Alaska Li Fengmei's gaze was fixed on the last folder. IT truly echoed the adage. At the beginning of man, nature is inherently flawed. Every individual harbors desires. Luo Tianqian did not disappoint. Promptly opening the Japan folder, "Oh my goodness, so much! At least 100 gigabytes, I reckon?" Staring at the densely packed thumbnails of videos, Luo Tianqian was momentarily dumbfounded. He wondered if the laptop's previous owner might be suffering from some sort of deficiency. Turning to Alaska Li Fengmei, he asked, "Do you think the previous owner has a deficiency?" "Woof." Alaska Li Fengmei nodded decisively without a moment's hesitation. With this abundance of videos, it would be absurd to claim that the previous owner was not afflicted. However, Luo Tianqian did not immediately open the videos. Instead, he clicked on the games folder. Inside, it was further divided into single-player and online game folders. Online games had become obsolete in this world, but single-player games were still fully playable. Upon opening the folder, he discovered over 100 single-player games, which genuinely thrilled him. With this extensive collection, he would have plenty to occupy himself for a considerable time. Of course, he couldn't spend all his time gaming. He needed to set aside an hour each day for exercise. Otherwise, his physical condition would rapidly decline. Finally, he opened the movies folder. After glancing at the titles, he noticed a distinct lack of romantic films, which seemed more suited to a man's taste. After examining the D drive, Luo Tianqian turned his attention to the other drives. There was nothing particularly useful, although he did find a system restore for the computer. With the night having fallen, the interior of the sled lacked sufficient lighting. The illumination came solely from the fireplace and the hand-cranked wall lamp, which was inadequate for comfortable viewing of the computer. Considering the lighting situation, he closed the laptop and opened the trading market. Surprisingly, someone was offering a bright lamp designed for charging in exchange. However, the other party still sought warm clothing, indicating that the majority of people were in dire need of winter attire to combat the cold outside. Yet, exchanging a piece of warm clothing for a lamp worth merely a few dollars was clearly not a worthwhile trade. After some contemplation, he decided to inquire in the World Channel. Just then, a loud thud resounded. The sled was violently jolted, as if it had been struck by something formidable. Chapter 49. The balding incident. The impact on the sled startled Luo Tianqian quite significantly. Steadying himself, he wiped the condensation from the window and peered outside. On the icy road at night, there was nothing but monsters lurking about. It was clear that a creature had collided with them. There was no doubt about it. The system had stated that monsters would not attack sleds at night. Had the rules changed? If it was unsafe to remain inside the sled at night, then survival would be a daunting challenge for everyone, including himself. Curiously, however, upon surveying the surroundings of the sled, Luo Tianqian did not observe any monsters attacking. They merely wandered aimlessly. Strange. If not monsters, then what could it be? Never mind, he thought. He would figure it out tomorrow during the day. Although Luo Tianqian was puzzled and eager to uncover the cause of the collision, he prioritized safety and resisted the urge to open the door. After a period of calm, he instructed Alaska Li Fengmei to continue cranking the generator. He himself opened the World Channel. To his surprise, the topic of discussion was the very incident he had just experienced. Did anyone else feel the sled get hit? I felt it too. Just once, it scared me to death. I felt it as well. I thought a monster was attacking the sled, but it seems that's not the case. Since so many people are experiencing this, it must be a system issue. Doesn't it feel more like an earthquake than a collision? Stop joking. I've researched this route. An earthquake is impossible. Oh, you've researched it? Can't you shut up for once? Who can see what's happening outside? Is it an earthquake? Guys, it's neither an earthquake nor a monster attack. I can see around me, and the sled is shaking for no reason. Is that for real? How can it just shake for no reason? I can vouch for what that girl said. It definitely shook without cause. Holy crap. It can't be a ghost, can it? That would be terrifying. Don't scare me. I'm scared. Don't worry. It's definitely the system's doing. Perhaps it's a glitch. Observing the conversations unfolding, Luo Tianqian furrowed his brow deeply. He found himself inclined to believe the individual who claimed that all sleds were shaking inexplicably. Outside of the system, no one else could accomplish such a feat in this world. The system was the ultimate authority. As everyone continued to discuss the matter, Luo Tianqian chose not to interrupt their lively exchange. The lamp could be replaced at any time. There was no need to rush. Closing the world channel, Luo Tianqian placed the laptop on the table and glanced at Alaska Li Fengmei, who was diligently cranking away. And with a content smile, he opened a game that had originally been an online game but had been configured for single player. DJ Max. He selected this game because it belonged to the music genre and could play tunes. Alaska Li Fengmei was unable to play on the computer and was left with the task of cranking. It felt only fair to provide her with some enjoyment. Furthermore, he had played this game before and found it quite entertaining. So he was eager to give it another go. Initially, Alaska Li Fengmei felt quite dejected, secretly blaming Luo Tianqian for being self-centered. Couldn't they watch a movie together? She could crank while watching too. However, as the music began to play, she realized she had misjudged him. He indeed knew how to be considerate. I wonder if you've heard the tune Flight of the Bumblebee. Let me play it for you. Luo Tianqian turned towards Alaska Li Fengmei with a smile and commenced the first round of the game. The result? Holy crap! This thing is way too fast. I can't keep up. Woof 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 woof. I can't keep up either. Oh no, my fingers are going numb. Woof 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 woof. Arms are sore. Stop barking. Or come here instead. Woof woof woof. Forget it. Thus, a person and a dog exchanged the entirety of a song. Luo Tianqian's two forearms ached painfully, while the Alaskan Malamute Li Fengmei also found her two front legs drained of strength from shaking the generator. Never mind, let us just watch a movie. As soon as Luo Tianqian finished speaking, the computer shut down. Due to the music playing, the generator's power supply was inadequate. Tomorrow, you shouldn't go out. Stay here and help me generate power. It's nothing at all. Luo Tianqian pouted, expressing his displeasure. Just when he wanted to watch a movie, the power went out, dampening his spirits. However, the Alaskan Malamute Li Fengmei also felt wronged, releasing her front legs and weakly shaking them a few times. Then, with a face full of indignation, she lay back down at the door. She had truly exerted herself to the utmost, and was indeed exhausted. Noticing that Li Fengmei was still upset, Luo Tianqian snorted, "Humph. Sleep." Then he lay down on the bed, covering himself with the blanket in the cabin. Only the crackling sounds of the firewood remained. Unbeknownst to him, because he hadn't added firewood before sleeping, Li Fengmei was left with a bald head. In the middle of the night, while Luo Tianqian was soundly asleep, the fire in the fireplace had dwindled to mere embers. The temperature in the cabin was rapidly dropping. Li Fengmei opened her eyes, and upon discovering that there was no fire in the fireplace, she immediately dragged a wooden plank from beneath the bed and stuffed it into the fireplace. However, due to her physical limitations, she had to cling to the edge of the stove. As a result, when she inserted the third plank, flames suddenly flared up. Li Fengmei had no time to dodge, and her entire head was singed by the fire. It is well known that Alaskan Malamutes have long fur, which ignites swiftly when exposed to flames. Feeling her head burning, Li Fengmei quickly recoiled and frantically patted at her head with her paws. But how effective could her small paws be? It was hardly of any use. Fortunately, there was water in the nearby milk pot. Li Fengmei splashed her paw into it, dousing her head with cool water. The flames were extinguished instantly. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqian was jolted awake by the sound of the milk pot hitting the ground. He sat up abruptly, exclaiming, "What is going on?" Due to the dim light in the cabin, he failed to notice the dire state of Li Fengmei, whimpering. Upon hearing the plaintive whimpers from the other side, Luo Tianqian realized something was amiss. He hurriedly lit the oil lamp. "What had happened to you?" Seeing that Li Fengmei had lost the fur on her head and was drenched, Luo Tianqian was taken aback. Li Fengmei, thoroughly frightened, could no longer hold back her tears upon hearing Luo Tianqian's inquiry. "Awura wo. Please don't cry. What on earth happened? As Luo Tianqian took out a blanket that he had brought back from the roadie vehicle, he began to dry Li Fengmei's body while questioning her. At that moment, he noticed the newly added firewood in the fireplace and immediately understood. Did you get burned while adding firewood? Woo. Li Fengmei nodded, looking even more aggrieved, casting a glance at the fireplace. Luo Tianqian narrowed his eyes slightly. Although there was no shortage of wood at present, this method indeed could not sustain a fire for long. To avoid having to wake up in the middle of the night to add fire, one would either need coal or charcoal. Coal would depend on luck, but perhaps charcoal could be attempted. Chapter 50. A clumsy method to make charcoal. The primary material for making charcoal is wood. The principle is quite simple. Wood undergoes incomplete combustion or is formed under conditions of oxygen deprivation. As far as he knew, there are 3 methods for producing this substance. The more traditional method involves using a clay kiln. One digs a clay kiln, lays a layer of dry branches at the bottom, then places the wood upright or in a crosswise manner inside, filling it up and sealing the kiln's mouth with clay. Next, one ignites the lowest layer of wood and allows the wood to burn slowly within the kiln. When smoke begins to rise from a small hole at the top of the kiln, the hole is sealed to allow it to continue carbonizing in an oxygen-deprived environment. After several days, once the kiln has cooled, charcoal can be extracted. This method is clearly not feasible here. Not a grain of sand has been seen along the entire road. Where would one find clay for a kiln? Moreover, the time frame is too lengthy. He cannot afford to wait several days. The second method is known as dry distillation, which involves heating wood in the absence of air, generally at temperatures ranging from 400 to 700 degrees Celsius. This separates the moisture, wood tar, and other components from the wood, leaving behind only charcoal. This method is relatively precise, yielding quality charcoal quickly. The issue, however, is how one could possibly achieve a temperature of 400 degrees. In essence, both methods of producing charcoal are unattainable here. The last method, albeit the most rudimentary, yields charcoal of inferior quality, but it is still charcoal. This technique involves pouring water over the wood when it is glowing red hot. Children in rural areas likely played with this or have seen it before, though no one knew the principle behind it at that time. Simply put, it involves burning off the various messy materials in the wood, leaving behind pure carbon, and then rapidly cooling it with water to obtain charcoal. Having conceived this idea, Luo Tianqian decided against sleeping. He was determined to take action. However, he was not foolish enough to pour water directly into the fireplace. First, he found an iron basin to pour water into and hold the charcoal. Then, he split the wooden planks into 2 long strips to facilitate the retrieval of the glowing wood from the fireplace. After all, one cannot simply grab it with bare hands. With these 2 tasks completed, he then turned his attention to water. Quite simply, he could use any bottle of drinking water. He hardly drank 3 bottles a day. Next, he approached the fireplace, clearing away the burning wooden planks above, and searched for the glowing wood below. Unfortunately, due to his failure to add wooden planks before sleeping, the wood beneath had burned too much. Only a few materials suitable for making charcoal remained. Yet, even the legs of a mosquito, though small, are still meat. Luo Tianqian carefully extracted what he could and placed it into the iron basin. He opened the water bottle, pouring it slowly over the contents. Sizzle sizzle with the sounds, plumes of steam began to rise, forming a layer of mist on the cabin's windows. The temperature inside the cabin increased noticeably. As the charcoal cooled down, Luo Tianqian picked up a piece from the basin and examined it closely. Judging by appearance alone, it certainly did not resemble the kind of charcoal sold in markets. Additionally, it was very brittle, crumbling at the slightest touch. Clearly, this would have been slightly overburned. Luo Tianqian retrieved a few more pieces from the basin and tossed them into the fireplace, watching intently. The success of charcoal primarily depends on whether it can be ignited again and burned for an extended period. Since the charcoal was still damp inside, it did not ignite immediately upon being tossed into the fireplace. However, it wasn't long before the moisture evaporated under high temperatures, and the exterior gradually began to glow red. Eventually, it burned through completely. This indicated that the charcoal experiment had succeeded, leaving Luo Tianqian filled with excitement. Turning back to glance at Li Fengmei, he discovered her lying at the door, her 2 paws covering her hairless head. Looking utterly sorrowful, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "It's just that you've lost some fur on your head. It's nothing to worry about, it'll grow back after a while. So don't feel too wronged. Tonight, I'll make extra charcoal, and from now on, we'll use charcoal at night to avoid burning off any more of your fur." After saying this, he paid no further attention to Li Fengmei. As he cranked up the generator, he awaited the wooden planks in the fireplace to burn thoroughly red. Despite seeming like an easy task, it was incredibly tedious. To completely ignite such thick wooden planks to a glowing state was not something that could be accomplished in a short time. This led to Luo Tianqian feeling drowsy, unable to suppress his yawns. Thus, he endured for a whole hour. Finally, some of the planks burned to a glowing red. Without hesitation, he quickly chopped them into small pieces and added them to the iron basin, followed by water to cool them down. Sizzle as the steam dissipated, a small basin of pitch-black charcoal was completed. Thanks to the perfectly timed burning, the charcoal appeared considerably thicker, and the surface cracks were significantly fewer than the previous batch. To be honest, Luo Tianqian was astonished that he could produce charcoal. Although he had poured water over burning wood as a child, he had never formally made charcoal. Now, having accomplished this in such an extremely cold environment, he felt grateful to be a child of an ordinary family. After successfully testing a new piece of charcoal, he retrieved an unopened supply crate that had not been dismantled. He placed all the remaining products inside. Next, he began the second round of charcoal production, stuffing the fireplace with numerous wooden planks. With a goal in sight and motivation, he naturally felt less drowsy. Over the course of 4 hours, Luo Tianqian filled an entire crate with charcoal. It was enough for several nights, if not more. Additionally, the temperature in the cabin had risen to nearly 30 degrees above zero, leaving him only able to work in his long underwear, the same time. Fresh water was running low. This wouldn't he do. There wasn't enough water. Once daylight broke, he would have to fetch some seawater, as it was too wasteful to use what little he had. Luo Tianqian grabbed a chilled bottle of mineral water positioned by the door and took a hearty swig. How refreshing! The icy mineral water flowed down his throat, instantly providing a sense of comfort and satisfaction to his overheated body. It felt akin to sitting on a heated Kong in the depths of winter, indulging in ice cream. If others were to discover his current state, they would undoubtedly be filled with envy. In the midst of a snowstorm with temperatures plunging to -40 degrees, everyone else was bundled in the scanty clothing they could find, huddled in small spaces to sleep. When awoken by the cold in the middle of the night, they curled up into balls, wishing only for a small sip of hot water to warm themselves. Many would even perish from the freezing temperatures. Yet here he was, not only drinking icy mineral water with his shirt off, but he was even complaining of being too hot. Surely, even a king would not have such treatment. As the countdown to dawn concluded, the 5th day of this journey officially commenced. Luo Tianqian, brimming with anticipation, hastily donned his attire. Peering through the window to ensure no monsters lurked outside, he armed himself with a flare gun and exited the vehicle. What treasures might today unveil? A little favor, perhaps? I could certainly use a set of summer attire. As the interior of the car is suffocatingly hot. Chapter 51. The 5th day. Someone is hot on our heels. The flurry of snowflakes was illuminated by 3 shots from Luo Tianqian's gun. Sparkling and beautiful, yet merely a fleeting spectacle, as the brilliance of the flare dissipated. Tranquility returned, though the blizzard persisted. Luo Tianqian, unable to spot the airdrop supply crate above, returned to the vehicle to retrieve a metal bucket and climbing gear. Accompanied by Alaska's Li Fengmei, he ventured to the icy shore to collect seawater. Though she followed, it was evident she was preoccupied with her own baldness, daring not to meet Luo Tianqian's gaze. Her head hung low. After collecting the seawater, the airdrop descended with a resounding thud, thud, thud. The supply crates landed beside the sled. Luo Tianqian set down the bucket and eagerly approached the nearest crate. Lifting the lid, he peered inside. Water, as expected, and a box filled with chicken sausage. While it wasn't gourmet, its abundance was commendable. He noted that the food from the airdrop required little else. Even the self-heating pot came with its own drinking water. Surprisingly, there was also a bag of tea leaves, which delighted him. One should never underestimate tea. It replenishes vitamins, a reason Zhang Qinggong did not succumb to scurvy during his maritime ventures. The remaining items included a box of needles and thread, and a pair of pliers, quite useful indeed, perfect for mending blankets and bartering. Luo Tianqian transported the 5 items back to the vehicle before opening the second crate. To his astonishment, a bright hanging lamp awaited him. Was this serendipity or merely a coincidence? He could hardly believe his eyes. A high-intensity lamp with 3 charging options: shake, solar, and direct plug-in. The solar option was moot. Even with sunlight, it would drain faster than it charged. Alongside the lamp, there was a pair of four-cornered underwear, a loaf of bread, a bottle of water, and a bottle of whiskey. Incredible! What treasures might the third crate hold? At this moment, excitement coursed through Luo Tianqian as he eagerly approached the third crate. Inside was a large bag of French rolls, water, 2 bottles of chilled white wine, a towel, and a set of dental care items. He laughed uncontrollably, overwhelmed by joy. If it weren't for the frigid air outside, he would have danced with glee for half an hour. Not to mention, the 2 bottles of chilled white wine alone were enough to elate him. Authentic chilled white is not cheap and is exceptionally delightful. He had savored it once before, a taste he could not forget. After a considerable pause, he composed himself and began to organize the supplies. Today had indeed proven bountiful. Even using half a bottle of whiskey should suffice to trade for an upgrade card. Once everything was sorted, Luo Tianqian activated the mechanical bull. The wind-up mechanism from yesterday had not yet depleted. It would provide enough power to traverse for 2 hours. Meanwhile, Alaska's Li Fengmei, feeling the oppressive heat inside the vehicle and in a foul mood, lay languidly beside the doghouse. Upon returning to the vehicle, Luo Tianqian had no time to spare in organizing his supplies. The wood for the fireplace had burned through, necessitating the urgent crafting of charcoal. He extracted the glowing wood scraps and doused them with cold seawater. Due to the small size of the iron basin, he had to transfer the charcoal to the recently retrieved supply crate while it was still hot. Preparing for the next batch, he reserved a portion for igniting the newly added wood. Half an hour later, after finishing a batch of charcoal, Luo Tianqian was feeling the heat intensely. Bare-chested, he guzzled cold water to cool down. While others craved hot water, he found himself indulging in icy refreshment. What a stark contrast! After a lengthy rest, hunger struck. He prepared a self-heating pot of beef, opened a bottle of chilled wine, and placed skewers beside the fire to roast. While waiting for these to be ready, he nibbled on a small roll and some sausage, simultaneously booting up his computer to watch a movie while having breakfast. The generator had provided enough power for the computer to last the day. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Luo Tianqian opened the system panel to find it was not a message from a friend, but a system alert. Please note, a sled is approaching at a steady pace. 1 kilometer behind you. Upon seeing the notification, Luo Tianqian's brows furrowed sharply. He quickly donned his clothing and shouted outside, Li Fengmei, someone is tailing us. Stop the vehicle and prepare for action. At his command, the previously lethargic Alaska Li Fengmei sprang to attention. She leapt to the mechanical bull and pressed the start button, then moved to the side of the vehicle, intently watching the rear. The blizzard was fierce, limiting visibility to mere meters, necessitating preparedness against a potential ambush. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqian was fully equipped, clutching a fire axe and a gun, climbing atop the vehicle. From this vantage point, he not only had a clearer view but also a strategic advantage against any underhanded tactics. Thus, they waited for over 10 minutes. Suddenly, a shadow emerged through the snow. Someone truly was closing in, seemingly a testament to the system's benevolence, eager for a confrontation. As he muttered to himself, the figure gradually came into focus. When Luo Tianqian could finally discern every detail, the individual abruptly halted. He wiped the frost from his goggles and scrutinized the newcomer from his elevated position. From the figure's stature, it appeared to be a man. Clad in a long black coat, snow boots, and a duckbill hat, with his face and neck obscured by newspaper. His hands were tucked within the sleeves, gripping the sled. As Luo Tianqian appraised him, the stranger gazed upward, seemingly taken aback, before yanking down the newspaper and exclaiming, "Big shot. You are Luo Tianqian, right? I'm your biggest fan." At the sound of that voice, Luo Tianqian's skin prickled. It was far too melodious, an unbearable sweetness. Most perplexing was how this individual appeared nothing like one who would possess such a voice. Perhaps fate had opened a window for her. Regaining his composure, Luo Tianqian did not readily accept her words. Nodding, he asked in a low voice, "What is your name?" The stranger, still brimming with excitement, replied, "Big shot. My name is Zhou Tong. Upon spotting such an impressive vehicle, I knew it had to be you. I am truly fortunate." Upon hearing this, Luo Tianqian's brow furrowed deeply. "Stop right there. Don't move." Chapter 52. The fatality of a hater. Luo Tianqian's stern command startled Zhou Tong, causing her to halt in her tracks. Her face a mask of confusion as she looked up and asked, "Big shot, What's wrong? Without hesitation, Luo Tianqian withdrew his handgun, stating firmly, "Stay right where you are. You claim your name is Zhou Tong? Correct? I need to verify your identity." He then retreated, crouching down to access the system panel. He did not recall the name Zhou Tong and had never seen her speak on his behalf. Thus, he could not ascertain whether she was indeed a supporter. If so, he would let her leave safely. If not, she could harbor malicious intentions, to kill or despair. It all depended on her true motives. Regarding mercy, he scoffed. Opening the friend request list, he was met with a deluge of applications, a staggering number, at least 1,000. What baffled him further was the absence of a search function. With no other option, he closed the list and reached out to Shido Dodo. "Dodo, have you heard of someone named Zhou Tong?" Within moments, a reply arrived. "Zhou Tong? Yes, I recall that name. She seems to be a hater. Whenever Qingxia appears, she always jumps out to insult you." Upon reading this message, Luo Tianqian narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected, this woman was not a fan. Rather, she was part of Chen Qingxia's faction. If that were the case, she could not be allowed to leave. Who knows what ill words she might spread once she departed? Meanwhile, Zhou Tong's mind raced. Though she wore a smile, projecting calmness, her hands trembled with anxiety. In this world, encountering monsters was not the greatest fear. It was running into capable adversaries. Most alarming was the fact that she was not a supporter of Luo Tianqian. She had insulted him multiple times. If her identity were exposed, revealing her lies, the man above would undoubtedly eliminate her without hesitation. The more she pondered, the more fear gripped her, especially as she felt Luo Tianqian's gaze scrutinizing her. Zhou Tong contemplated striking first, but how could she possibly overpower him? Her only weapon was a hammer concealed in her pocket. Not to mention, she could never get close enough to him. Even if she threw it, she doubted it would make contact. For now, her only option was to devise a plan to lure Luo Tianqian down from the vehicle and seize her opportunity. As she schemed, Luo Tianqian also contemplated taking action. A hater masquerading as a supporter? Zhou Tong, if I am not mistaken, are you hoping to coax me down? Luo Tianqian suddenly blurted out a question without any preamble. Huh? Zhou Tong was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that her identity had been compromised. Without uttering another word, she turned and fled, having spotted Luo Tianqian's handgun. She understood that only by sprinting 10 meters away before he could fire, and utilizing the cover of the heavy snowfall, could she hope to escape the imminent danger. However, no matter how swiftly she ran, how could she possibly outpace a bullet? Bang! Luo Tianqian raised his hand, and the bullet shot forth, striking Zhou Tong squarely on her rear end. Zhou Tong cried out in agony but did not stop. Clutching her bleeding backside, she continued to flee. Stopping now would mean certain death. Only by escaping did she cling to a thread of hope. Unbeknownst to her, although Luo Tianqian was but one man, he was accompanied by a sled dog. Just as he prepared to fire a second shot, Alaska Li Hongmai suddenly darted out from beside the vehicle, sprinting towards Zhou Tong and leaping into the air, sinking her teeth into the back of her neck. With a thud, Zhou Tong was brought down, her scream echoing as blood gushed from her neck, instantly staining the surrounding snow crimson. She clutched her throat, her entire body convulsing, her eyes filled with disbelief and resentment. Luo Tianqian, may you die a miserable death. With her final ounce of strength, she uttered this curse before her breath ceased. Howling mournfully, Alaska Li Hongmai took a few steps back and released a wail towards the heavens, perhaps out of fear or as an emotional release. Luo Tianqian, experiencing the weight of having taken a life for the first time, felt a burden in his heart, particularly when gazing at the pool of bright red blood. His stomach churned uncomfortably. After a considerable time spent calming himself, he finally descended from the roof of the vehicle and approached Zhou Tong's lifeless body, enduring his discomfort as he began to peel away her clothing piece by piece. Despite some areas being stained with blood, many would still eagerly trade for her garments. To his surprise, she had a considerable amount of clothing on her, in addition to a heavy cotton coat. She also wore insulated pants and a sweater, though the styles were decidedly masculine, raising suspicions of whether she was involved in some nefarious activities. It was worth noting that she possessed a figure reminiscent of a light tank. Undeniably enticing. Subsequently, Luo Tianqian donned the bloodied attire, rubbing against the pristine snow before stowing it all away in the vehicle. Given that the insulated pants and heavy coat had been perforated by bullets, they required some repairs before he could utilize them. Conveniently, he had just procured a needle and thread. Returning to Zhou Tong's corpse, he hesitated briefly before dragging it towards the sea for disposal. Truth be told, had he been lacking in provisions, that very corpse would have served as his sustenance. While the thought of consuming human flesh revolted him, he understood that in dire circumstances, any edible substance could mean survival. After casting the body into the ocean, he rummaged through Zhou Tong's sled, only to find it disappointingly barren of supplies. There was merely a heavily used plastic water bottle and a cardboard sheet measuring 1.5 by 1 meters that served as a makeshift mat. Luo Tianqian couldn't help but glance back at his own sled, a stark contrast in terms of resources. At that moment, he felt a profound gratitude for his signal pistol. Without it, he too would be enduring such hardships. After returning the supplies, Luo Tianqian took an axe and dismantled Zhou Tong's school vehicle. Crafting charcoal necessitated a substantial amount of wood, and the more, the better. Was it not a waste to let it go unused? By the time he finished moving everything, nearly an hour had passed. Recalling the colossal octopus creature, Luo Tianqian dared not linger any longer and promptly activated the steel mechanical bull. Setting off once more, back in the vehicle, he shed his outerwear, removed his gloves and hat, and spent a few minutes converting the wood in the fireplace into charcoal. He then turned his attention to the pile of blood-stained clothing on the ground. With so many warm garments, they should be sufficient to trade for an upgrade card for his vehicle or items, right? It was unlikely that many had traversed here, with only 3 having encountered such luck. If all else failed, he could always trade in his weapons. Muttering to himself, Luo Tianqian opened the World Channel. Chapter 53. High-value card trade. The World Channel was devoid of any hot topics. The messages being exchanged were either requests for resources or offers to trade them. It had been the 5th day, and he had only encountered 6 supply boxes in total. How pitiable! 6 supply boxes. And you managed to survive? Did they all contain food? I'm selling a bag of sauce-flavored fish. What will you offer? Little sister is high-priced for warm clothing. I gathered a cart full of planks, but have no source of fire. What should I do? I've got a bunch of kitchen knives. Anyone want to trade? I'm so hungry, I just want to eat anything. How about some ham sausages and soy milk? Do you have any? Yes, but I can't give you any. Get lost, you old pervert. Luo Tianqian observed the chatter for a while, noting that the most sought-after items remained warm clothing and food. However, some were also looking to trade tools. He wondered what they intended to do with them. Yet, this was fortuitous. The cotton clothing and parachute in his possession held considerable value. He then sent out a message. High-value trade for item upgrade cards or vehicle upgrade cards. Offering 3 pieces of cotton clothing, 3 parachutes, and 20 blocks of compressed biscuits in exchange. Interested parties, please message me privately. As soon as this message was sent, the channel fell silent for a moment before erupting with excitement. Whoa! So many resources. 3 pieces of cotton clothing could really save a life. The big shot is indeed generous. Too bad I don't have a card. 20 blocks of compressed biscuits could last at least half a month. I think we should upgrade the vehicle first. If we don't freeze to death, we can keep the cards for ourselves. Is someone looking for trouble? Are you trying to stir the pot again? I'm not stirring the pot. I just think those cards are rare and shouldn't be so cheap. This guy must not be very bright. Did he only finish elementary school? Let me explain. If the vehicle has a large space, without heating equipment, it won't retain the heat emitted from our bodies, and that would be a sure way to die. The channel was filled with a variety of opinions, but Luo Tianqian remained unfazed and unhurried. While the clothing was indeed valuable, the cards outweighed them in worth. However, this was a new game zone, where lives could be lost. Even if items were scarce, survival remained the primary objective. If someone truly possessed a card but lacked clothing, they would inevitably trade. Who would be foolish enough to wait for death without taking action? Having closed the system panel, Luo Tianqian opened a movie he had prepared on his computer and began to eat breakfast. After a busy morning, he found that the meat skewers had been burnt to a crisp and carelessly tossed them into the fireplace. The self-heating beef hot pot was still fine, being impervious to soaking. He savored a sip of icy white wine followed by a bite of the hot pot. Ah, this is delightful. He couldn't help but exclaim. On the computer, the film was a Hong Kong movie titled Beyond Diary, which he found quite enjoyable. Soon, He finished the beef hot pot and proceeded to grill 10 more lamb skewers. With nothing else to do, he continued to eat while watching that it would take nearly another hour to produce the charcoal. Meanwhile, in a certain area of the icy road, Lu Jianyu was grappling with the decision of whether to exchange his vehicle upgrade card. His current situation was dire, dressed only in a pair of thick and long johns and a military coat, with sports shoes on his feet. With this meager attire, he was fortunate not to have frozen to death the previous night. His survival was merely due to luck. Upon arriving in this world, the first supply box he encountered yielded a baby-crawling mat, which he wrapped around himself, barely managing to stay alive. During the day, he trudged through the bitter cold and blinding snow, gritting his teeth as he walked along the icy path. Whenever he could no longer endure it, he would retreat to the vehicle for warmth, ensuring not to linger for too long. This cycle continued, and it had been bearable, but recently, the heavy snowfall had thwarted him. And he had only encountered 3 supply boxes. The food he found consisted of a single box of wafer biscuits, the second box was empty, and the last contained a vehicle upgrade card. Just now, his hunger had reached a breaking point, and he consumed the last piece of wafer biscuit, using snow to wash it down. The only resource remaining was the vehicle upgrade card. Lu Jianyu was acutely aware that he could not use it at this time. While the vehicle would upgrade, he had no certainty of the outcome. If it merely added an exterior shell without any heating capabilities, he would ultimately freeze to death inside the vehicle. Having just seen Luo Tianqin's message, he contemplated a trade. With 2 days of heavy snowfall remaining, survival would become easier once it passed. Thus, he could endure by trading. If he did not trade, he would not survive until the snowstorm ended. However, the value of that card was undeniably high, making it difficult to part with. He held onto a glimmer of hope that he might find food today. Wiping the snow from his lashes, Lu Jianyu gazed at the vehicle upgrade card, lost in thought. That moment, the system's voice echoed. Attention everyone. A friendly reminder that the blizzard mode is about to reach its highest difficulty. Temperatures will drop once more. Please prepare accordingly. As the voice faded, Lu Jianyu noticed the countdown before him. Only 1 hour remained. For him, however, that hour would bring death. No. I cannot die. I must survive. It's just a card. If I die, it will be worthless. Muttering to himself, he decisively opened the channel and sent a private message to Luo Tianqin. Hello, big shot. I have a vehicle upgrade card and would like to discuss a trade with you. At that moment, Luo Tianqin was completely oblivious to the system's notifications, focusing instead on finishing his last skewer. He need not worry at all about the blizzard and the drop in temperature. The cabin is now nearly 30 degrees. It feels warm even in just shorts. Ding! Hearing the system notification, Luo Tianqin casually tossed the sign into the fireplace and opened the system panel. Upon seeing the content of the private chat request, he couldn't help but smile. Indeed, I told you someone would surely obtain a vehicle upgrade card. Muttering to himself, he proactively added the other party as a friend. Do you really have a vehicle upgrade card? Are you feeling the price is inappropriate? Luo Tianqin wasted no time and directly inquired. Hello, big boss. I truly possess a vehicle upgrade card and genuinely wish to renegotiate the price. After all, you received the system notification just now as well. Do you see any room for negotiation? To Luo Tianqin's surprise, Lu Jianyu's response did not mention being a fan from the outset, completely foregoing any attempt to curry favor. However, this made Luo Tianqin furrow his brow slightly. There's a saying, familiarity breeds contempt. Not seeking a connection indicates he intends to negotiate based on the true value of the vehicle upgrade card to acquire more resources. This fellow is quite clever. If he had claimed to be a fan, his asking price would likely have been deemed exorbitant, wouldn't he it? After some thought, Luo Tianqin replied to Lu Jianyu. Chapter 54. Insufficient resources. Brother Lu Jianyu. We are both reasonable individuals. Let us be frank. You can make reasonable demands, but don't be greedy. Just tell me what you need, and if it's feasible, we can trade. Luo Tianqin's message was straightforward, serving as a reminder to the other party not to harbor any greedy thoughts. Although he himself was not lacking in resources, he was no fool. After a moment, Lu Jianyu responded, Lu Jianyu, rest assured. Big boss, I merely want what I truly need and to ensure I don't incur too much loss. Let me specify the items I require. Luo Tianqin. Go ahead, Lu Jianyu. I need a pair of warm cotton pants, a close-fitting thermal shirt, cotton shoes or socks, preferably a hat or mask, and gloves as well. Moreover, I know you have compressed biscuits. I would like 20 pieces, along with a bottle of drinkable water. After reviewing Lu Jinyu's requests, Luo Tianxian felt they were not excessive. In fact, the items requested happened to be those he had stripped off Zhou Tong. The only additional requests were for 20 pieces of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water. Wasn't this akin to exchanging others' resources for what he needed? Elated, Luo Tianxian agreed to Lu Jinyu's request without a second thought and even added 10 pieces of charcoal and a lighter as a bonus. Upon seeing that Luo Tianxian not only readily agreed but also offered him charcoal and a lighter, Lu Jinyu was instantly thrilled. He had planks on his vehicle but lacked a source of fire. Without it, he couldn't light a flame. Now, having the means to start a fire, he felt more assured of survival. Overcome with gratitude, he used the system to take a photo of himself bowing at a 90-degree angle and sent it to Luo Tianxian as a token of thanks. Additionally, he messaged, "Thank you so much, Big Boss. I, Lu Jinyu, vow to support you from this day forward. I am your loyal fan, always standing by your side." Perhaps due to a twinge of vanity, Luo Tianxian felt a sense of being the protagonist of a novel at that moment. Simultaneously, he recalled the ancient saying, "It is better to offer help in times of need than to adorn with flowers in good fortune." This tactic to win hearts was indeed perfectly suited. Luo Tianxian replied to Lu Jinyu, "Thank you, Brother Jinyu. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Now, let us proceed with the trade." "All right, Luo Gu." Subsequently, the two headed to the trading market to exchange resources. Luo Tianxian's items were automatically deducted, and he received a vehicle upgrade card in return. For this upgrade, surely it would transform into a layout akin to a camper van, right? Holding the card, he felt a surge of anticipation, especially when he thought of others still sleeping in makeshift beds made of 2 wooden boxes while he was already residing in a camper van. He genuinely felt exhilarated. However, in his excitement, he forgot that upgrading the vehicle required materials. When he informed the system of his intent to use the vehicle upgrade card, he was met with a notification of insufficient resources. The sled upgrade failed due to a lack of necessary materials: 50 pounds of iron, 30 pounds of rubber, 50 pounds of plastic, and 10 pounds of foam. So much was lacking. Luo Tianxian was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this vehicle upgrade would require such a considerable amount of materials. Even if he purchased everything available in the trading market, he still wouldn't be able to gather enough. Upon reflection, perhaps it was because his vehicle was upgrading too swiftly. It was akin to playing a game. While everyone else was still in the novice village, he had already reached level 30, requiring advanced equipment. Meanwhile, the others were merely at level 3, unable to provide high-level gear. This meant that only when everyone stabilized and possessed surplus resources could upgrading become more manageable. Realizing this, Luo Tianxian felt no urgency. However, since everyone was in dire need of resources at present, he could use charcoal to barter for some supplies. He had already produced nearly 2 boxes of charcoal and had plenty of planks on his vehicle, so he need not worry about running short. Thus, he opened the trading market and began browsing slowly. Upon inspection, he found that plastic items were the most abundant, followed by iron items. Yet, almost all were small objects. And collectively, they weighed very little. This looks promising. Suddenly, Luo Tianxian spotted an item resembling an ancient copper incense burner. An audacious idea struck him. Heating supplies would likely remain one of the most sought-after resources for a long time. Given this, he could certainly procure several of these small stoves, fill them with charcoal, and sell them. He could even inform everyone that he was separately selling charcoal. Especially in the early stages, he believed no one could resist such a tempting offer. But the issue was that he had only seen one of these incense burners. How could he obtain more? Unbeknownst to him, he became engrossed in thoughts about mass-producing incense burners. Since mass production was out of the question, purchasing them wasn't feasible. He would have to rely on personal production, much like he did for charcoal. To create this item in bulk, he would inevitably require molds, as far as he remembered. Molds for making iron items involved clay and sand. However, this was merely based on memory, and he had never attempted it. Moreover, a significant point was that even with molds, he would need a substantial amount of iron to melt. Estimating based on the iron items he had seen in the trading market, even if he gathered them all, he could make at most 3 or 5 pieces. The more he thought, the more his head ached. As the constraints were simply too numerous, forget it. No need to dwell on that. Let us just see about acquiring that stove first. Frustrated, he scratched his unwashed hair and contacted the seller of the incense burner. After adding her as a friend, He opened the message to take a look. The owner of the incense burner was named Lu Yuji, a middle-aged woman around 40 years old. Although her name was pleasant, her appearance left much to be desired. She had a round face, large ears, small eyes, and her looks were rather manly. "Hello, what's your asking price?" Luo Tianqian messaged. He wondered if these people were constantly checking their system panels. As soon as he sent the message, he received a reply. "Wow. Is that you, Luo Tianqian, little brother? What's up? Have you developed a liking for older women? If you like, I want to charge you. You can have it for free." She added, "By the way, I'm open to various arrangements." Initially, when Luo Tianqian read the message, he was puzzled, thinking this woman might be a bit foolish for offering the incense burner for free. However, upon reading the latter part, he realized he had been too naive. This woman was shockingly lewd. Did she really think he was so desperate? She didn't seem to consider that with his resources ranking first, he wouldn't be interested in her. While he internally scoffed, he knew he had to keep the business discussion on track. Stifling his thoughts about her appearance, he messaged back, "Beauty, you misunderstood. I'm interested in your incense burner. Do you have any intention of selling it?" Lu Yuji quickly replied with a very disappointed emoji. "Little brother, you're still so young. Don't be disheartened. Becoming a monk is quite boring. How about when you return to Earth? I'll take care of you. You mustn't become a monk." "I can't accept that." Chapter 55. It's sick. Lu Yuji's message nearly shattered Luo Tianqian's composure. He had seen shamelessness before, but never such audacious shamelessness. Take care of him when he returns to Earth? What a joke. As an aspiring young man, how could he? Well, perhaps it wasn't entirely out of the question. At least he wouldn't have to struggle. Cough? Luo Tianqian felt he was overthinking and hurriedly dismissed those chaotic thoughts. Returning to the matter at hand, he sent a message. "How about 2 pieces of compressed biscuits for the incense burner? Do we have a deal?" At that moment, Lu Yuji was resting inside her vehicle. Her vehicle was constructed from 4 resource boxes, and inside, there were 4 tiger skin blankets stitched together, with the vehicle almost entirely covered in ice and snow. It wasn't particularly cold inside. Moreover, she was fortunate enough to have enough food to last a week, so she naturally didn't care about 2 pieces of compressed biscuits. Wrapping herself in her mink coat, Lu Yuji replied to Luo Tianqian, "Little brother, your offer is too low. 5 pieces of compressed biscuits would be acceptable, but 2 isn't enough. Of course, if you can send a sexy photo, I'll agree." Upon receiving Lu Yuji's response, Luo Tianqian felt his head spin. How desperate could this woman be? Given the current circumstances, she was still asking for nude photos. They say men are driven by lust. But this woman seemed even more driven. "Forget it, I'm not trading with her. She has no good intentions." Fearing he might be led astray, Luo Tianqian decisively closed the chat window. After all, it wasn't a necessity. If he could trade, that would be great, but if not, so be it. Closing the system panel, Luo Tianqian busied himself with producing charcoal. Given the abundance of planks, producing charcoal required a significant amount of water. Before long, a bucket of seawater was completely used up. "Fome, stop the vehicle!" Luo Tianqian wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and shouted loudly towards the outside of the vehicle. However, after a considerable amount of time, the vehicle showed no signs of stopping. Could it be that this fellow had dozed off? Luo Tianqian muttered to himself, approaching the door and yelling for Alaska Li Fengmei to pull over, while simultaneously putting on his clothes. Yet, the vehicle remained unmoved. At this point, he sensed something was amiss. Li Fengmei usually responded to sounds immediately. This time, after calling twice, there was no reaction. Could something truly be wrong? Luo Tianqian hastily wiped the fog from the window and peered towards the front of the vehicle. Due to the heavy snowfall, he could barely discern anything beyond 3 meters. He observed Alaska Li Fengmei lying motionless on the board. This was unusual. She typically did not lie like that. Panic surged within Luo Tianqian as he quickly donned his clothing. Once dressed, he pushed the door open, immediately halted the steel mechanical bull, and went to check on Alaska Li Fengmei's condition. "Hey, what's wrong? Are you asleep?" He patted her, but she remained unresponsive, which genuinely frightened him. Swiftly, he removed his gloves and checked for breath at her nose. Thankfully, she was alive. Yet, it was evident that she was not merely sleeping. Could she be ill? The thought of this possibility made Luo Tianqian anxious. He had only analeptics on hand, but he was uncertain of her ailment. If the medication was inappropriate, it could spell disaster for her. There was no time to waste. He needed to administer the medication immediately. He lifted Alaska Li Fengmei into the vehicle and retrieved the analeptics, administering 2 tablets without hesitation. Regardless of her condition, he needed to prevent a fever. Generally speaking, as long as there was no persistent high fever, neither humans nor animals faced life-threatening risks. After giving her the medication, Luo Tianqian hurriedly fetched a bucket of seawater, restarted the steel mechanical bowl, and set off once more as for what to do if they encountered a supply crate along the way. That was a concern for the next person. Moreover, given the weather outside, with snow falling heavily enough to obscure vision, he would be unable to see a supply crate until it was right in front of him. After securing the vehicle door, Luo Tianqian began to remove his clothing. The process of putting on and taking off clothes was indeed cumbersome, but it was necessary. The fire in the stove crackled fiercely, making the interior of the vehicle unbearably hot. Not even furs could withstand the heat, let alone warm clothing. Once he had stripped down, he gently touched Alaska Li Fengmei, still lying down, and reassured her, "It's all right. I've given you medication. You'll feel better soon." He then hastily began to prepare charcoal. If he delayed any longer, the wood would be overburned. While working, his mind was also racing. Given Alaska Li Fengmei's condition, he felt it essential to procure medication at a premium. Today, it was Li Fengmei who was unwell. What if he fell ill one day and lacked medicine? Furthermore, exchanging for medication now might require more resources, but later, when everyone had enough essential supplies, a single packet of medicine might become invaluable. Thus, it was imperative to make the exchange sooner rather than later. With this thought in mind, he began to consider which type of medication to seek. Generally speaking, analgesics and antipyretics, anti-inflammatories, and treatments for gastrointestinal issues were the most practical. Analeptics fell into the first category, so there was no need to exchange that. As for gastrointestinal issues, he consumed only airdrop supplies, which should suffice. Therefore, the medication he needed to exchange for was anti-inflammatory. Whether it be cephalosporin, roxithromycin, or amoxicillin, any anti-inflammatory would do. Consequently, after completing this batch of charcoal, Luo Tianqian immediately opened the global channel to post his acquisition notice. He offered 1 box of charcoal, a lighter, and 30 compressed biscuits in exchange for anti-inflammatory medication. Upon the announcement, the populace was astounded. Wow! Is Luo really that impressive? He managed to get charcoal? Trading so much for medicine? Whoever has it will strike gold. Brother Tianqian, I can use saliva to treat inflammation. Could you spare me some charcoal? Is the big shot unwell? Luo Tianqian's fans emerged, clamoring for anti-inflammatory medicine, determined not to let him come to harm. I'm going insane. I can't even gather enough warm clothing, and he's trading charcoal for medicine. Perhaps Luo Tianqian is ill, which is why he's offering all his resources. I doubt anyone would part with their medicine. They'd save it for their own lives. The person above is mistaken. If survival is at stake, would you really hold on to medicine? Ha ha ha. Who would have thought the top of the leaderboard would actually be seeking medication? Looks like the rankings will change. Ha ha ha. The global channel erupted into chaos once more. While on Luo Tianqian's end, he received messages from friends. Lu Zhenyu. Luo, are you sick? Lu Yuji. Little brother, what's wrong? Shiduoduo. Luo. What happened? Are you okay? Do you need me to help with anything? Gue Changshou. Big shot. Are you ill? Don't worry. What medication do you need? I can ask around. As he read the concerned messages, Luo Tianqian felt a wave of gratitude. It was truly rare to find people who genuinely cared for him in this world. Just as he was informing his friends that he was fine and merely wanted to keep some medicine on hand, suddenly, someone sent him a private message. Chapter 56. Exchange for 10 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine. Luo Tianqian immediately glanced at the private message, his heart leaping with joy. He had not expected someone to actually contact him about exchanging medication. After adding the person as a friend, he habitually checked their information. The individual was named Huang Long, approximately 30 years old, with short hair and a small beard. What made him memorable were his eyes, though not large. They exuded shrewdness. This appearance clearly suggested a business-minded individual. Luo Tianqian muttered to himself. Just then, Huang Long sent a message. Hello, Mr. Luo. My surname is Huang. I just saw your request for anti-inflammatory medicine. I happen to have a single tablet. Would you be interested? A single tablet? Luo Tianqian was taken aback. Did this fellow take him for a fool? With so many resources at his disposal, he actually thought to exchange 1 tablet for them? Only a complete sap would agree to such a deal. Moreover, At this juncture, even if the value of medication was high, it could not surpass the worth of so much charcoal and food. This was undoubtedly a shrewd merchant. Faced with such a person, Luo Tianqin's first instinct was to block him. But upon reflection, he felt a surge of anger instead. He replied with a message that clearly conveyed his frustration. Mr. Huang, do not take me for a fool. Business does not operate in this manner in this world. While medication does hold value, a single tablet is worth little. Do you understand? I am looking to exchange for a box. Not a tablet. Is that clear? After sending the message, Luo Tianqin closed the chat window. If the other party still wished to negotiate, it would indicate his desperation for resources. He decided to wait a while, allowing his irritation to subside. Sure enough, Huang Long quickly responded again, but Luo Tianqin truly did not look. He needed to check on Alaska Li Fengmei's condition. Ding ding ding. At that moment, multiple private messages appeared. These were from strangers rather than friends. Luo Tianqin opened the messages to find that several individuals were also eager to exchange resources with him. Luo, I have a board of 4 tablets of cephalosporin. Can we trade? Little brother Tianqin? I have a strip of roxithromycin dispersible tablets. Would you like it? Could you spare me a little more? Hello, I have a box of azithromycin, and used. Big shot. I have metronidazole. I can trade right now. Luo Tianqin was astonished to discover so many people offering anti-inflammatory medication. For a moment, he wondered if he had misjudged the situation. Was medication not valuable in this world? He quickly shook his head. That was impossible. Without pharmaceutical factories, there wouldn't be an abundance of medication. These individuals must be in urgent need of resources. But how should he trade now? Initially, he had planned to exchange for 1 box, yet now there were so many offers, to trade or not to trade. He found himself in a dilemma. Gazing at the charcoal in his box, Luo Tianqin rubbed his chin in frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He had stated he would exchange for a box of charcoal, but he had not specified the size of the box. He currently possessed 2 large boxes, which could easily be divided into 10 portions as for food. If the compressed biscuits were insufficient, he could substitute with something else. However, before proceeding with the trade, Luo Tianqin decided to inform everyone about the size of the box. He would trade with whoever was interested, and for the one who chose not to, he would engage in a standard transaction. After all, integrity is essential for lasting business. Thus, he hurriedly went to the ground and constructed a roughly 100-liter box from wooden planks, measuring approximately 40 by 50 by 50 centimeters. Of course, this was an approximation, not an exact measurement. Fortunately, he had nails. Otherwise, constructing the box would have been impossible. Once completed, he shared photos of the box with several individuals, noting its dimensions. His message read, "Hello, this is a photo of the box's size. With an approximate capacity of 200 liters, accompanied by a lighter and 2 burning pieces of charcoal. Besides compressed biscuits, there are other food items available. If you are interested, please reply." After sending the message, Luo Tianqin immediately set about crafting wooden boxes. The sound of clanging echoed as he worked. Regardless of whether this endeavor succeeded, the boxes would undoubtedly be useful in the future. Deep down, he understood that the resources he offered were somewhat meager. So he did not harbor high hopes. To his surprise, the individuals he contacted all agreed to the trade. However, each person had additional conditions. Some requested extra clothing, while others sought more food. Luo Tianqin readily consented to these requests. For those asking for clothing, he prepared to offer parachutes and blankets. For those wanting food, he would provide 2 bags of black sesame paste or other alternatives. Just before the exchange, he informed everyone to wait a moment. As constructing the boxes and filling them with charcoal would require time, it took Luo Tianqin 20 minutes to complete 5 wooden boxes and fill them with charcoal, leaving him covered in soot from head to toe. However, at this moment, he remained utterly unconcerned, hastily contacting a few individuals to initiate a trade of supplies. Boxes of charcoal vanished, and 5 boxes of anti-inflammatory medication came into his possession. A smile involuntarily spread across Luo Tianqin's face. It was an incredible bargain. To say that in 6 months, the combined worth of these supplies would scarcely match the value of the 5 boxes of medication would not be an exaggeration. Yet, as he turned his head, he caught sight of the still slumbering Alaskan Li Fengmei. After a brief moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. Perhaps it was best to wait and see how things unfold. After all, the anti-inflammatory medication was still far too scarce. Luo Tianqian could not bring himself to administer the medication directly to Alaskan Li Fengmei. This was originally intended for his own use. Missing even a single dose could potentially jeopardize his life in the future. Moreover, it remained uncertain what exactly was troubling her. If she truly required medication, he would need to ascertain where her discomfort lay. Wasting it was not an option. Subsequently, Luo Tianqian began crafting wooden boxes once more and reached out to others who possessed medicine. Engaging in exchanges at the trading market point, 2 boxes of charcoal were gone, and food and water were dwindling. It could be said that the numerous boxes of medication had nearly depleted his resources, leaving only sufficient food and water for the day. Nevertheless, despite the emptiness of the vehicle, Luo Tianqian felt an unexpected sense of reassurance. Charcoal could continue to be produced, and food and water could be replenished tomorrow. Only the medicine remained, and the more of it, the better. It would undoubtedly prove useful in his lifetime. After wiping himself down, Luo Tianqian lay back on the bed to rest. Shortly thereafter, a soft whimper escaped from Alaskan Li Fengmei. Luo Tianqian quickly sat up to take a look. Indeed, she had awakened. However, her condition appeared far from favorable. Her eyes lacked vitality, and she seemed devoid of strength. "Where do you feel unwell? Use the charcoal to write it down," Luo Tianqian inquired. Alaskan Li Fengmei struggled to lift her head and glanced at Luo Tianqian, pressing her paw onto a piece of charcoal that had fallen to the ground. With great effort, she managed to write the character for head. Upon seeing this, Luo Tianqian understood that she was experiencing a headache. After a moment's hesitation, he took a capsule of cephalosporin and administered it to her. With her presence, he at least didn't have to keep a constant watch outside. After taking the medication, Alaskan Li Fengmei fell asleep once more. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqian opened the message from Huang Long. Given the time that had passed, he presumed the other party must be quite anxious by now. Chapter 57. The Betting Game. Poor Huang Long at this moment. Huang Long, who was still pulling his sled through the heavy snowfall, felt a genuine sense of urgency. Previously, he had sent a message stating he could offer half of his medication, but the other party had completely ignored it. Leading him to believe that Luo Tianqian had no intention of trading now, he was filled with regret. After being astute for half his life, he had not anticipated that his greed would cause him to miss this opportunity. Just then, a notification pinged. Huang Long hurriedly glanced at his dialogue box with Luo Tianqian, and to his astonishment, he felt a surge of joy. A response meant there was still a chance. However, upon reading the content, he found himself perplexed once more, vacillating in indecision. Luo Tianqian had not sent anything else. He merely informed him of the original price for a complete box of medicine and specified the dimensions of the boxes. Trading such a small amount of charcoal seemed exceedingly unwise. Huang Long muttered softly to himself. Yet, glancing back at his sled, he felt an overwhelming desire to curl up warmly inside and take a nap. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. "Attention, everyone! The betting game is about to commence. The system will randomly match 2 participants for a wager, with the victor receiving half of the loser's supplies. Matching begins now." As the announcement concluded, before Huang Long could react, names began scrolling across the system panel before him. Ding, match successful, opponent, Luo Tianqian. Huang Long was taken aback. He never imagined he would be matched with Luo Tianqian. Was this fate? His eyes brightened, and he became overwhelmed with excitement, trembling all over and unable to suppress a laugh. After all, Luo Tianqian was at the top of the supply leaderboard. If he could win the wager, he would obtain half of his supplies. In that case, he wouldn't need to trade charcoal at all. It would all be his today. I must win. Luo Tianqian, if you claim I've been overly ambitious, then I demand you gift me half of your possessions. Simultaneously, Luo Tianqian was still blinking in confusion. The sudden betting game was already absurd enough, but to find himself matched against Huang Long. Was the system playing tricks on him? Or was it the influence of Jing Yin? At that moment, a virtual betting table appeared before Luo Tianqian, displaying 2 cards. The left card bore a devilish design, while the right one depicted an angelic figure. Attention everyone, please listen carefully as we explain the game rules. Each participant has 2 cards in front of them and must choose one as their life card. The back of the life card will reveal a randomly generated point value. Victory is determined by having a higher point value than the opponent. If the point values are equal, a new round will commence. The betting game begins now. Both parties please select your life cards. As the system's voice faded, options appeared beneath the 2 cards in front of Luo Tianqian. Along with a 30-second countdown, Luo Tianqian was somewhat exasperated. Wasn't this merely a game of higher numbers? A completely uninspired concept. There was no need to ponder whether he would win or lose. If Huanglong's luck was better than his, he wouldn't be ranked first. Casually selecting the devil card, Luo Tianqian sipped his tea and waited patiently. Unbeknownst to him, Huanglong was grappling with uncertainty. Unlike Luo Tianqian, who had ample supplies, he desperately wanted to win and was constantly speculating on which card Luo Tianqian would choose. As the countdown approached its end, Huanglong dared not delay any longer and ultimately selected the devil card. Praying for victory, time elapsed. The system's voice announced, in the betting game between Luo Tianqian and Huanglong, Luo Tianqian's points are 5, while Huanglong's points are 5. It is a tie. An additional round will commence. This outcome left Luo Tianqian dumbfounded at a tie. What nonsense was this? His luck had been extraordinary, yet he found himself in a tie. Was the dogged system attempting to toy with him? A tie, was it? Very well. If it had the ability, let it grant him another tie. Infuriated, Luo Tianqian erupted in curses, then without a second thought, he clicked on the angel card. Huanglong, on the other hand, was momentarily taken aback. His emotions were a whirlwind of disappointment, excitement, and relief. Filled with a glimmer of hope, a tie in the first round indicated that his luck was not too shabby. Perhaps he truly had a chance to win. For the supplies. May the heavens be with me. Huanglong clasped his hands together, prayed, and chose the angel card. As the time ticked down, Huanglong's excitement grew, while Luo Tianqian continued to hurl insults at the system. After all, he had a signal flare. Even if he lost half his supplies, what did it matter? He was not afraid in the least. When the countdown reached 0, the system chimed in, adopting a rather cheeky tone. Another tie. An additional round will commence. Please make your selections accurately. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianqian's anger reached its peak. He stood up, pointing at the air while cursing. In his fervor, he accidentally clicked between the two cards. The next moment, a small window popped up, revealing the point values of both his and Huanglong's cards. Both of Huanglong's cards had a point value of 4, while Huanglong's angel card was 4 and the devil card was 3. Upon seeing this, a grin spread across Luo Tianqian's face. So that was how the game worked. The system was employing tricks as well. Ha ha ha. Would Huanglong go mad if he found out? While musing, the choice made by Huanglong appeared before him. Damn, another tie? This fellow is rather fortunate. Rather than feeling worried, Luo Tianqian found himself intrigued. He genuinely wished to see just how far this guy's luck could carry him. They say that in gambling, 9 out of 10 are deceivers and 1 is a cheat. He was the king of cheats, and he wondered how long Huanglong could withstand this. As time elapsed once more, the system announced another tie. Luo Tianqian calmly observed the cards, while Huanglong's side reacted quite differently. The ongoing ties led him to believe the system was favoring him. He even ceased praying to the heavens, instead invoking the system, desperately wishing to win. Little did he know, he had no chance of victory. For this round, regardless of how he chose, he would ultimately lose. When the system revealed that Luo Tianqian had won with 5 points against Huanglong's 4 points, Huanglong's world collapsed. The betting game had concluded, Luo Tianqian 5 points, Huanglong 4 points, with Luo Tianqian emerging victorious. The system would automatically deduct half of Huanglong's supplies and bestow them upon the triumphant Luo Tianqian. With a thud, Huanglong sank to his knees, his entire being frozen as if turned to stone. Exposed to the relentless snowstorm, that moment, he wished for nothing more than to die. The meager supplies he possessed were now halved, leaving him to ponder how he would survive. Initially, he had hoped to win the game and improve his circumstances, but now, with so little left, how could he possibly find meaning in living? In a fit of rage, Huanglong lost his sanity, pointing towards the sky and cursing, "System, I curse your ancestors. It must be you who is pulling the strings behind this." No sooner had he uttered these words than a bolt of lightning struck down from the snow-laden sky, directly hitting Huanglong's sled. Instantly, the carriage was split in two. Fortunately, the vehicle's chassis remained intact. Huanglong gazed in horror at his sled, slapping himself twice in shock, plagued by an overwhelming sense of dread. At that moment, a message from Luo Tianqian arrived. Ha ha ha, Mr. Huang, it seems we are truly fated. Since we are so fated, shall we discuss business further? At this time, Luo Tianqian sat back, legs crossed, reveling in the spoils that were originally Huanglong's. Chapter 58. Lost in the snow provocation, a blatant provocation. You scoundrel, Luo Tianqian. Having gained the upper hand, you now flaunt your victory. Today, I shall see just how you intend to outmaneuver me with this thought. Huang Long angrily replied. Luo Tianqian, do not think that just because you have one, you can act arrogantly here. I have already given you half of my supplies. Do you wish to exchange for my life as well? Huang Long could no longer contain his frustration, especially as Luo Tianqian's messages felt exceedingly taunting. His tone was anything but cordial. However, upon reading this message, Luo Tianqian did not feel anger. Instead, a wicked smile crept across his face. He was certain that the other side must be seething with rage. Why not further provoke him? However, upon examining Huang Long's supplies, Luo Tianqian found nothing of value to him. Aside from half a box of medicine, everything else was deemed worthless: tattered cardboard, white gloves, stale buns, glass cups, and the like. These items were merely occupying space. After some contemplation, Luo Tianqian sent a message. I do not desire your life. It serves no purpose to me. However, I can return your supplies, provided you relinquish the remaining medicine to me. If you agree, let us trade immediately. Upon receiving this message, Huang Long was taken aback, his thoughts a tumult of emotions. No excitement, no exhilaration. Rather, a sense of relief mingled with reluctance and a hint of regret. After all, those supplies rightfully belonged to him. Now, the resources Luo Tianqian had once promised were gone. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have readily consented at that moment. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that Luo Tianqian was willing to return the supplies, as his own luck had simply run dry. After a brief internal struggle, Huang Long acquiesced. Subsequently, the two completed the transaction at the trading market, with Luo Tianqian acquiring the 11th box of medicine. Though it was not substantial, it was sufficient to save a life. After securing the box of medicine, Luo Tianqian assessed the condition of Alaska Li Fengmei. Though she remained asleep, her breathing no longer felt as hot. Seemed she had just been experiencing a fever. Unbeknownst to her, a dose of paracetamol would remedy her condition. I'll make some congee for lunch. I too must partake in something light. Glancing out at the relentless snowfall, Luo Tianqian opened his computer and played a soothing melody. I am preoccupied with making charcoal. I'm sweating profusely. This will be used for future exchanges. Just not for that scoundrel, he chuckled. Pleased with his rhyme, he toiled away until just past 11, when the mechanical bull finally ceased its movement. To avoid lingering in place, Luo Tianqian quickly donned his outerwear and stepped outside. What a relief! The cool air embraced his overheated body, providing instant comfort, coupled with the snowflakes melting on his face. The sensation was utterly delightful. The heat inside the vehicle had been unbearable, as the continuous fire made it impossible for the temperature to drop by even 30 degrees. After a brief stretch, Luo Tianqian tugged at the mechanical bull's tail, shaking it vigorously. Just as he had completed about 50 shakes, a sudden thud resonated from his right. What was that? Luo Tianqian halted his actions, drew his revolver, and turned to investigate. It appeared that a box lay 3 meters away. Could it be another supply box? At that moment, he began to suspect that the system might be either his father or his son, as it seemed to care for him excessively. After several hours without a stop, the moment he paused, he stumbled upon a supply crate. How could anyone not be infuriated by such luck? Returning to the vehicle for his fire axe, Luo Tianqian secured himself to the vehicle with a rope. The snowfall was indeed heavy, rendering visibility to a mere 3 meters. In the event of an emergency, the rope would serve as a guide, allowing him to return safely. After putting these precautions in place, he grasped the axe in one hand while shielding his eyes from the snow with the other, slowly advancing toward the shadow. He had initially thought the box was merely 3 meters away, yet upon reaching the icy edge, he found nothing. Turning back, he was startled to discover a vague silhouette behind him. Had I passed it? He frowned in confusion, retracing his steps. To his horror, he realized he had arrived at the rear of the vehicle. What on earth? I was walking straight to the right from the front. How did I end up at the back? Thankfully, he had prepared in advance. Had he continued further, he might have truly lost his way. Relieved by his foresight, Luo Tianqian decided against searching for the supply box any longer. He pulled the rope back to the front of the sled. After starting the mechanical bull, he retreated to the warmth of the cabin, bare-chested. He sat in the vehicle, cooking lunch while humming a tune in the intervals of simmering the kanji. He also tended to the generator. As even though the vehicle's electricity was only powering 2 lights and a computer, the consumption was not insignificant. Meanwhile, others were facing far greater difficulties. The blizzard had severely impaired visibility, causing many to nearly plunge into the sea. Some searched for the shadow of a crate, only to become utterly lost from their vehicles. Among them was Shiduoduo, who at that moment could no longer find her car. Frantic and crying, she shouted for help, desperately calling out for someone to save her. Yet, the truth was, there was no one nearby. Furthermore, if anyone were to appear, they would likely not rescue her but instead seek to harm her. With so much flesh available, it could provide sustenance for quite some time. In the frigid temperatures of -40 degrees, the natural cold acted as a freezer, preventing spoilage. Shiduoduo gazed at the endless expanse of white, growing colder and more terrified. With no other options, she opened her friend list and sent a distress message to Luo Tianqian. In her mind, Luo Tianqian was almost omnipotent, a complete devotee. Just as Luo Tianqian was preparing to grill some sausages, he suddenly heard a notification from the system. Upon checking, he was astonished to find it was a plea for help from Shiduoduo. Luo Gij, please save me. I can't find my car, and I'm terrified I might freeze to death here. Luo Tianqian was momentarily stunned. His first reaction was to wonder if this girl had encountered a situation similar to his own earlier. If so, it would indeed be troublesome. Without a second thought for the sausages, he replied, "Did you see the shadow of a supply box and, in your search, lose your way?" The response came swiftly. "Luo Gij, how did you know? Can you help me find my car?" From her words, Luo Tianqian could sense Shiduoduo's excitement and hope. This only deepened his concern, as he too was unsure how to assist her and could not bear the thought of her freezing to death. She was a devoted follower. He could not let her come to harm. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Tianqian resolved to stabilize her emotions first. Duo, don't panic. You must remain calm and recall the directions you took after leaving your vehicle. I will help you analyze. All right, Luo Gij. I remember I first walked to the right and reached the edge. Then I turned back, saw the box's shadow on the left, and walked left. After a while of not finding the box, I turned around in place and walked straight back, and now I can't find my car. Chapter 59. Helping her find her car. Luo Tianqian mentally simulated Shiduoduo's route, concluding that she should be able to locate her vehicle. The icy path was only 10 meters wide, with a visual range of 3 meters in diameter. Most people would park their vehicles in the center of the path, making it relatively easy to find. Yet, having just experienced a similar predicament himself, he knew firsthand that it was indeed possible to get lost. This suggested that something was affecting their senses, leading to disorientation. However, this also left Luo Tianqian at a loss for how to resolve the situation. Shiduoduo, clearly overwhelmed with fear, sent another message shortly thereafter. Luo Gij, I'm so scared. I don't want to die. I can't find my car. I might freeze to death. Before I die, I want to enjoy a good meal and wear pretty clothes. If I can return to Earth, can I be your wife? I don't want to die. Wah. The barrage of messages left Luo Tianqian feeling particularly agitated, making it difficult for him to concentrate on finding a solution. Ignoring her for the moment, he leaned against the edge of the bed, gazing out at the snowy landscape. Soon, an idea struck him. I could retrace her steps with the rope to guide myself back. Perhaps this will yield results. After voicing his thoughts, he promptly relayed his plan to Shiduoduo. Upon learning that Luo Tianqian had a method, she fell to her knees, sobbing with joy. She was resolute in her decision. If she could return to Earth, she would undoubtedly become his wife, even if it meant being a mistress. Luo Tianqian wasted no time. He quickly donned his clothing and exited the cabin, securing the rope before messaging Shiduoduo. Let us begin. I will ask, and you will answer. Did you walk from the front of the vehicle to the right edge first? Shiduoduo replied immediately. Yes. Luo Tianqian surveyed his surroundings, dragging the fire axe as he cautiously made his way to the right. Due to the size of his vehicle, he was only 4 meters from the icy edge. He reached it swiftly but noticed a problem. There were no footprints in the 5 centimeters of accumulated snow. It seemed that this area did not retain impressions. After some consideration, he sent another message. How many steps did you take before turning left? About 6 or 7 steps. Given that a girl's stride is typically shorter, he estimated that walking 5 or 6 steps was about right. Thus, Luo Tianqian turned back and retraced 5.5 steps, As he halted, he was horrified to discover that he had deviated from his intended path. For some reason, he now stood 2 meters from the rear of the vehicle. Indeed, it was clear he had been affected. "This is absurd," he muttered, sending another message to Shiduoduo. "How many steps did you take after turning left?" "About 15 or 16 steps. I can't remember exactly, but it was no more than 20. Luo Tianqian acknowledged this and continued following her route for another 15 steps. At this point, he could no longer locate the sled. The distance exceeded 3 meters, and all he saw was a vast expanse of white. He touched the rope at his waist, reassured that it was still there. Then he inquired how many steps she took on her way back. Shiduoduo informed him that it was at least 30 steps. Following this direction, he retraced 25 steps before stopping. At this moment, he figured he was at the location where Shiduoduo currently found herself. Therefore, Luo Tianqian pulled the rope taut. Yet, to his horror, he made a shocking discovery. The rope was actually behind him. This meant that in his back-and-forth journey, he had ended up at the front of the vehicle. What on earth is happening? He tugged at the rope, ensuring it was not an illusion, and Luo Tianqian found himself utterly bewildered, completely at a loss for how to assist Shiduoduo. If Shiduoduo were to stop and spin in place, it would be utterly impossible to ascertain the direction she is facing. Should she still be facing forward, my method could indeed assist her in locating her vehicle. However, if she were facing backward and turned to walk away, she would only venture further into the distance. I sincerely hope she hasn't been spinning aimlessly. With a sigh, Luo Tianqian inquired whether Shiduoduo had been wandering nearby after stopping. Indeed, Shiduoduo had been spinning. Yet she could confirm that her current orientation was the same as when she halted. Although Luo Tianqian was uncertain of how she deduced this, he felt compelled to give it a try. "Now, turn around to face behind you. I will take a step forward, and you will follow suit. Take your time, do you understand?" Shiduoduo responded with a simple thereafter. Luo Tianqian maintained his forward gaze, drawing the rope as he proceeded step by step. With each step, he conveyed his movements to Shiduoduo, and after 3 steps, he would glance back at the ground for footprints. Regrettably, there were none to be found at that moment. His greatest concern was that this route might also lead to complications. Should that occur, Shiduoduo would undoubtedly meet her demise. After taking 10 steps, he finally spotted his steel mechanical bull. However, he refrained from hastily informing Shiduoduo, allowing her to proceed 5 more steps instead. Given their differing strides, the size of the vehicle also varied. After 5 steps, Shiduoduo sent multiple messages in quick succession. "Brother Luo, I see my vehicle. Thank you, Brother Luo. Without you, I would have been doomed. From now on, I will do whatever you ask. Brother Luo, I love you." It was evident that Shiduoduo had located her sled. Luo Tianqian couldn't help but exhale in relief. Fortunately, his cleverness had paid off, and Shiduoduo had retained her memory. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. After responding to Shiduoduo, Luo Tianqian restarted the steel mechanical bull and returned to the vehicle. After a brief pause for contemplation, he promptly opened his friends list and sent messages to everyone within it. He urged them to remain by their vehicles, even if they encountered supplies, and to ensure they took their sleds along. Otherwise, they would risk getting lost. The replies he received were nearly uniform, with each individual stating they too had spotted supply crates but were still pulling their sleds along, thus avoiding disorientation. Luo Tianqian found himself at a loss for words. After all this effort, it was only Shiduoduo who had foolishly strayed from her sled. He marveled at how she managed to survive with such a lack of foresight. Realizing there must be others like Shiduoduo, he opened the world channel as expected. It was filled with lamentations. "It's over. I'm truly finished. I can't find my vehicle. Who has a compass? I'll trade a bag of bread for one. Daddy, I miss you. Daughter will see you soon. Is there anyone who can help me? I can't find my sled. Brothers, please save me. Ha ha ha." I finally gathered quite a bit of supplies, only to find myself on the brink of death without having used them. I was just pulling my sled. Damn it, there are no crates, and now my vehicle is lost. I can't go on like this. The channel was inundated with these messages, flooding the screen, the participants numbering in the multitude. Luo Tianqian let out a sigh. He was no savior and was unable to assist each individual personally. Just then, a gunshot echoed from outside. Chapter 60. 3 monsters, easily handled. Upon hearing the gunfire, Luo Tianqian instinctively grabbed the revolver beside his bed. flipping over to hide by the window to look outside. The snow continued to fall heavily, obscuring his view, leaving only the steel mechanical bull visible, without a soul in sight. Bang! Another shot rang out, sounding alarmingly close. Following the sound, Luo Tianqian deduced it originated from directly in front of the mechanical bull. Could it be that the mechanical bull itself had fired? Were monsters emerging ahead? Just as he pondered this, another gunshot erupted from the bull's head. Luo Tianqian was now certain that it was indeed the mechanical bull that had fired. After upgrading the mechanical bull, he had loaded it with 20 rounds to prepare for any sudden monster appearances. Moreover, there was no one in the vicinity. The relentless snowfall had nearly caused him to lose his way, so how could anyone else have arrived? Thus, the gunfire could only be attributed to the bull. Sure enough, as the vehicle advanced a short distance, Luo Tianqian spotted 3 creatures resembling monkeys with the bodies of sheep lying on the left side. Each bore a bullet wound to the head. What could have possibly brought such beings into existence in broad daylight? This situation left him perplexed, even leading him to suspect it might be another scheme orchestrated by the system, perhaps intending to eliminate more humans. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the number of people arriving in this world dwindled to mere remnants. In the midst of this sudden occurrence, Luo Tianqian had not managed to close the world channel. After observing for a moment, he was startled to discover others discussing the very incident. Many of those who had previously displayed colorful avatars were now rendered in black and white, indicating their demise within mere minutes. It's over. It's truly over. I need to change weapons. I'll trade a sleeping bag for a weapon capable of killing monsters. Hurry. I'm done for. I can't find my vehicle, and now monsters are appearing around me. If anyone can return to Earth, please relay my message. Help. Save me. How can there be monsters in broad daylight? Luo Tianqian glanced at the messages from others, noting that many had only partially expressed their thoughts. Those who had not completed their messages had already turned to black and white, likely having been attacked by the monsters before they could finish typing. The system was ruthless, first leading them astray and then unleashing monsters upon them, seemingly intent on eradicating them all. Just then, a message arrived from Shiduoduo. Brother Luo, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help in locating my sled, I would have likely been killed by monsters by now. Ding, ding, 2 more notifications followed, from Gue Changsho and Lu Yuji, both inquiring whether Luo Tianqian had any ranged weapons capable of slaying monsters. Although Luo Tianqian possessed a revolver and a fire axe, he certainly could not part with those. Thus, he informed them that he had no ranged weapons at hand and asked if they had encountered any monsters. Each of them confirmed they had indeed encountered 3. Albeit of different varieties, they were currently huddled in their sleds, too afraid to move. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tianqian realized he could not offer them any further assistance. He sent a message. This time, I cannot help you. I have no spare weapons. Perhaps you could fashion a spear from wood? Or maybe you could think of a way to move your sled, like using it as a skating board? He had not anticipated that his casual suggestion would resolve the troubles of the 3. Not long after, messages began to flow in. Shiduoduo, Gue Changsho, and Lu Yuji all reported that they had left their previous positions and that the monsters had not pursued them. They had employed the method Luo Tianqian had suggested, splitting a piece of wood into 2 poles and using them to propel the sled from the rear. Luo Tianqian was pleasantly surprised that his offhand comment had genuinely aided them. He couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. His intelligence was indeed commendable. After closing the conversation with the 3, he contemplated sharing his earlier suggestion in the World Channel. This could be beneficial for the tasks he was about to undertake. To be honest, were it not for this, he would hardly care about the survival of others. If individuals found themselves surrounded by monsters and unable to advance, they could sit at the rear of their sleds and gently push forward using wood. The monsters likely wouldn't pursue. As soon as the message was sent, the topic in the channel shifted dramatically. Really? I'll give it a try. Brother Tianqian, if I can escape this danger, I promise to bear you 10 children in the future. Boss, may I ask if I can use my feet? Think a little, the sled is at least a meter high. Do you have legs that are a meter long? Thanks to the boss for the suggestion. Before long, wow, it really works. The monsters didn't pursue me. Thank you so much, Brother Luo. The monsters surrounding me didn't follow. It's wonderful. I can survive now. Thank you, Brother Luo. Luo Tianqian is a god. You are our savior. Perhaps due to the collective relief from danger, the channel was inundated with expressions of gratitude. Yet, There were also a few discordant voices. This method is too simple. I'm sure anyone with a bit of sense could have thought of it. Did it really require someone else to point it out? Humph, I already escaped danger before you mentioned it. We are in a survival situation, not a fan club. To put it bluntly, surviving here truly requires a bit of brain power. These messages were laced with disdain for Luo Tianqian while simultaneously showcasing their supposed intelligence. Luo Tianqian remained unfazed by such remarks. It was akin to being bitten by a dog. Would one truly retaliate against a dog? The answer is, of course not. One would simply eliminate it.as for those individuals. Luo Tianqian would either ignore them or swiftly deal with them. Most importantly, amidst these individuals, he spotted numerous trolls. Consequently, he sent out several more messages in the world channel. I see some people claiming my method is simple. I concede that it is indeed straightforward. However, I articulated it and effectively resolved everyone's predicament. What have those seeking attention done? Have they assisted anyone in evading the monsters surrounding their sleds? I advise you all to refrain from using me to seek attention in the future. Once you possess genuine strength, only then should you dare to challenge me. As soon as the message was sent, the world channel fell into an eerie silence. Moments later, those who supported Luo Tianqian began to vehemently chastise the detractors. Due to their overwhelming numbers, the remarks from those individuals were swiftly drowned out in the barrage of comments. Just when Luo Tianqian thought he need not intervene, a rather surprising avatar flashed before him, only to immediately turn monochrome. Chapter 61. The sixth day, the head rabbit Luo Tianqian hastily sought out that familiar avatar. And upon clicking, he confirmed it was indeed one of his detractors. This individual was vividly imprinted in his memory, a loyal sycophant of a certain despicable person, frequently active in the vicinity of his messages. However, as soon as he had finished speaking, his avatar transformed to black and white. Was this a form of retribution? As for the words he had spoken, Luo Tianqian paid them no heed. They were utterly meaningless. Yet, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Numerous avatars abruptly shifted to monochrome, spreading like a viral infection. In the briefest of moments, Luo Tianqian was met with a sea of black and white avatars, leaving him utterly astounded. When he glanced at the comments from these individuals, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! You thought you could criticize me, yet here you are, utterly silenced? System, you truly have my gratitude. Consider this a kiss. Indeed, those who had perished were none other than those individuals. Although the reason remained unclear, it served as a stern warning to all that in an instant, the channel was devoid of any detractors. Closing the world channel, Luo Tianqian accessed the trading market, eager to see if sulfur and nitrate were available. When Shido and others sought his assistance, a thought suddenly struck him. Besides charcoal, he could also sell weapons. With monsters emerging on the icy roads, many were at a disadvantage without proper arms. Even crafting a firearm would undoubtedly facilitate future trades. Of course, he recognized that the probability of acquiring such items was low. Hence, he had deliberately informed everyone of self-rescue methods to ease future procurement. As expected, the trading market yielded neither of the desired items. Sighing, he resolved to focus on producing charcoal first and gathering the materials needed for upgrading the vehicle. With a bitter smile, Luo Tianqian resumed his tasks. At noon, he prepared a simple meal, continuing his work until the countdown to nightfall concluded. Throughout the day, he managed to produce 6 boxes of charcoal. A piece of good news was that Alaskan Li Fengmei had finally recovered. Although her spirits were not quite as high as before, she could at least feed herself and sit up. To reward himself and expedite Alaskan Li Fengmei's recovery, Luo Tianqian prepared meat, hot pot, and more. He even consumed half a bottle of chilled white wine. However, having drunk too quickly, drowsiness soon enveloped him. Taking advantage of his lucidity, he promptly added a generous amount of charcoal to the fireplace before collapsing into slumber. Outside, the blizzard raged, battering everything in its path, while Luo Tianqian, bare-chested in the warmth of the vehicle, slept soundly, oblivious to the world around him. Those who exchanged charcoal with him that night experienced the warmest evening in 5 days. A few pieces of charcoal in a small iron basin worked wonders in the cramped vehicle. Meanwhile, those without heating supplies continued to endure the cold. The following morning, Luo Tianqian awoke beneath a blanket, finding Alaskan Li Fengmei nestled by the fireplace. The temperature inside the vehicle was noticeably lower than the previous day. While charcoal had its merits, it could not compete with the incessantly burning wood. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Luo Tianqian checked the time. It was only 6 in the morning. He had to admit that since arriving in this place, he had cultivated a commendable habit of rising early. Slipping into thermal underwear, he quickly retrieved several wooden planks from beneath the bed and tossed them into the fireplace. The production of charcoal was a daily priority that could not be neglected. Prepare yourself. We need to head out to collect the airdrop and wind up the mechanical bull. Monsters appeared on the roads yesterday, and if I hadn't installed bullets in the metallic beast, we might have faced an attack, he said to Alaskan Lee Fome while dressing. Just then, a series of low growls erupted from outside the vehicle. Growl, grr, growl. Both Luo Tianqian and Alaskan Lee Fome were taken aback. Alaskan Lee Fome rushed to the door, while Luo Tianqian grasped his revolver and took cover by the window. Whether the blizzard's fury was dissipating was uncertain, but the snow outside was now light enough to see about 10 meters ahead. At that moment, 3 hybrid monsters had emerged around the vehicle. To his horror, these creatures bore human heads instead of animal ones. Gulp. Witnessing this scene, Luo Tianqian felt his throat constrict and struggled to swallow. Have you ever seen a giant rabbit with a human head? Its face wore an eerie grin, with scratch marks marring its cheeks. The rabbit stood upright, its claws dripping with crimson blood. Unlike the creatures that appeared at night, these monsters had a clear intent. They were determined to assault the sled. Luo Tianqian snapped back to reality, glancing at his revolver, contemplating how to navigate this predicament. He was uncertain he could handle the onslaught of 3 monsters. Sustaining an injury could very well lead to fatal consequences. Damn it, I need to devise a way to remotely control the metallic bull's switch after this. At the very least, I should be able to escape in such situations. He muttered, casting a glance at the ceiling. He considered whether to create a hatch in the roof to shoot the monsters from above. Just then, the head rabbit surged forward, leaping to the door and grinning eerily at him. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Tianqian realized that although the sled's cabin windows could not be opened and were quite small, he could shatter the glass and eliminate one of the creatures. The remaining 2 would be easier to handle. Without hesitation, he raised his gun, aiming through the glass at the rabbit outside, and fired 3 times in quick succession, fearing that a single shot might miss. Bang, bang, bang. The first shot shattered the glass, and one of the head rabbits was struck in the abdomen, collapsing in the snow and convulsing. The other 2 shots missed, but the remaining monsters panicked and fled. Due to the difficulty of hitting moving targets, Luo Tianqian refrained from wasting bullets. He simply grabbed a nearby cardboard piece to cover the window that was now without glass. Leaving a small gap to continue observing and shielding against the cold wind seeping in at it, seemed the monsters had lost their human rationality, as after a brief period of disarray, they approached the corpse of the deceased head rabbit. To his horror, they began to gnaw at the body. The sight of a human head being devoured by another human head made Luo Tianqian's stomach churn violently. He nearly succumbed to the urge to vomit. Such a scene was unimaginable to any sane person. What was most chilling was the satisfied expressions on the faces of the 2 monsters as they feasted on the corpse. Unable to bear it any longer, Luo Tianqian released the cardboard and fired 3 rapid shots at the 2 remaining creatures. Bang, bang, bang. Fortune favored him, as all 3 shots found their mark, and the 2 head rabbits crumpled in the snow. However, to his utter disbelief, as he sighed in relief, 7 or 8 similar monsters suddenly encircled him, all converging on the corpse. Chapter 62. Annihilation of the head rabbit monsters in films. Many have witnessed zombies besieging humans or monsters feasting upon them. However, witnessing such a scene firsthand left Luo Tianqian's heart racing with a mix of disgust and terror. Yet, he found himself devoid of fear, seizing the opportunity while the monsters feasted on their fallen comrade. He hurriedly retrieved bullets from the nightstand and frantically loaded his revolver. With the gun now aimed at the horde, he pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets flew from the window, nearly all finding their targets. However, he managed to kill only 3 monsters outright. The remaining creatures, startled by the gunfire, scattered in all directions. Yet, Luo Tianqian knew these monsters had short memories and would soon return to feast upon the corpse. Taking advantage of the moment, he reloaded his revolver and settled in to wait. With the glass missing, the icy air rushed into the cabin, causing the temperature to plummet. Luo Tianqian felt the chill creeping in, realizing he was becoming uncomfortably cold in his thermal gear. Glancing outside and seeing that the monsters had not yet regrouped, He quickly donned his coat and once again used the cardboard to cover most of the window, instantly warming the interior significantly. As anticipated, it wasn't long before, in the eerie silence, the monsters cautiously returned. Clearly, they had deduced that the deaths of their companions were due to Luo Tianqian within the cabin, and their gaze was fixed on him. Each creature bore a look of terror, yet their lips curled upwards in sinister grins. However, Luo Tianqian was in no rush to fire. He continued observing the creatures through the gap in the cardboard, muttering to himself, "Damn, these monsters are terrifying. Anyone with a weak heart would surely faint at the sight." Their grotesque faces were enough to instill dread in anyone. Meanwhile, Alaskan Li Fengmei, stationed vigilantly at the door, caught a whiff of the strong scent of blood outside, but remained oblivious to the nature of the monsters surrounding the vehicle. Anxiousness began to creep into her heart as she frequently glanced at Luo Tianqian. He cast her a sidelong glance, shaking his head slightly, signaling her to remain silent. Outside, the head rabbits were once again on the move, converging hungrily upon the corpses. The remaining 5 creatures exchanged glances, and a glint of greed sparked in their eyes before they lunged at the fallen body. This time, Luo Tianqian did not hesitate. He decisively fired bullets at the head rabbit creatures, perhaps due to his growing proficiency. 6 bullets astonishingly struck 4 of the monsters. To his surprise, the remaining 2 head rabbits did not flee as they had before. Instead, they glared with crimson eyes and turned to face Luo Tianqian. Subsequently, they lunged towards the carriage with great ferocity. One of them even spotted Luo Tianqian through the window, leaping up and forcing its head through the small opening. However, due to its slightly larger size, its head became stuck, leaving it to snarl and grimace menacingly at Luo Tianqian while emitting peculiar howls. At that moment, Luo Tianqian, startled back to reality, frantically loaded his gun. Just then, Alaska Li Fengmei jumped onto the bed and fiercely clawed at the head rabbit's eyes. Pushing its head away, the creature let out a shriek and fell heavily onto the icy ground. Just then, Luo Tianqian completed loading his bullets. He immediately stood up and shot the head rabbit through the window. 13 bullets had taken down 7 monsters, leaving only 1 head rabbit remaining. Yet, Luo Tianqian noticed that this last creature had inexplicably vanished from sight. Had it fled, sensing danger? Just as Luo Tianqian considered looking in another direction, he suddenly heard a series of thuds from the roof of the carriage. Good heavens, it had climbed onto the roof. Luo Tianqian was taken aback. He was relieved he hadn't gone up there. Otherwise, he would have been done for. He was astonished that such a creature, barely 1 meter in height and rather robust, could effortlessly leap to the 2-meter-high top of the carriage. Silently, no less, he had to admit. The rabbit's jumping ability was truly remarkable. Woof! Alaska Li Fengmei also heard the commotion and barked at Luo Tianqian twice before preparing to push the door open and charge outside. They needed to deal with the remaining head rabbit to proceed. If Luo Tianqian went out, he might be attacked, so she intended to handle it alone. Fortunately, Luo Tianqian reacted swiftly, grabbing Alaska Li Fengmei by the tail and, still shaken, exclaimed, "You nearly scared me to death. What are you thinking? You can't possibly handle that creature outside. Are you seeking death? Woof, creature?" Alaska Li Fengmei tilted her head in confusion, not understanding why Luo Tianqian referred to it as a creature. What she had seen was merely a human head. At worst, a zombie. How could it be classified as a monster? "Just stay here quietly. Don't go showing off without me," Luo Tianqian said, too preoccupied to engage further. He then listened intently to the thumping sounds from the roof. Bang bang. Based on the noise, he roughly pinpointed the head rabbit's location. He raised his gun and fired all the bullets in a small area at the roof. One must never skimp on bullets when the target is unseen. If 1 or 2 shots missed, he would lose the opportunity to eliminate the head rabbit. After 5 shots, blood began to drip through the bullet holes. Clearly, the monster had perished. To avoid the risk of toxic blood, Luo Tianqian hurriedly found a large plastic tray to catch the dripping blood. He then waited quietly by the window for 3 minutes, ensuring no monsters lurked outside, before cautiously opening the door. Alaska Li Fengmei was the first to leap outside. However, upon encountering the gruesome scene of mangled corpses on the road, she instantly felt her stomach churn. Unable to hold it in, she retched on the spot that can't handle it. Huh? You haven't even seen the worst of it. If you did, you'd probably vomit your guts out. Luo Tianqian remarked with a chuckle as he climbed onto the roof to dispose of the hedge rabbit's body. He then used a piece of cut-up blanket to wipe away the blood on the roof. After tidying up, Luo Tianqian returned to the carriage to find 2 wooden boards, one to seal the top and one for the window. Once everything was secured, he carefully cleaned the blood from the bedding and his hands with high-proof liquor, fearing contamination. Still feeling queasy? We need to move on. Soon we'll need to summon an airdrop. Hopefully, we can gather enough materials to upgrade the sled today, Luo Tianqian said, shaking the tail of the steel mechanical cow as he spoke to Alaska Li Fengmei. Chapter 63. Halfway to upgrading materials this time. Luo Tianqian shook for over 100 circles, exhausting himself to the point of sweating profusely and feeling pain in his arms. He realized he must ensure the steel mechanical cow is always ready to go and not slack off. After flipping the switch, Luo Tianqian and the somewhat unwell Alaska Li Fengmei boarded the vehicle. He prepared 2 bowls of black sesame paste. However, due to the nauseating scene still fresh in her mind, Alaska Li Fengmei could not eat. Luo Tianqian, while not entirely accustomed to it, had developed a certain immunity. He quickly finished his meal and began devising a method to initiate the steel mechanical cow from within the carriage. Such simple mechanical control was quite straightforward. The switch for the steel mechanical cow was located at the rear. Any heavy object pressing down would suffice. Thus, Luo Tianqian fashioned a long stick, removed a piece from the window ceiling board, and threaded the stick through it. After confirming the lengths were suitable, he attached a small iron weight to one end, then connected the wood and the window ceiling board with nails, allowing for vertical movement. Finally, he left a segment inside the carriage attached to a rope. When he needed to activate the steel mechanical cow, he would simply release the rope. Another step involved sealing the window, which was even simpler. He could just cut a piece from the airdrop parachute to block any drafts. Having completed these tasks, the vehicle had already moved about 300 meters. Luo Tianqian utilized the newly fashioned switch to halt the steel mechanical cow, then took a signal gun and, accompanied by the lethargic Alaska Li Fengmei, stepped out of the carriage. The snow outside was still not particularly heavy. Visibility extended about 10 meters. However, the temperature had dropped significantly, hovering around -42 to 43 degrees Celsius. One should not underestimate this slight change. It felt entirely different. In extreme cold, even a single degree could lead to disaster. Once outside, Alaska Li Fengmei immediately entered a state of vigilance, wary of nearby monsters. Luo Tianqian wasted no time, firing signal shots at 3 different locations. The lights illuminated the sky beautifully. After a few minutes, Luo Tianqian spotted the shadow of the airdrop. Bang, bang, bang. The boxes landed steadily. Luo Tianqian hurriedly tore open the parachute and lifted the lid of the nearby supply box. Water remained unchanged through the ages. Once again, it was the familiar 1.5 liters of mineral water. The food consisted of a box of vacuum-packed organic corn, clearly labeled with the quantity, 10 ears. However, there were also 4 additional items, which filled Luo Tianqian with excitement: a box of instant coffee, 2 packs of cigarettes, a bag of black soil, and a potato. The coffee was inconsequential, but the 2 packs of cigarettes were absolutely extraordinary. He had never indulged in cigarettes on Earth, yet here were 2 boxes delivered by the airdrop. What thrilled him most were the potato and the black soil. Potatoes could grow without direct sunlight. Provided the temperature and moisture were adequate and placed by a window, they would thrive without issue. If the first batch of potatoes was successful, he could cultivate them indefinitely. Delighted, he returned these items to the carriage, eagerly opening the second box. His primary desire was to quickly gather the materials necessary to upgrade the sled. Many items relied on the trading market and refreshed supply boxes. It could take ages to collect them all. Lifting the lid, Luo Tianqian peeked inside. First, he pulled out the water, followed by a 5-pack of crab roe noodles. However, this box was rather stingy, containing only a bottle of medicated oil and a large pack of children's diapers. Staring at the last item, Luo Tianqian grimaced. What was he supposed to do with this? Use it as underwear? Or was it for fear of bedwetting at night? Even as underwear, it would be too cumbersome. That said, the medicated oil was indeed useful. It was medicinal and could be ingested, though he was unsure of its specific effects. Disdainfully, he returned this batch of supplies to the carriage. At this point, only 1 box remained. Luo Tianqian approached the final box, took a deep breath, clasped his hands together in a prayer, and murmured, "Please give me something useful. Even just 1 item for upgrading the sled would suffice." With that, he opened the lid. Holy cow! Was this for real? The box was brimming with supplies, causing Luo Tianqian to rub his eyes in disbelief. Stunned, he stood frozen in place. Water, 2 Australian lobsters, 1 frozen shrimp, a box of abalone, a 25-kilogram weight plate, and the rest were rubber gloves. He remembered that upgrading the sled required 50 pounds of iron, 30 pounds of rubber, 50 pounds of plastic, and 10 pounds of foam. The quantities of iron and rubber here seemed to meet the requirement. In essence, this one box provided half of the materials needed for the upgrade. Was this luck? Somewhat divine? Noticing Luo Tianqian standing there in a daze, Alaska Li Fengmei furrowed her brow and barked at him twice. Woof! Luo Tianqian snapped back to reality, immediately pushing the box toward the sled while laughing. Soon, we'll feast on Australian lobster. I've never had it in my life. Alaska Li Fengmei paused, then quickly ran after Luo Tianqian. She too had never tasted Australian lobster. In her eagerness, she had forgotten to wear her spiked shoes and ended up tumbling over, amusing Luo Tianqian to no end. Upon reaching the door, Luo Tianqian began transferring items into the carriage one by one. Lifting nearly 100 pounds of goods made it easy to stumble. It was only when half of it remained that he managed to hoist the box into the vehicle. Gazing at the scattered supplies, Luo Tianqian excitedly picked up a pack of cigarettes, deftly tore it open, extracted one, and brought it to his nose for a whiff. After lighting it, he inhaled deeply the flavor. Exquisite, however. If given the choice between this and a harmonious world, he would undoubtedly choose the latter. Yet, to his dismay, after just 2 puffs, Luo Tianqian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the world spinning around him. With a thud, he collapsed onto the bed, feeling somewhat nauseous. Damn it, he was actually lightheaded. Luo Tianqian realized he had succumbed to the smoke's intoxication. Having been in this place for nearly a week, he had been preoccupied with mere survival, leaving no time to think about smoking. That, of course, even if he had wanted to, it would have been futile. Unexpectedly, he had managed to quit smoking, as a seasoned smoker for over a decade. This was more challenging than being denied alcohol. After a considerable time, Luo Tianqian finally regained his composure. He glanced at the half-burned cigarette and reluctantly extinguished it, placing the remainder on the nearby table. Best to save it for later. Smoking it all at once could lead to fainting. He recalled how his roommate had once gotten so drunk from smoking that he passed out for a whole day and night, leaving them all terrified. When that guy finally woke up, he had no idea how he had fallen asleep. Once he felt better, Luo Tianqian did not rush to organize the supplies, but instead opened the trading market. As long as he could gather the remaining items, he could upgrade the sled once again today. Chapter 64. Acquiring plastic products. At this moment, the supplies listed in the trading market were noticeably fewer than usual. Luo Tianqian surmised 2 reasons for this. The first was the blizzard weather, which limited visibility. Even if supply boxes refreshed by the roadside, they might not be seen unless one was right in front of them, making it easy to miss. Thus, the number of people exchanging goods naturally decreased significantly. The second reason was the increased number of deceased individuals. The trading market only retained the belongings of the living. If the owner of an item perished, that item would automatically vanish from the market. Of course, it was also possible that some individuals withdrew their items from the market. Tio upgrade the sled. What he needed most now were plastic and foam. Foam was out of the question. The trading market surely had none. However, there were plenty of plastic products available, such as damaged plastic basins, children's toys, eyeglass frames, and other items of little practical use. Luo Tianqian estimated that even if he collected all the plastic in the trading market, he would still fall short of 50 pounds. Nevertheless, he could take advantage of the current situation to exchange for as much as possible. Plastic products were not valuable, easily traded for 3 or 4 pieces of charcoal. Thus, he opened the global channel to announce his acquisition news. Large quantities of plastic products wanted, exchanging for charcoal, with the amount of charcoal determined by the size and weight of the plastic. Interested parties, please private message me. Once the message was sent, it immediately attracted attention in the channel. The big shot was back to procure supplies again, and this time it was for charcoal. Too bad I have no plastic. Big shot, I have a plastic basin. Can I exchange it? Luo Gu, I have a pin. Can I also trade it for charcoal? Brother Tianqian, can I exchange my pearl underwear for charcoal? My pearls are actually plastic. The big shot frequently brings benefits to everyone. It's hard to understand why some still criticize him. I have a normal plastic face basin. I wonder how many pieces I can exchange for? You guys are really lucky to have found plastic. I opened 2 boxes these past few days and luckily got some food. Otherwise, I would be dead. Big shot, can I trade plastic bags? Watching the constant stream of inquiries in the channel, Luo Tianqin added another message. Everyone, no need to ask. Any plastic product is acceptable. If you have plastic on hand, please message me or simply modify the exchange conditions in the trading market. After sending the message, he opened the trading market. Selecting the first item, he saw that the other party had already changed the exchange conditions to charcoal. Luo Tianqin took 2 pieces of charcoal from his box and directly exchanged them for the plastic children's toy. At that moment, the person who had just completed the trade excitedly posted in the global channel, "Thank you, Big Shot Luo Tianqin, for trading with me. For a damaged children's toy, the Big Shot gave me 2 pieces of charcoal. I am truly grateful." The moment the message was sent, those who possessed plastic products almost simultaneously updated their exchange conditions. Big Shot, I've completed the transaction. Conditions updated. Please sign off, Luo Gu. Brother Tianqin, my pearls are also listed now. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqin had no time to read the messages flooding in because the plastic products in the trading market could now be exchanged normally. He began to exchange plastic frantically. For plastic items the size of a basin, he offered 3 pieces of charcoal. For slightly heavier plastic, he offered 2. And for the small, lightweight items, just 1. Do not underestimate that single piece of charcoal. Once ignited, it could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Due to his busyness, Luo Tianqin had no time to organize the plastic he had exchanged, leading to a considerable pile accumulating on the floor. Some even appeared directly on top of Alaska Li Fengmei. Alaska Li Fengmei glanced at the busy Luo Tianqin, who was working himself to the bone, and decisively opened the car door to dash outside. Besides, she no longer felt as uncomfortable and couldn't stay in the car all the time. She needed to keep an eye on the supply boxes refreshing on the icy road. The only discomfort was her hairless head feeling a bit chilly, so she could only use her paws to hug her head while crouching under the shelter. Luo Tianqin spent over half an hour trading for hundreds of plastic items, exchanging an entire box of charcoal in the process. His head buzzed from exhaustion. However, seeing the ground covered with plastic products brought him immense joy, making the fatigue feel less burdensome. After a brief rest, he hurriedly set about making charcoal again. The wooden boards he had placed earlier were completely burned through, and if he continued to burn them for much longer, they would be ruined. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the excitement brewing in the channel, where countless individuals were leaving enthusiastic messages and igniting a wave of plastic hunting fervor. Brothers, Luo Tianqin is incredibly generous. I traded a leaky plastic basin for 3 large pieces of charcoal. I'll sleep well tonight. I must say, I've really become a fan. A single piece of dental floss got me a small piece of charcoal. No wonder everyone used to support Big Shot Luo. Sisters, if anyone has plastic pearls, hurry and trade with Brother Tianqin. I got 3 pieces of charcoal for mine. Girl upstairs, are you joking? Those few pearls traded for 3 pieces? I am serious. Brother Tianqin said my pearls were heavier, so I could exchange for an extra piece. A fragrant pearl is indeed valuable. What a pity. I only have plastic water bottles, but I still need them to drink. I hope to find a supply box soon and score a whole box of plastic. From now on, I'll make sure to keep any plastic I find. Who knows when the Big Shot might need it? Meanwhile, Wang Long looked at his vehicle's compartment, feeling quite conflicted. He was not troubled about how much he could trade, but rather contemplated giving 2 of the 3 large plastic basins in his car to Luo Tianqin. After the last incident, he realized he owed Luo Tianqin a favor. Although those items belonged to him, they were obtained through Luo Tianqin's efforts. What harm would it do to offer them? Conversely, he understood that maintaining a good relationship with Luo Tianqin could be beneficial in times of need. After a moment's consideration, he made up his mind to give them. He promptly opened his friends list and sent a message to Luo Tianqin. Brother Luo, I sincerely thank you for last time. I currently have 2 wash basins that I can gift to you. At that moment, Luo Tianqin was busy handling charcoal. Hearing the system's notification chime, he opened it to find a message from Huang Long, offering to give him 2 basins. Luo Tianqin felt that he couldn't accept such a gesture without reciprocation. Their essay saying, "Penny wise, pound foolish." After all, 2 basins would only yield a maximum of 6 pieces of charcoal, which, for him, was hardly different from receiving nothing. Just as he was about to reply to Huang Long, the vehicle suddenly came to a halt. Woof woof. Chapter 65. An air conditioner emerges. I understand. Wait a moment. ILL get dressed. Upon hearing the barking, Luo Tianxin was not flustered. He calmly put on his clothes. After spending these past few days together, he had developed a deeper understanding of Alaska Li Fengmei and could discern the meaning behind her various sounds. For instance, the two barks he just heard were filled with excitement, clearly indicating she had spotted a supply box. Once dressed, Luo Tianxin grabbed his fire axe and stepped out of the vehicle. A rush of cold air enveloped him, seeping through the seams of his clothing. However, for Luo Tianxin, it was not cold at all. Rather, it felt refreshing. Taking a deep breath of the unpolluted air, he turned his gaze to the surroundings. Indeed, to the left front of the vehicle, a supply box had refreshed. He wondered whether it contained monsters or useful items. Let us go take a look. With that, the man and the dog made their way toward the supply box. As before, Luo Tianxin proceeded with caution. Strange noises emanated from within the box. Alaska Li Fengmei sniffed around and detected no unpleasant odors, so she did not alert Luo Tianxin, even if a monster were hiding inside. It could not evade a dog's keen sense of smell. Double assurance, of course. For safety's sake, Luo Tianxin pried open a panel first. Heads popped out. Come on, let us see what I can uncover. Once assured of safety, Luo Tianxin's gambling addiction for opening blind boxes surged forth. With a swift motion, he raised his axe and struck down fiercely upon the box. Crack! The wooden planks atop the box splintered into fragments. Luo Tianxin and Alaskan Li Fengmei hurriedly gathered around. What on earth? I can't believe we managed to open this. Woof woof woof. Both man and dog were astounded by the items revealed within the supply box. They never anticipated that they would unearth an air conditioner. Brand new. No less. Joe put it succinctly, with this item in existence, even without wooden planks, one could not freeze to death in the vehicle. As long as they powered the air conditioner with a hand-crank generator, it would suffice. After the excitement subsided, Luo Tianxin promptly moved the air conditioner to the cabin, then returned to dismantle the supply box into planks, tossing them onto the trailer behind. With these tasks accomplished, they set off once more. This time, Alaskan Li Fengmei also climbed into the cabin. Supplies could not refresh consecutively. Having found a box here meant none would appear again in such a short span. At this moment, however, she could only sit against the wall. The cabin was cluttered with plastic products and homemade charcoal. Coupled with the recently brought airdrop, it was already overflowing. In that instant, Alaskan Li Fengmei longed to transform back into a human and assist Luo Tianxin in tidying up. It was simply too chaotic. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxin was exceedingly busy. First, he utilized 6 pieces of charcoal to exchange for a yellow dragon basin, then continued producing more charcoal from the remnants in the fireplace. By the time he carved out a moment to organize the plastic products, Alaskan Li Fengmei had already dozed off. In the final step, Luo Tianxin tucked the air conditioner beneath the bed. It was not yet needed, and he could install it later when he had time. Finally, he could lie down for a bit, exhausted to the bone. Ignoring the sweat drenching his body, Luo Tianxin collapsed onto the bed. Glancing at the time, he realized he had been busy until noon. That moment, Alaskan Li Fengmei opened her eyes. Seeing the cabin transformed into a tidy space, she couldn't help but express her astonishment. One must admit, this fellow truly had a knack for organizing. Awake? Soon, we shall feast on lobsters. Australian lobsters. I shall eat the meat, and you can have the heads. Luo Tianxin suddenly grinned at Alaskan Li Fengmei. Upon hearing this, she shot him a fierce glare, then wobbled off to shake the generator. After all, she was living under someone else's roof. A modicum of awareness was necessary, or else she would be remiss in her duty to the food she consumed. After resting for about 10 minutes, Luo Tianxin began preparing the lobsters. However, he had never cooked such a dish before, and all he had in the vehicle were water and a pot. Reluctantly, he could only boil them. Just as the water began to heat, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianxin felt a wave of mixed emotions. The system's appearance was rarely a harbinger of good news. Yet, curiously, he often found himself receiving the rewards associated with these seemingly unfavorable events. Attention everyone, the karaoke leaderboard is now open. Each participant may sing a song, and the system will judge and score, creating a ranking. The top 100 will receive a chance for a random draw. Feel free to sign up. After listening to the system's announcement, Luo Tianxin curiously opened the entertainment panel. This moment. The right side of the singing interface displayed the leaderboard. However, it was entirely empty, as no one had sung yet. I knew this would be more than it seemed. Previously, Luo Tianqian had suspected that the entertainment projects provided by the system would not be simple. But he hadn't anticipated a singing competition. Moreover, judging by the ambience, this competition would likely not be a one-time affair. However, to be frank, Luo Tianqian lacked confidence in this competition. Although he sang beautifully, he was not a professional. Among the myriad talents of Huaxia, singing and acting accounted for half. Even though many had perished in this place, surely more than 100 could sing better than he. Nevertheless, it was still worth a try, as the allure of a lottery was quite tempting. Having some time on his hands, Luo Tianqian selected a song he had mastered over the past decade and began to sing, Kongting, Han Yi Lei Kan Xie Piaogua. Unbeknownst to him, he became completely absorbed in the performance, oblivious to Alaskan Li Fengmei, who was shaking the generator with eyes sparkling like stars. What a lovely voice. He sings so beautifully, and his Cantonese is so impeccable. When the song concluded, Luo Tianqian anxiously watched the score before him, which fluctuated erratically. Although he did not care for a single lottery chance, he was genuinely curious about how many points he might achieve. Ding! Your song has received a score of 99.32, currently not in first place. Observing his score, Luo Tianqian felt a tinge of disappointment. It was as he had suspected. Being non-professional meant he could not achieve a perfect score. Alas, no chance. Time to eat. Sighing, Luo Tianqian placed the Australian lobster into the pot. Alaskan Li Fengmei, snapping back to reality, noticed his glum expression and immediately released the generator. With her two paws, she clapped enthusiastically. This scene elicited a chuckle from Luo Tianqian. All right, no need to force it. I didn't score 100. But a 99.32. I doubt I'll make it into the top 100. Upon hearing this, Alaskan Li Fengmei shook her head, her eyes brimming with confidence as she barked twice. Then picked up a piece of charcoal to write a few words. Did you see the 100? You're amazing. After a moment of surprise, Luo Tianqian was taken aback by Alaskan Li Fengmei's unexpected support, which rekindled his confidence. Indeed, he was the first to sing. Those professionals had not yet scored. How could he give up? What if they sang poorly due to the cold? Perhaps he still had a chance. Chapter 66. Draw a completion card. Alaskan Li Fengmei's words reignited Luo Tianqian's determination. He kept a keen eye on the leaderboard, eagerly awaiting the rankings. However, as countless entries were uploaded and his ranking swiftly plummeted, the glimmer of hope in his heart shattered. The non-professional could not compete with the professionals. As his ranking dropped to around 80, Luo Tianqian sighed and switched off the system panel. Rather than dwell on the anxiety, he decided to focus on more pressing matters. He had yet to eat the Australian lobster, and the potatoes remained unplanted. He still needed to prepare charcoal, leaving him little time to fixate on the leaderboard. After preparing the Australian lobster, Luo Tianqian poured himself some whiskey, played a movie from his laptop, and enjoyed a delightful meal with Alaskan Li Fengmei, occasionally discussing the plot or bursting into laughter. They even mimicked a few scenes, resulting in a playful slap that left Alaskan Li Fengmei dazed. As for the Australian lobster, truth be told, Luo Tianqian found it less delectable than crayfish. The meat was too fibrous. Of course, this might also be attributed to his cooking skills. After the meal, Luo Tianqian constructed a wooden box measuring 1.5 meters long, 50 centimeters wide, and 30 centimeters high, using wooden planks. He filled it with black soil and dug a small pit. Next, he cut out spots for the potatoes to sprout and buried them in the soil. Finally, he watered the box and placed it far from the fireplace. For it was far too hot nearby. The moisture would evaporate swiftly, making it impossible for the potatoes to grow. However, since Luo Tianqian was not well versed in the potato planting process, he could only follow the methods he had seen in short videos. Whether it would succeed or not was left to fate. Having completed this, he glanced at the wooden planks in the fireplace, realizing they still needed more time to burn. After some thought, he reopened the system panel. Despite repeatedly telling himself not to care about the competition, he still hoped to make it onto the leaderboard. After all, it was a chance for a lottery. Yet, upon checking his ranking, Luo Tianqian was taken aback. 88th place. His ranking had not fallen outside the top 100. How utterly unbelievable. Moreover, the gap between his score and the first place was merely 0.28. At this moment, he even began to suspect whether any professional singers had participated. No, wait. Luo Tianqian snapped back to reality, his brow furrowing. He then began to scan down from the first place, growing increasingly astonished. There were no names of famous singers on the leaderboard. What was going on? It was impossible for there to be none. Even if they had perished, they could not all have vanished. What was the explanation? Another query arose. Why was it only that insufferable person and that foolish leader who had reached out to him? Where were his former classmates and colleagues? Could it be that they were gone before he sent the messages? Otherwise, how could they not recognize him? Luo Tianqian meticulously recalled from the beginning and realized he had indeed not seen anyone familiar in the World Channel, aside from those two individuals. Yet the system had stated that everyone had arrived in this world. If everyone had come, how could there be no familiar faces? Another perplexing matter was that, logically, if everyone had entered here, the population in the World Channel would be vast. Even if each person spoke a word, it would be unlikely for the same names to appear in such a short time. Unless, suddenly, Luo Tianqian thought of two major possibilities. One was that not everyone had arrived in this world. Only a selected portion of individuals had been chosen. The other was that the place he inhabited had been divided into multiple regions. It was akin to the distinction between new and old zones in a game. He might be in one area while others were in different ones. Regardless of which possibility it was, only such an explanation made sense. Just then, the system's voice interrupted Luo Tianqian's musings. Congratulations on making it into the top 100 of the karaoke leaderboard. You will receive a chance for a lottery draw. Would you like to use it now? Coming back to his senses, Luo Tianqian did not hesitate to select use it. The next moment, a game machine-like interface appeared before him, with a red border moving around incessantly. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a completion card. Luo Tianqian was momentarily taken aback. A completion card? What is that? As he picked up the suddenly appeared card before him and glanced at it, he noticed the explanation on the back. This card could complete all the materials needed for vehicle upgrades, but it was limited to a single use. Once employed, the card would vanish, and one simply needed to silently invoke its power. In an instant, Luo Tianqian sprang from his bed, filled with excitement, dancing and laughing aloud. Ha ha ha! This is wonderful. This card is truly remarkable. I am incredibly lucky. Ha ha ha. System, you are simply too generous. Whatever I lack, you provide. If you were a woman, I would surely marry you. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Alaska Li Fengmei, who was still engrossed in her movie, was momentarily taken aback by Luo Tianqian's sudden outburst. Upon seeing the card in his hand, her breathing quickened. Could it be that he won a prize? Woof! What happened? Woof woof! Did you win a prize? Hearing her calls, Luo Tianqian quickly understood her meaning. He sat down and presented the completion card to Alaska Li Fengmei, joyfully explaining, "This card is something I obtained as a lottery chance for ranking in the singing competition. It can complete the materials we need to upgrade our vehicle." Upon hearing this, Alaska Li Fengmei's eyes widened in astonishment. Woof woof woof. You drew this? Luo Tianqian nodded. Indeed. I ranked 88th in the singing competition, which granted me a lottery opportunity, and surprisingly, I ended up drawing this treasure. As he spoke, he could hardly contain his laughter. Alaska Li Fengmei, too, began to spin around in excitement, her mind racing with the thought that perhaps the system was actually Luo Tianqian's father. It seemed that anything good would come his way. Truly, it was as if he received everything he needed. The two, one person and one dog, were exhilarated for quite a while. Suddenly, Luo Tianqian's demeanor shifted, and he became contemplative. Looking at the card in his hand, he hesitated. I don't plan to use this card just yet. It feels somewhat wasteful. Woof. Using it now wouldn't be wise, as we're nearly able to gather the materials for upgrading the RV. We may acquire the remaining materials soon. This card can complete all the materials needed for the RV upgrade, so I intend to save it for the next upgrade. Once we obtain another vehicle upgrade card and gather a little more material, using this card will be exceedingly worthwhile. Upon hearing Luo Tianqian's thoughts, Alaska Li Fengmei nodded in agreement. It is wise to maximize the value of a good thing. After securing the card, Luo Tianqian happily opened the World Channel, eager to see if anyone else had obtained a vehicle upgrade card. If he could trade for one, he could conduct 2 upgrades once he gathered sufficient materials. Chapter 67. System, am I your father? Or are you mine? The channel was buzzing with activity as everyone discussed the competition. However, the overwhelming sentiment was one of disappointment, lamenting why they hadn't pursued formal training earlier. Some individuals raised questions similar to those of Luo Tianqian. Sigh, with my lack of musical ability, I ended up with a score of only 50, not even passing. What the heck, dude? You got 50? I got 80. Now I feel confident. I hope to break into the top 100 and at least win a loaf of bread. Could the top 100 show what prizes they won? I'm a professional singer, yet I didn't make the leaderboard. This is absurd. I'm not satisfied. Has anyone noticed that there are no celebrity singers on the leaderboard? Oh, that's true. Luan Gu, Shin Gu, Ziqi are all absent. What's going on? What's the situation? Why isn't my Rain Chi on there? As questions arose, the conversation shifted. The world is vast, and there are many intelligent individuals. Countless speculations emerged, suggesting that the system had eliminated the singers or that the winners were predetermined. Some believed that this was merely a localized event, meaning not everyone was present, while others thought that the wealthy simply didn't make it. Amidst these speculations, Luo Tianqian found himself unconcerned. His sole desire was to trade for materials and a vehicle upgrade card to ensure survival. After a little while, he posted a message in the channel, announcing that he was looking to purchase foam and vehicle upgrade cards. The channel, which had previously been filled with discussions about the competition, shifted dramatically with this news. Luo Gu, sing another song. Your Cantonese is impeccable. Are you a handsome frozen boy? Tianqian Gu, your singing is delightful. Are you a professional singer? You're amazing. Not only do you have abundant resources, but you also sing beautifully. I adore you. Darling, kiss you. Tianqian darling, could you sing a Mandarin song? Reading the barrage of comments, Luo Tianqian found himself speechless, yet his heart swelled with joy. Wasn't mere vanity. He truly felt that his score was a testament to his own abilities, of course. There were those who were disgruntled, with many obscure professional singers witnessing a non-professional winning, discontent brewed, leading some to challenge Luo Tianqian to a duet. Luo Tianqian, I'm a graduate from the 2009 Central Academy of Drama's music department. Can we have a contest? I'm also a Music Academy graduate. I challenge you. Tianqian Gu, I'm your fan. Could we sing a song together? I'm a lead singer here. I seek a chance from the Great One. Countless challengers emerged, leaving Luo Tianqian feeling overwhelmed. However, he felt a thrill rather than anger. It was an honor for an ordinary person like him to attract the attention of numerous professional singers. Yet, he had no desire for frivolous contests. What was the point of competitions without any benefit? Just as Luo Tianqian was preparing to decline, a message appeared that sent his excitement into overdrive. Luo Gu, I'm willing to wager a vehicle upgrade card against you in a singing competition. You can choose the song. If you win, the card is yours. If you lose, I want 2 boxes of charcoal and 3 days' worth of food. What do you think? This message sparked a frenzy in the channel. This is interesting. The Great One must accept the challenge. Oh my, that's a hefty wager. This just got exciting. If Tianqian Gu agrees, he didn't even make the leaderboard. He can't sing better than you. This is getting serious. Is anyone placing bets? As excitement surged through the channel, Luo Tianqian raised the stakes even further, declaring, I accept your challenge. And anyone else with a vehicle upgrade card is welcome to challenge me as well. The response was explosive, akin to a mushroom cloud erupting in the channel. Oh my gosh, that's so bold. I love it. Luo Tianqian, Luo Tianqian, Luo Tianqian. Luo Gu must win. We are all rooting for you. Go, Tianqian darling, here's a kiss for you. You can do it. Luo Tianqian felt an overwhelming wave of enthusiasm. Although it was just text, the sentiment felt fantastic. In truth, he had never experienced such adoration before. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, a sudden announcement from the system left everyone stunned. The karaoke competition has concluded. The singing segment is now closed. The reopening time will be announced later. Everyone was left in shock. The channel fell silent. Chow. Others echoed, what the heck? Damn. What is going on? After all this excitement, the system decides to do this? What does it mean? Are they trying to ruin our spirits? In an instant, an outpouring of complaints flooded the channel. Among the most furious were Luo Tianqian and his challenger, both of whom had come away empty-handed. Sitting on his bed, Luo Tianqian's face flushed with indignation as he vented, damn it, system, what the hell are you doing? My vehicle upgrade card. Why did you cancel the singing segment? Are you targeting me? Alaska Li Fengmei, startled by his outburst, was unsure of what had transpired. Sensing Luo Tianqian's frustration, she barked twice, hoping to calm him down. Strangely enough, her calls did indeed help him regain his composure. Taking a sip of whiskey, he lit up a cigarette and took a drag. Trying to gather his thoughts, he muttered to himself, the system wouldn't arbitrarily close the singing segment. It has always been for entertainment. What a coincidence that it would close now. Could it be that the system believes I cannot compete with that person? Is that why it closed to prevent my loss? Indeed, it's a possibility that if not, how could I have ranked among so many professional singers? Does it mean their years of experience count for nothing? Contemplating this possibility, Luo Tianqian slowly turned his gaze to the outside of the vehicle. System, why are you taking such good care of me? Are you my father, or am I yours? At the same time, Yi Shuimu, who had challenged Luo Tianqian, was seething with frustration as he pounded the inside of the vehicle. Though he hadn't made the leaderboard, he was confident and had hoped to snag 2 boxes of charcoal. Now, he walked away with nothing after all that excitement. After a moment of reflection, he picked up the vehicle upgrade card. Frowning as he pondered whether to contact Luo Tianqian, he desperately wanted to use the card to make the vehicle more comfortable, yet his supplies were insufficient. Using it would make it challenging to survive the next 3 days. Should I trade or not? Just as he was fuming, a notification chimed. Looking closely, he saw that Chen Qingxia had added him as a friend. Chapter 68. Another vehicle upgrade card. The name Chen Qingxia is well known. Yet most are acutely aware of the discord between her and Luo Tianqian. Yi Shuimu felt quite taken aback by Chen Qingxia's request to add him as a friend, though it was not entirely unexpected. Her intentions were glaringly obvious. She merely sought to enlist his support against Luo Tianqian. Yi Shuimu held Chen Qingxia's actions in contempt, sneering to himself, what a shameless person. She spots an opportunity and immediately aims to sabotage others. Attempting to drag me down with her. Does she think I lack discernment? I merely contest the system's rankings. If I engage with her, it would be tantamount to inviting an enemy into my fold. After dismissing the friend request from Chen Qingxia, Yi Shuimu pondered for a brief moment before ultimately deciding to exchange the vehicle upgrade card. After all, preserving his life took precedence. He then sent a private message to Luo Tianqian, adding him as a friend. At that moment, Luo Tianqian was preoccupied with making charcoal and was momentarily taken aback upon receiving Yi Shuimu's message. He seemed to not recognize this person initially, but upon seeing the profile picture, he realized it was the individual who had challenged him regarding the vehicle upgrade card. Without hesitation, he accepted the request. A few moments later, a message arrived. Hello, I am Yi Shuimu, the one who just wanted to spar with you in singing. Luo Tianqian still had half of his charcoal to make and was not inclined to engage in unnecessary banter. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he replied succinctly, Buddy, I'm quite busy right now and can't compete in the singing contest. If you have something to say, please get to the point. Yi Shuimu responded quickly, sending several messages in succession. Luogu, there are 2 matters I wish to discuss with you. The first is that I would like to exchange my vehicle upgrade card for some supplies, 3 boxes of charcoal and 4 days' worth of food. What do you think? I know this may seem like an unreasonable request, but I genuinely need these supplies, and I hope you can understand. The second matter is that Chen Qingxia wants to add me as a friend. But I declined, and I suspect she aims to recruit me to go against you. So please be cautious of that unscrupulous person. Upon reading the messages, Luo Tianqian could not help but acknowledge Yi Shuimu's cleverness. The fact that he did not mention the shameless individual trying to add him as a friend indicated that he did not intend to use this information as leverage in their trade. This also served to engender a slight sense of goodwill towards him, mitigating any potential resentment regarding the trade terms. After all, when they had wagered earlier, the terms were 2 boxes of charcoal and 3 days' worth of food. Now, he was requesting an additional item from each, which undeniably raised concerns of opportunism. However, Luo Tianqian did not immediately acquiesce to Yi Shuimu's request. Although he could spare a box of charcoal and a day's worth of food, being overly accommodating could lead one to feel taken advantage of. He had experienced such feelings himself. When purchasing clothing, if the vendor quoted a price of 200, he would instinctively think that haggling down to half seemed reasonable, only for the shopkeeper to agree without hesitation, leaving him feeling cheated. The same logic applied here. If he readily agreed to the request, Yi Shuimu might harbor similar thoughts. Thus, negotiations were essential. After hastily completing his current task, he responded, Buddy, to be frank, that box of charcoal and that day's worth of food are significant for you. And they are not inconsequential for me either. I've been fortunate enough to acquire these items. But they didn't come easily. Shall we proceed with the original terms of our wager? After sending the message, Luo Tianqian poured himself a cup of warm water and waited. He was certain Yi Shuimu would want to haggle further. True to his expectations, a reply came shortly. Luogu, I understand your position. Surviving in this world is challenging and resources are perpetually scarce. However, the vehicle upgrade card in my possession was earned at great cost. I fought against 2 monsters for it and sustained injuries in the process. I am currently in urgent need of food to replenish my strength, and I hope you can assist me. I swear to the system that if I ever acquire resources you need, I will not trade them with anyone else. How does that sound? This last message genuinely moved Luo Tianqian. While he could not ascertain whether Yi Shuemu would uphold his vow or if such oaths held any weight, at the very least, he had exhibited a sincere attitude. Well, with your word, this is indeed worth a box of charcoal and a day's worth of food. Let's proceed with the trade, Luo Tianqian agreed. He then approached the food box, retrieving 4 bags of crab roe noodles and 2 ears of corn. In total, he had 6 food items, sufficient to last 4 days, as for whether Yi Shuemu would eat them dry or cooked. That was no longer his concern. The two swiftly completed the trade. Holding the vehicle upgrade card in his hand, Luo Tianqian felt a surge of excitement. He cheerfully remarked to Alaskan Li Fome, "Hee, I've obtained another card. If I can gather the foam and remaining plastic, I can upgrade the vehicle twice consecutively." Woof! Alaskan Li Fome was equally delighted, eagerly anticipating the transformation of the sled after 2 upgrades. The current vehicle was no longer spacious enough for them, as they were surrounded by resources, which forced them to sit while sleeping. After exchanging casual conversation with Yi Shuemu, Luo Tianqian resumed his task of making charcoal. This commodity was essential, as he would need it for future trades. However, not long after, a notification chimed that a new message from a friend had arrived. Upon opening the panel, he saw it was from Shido Duo. "Luo Ge, bad news. Qin Xingxia announced in the channel that she is looking to buy a large quantity of plastic and vehicle upgrade cards, offering roasted meat as payment. She is directly quoting 30 pounds of roasted meat for 1 upgrade card." Initially in high spirits, Luo Tianqian's mood soured upon reading this. Damn it. This shameless person just won't quit, openly provoking me. Is she? Just wait. In a fit of rage, he immediately entered the world channel. "So, you want to play the card game? Huh? Let's see what you have." To his surprise, the channel was flooded with messages attacking Qin Xingxia. Exchanging 30 pounds of roasted meat for a vehicle upgrade card? Clearly, you are trying to undermine Luo Tianqian. What a shameless person. Why are you everywhere? Are you a dog raised by Tianqian Ge? Qin Xingxia, give up that idea that if I had a vehicle upgrade card, I wouldn't trade it with you. Who knows what kind of meat your roasted meat is? What else could it be? It must be monster or human flesh. Qin Xingxia, if you dare to target my husband Tianqian again, I'll be the first to deal with you when we return to Earth. Seeing the screen filled with insults directed at Qin Xingxia brought immense satisfaction to Luo Tianqian. Overjoyed, he made a decisive resolution. Chapter 69 materials are sufficient. Luo Tianqian lacked experience and did not know how to retain fans to the greatest extent. Yet, he could certainly follow a model. Noticing the overwhelming support he received, he decided to offer some benefits to everyone. He distributed 200 pieces of charcoal, 1 for each person. Although the quantity was modest, totaling merely 4 small boxes, it could mean salvation for others. Subsequently, he messaged Shido Duo, please help me identify the 200 most reliable fans. I want to offer them some benefits. I'll provide you with a box of charcoal as a token of appreciation for your efforts. Once I send the message, I want to involve myself further. Please take care of it." Shido Duo quickly replied. "Thank you, Luo Ge. Is there any specific resource you need right now? I can rally everyone to help you find it." Foam, regardless of size or quantity, Luo Tianqian replied straightforwardly about his urgent needs. In truth, he had been waiting for Shido Duo to make that final inquiry. Distributing benefits was a means of garnering goodwill, and the purpose of winning hearts was to collect resources. With 2 vehicle upgrade cards already prepared and plastic supplies nearly sufficient, he only lacked foam. After closing the dialog box, Luo Tianqian issued a message in the world channel. "Dear brothers and sisters, thank you for your unwavering support. I recently stumbled upon some charcoal. Although the quantity is limited, I have decided to distribute 200 pieces among you. Shortly, Sister Shido Duo will contact 200 individuals, so please keep an eye out for messages. For those who do not receive benefits this time, do not be disheartened. I will periodically offer benefits in the future, as long as you support me. Everyone will have a chance." Once the message was sent, the channel erupted. Countless supporters of Luo Tianqian expressed their excitement through a flurry of comments. Some expressed gratitude, others self-promoted, some declared their affection, while others cheered in jubilation. Overwhelmed by the barrage of messages, Luo Tianqian chose to disregard them altogether. Closing the system panel, he used one of the vehicle upgrade cards to check how much plastic he still required. The upgrade failed, citing a deficiency of 10 pounds of foam and half a pound of plastic. Luo Tianqian stored the vehicle upgrade card away and began trading for plastic products in the marketplace. Before long, he had gathered enough. However, to ensure he could upgrade consecutively, he opted to acquire a bit more. The purpose of the supplementary card was to fill gaps, not to encompass everything. Even if only one material was missing, the card could still be utilized. After watering the potatoes, he settled down with Alaskan Lee Fome to continue watching a movie. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and Luo Tianqian dozed off. He was awakened by a notification at 3:30 in the afternoon. Who could that be? Rubbing his bleary eyes, Luo Tianqian glanced at the screen, slightly irritated. It was Shido Duo messaging him, and she delivered a piece of news that instantly invigorated him. Luo Gu? Your charcoal is effective. This afternoon, many people reached out to me, saying they have foam and inquiring how to deliver it to you. After conducting a rough estimate, I found that there are approximately 10 or so pounds. What do you suggest? Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Tianqian replied, I will provide you with a large box of charcoal. In return, you must return the foam to me. Do not be stingy, lest everyone be disappointed. Shiduoduo promptly responded with 2 words. Okay. With a heart full of excitement, Luo Tianqian handed over a substantial box of charcoal to Shiduoduo, asked for whether she might abscond with some of it. He was indifferent to such trivial matters at that moment. All he desired was to exchange the foam as swiftly as possible and upgrade the sled before nightfall. Besides, even if Shiduoduo were to keep some for herself, it was hardly an issue. After all, one must be compensated for their labor, mustn't they? The waiting time dragged on interminably, each second stretching into what felt like an eternity, leading to a flurry of thoughts. Luo Tianqian sat on his bed, alternating between glancing at Shiduoduo's chat window and checking the world channel. He was so absorbed that he scarcely noticed that Alaska Lee Fome was absent from the cabin. Finally, after half an hour, a message from Shiduoduo arrived. Luo Gij, I have exchanged everything back. I estimate around 10 pounds, and it only took half a box of charcoal. Shall we trade? Upon reading the message, Luo Tianqian immediately replied, the charcoal is yours. Just return the foam to me. We will trade using wood. After sending the message, he eagerly switched to the trading market. The moment he saw Shiduoduo listing the foam, he quickly used a piece of prepared wood to reclaim iti in his haste to avoid being outbid. He overlooked the fact that half a box of charcoal remained inside, in the next instant. A mountain of foam piled up on the bed, nearly overwhelming everything. Fortunately, none had come close to the fireplace. Otherwise, the loss would have been substantial. However, seeing that half a box of charcoal had returned, Luo Tianqian was pleasantly surprised. He had mentioned giving her the charcoal, yet she had returned it nonetheless. This deepened his trust in Shiduoduo. Under such circumstances, returning such a valuable item was a rarity. Without further ado, he hurried to upgrade the sled. Luo Tianqian wasted no time, quickly donning his fur outfit, grabbing the signal gun, revolver, vehicle upgrade cards, and material supplements, and approached the vehicle door. He used the vehicle upgrade card. Vehicle upgrade card successfully used. The upgrade will commence shortly, lasting 5 minutes. Please vacate the vehicle. Hearing the long-awaited voice, Luo Tianqian excitedly halted the mechanical bull, pushed the door open, and noticed Alaska Lee Fome lying beneath the shed. It dawned on him that he had forgotten about her. He swiftly pulled her away and moved beside the sled, as the protective light shield for the upgrade began to rise. Wong wong. Alaska Lee Fome was startled by the sudden turn of events, but quickly realized that the vehicle was upgrading and excitedly barked at Luo Tianqian. With a swaggering grin, he explained, What do you think? Surprised, aren't you? I woke up to find I had enough materials. Ha ha ha. Sometimes, you just can't be too stingy. Look, I managed to gather everything without using an entire box of charcoal. This is all thanks to the benefits we've received. Suddenly, Luo Tianqian crouched down, pinching Alaska Lee Fengmei's mouth with a mischievous smile. Hold on, let me tell you, we have to wait outside for 10 minutes. I plan to upgrade the vehicle twice. Ha ha ha. Luo Tianqian was brimming with excitement, but Alaska Lee Fengmei shook her head vigorously, her face a picture of indignation. Woo-wood, what's wrong? Aren't you excited to bark? Woo-woo, why are you shaking your head then? You huh? Huh? What's wrong? Suddenly, Alaska Li Fengmei collapsed, her eyes rolling back, sending a jolt of fear through Luo Tianxin. Could it be that she was too excited and had in his panic? He released her, intending to perform CPR. However, he soon realized that Alaska Li Fengmei had suddenly opened her mouth wide, gasping for air. Only then did he understand that in his fervor, he had not only pinched her mouth, but had also inadvertently pinched her nose. It turned out he had nearly suffocated her, mistaking her excitement for distress. Cough, cough, I apologize. I was too excited just now. Don't be angry. Let's wait a bit longer to see the new vehicle. All right. Chapter 70. Double upgrade of the RV. While waiting for the sled to upgrade, Luo Tianxin habitually pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. When he attempted to light it, he realized he had forgotten to bring a lighter. Cursed be the fact that he hadn't smoked earlier. Now he was either unable to recall wanting a smoke or simply forgot to bring a lighter. As the 5 minutes elapsed, the golden light of the sled vanished. The original cabin had undergone significant changes. Yet Luo Tianxin was too eager to observe them closely. He jogged back to the cabin, took a quick glance at the altered layout, and immediately used the second vehicle upgrade card. Vehicle upgrade card failed. Essential upgrade materials are lacking. However, the system has detected that you possess a vehicle material supplement card. Would you like to use it? Use it. The system's voice faded, and Luo Tianxin eagerly shouted. Successfully used the vehicle material supplement card. Materials have been automatically replenished. Would you like to continue using the vehicle upgrade card? Yes, yes, yes. Enough with the chatter. Upgrade it right now. Luo Tianxin exclaimed impatiently, feeling that the system was unnecessarily slow and verbose. Vehicle upgrade card successfully used. Upgrade duration is 5 minutes. Please vacate the sled immediately. Luo Tianxin quickly grabbed the lighter and exited the cabin. In the next moment, the familiar golden light enveloped the sled once more. The swirling snow was transformed into shimmering golden crystals, creating a breathtaking sight. Luo Tianxin lit the cigarette and took a gentle puff. Cough, cough. To his surprise, he was caught off guard by the smoke. Damn! Am I trying to quit smoking now? At that moment, Alaska Li Fengmei had also recovered, her eyes gleaming with a hint of schadenfreude. This rascal nearly suffocated her. Perhaps he deserved to choke. The biting wind howled, and the snow danced around them as the pair, one human and one dog, waited in silence. Finally, as the golden light dissipated, the upgraded sled revealed itself before them. The overall structure of the cabin remained largely unchanged, but the most significant alterations were in its size and materials. The previously thin layer of metal now appeared robust, and when Luo Tianxin knocked on it, it had a thickness of at least half a centimeter. Inside, there were undoubtedly layers of foam and wooden boards for insulation. With a length exceeding 6 meters, a width of approximately 4 meters, and a height nearing 3 meters when accounting for the ice blades beneath, the cabin boasted windows on every side that could be opened, with railings outside for added protection. At the bottom of the cabin were 4 sled runners, along with 4 ice blades. These ice blades were a scaled-up version of figure skating blades, with flat edges that were not sharp. This design allowed the cabin to glide more smoothly. The combination of iron and sled runners minimized friction with the ice, ensuring that even a heavily loaded sled could be easily maneuvered. The ice surface was incredibly resilient. Even if the sled was heavy, the ice blades would not sink into the surface, allowing an average adult, even a woman, to pull the sled effortlessly. Of course, Luo Tianxin had no need to pull the sled himself. It would be absurd to have the mechanical bull inside and pull it along. Notably, the lever he had made to control the mechanical bull from within the cabin was now seamlessly integrated into the sled structure, with the same principle applied but using iron materials. Additionally, the handles for pulling the sled on either side of the mechanical bull had also been transformed into iron and were now securely attached to its back, eliminating the need for ropes. Just from its appearance, Luo Tianxin was thoroughly satisfied, eagerly anticipating the changes within the cabin. Let's go check inside. Luo Tianxin approached the door facing the mechanical bull's rear, turned the doorknob, and pushed the door open. A warm gust of air rushed out to greet him, causing the cold air to surge in like a mystical realm. He and Alaska Li Fengmei quickly entered, and Luo Tianxin shut the door behind them. As the cold dissipated, he could not help but exclaim in delight, "Oh my! This is incredible! It's practically like an apartment." Standing at the entrance, he immediately noticed the bed arranged along the cabin, measuring 1 meter 80 by 2 meters. To the right of the bed was a small room serving as a toilet, equipped with a portable toilet. The fireplace had grown considerably larger, resting against the right wall near the entrance, with the chimney extending all the way to the rear of the vehicle. This meant that the piping could also dissipate heat. To the left of the entrance was a shoe rack, coat hanger, cabinet, folding table, wooden stool, and other furnishings. The generator was positioned near the door on the left side of the cabin, with a power line extending from it to the ceiling light. The remaining items included stacked boxes of charcoal, wooden boards, potatoes, and various other supplies. However, what thrilled Luo Tianqian the most was the bed. The former rickety wooden bed had been outfitted with a mattress, and the bedding had also been enlarged. Overall, the sled had undergone a remarkable transformation, akin to exchanging a bird's gun for a cannon, resembling a rented studio apartment. What do you think? Doesn't it finally feel like home? Luo Tianqian joyfully remarked to Alaska Li Fengmei, his face beaming with pride. Wong Wong, Wong 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 Wong. It's here. It feels like home. Alaska Li Fengmei was equally delighted. Although it could not compare to her earthly home, the difference was night and day when considering that others were still using wooden boards for their cabins. Not to mention, at the very least, she could now lounge freely on the floor without having to keep watch outside. Just leaning against the window would afford her a view of everything outside. After reveling in their excitement, Luo Tianqian descended to the rear trailer to retrieve a substantial amount of wooden boards. After 2 upgrades, the wooden boards inside the sled had nearly been depleted. To continue cooking and producing charcoal, he would need to utilize the boards from the sled. At that moment, the countdown to nightfall had already begun. Luo Tianqian added 2 boxes of wooden boards to the stove, washed his hands with the snow water he had collected earlier, stripped down to just his pants, and began preparing dinner. Abalone congee paired with roasted corn. Regrettably, without a frying pan and seasonings, it would have been delightful to prepare a sauce for the abalone. Go ahead, play a song from Crazy Frog, said Luo Tianqian, joyfully wiggling his hips without glancing back. Woof! Alaska Li Fengmei was startled, quickly turning her gaze away from Luo Tianqian and sitting up, raising her plump paw to take a look, then headed towards the computer to investigate. She had been so engrossed earlier that she was fortunate not to have been discovered. What a pity! If only she were still human as the countdown to nightfall approached its end. Many ceased their movements, hiding in their wooden box carriages to endure their 6th night in this place. Due to the lack of adequate heating supplies, most were hesitant to expand their living space within the carriages. Moreover, at night, they merely consumed a bit of food, used the restroom, and slept, rendering expansion unnecessary. Consequently, the demand for heating supplies had become equal to that for food. On the World Channel, charcoal was traded for sustenance, no monster meat. I noticed those upstairs were still not hungry. How many of the living are not surviving on monster meat? Do I have human flesh to offer? Are you out of your mind upstairs? I can endure monster meat, but human flesh? Have you no humanity left? Enough with the pretense. If you won't eat it, someone else will. As countless discussions about cannibalism ensued, a sudden emergence of crimson letters appeared before them. Chapter 71. Sleepless Night. At that moment, Luo Tianqian, clad only in his shorts, was enjoying abalone porridge and roasted corn while watching a classic television drama with Alaska Li Fengmei. However, the sudden appearance of the bold red letters instantly extinguished his enthusiasm. Tonight would be a sleepless night. Though the words did not specify what would transpire, they instilled in Luo Tianqian an ominous foreboding, his brows furrowing tightly. Given the warning, especially at night, there were only 2 possibilities. Either a change in weather or the monsters outside were up to something. There could be danger. Surely, the system wouldn't target people in the dead of night, would it? Woof! Woof! Puzzled, Alaska Li Fengmei noticed Luo Tianqian's serious expression and furrowed brow, calling out in confusion. Luo Tianqian regained his composure and replied solemnly, "The system just issued a text prompt stating we cannot sleep tonight. I wonder what that means. It seems we need to stay alert tonight. Let us not perish in our dreams." Upon hearing this, Alaska Li Fengmei immediately rushed to the window to peer outside. However, the utter darkness outside rendered everything invisible. Straining her ears to listen closely and sniffing the air, she looked back at Luo Tianqian in puzzlement. There's nothing outside? Sensing Alaska Li Fengmei's confusion, Luo Tianqian leaned over the edge of the bed to check as well. To his dismay, he saw nothing, just as she did. There were no sounds either. Odd. Typically, when night fell, monsters would appear. Why was it so quiet today? This was unsettling. Something was amiss. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous boom rang out from outside, causing the icy road to tremble. No way! Could it be the octopus again? Luo Tianqian exclaimed. Almost immediately, another deafening noise erupted, and the icy road shook violently once more. In an instant, both Luo Tianqian and Alaska Li Fengmei were alarmed. They were not afraid of monsters at night, but they genuinely feared that enormous octopus. Even if that creature did not attack the sled, the mere brush of its tentacles against the vehicle would be disastrous. Boom, boom, boom. The rhythmic thundering echoed, occurring once every second. The tremors of the icy road were almost continuous, causing Luo Tianqian's heart to race. Was this the beginning? After half a minute, the sled had not been attacked. It was merely sounds and vibrations. Suddenly, the noise ceased. The icy road also stopped shaking. Luo Tianqian was taken aback, quickly peering out of every window, yet saw nothing. What was happening? No monsters. Surely, the icy road wasn't laying a foundation for a building here. Woof! Alaska Li Fengmei was equally perplexed. Just then, a sudden red glow illuminated the surroundings. Luo Tianqian and Alaska Li Fengmei instinctively turned to look outside. This glance was enough to leave them dumbfounded. They beheld a gigantic, glowing eye beside the vehicle, fixated on them. Its pupils were vertically slit like a beast's, radiating a fierce and bloodthirsty gaze. Luo Tianqian was paralyzed with fear. Once he regained his senses, he frantically grasped his revolver, aiming it at the window. This revolver was his only means of defense. However, that colossal eye merely stared for a few seconds before vanishing. Accompanying this disappearance were the rhythmic booming and the vibrations of the icy road. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, Luo Tianqian, pale-faced, regained his composure. His arm weakened, dropping to his side, and his racing heart gradually calmed. It seemed. Boom. The sound was boom. From the monster just now. Boom. The deafening noise and vibrations made it impossible for Luo Tianqian to speak in one breath. His words coming out in fragments. Woof, woof, woof. Alaska Li Fengmei let out a few frantic barks before falling silent. Listening to the cacophony and feeling the tremors akin to an earthquake, Luo Tianqian finally understood the meaning of the system's warning about a sleepless night. In such circumstances, who could possibly sleep? Even lying in bed felt as though one was being shaken awake. Fortunately, the creature had yet to attack the sled, which put him somewhat at ease, due to the overwhelming noise. Watching a movie was impossible, and eating became unmanageable as well. Reluctantly, he settled for lying in bed, scrolling through the World Channel. At that moment, the World Channel was filled with complaints and grievances. This is outrageous. Are they trying to keep us awake? My ears are ringing. What on earth is happening outside? Can anyone tell me? What is going on out there? Are they laying a foundation? I swear, I was terrified. There's a massive synthetic monster outside, and its footsteps shake the icy road. How ridiculous. The system is so absurd. Finally, I understand why they call it a sleepless night. My entire body feels numb. If I can't sleep tonight, how am I supposed to pull the sled tomorrow? Damn it. I feel like my insides are shattered. Observing the flurry of comments, Luo Tianqian felt himself far superior to the others. At the very least, his bed cushioned him from much of the vibrations. After a while, unable to sleep or engage in any other activity, he decided to organize supplies. Remaining idle would only heighten his discomfort. As for Alaska Li Fengmei, she had somehow jumped onto the bed and lay there. The floor was simply too tumultuous to endure. Thus, the noise continued unabated, tormenting everyone. 3 hours of relentless vibrations and thunderous noise had begun to push some individuals towards the brink of despair. Inside the carriage, some were frantically banging their heads against the walls, while others were so desperate that they punctured their own eardrums in hopes of dulling the sound. Unfortunately, becoming deaf did little to alleviate the tremors. The icy road continued to shake. By midnight, Luo Tianqian could no longer bear it and began smashing the boards in frustration. To his surprise, the boards struck a rhythm alongside the thunderous noise and vibrations. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. This felt reminiscent of a nightclub. He had only been to one before, and the sounds and vibrations were similar. Of course, if I can't lie still, I might as well dance all night. He quickly searched for a DJ track on his computer, cranking the volume to its maximum. Then, he poured himself a glass of whiskey and took a hearty swig, dancing along to the energetic music. Alaska Li Fengmei, feeling equally agitated, brightened at the sight. Dancing was indeed the best solution to the current predicament. Without hesitation, she joined Luo Tianqian, downing her drink in one go before beginning to shake her head wildly. Surprisingly, once they started dancing, it felt significantly more enjoyable. Haha, it turns out the system is encouraging us to relax. This feels just like a nightclub, Luo Tianqian shouted joyfully. Woof, 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 woof. Alaska Li Fengmei, feeling a bit tipsy, bounced around Luo Tianqian excitedly. Thus, the duo, one human and one dog, danced and drank, losing track of how much they consumed or how long they danced. Astonishingly, amidst the cacophony and vibrations, they both fell asleep. At that moment, only 3 hours remained until dawn. Considering their limited rest, they could manage no more than 6 hours of sleep. Yet, judging by their state, it was uncertain whether they would awaken on time. Chapter 72. The eccentric who starts running upon disembarking. As the countdown to dawn concluded, the monsters vanished, and the vibrations ceased. Everyone finally sensed a return to tranquility. However, aside from Luo Tianqian and Alaska Li Fengmei, nearly everyone else had not slept a wink. Battling hunger and cold, coupled with fatigue, left them utterly drained of energy to continue. Reluctantly, the majority decided to rest for 2 hours in place, taking a brief nap before setting off again. Otherwise, they would not endure. In that moment, the icy road lay still, as if in a state of suspension. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqian's sled began to move once more, propelled by the steel mechanical ox. It was not that Luo Tianqian had awakened. Rather, Alaska Li Fengmei had risen and deliberately activated the mechanical ox's switch before returning to her slumber on the floor. After dancing for most of the night, she was genuinely exhausted. Thus, the unlikely duo, one human and one dog, managed to sleep until the afternoon. Fortunately, before sleeping, Luo Tianqian had poured a significant amount of charcoal into the fireplace, preventing the flames from extinguishing. Even so, when he awoke, the warmth had diminished considerably. The temperature hovered around 20 degrees. How could he ascertain the temperature? Luo Tianqian relied on his bodily sensations for judgment. Without clothing, he felt cold, indicating the temperature was below 23 degrees. When dressed warmly, he felt just right, suggesting it was at most 21 or 22 degrees. Damn it! I overslept? Dazed and disoriented, Luo Tianqian completed his glance at the time, instantly shaken awake, all remnants of sleep evaporating. In a flurry, he leaped from his bed and rushed to the front of the vehicle, eager to activate the switch of the steel mechanical bull. However, upon realizing that the vehicle was already in motion, he let out a sigh of relief. He harbored a genuine fear of the tentacle reappearing. As for how the vehicle had begun to move on its own, it was evident that Li Fengmei from Alaska must have awakened and turned on the switch. Could it be that he had been sleepwalking? At that moment, Li Fengmei from Alaska also opened her eyes and called out to Luo Tianqian, "Woof! I know it was you who pressed the button. Go ahead and sleep a little longer. I'll cook after I finish in the bathroom." After he spoke, Luo Tianqian hurriedly added more wood to the fireplace before heading to the restroom to take care of his business. Surprisingly, despite the use of garbage bags, the portable toilet was indeed more comfortable than a bucket. At a loose end, he opened the World Channel, curious about how others had fared the previous night. To his astonishment, the channel was nearly devoid of conversation, with messages appearing at intervals of nearly 2 seconds, a stark contrast to the usual incessant barrage of comments. What on earth had happened? Could it be that everyone had perished overnight? Luo Tianqian found himself questioning whether all had been literally shaken to death. Just then, Li Fengmei from Alaska suddenly began to bark frantically. The vehicle came to a sudden halt, nearly throwing Luo Tianqian off balance. "Damn it! What's going on? Why did we stop?" he shouted, still tending to his business. "Woof, woof, woof!" Li Fengmei's urgent barks suggested that something was amiss. Quickly pulling up his pants, Luo Tianqian rushed out of the restroom. He saw Li Fengmei pressed against the window, barking outside. Had they encountered a monster? Luo Tianqian approached the window and peered outside. There was no monster, merely a sled. His eyebrows furrowed in surprise. Had they caught up to another one? That was rather swift. Woof, indeed. Keep an eye on it. I'll get dressed, Luo Tianqian tossed back, hurriedly putting on his clothes. Uncertain if there were any survivors in the sled ahead, he knew he had to be fully equipped before stepping out to avoid any unfortunate surprises. Once dressed, he grabbed his gun and fire axe, returning to the window to look outside once more. The sled remained utterly still. Could it be that its occupant had perished? Come over, put on the spiked shoes. Woof, okay. After equipping both himself and Li Fengmei with spiked shoes, he slowly opened the vehicle door and stepped outside. The sky was still blanketed in snow, but today there was no wind, and the temperature was likely above -40 degrees. The visibility extended quite far, at least around 10 meters. Upon disembarking, Li Fengmei dashed ahead towards the sled. Luo Tianqian followed carefully, gun raised. This sled bore little difference from the one they had encountered previously, still comprised of two joined boxes, almost entirely cloaked in ice and snow. This method had been consistently employed from the outset, as any unshielded sled would freeze to death an unprotected occupant within 2 hours. However, the side of this sled featured a modified door, presumably for the owner's entry and exit. On top of the vehicle, several boxes were stacked, likely supplies encountered by the owner. Upon reaching the side of the sled, Li Fengmei made no sound, instead pressing against it, listening intently. "What is going on? Did you hear anything?" Luo Tianqian whispered as he approached. Li Fengmei glanced at him, raised a paw towards the sled, then pointed to her own chest. Nodding in affirmation, Luo Tianqian understood immediately. She meant that the occupant inside was still alive. In an instant, he stepped back and aimed his gun at the sled. Regardless of who was inside, as long as they were alive, caution was paramount. Yet, the next moment, a snoring sound emanated from within the sled. Was the occupant actually asleep? Woof! In that moment, Luo Tianqian found himself conflicted. Should he hastily depart, or attempt to awaken the person inside? Perhaps even resort to robbery? After a brief hesitation, he resolved to leave immediately. There was no need to court trouble. As for whether the occupant would pursue him later, Luo Tianqian felt no concern. His steel mechanical bull could continue moving forward, while the other party would find it impossible to catch up. Having made up his mind, he gestured to Li Fengmei, signaling her to return and prepare for departure. Li Fengmei understood, and together they swiftly retreated into the vehicle, planning to circle around. However, as fate would have it, before Luo Tianqian could activate the mechanical bull, the side door of the sled unexpectedly swung open. A figure clad in a military coat emerged. Judging by the physique, it appeared to be a man. Yet, what transpired next left Luo Tianqian utterly astonished. The man exited the sled without sparing a glance in their direction, casually shutting the door behind him, then sprinted away, pulling the sled along with him. In the blink of an eye, both the man and the sled vanished into the swirling snow. Was this fellow brimming with such vigor? Luo Tianqian stared blankly at Li Fengmei. Woof! Li Fengmei, too, was taken aback. How could that man possess such stamina? Had he been well fed? Why did he spring into action so readily? Suddenly, a realization struck. No, something was amiss. It seemed that the man had noticed them. Luo Tianqian sensed something was off. In such an environment, a normal person's first instinct upon exiting should be to survey the surroundings. They would at least check for monsters or supplies. Yet, this individual had none of those inclinations, instead bolting away with a clear purpose. If he had been acting this way consistently, how had he survived thus far? Such behavior was decidedly abnormal. The reasons for such oddity could either be that he was pressed for time, or that he had already spotted them and was attempting to flee. If it were the latter, it was highly likely that this man was one of Luo Tianqian's adversaries. Otherwise, he would not have run away. Chapter 73. Dog bites dog flea? I shall see how long you can run. Observing the figure disappearing into the snow, Luo Tianqian scoffed. Unless the other party could maintain their pace indefinitely, the inexhaustible mechanical bull would eventually catch up. After all, humans require sustenance and rest, while the steel mechanical bull merely needed to be wound up. Nevertheless, while Luo Tianqian was dismissive, he did not let his guard down. Since the other party had spotted them, there was a possibility of an ambush. Thus, caution was paramount on the road ahead. Let us eat here for now. You keep watch in front while I summon today's supplies. Woof! Meanwhile, up ahead on the icy road, Zhang Yi was nearly terrified to the point of wetting himself. Gasping heavily, he exerted every ounce of strength to pull the sled. Frantically sprinting, he had no choice. Through the crack of the door, he had spotted Luo Tianqian and the gun in his hand. He was undeniably a black-hearted admirer. If he were caught, it would mean certain death. Simultaneously, Zhang Yi sent a message to Qingxia. Qingxia, I see Luo Tianqian behind me. I just woke up and saw him with a dog and a gun. His sled is huge, like a house. Moments later, Chen Qingxia replied to Jing Yi. Are you sure it's that bastard Luo Tianqian? Absolutely. I saw his face. All right, as long as you kill him, all of his supplies will be yours. I want to take a thing. Moreover, I'll immediately send you a photo of myself from head to toe. You can even make requests, and I'll comply. Upon reading the message, Zhang Yi was instantly exhilarated. Yet, the very next second, he calmed himself down. Tio put it bluntly, anyone following Chen Qingxia was likely looking to gain something. Without supplies, there was no means to attract women. With lust clouding his judgment, he could only fawn over Chen Qingxia. Associating with such a person could yield glimpses of what he desired and sometimes even some flesh, but he was merely seeking to take advantage without being foolish. Killing Luo Tianqian? What a joke. Not to mention that the man had a gun. Even just a bite from that dog could lead to a high mortality rate in such an environment. Tio risk his life for a mere photograph? Only a fool would find that worth it. Yet, Zhang Yi understood he could not outright refuse. Otherwise, that woman Chen Qingxia would promptly block him. After considering it, he resolved to take this opportunity to swindle Chen Qingxia. Killing Luo Tianqian was out of the question, but he would inevitably sever ties with Chen Qingxia in the future. Thus, he might as well score a quick gain and flee. Consequently, Zhang Yi sent Chen Qingxia his conditions. Qingxia, ever since you appeared, I've liked you and have always listened to you. However, I'm not very confident about dealing with Luo Tianqian this time. I have no weapon, and I haven't eaten for a day and night. So I lack the strength to confront him. Last night, I was frozen stiff. Can we wait a bit longer? After sending the message, Zhang Yi fantasized about Chen Qingxia providing him with some food and supplies. He then promptly blocked her, hoping to distance himself from Luo Tianqian's reach. However, to his dismay, Chen Qingxia's reply was long overdue. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Ultimately, Zhang Yi could no longer wait and sent her another message. Only to find that it had been rejected. It became clear that he had been blocked by Chen Qingxia. Zhang Yi's face turned ashen with rage. Stopping in his tracks amidst the heavy snow, he erupted in a tirade. Damn you, Chen Qingxia. I've always supported you, helping you blacken Luo Tianqian's name and offending so many people. You have the gall to block me over this? No wonder Luo Tianqian called you a bitch. You're even more shameless than a whore. Fine. You want to play it this way? I'm going to expose you on the channel and see who the hell will still follow you. Spitting in anger, Zhang Yi opened the world channel, preparing to reveal all of Chen Qingxia's machinations against Luo Tianqian. Yet, unexpectedly, that shameless woman had beaten him to it, flooding the world channel with several messages, all slandering him. Zhang Yi, you bastard. You actually took someone's benefits to threaten me and want me to send you photos? Are you even human? Initially, you expressed your unwavering belief in me and pledged your support, to which I responded by providing you with an abundance of resources. Now, simply because I am unable to furnish you with food, you label me a traitor. Are you truly a man? I must inform you that, despite being a woman, I am not one to be easily bullied. Though not presume I am unaware of the benefits you have received from Luo Tianqian, I hereby declare that I have blocked you. I have no need for a traitor. These 3 lengthy messages have genuinely piqued everyone's interest, causing the previously quiet channel to erupt with activity. Initially, we were all drowsy, yet the unfolding drama has awakened us entirely. Is what Chen Qingxia said true? Is that Zhang Yi truly so despicable? Who can say? Regardless, none of them are virtuous. Do you think Zhang Yi actually threatened that woman? Who knows? My dear, do not let such scum anger you. It is unnecessary, for you have your husband. Sister Qingxia, it has been said that men are no good. Do you see now? Trust in men is no longer an option. Despicable men, bullying my wife, brothers, if you see him. Put an end to him. An increasing number of Chen fans began to emerge, launching an assault on Zhang Yi. After reading Chen Qingxia's messages and hearing the insults from former companions, Zhang Yi nearly choked on his rage. Scoundrel. He is even more contemptible than a scoundrel. Not only does he slander me, but he also portrays himself as the victim. If that is the case, then let us both perish in this conflict. Enraged, Zhang Yi lost his composure and shared his conversation with Chen Qingxia in the channel. However, due to the absence of screenshots, no one believed him, and he was instead bombarded with attacks from countless Chen fans. Seething with anger, Zhang Yi, in a fit of rage, wrote, You worthless dogs, I must have been blind to follow that bitch Qin Qingxia. Had I known it would come to this, I would have heeded the words of the esteemed Luo Shenchen. Since it has come to this, I will expose everything that bitch has done to blacken Luo Dao's name, and let us see how long you can survive. Subsequently, Zhang Yi revealed all of Qin Qingxia's arrangements. Instantly, the channel erupted in chaos. Meanwhile, Luo Shenchen had just finished his meal and was preparing to use a signal gun to summon an airdrop. Suddenly, with a ping, Shiduoduo sent a message. Brother Luo, hurry and check the channel. The supporters of that wretched Qin Qingxia are turning on each other, and it seems that one of them is right in front of you. Luo Shenchen quickly replied with an affirmative and promptly opened the world channel. What he found was a veritable hubbub. No, to be precise, it was a cacophony of insults. Luo Shenchen scrolled through for quite some time before he found the comments from Qin Qingxia and Zhang Yi. Particularly realizing that Zhang Yi was indeed the one who had fled, his eyes narrowed. Chapter 74. Does the system also wish to go to the market? Luo Shenchen recalled a line spoken by a villain he admired from a certain television drama. I despise when others say, why pursue the past? You may have moved on. But did you ever inquire about my past? Regardless of the reasons behind your actions, if you have harmed another and then expect them to refrain from seeking retribution, is that truly plausible? Thus, upon learning that Zhang Yi had insulted him, Luo Shenchen felt a murderous intent rising within him. Even if this scoundrel is currently embroiled in a conflict with that vile woman, this matter is far from resolved. However, at this moment, he was not eager to pursue. The 3 airdrops for today had yet to be summoned. He wanted to see if he could acquire something valuable first. For the past few days, he had been preoccupied with upgrading his sled, trading much of his food for supplies, which left him feeling somewhat insecure due to the scarcity of provisions. After shutting down the channel, Luo Shenchen donned his attire and took the signal gun to the icy road. Alaska Li Fengmei had already exited the carriage, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. After firing the signal gun into the sky at 3 different points, Luo Shenchen tucked the gun into his pocket and approached the rear of the mechanical bull. Grabbing its tail, he gave it a vigorous shake. Following the recent attack incident, he made it a point to wind the mechanical bull every time he ventured out, ensuring it remained fully powered. Once he had gathered all the supplies, he planned to pursue that Zhang Yi without delay. The black sheep must perish. After all, who allowed you to insult me in the past? The concept of forgiveness does not exist in the icy realm. 5 minutes later, bang, 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 3 airdrop boxes landed heavily on the icy road. Luo Shenchen was already quite exhausted. Releasing the bull's tail and shaking his sore arms, he approached the first box, hoping for a bounty of food. Lifting the lid, he discovered, in addition to the usual bottled water, an abundance of food. A box of fatty beef, 2 Wellington steaks, 3 packs of cured meat, and a can of instant fish. Staring at the food, Luo Shenchen scratched his head in frustration, muttering softly, "Why do you keep giving me all this stuff that needs preparation? Why not throw in some oil or seasoning?" As of now, he had all the necessary cooking utensils in the vehicle, including spatulas obtained through trade, yet there was one glaring absence: oil and seasoning. Without cooking oil, many dishes could not be prepared, and lacking seasoning naturally compromised the flavor. Now, with 2 Wellington steaks arriving, oil was essential. There was nothing to be done. He had not seen cooking oil since arriving here, and no one in the trading market had offered any. After transporting all the food back to the vehicle, he opened the remaining 2 supply boxes. The second box was also filled entirely with food: a box of caviar, a 2-kilogram bag of fries, a lamb foreleg, a box of 5 bitter coffee ice creams, and a case of plum wine. The rest was inconsequential, but upon seeing the ice cream, Luo Shenchen's eyes lit up. Recently, while making charcoal, the heat in the vehicle had been unbearable, forcing him to drink only cold water. Every time he recalled the pleasure of sitting by the stove in winter, savoring ice cream, he felt an overwhelming craving. He never expected to finally obtain some, but of course, this treat would be for him alone. Trading it for supplies would likely draw no interest from others in this frigid climate, with temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees. The idea of eating ice cream was tantamount to courting death. Luck is a concept that is truly indescribable. When it is poor, it is abysmal. When it is good, it is remarkable. In the third airdrop box, Luo Shenchen was delighted to find a 2-kilogram bucket of peanut oil. Although the box contained only 3 items, water, bread, and peanut oil, he was particularly satisfied. Unable to contain his laughter, he exclaimed, "System, you truly have my back. When the opportunity arises, I will treat you to some shopping. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden bang echoed from behind him. Be careful. Luotianshin instinctively turned, drawing his gun and aiming. The motion was seamless. Alaska Li Fengmei, quick to react, immediately jumped in front of Luotianshin. However, both man and dog were momentarily taken aback upon seeing a newly appeared supply box. They exchanged glances, each with the same thought. Could it be that the system also wished to partake in shopping? How else could one explain this? Just as Luotianshin expressed his desire to treat the system, a supply box materialized before them. Was this merely luck? Alaska Li Fengmei had her doubts. Ahem, keep your eyes peeled. ILL returned the items first. Regaining his composure, Luotianshin smiled awkwardly and hurriedly transported the contents of the two boxes back to the vehicle. Then he placed the airdrop box and parachute onto the sled that Alaska Li Fengmei had originally used. Once these tasks were complete, he approached the newly refreshed supply box with a fire axe in hand. Gazing at the box, he asked Alaska Li Fengmei, "Do you hear anything moving inside?" Woof woof. Alaska Li Fengmei shook her head, indicating that there was likely no living creature within. Habitually, Luotianshin kicked the box twice and waited for about 10 seconds. Confirming that there was indeed no living being inside, he pried open a plank, as expected. No unexpected heads emerged. A smile crept onto Luotianshin's face as he eagerly murmured, "System, it seems the time has come to see if you will deliver." With that, he decisively pried open 3 more planks. Peering inside, he was astonished to find an AK-47 lying at the bottom of the box, along with a box of ammunition. Wow! System, you are truly generous, I promise. Should the opportunity arise, I will definitely take you out for some fun. After shouting in exuberance, he eagerly grabbed the AK-47, delighting in its presence. Meanwhile, Alaska Li Fengmei was left with a look of disbelief. It was clear that the system was also male, fixated on finding a female companion. However, this was advantageous. He now understood how to win the system over. Minutes later, the icy wind and snow began to sting Luotianshin's neck. The chilling snowflakes snapped him back to reality. The supplies had been gathered, and it was time to attend to business. Let us go. Time to chase after that black sheep and see how effective this AK-47 truly is. With that, Luotianshin dragged the box and, accompanied by Alaska Li Fengmei, returned to the vehicle. Starting the mechanical bull, they surged forward with haste. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away, Zheng Yi was devising a plan to contact Luotianshin. Understanding the dire consequences should Luotianshin catch up to him, he sought to negotiate, wondering if he could exchange the exposure of Chen Qingxia for his life, even if it meant sacrificing an arm. He was willing. However, Luotianshin's friend request had remained unanswered, rendering direct communication impossible. In that moment, he recalled Shiduoduo. He sought out Shiduoduo's messages and requested to add her as a friend. Meanwhile, Shiduoduo, who had been sleeping, was startled awake by the message notification. Upon seeing that Zheng Yi wished to add her, she immediately understood his intentions. Without hesitation, she informed Luotianshin, "Brother Luo, that guy named Zheng Yi wants to add me as a friend. He likely wishes to contact you through me. Should I accept?" Chapter 75. The last day of the blizzard. Do not add him. Ignore him. I will handle this matter personally. Luotianshin sent the message and continued fiddling with the AK-47. Once he caught up to Zheng Yi, he intended to use this weapon to settle the score. Meanwhile, Zheng Yi, after a prolonged silence without Shiduoduo's friend request, realized that things had escalated dramatically. The absence of friend request signifies a lack of room for negotiation. I cannot afford to remain idle. I cannot perish. Zheng Yi, filled with trepidation, glanced back momentarily, then seized the sled, braving the blizzard as he continued to jog. Even when fatigue set in, he allowed himself only a brief respite. To cease running is to invite death. Thus, the distance between the two remained approximately 2 kilometers. Half an hour elapsed. Luotianshin, having finished crafting charcoal, washed his hands with snow water and leaned against the window to gaze outside. The flurries fell from the sky like shredded papers tossed by jubilant graduates. Zheng Yi was indeed running quite swiftly. Surely we have traversed 3 kilometers by now. Why have we not caught up with him? Luotianshin muttered to himself, "Woof woof, I don't know." The lethargic Alaskan Li Fengmei, lounging by the bed, lifted her head to bark, signifying her ignorance of the situation, then resumed panting with her tongue lolling out. Her eyes, however, remained fixated on the bitter coffee ice cream hanging outside the window. Although the sled had grown larger and better insulated, with walls featuring heat-dissipating pipes, the temperature inside remained around 30 degrees Celsius due to Luo Tianqin's relentless efforts in charcoal production. For a sledge dog with a furry body and a bald head, this was sheer torment. The most frustrating part was that Luo Tianqin forbade her from going outside, fearing a sneak attack from Zhang Yi. Thus, she could only find solace away from the fireplace. After a while, Luo Tianqin observed the endless snow outside. It seemed unlikely he would catch up with Zhang Yi anytime soon. He then used the warm water he had prepared to wipe his body, carrying out a simple ablution. Although he had no intention of presenting himself to others, a little self-care was nonetheless refreshing. Unbeknownst to him, as he cleaned himself, Alaskan Li Fengmei's gaze shifted from the ice cream to his sculpted abs, drool pooling beneath her. Once tidied up, Luo Tianqin retrieved a piece of bitter coffee ice cream and beckoned Alaskan Li Fengmei to join him on the bed to watch a television drama. They indulged in both the show and the ice cream, relishing the moment. Watching Luo Tianqin enjoy the ice cream, Alaskan Li Fengmei nearly drooled, her attention wholly diverted from the drama, her eyes glued to him. If she were still human, she would have pounced on him to snatch the ice cream by now. As 2/3 of the ice cream vanished, Alaskan Li Fengmei could no longer contain herself and pawed at Luo Tianqin's thigh. Woof woof! Luo Tianqin glanced at her, promptly stuffing the remaining ice cream into his mouth. Muffled, he inquired, "What is up? Have you spotted that guy?" Upon seeing his reaction, Alaskan Li Fengmei's expression turned to one of resignation. She merely wished to have a taste of the ice cream. Well, since the ice cream was gone, perhaps she could savor the remnants? The flavor should linger somewhat. Just as she prepared to leap towards him, suddenly, the system's voice echoed. "Attention everyone, after today, the blizzard mode will be lifted, and there will be a week of tranquility. During this week, the temperature of the icy roads will warm to -25 degrees. And the refresh rate of supply boxes will increase by 200%. Furthermore, all monsters will vanish during the day, allowing everyone to gather resources swiftly." After hearing the system's announcement, Luo Tianqin paused the drama, his brow furrowing as he lit a cigarette. Although the system's message sounded straightforward, it was undoubtedly not as simple as it seemed. Given the system's tendencies, such a week of benefits would not come without a catch. The doubling of supply box refresh rates, the absence of monsters during the day, and the promise of a relatively warmer temperature all hinted at a calm before the storm. Was the system concocting some ulterior scheme? And would it genuinely provide benefits to everyone? Who could believe that? Something felt amiss. The system was never this benevolent. He decided to check what speculations others had. Muttering to himself, he opened the World Channel, and as expected, discussions regarding the matter abounded. "The blizzard is almost over. If it doesn't pass soon, I'll run out of food. The system is truly benevolent. Finally, I can search for resources properly. Thank you, System Daddy. I hope to gather more warm items. One coat won't suffice. I need food. I want food. -25 degrees. Will it be warm? Ha ha ha, without monsters, I can finally collect boxes with peace of mind. I can barely last another week. Thankfully, we have a week to recuperate. Brothers, gather warm supplies and food in advance. Sisters will fully comply with the orders. The system is leaving us a way out. Thank you, system." After perusing the channel for a while, Luo Tianqin found no one expressing doubt. But then again, it was understandable. Everyone was in a state of excitement, making it hard to remain composed. After pondering for a moment, Luo Tianqin's eyes suddenly narrowed. If today passed, would Zhang Yi have the opportunity to increase the distance between them? This individual undoubtedly knew that he intended to kill him, hence his relentless pace. If Zhang Yi managed to secure food, he would be even less inclined to slow down. The issue was that while his mechanical bull could pull the sled, its speed was genuinely sluggish, and it could not adjust its pace. If he could not eliminate Zhang Yi within this week, it might take an eternity to catch up. Sigh, never mind. If I cannot catch up, it is simply not meant to be. Young man, your survival hinges on whether you can endure the remainder of today. With no other option, Luo Tianqin could only take it one step at a time. Just then, the system's voice resounded once more. Supplementary notice. As today marks the last day of blizzard mode, in half an hour, the blizzard will reach its peak intensity and monsters will spawn randomly. Additionally, until midnight, the stay penalty mechanism will be lifted, allowing everyone to take refuge in their vehicles. A friendly reminder, monsters can see everything in the snow. It is best not to walk for extended periods. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianqin's emotions became quite complex. Why? He felt as though the system was overly attentive, almost paternal. Just moments ago, he had been concerned about not catching up to Zhang Yi, and now the system announced an intensified blizzard, recommending everyone take shelter. And it even increased the monster spawn rate. It felt as though it was all because of him. Didn't he? Was it merely because he was the protagonist? Which novel would dare to write such a plot? Wouldn't he that risked the story collapsing halfway through? Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away, Zhang Yi was in a state of despair. His face was ashen, eyes vacant. All the exhilaration he felt moments ago evaporated, replaced by rage and fear. He understood that stopping meant being caught by Luo Tianqin. After all, he wasn't pulling a sled himself. No. I cannot stop. I cannot die. I must survive. I must survive at all costs. Chapter 76, The True Purpose of the System. Stockpiling snow water. Once the system announcement concluded, the heavy snow outside descended in a torrent, blanketing the landscape. Having lived for decades, Luo Tianqin had never encountered such a blizzard. They say you can't see your hand in front of your face describes darkness. But outside, amidst the whiteout, one could scarcely see their fingers even if they extended their hand. In such conditions, even while trudging through the snow, one could easily stumble into a chasm, as visibility was reduced to mere inches. However, for Luo Tianqin, the lack of visibility was inconsequential. He was confident he could catch up with Zhang Yi. Although the mechanical bull advanced slowly, it maintained a straight course, meaning it would continue moving forward even without a clear path. After observing the scene outside for a moment, Luo Tianqin offered a piece of ice cream to Alaskan Li Fengmei, then turned his attention to the potatoes. This was an endeavor he was genuinely unfamiliar with. He had no idea how much water they required. He simply watered them whenever the soil felt dry, not overly concerned about potentially killing the plants. After all, he wasn't lacking in food supplies. Watching him, Alaskan Li Fengmei rolled her eyes, quickly abandoning her ice cream to nudge Luo Tianqin with her snout. Then, she picked up a piece of charcoal and wrote a few words in the snow. No? Too much water. Upon seeing this, Luo Tianqin realized he had been watering too often. He sheepishly chuckled. I lack farming experience and don't know how to manage it. How about you handle it from now on? I'll set the water aside, and you can water them when necessary. Alaskan Li Fengmei sighed in exasperation at his words. Did he truly perceive her as a human? She was expected to handle everything, tending to the generator daily, adding charcoal at night, starting the mechanical bull in the morning, standing guard, and keeping an eye on supply boxes outside, even assisting Luo Tianqin when he was overwhelmed with charcoal production. Day in and day out, she felt akin to a housewife. Nevertheless, despite her grumbling, she was quite willing to engage in these tasks. There was no need for work or pressure here. If she had nothing to do, it would be unbearably dull. After finishing her ice cream, Alaskan Li Fengmei took the initiative to tend to the generator while Luo Tianqin continued his charcoal making. Due to his relentless production, the supply of wooden planks dwindled rapidly. After adding the remaining boxes to the fireplace, only 3 or 5 supply boxes remained in tow. Glancing at the 5 large boxes of finished charcoal, Luo Tianqin felt a twinge of concern. This amount of charcoal was insufficient. After tonight, he must acquire more boxes tomorrow. Half an hour later, Luo Tianqin was compelled to halt the mechanical bull. The wooden planks had run out. Once donned in his gear, he tethered himself with a rope to avoid becoming lost, then braved the blizzard, trudging through 30 centimeters of accumulated snow to retrieve 3 supply boxes. The round trip took just a few minutes. But by the time he returned, snow had already accumulated on his hat and shoulders, a testament to the intensity of the snowfall. Such a heavy snowfall. One ought to gather more to melt into water for future use, rather than resorting to fetching seawater from the coast to cool the charcoal later. Moreover, Luo Tianqin was lost in thought when he suddenly raised his head to glance at the ground. In that instant, he comprehended why the system orchestrated such a blizzard. It was not for his benefit, but rather to afford the astute an opportunity to survive. During these days, the presence of snow rendered water essentially abundant. When parched, one could simply consume a few mouthfuls of snow. However, once the blizzard mode concluded, snow would cease to exist. Seawater is undrinkable, and the icy path is unbreakable, resulting in water becoming a scarce resource. As long as the clever ones stockpile sufficient water on this final day, even if it freezes solid, they would be assured of not succumbing to dehydration. It must be said, The system exhibits a remarkable cunning. Fools simply cannot endure on this path. Upon realization, Luo Tianqian promptly retrieved all available containers and began to collect the accumulated snow at the entrance. Once filled, he transported them to the fireplace to melt. After the snow had completely transformed into water, he continued to add snow using smaller containers. As for pursuing Zheng Yi, he found himself devoid of that inclination. His priority was to gather water, which he could sell at a premium in a couple of days. When all the containers within the vehicle were filled with water, Luo Tianqian reopened the trading market. He exchanged every container he could find. Be they plastic or metal, even trash bags were not spared, all for charcoal. Consequently, the now enlarged sled was once again cramped, as water occupied a significant portion of the space. Alaska Li Fengmei, the generator, observed Luo Tianqian's bustling activity, puzzled as to why he was hoarding water. However, she called out a couple of times, gesturing with her paw towards the fireplace, indicating that the vehicle was too warm. Luo Tianqian immediately understood. He realized that he would seal them with plastic bags to prevent evaporation. Unbeknownst to him, this maneuver attracted the attention of others. Someone posted about Luo Tianqian's container exchanges on the global channel, and instantly, numerous speculations arose. Why is brother Luo swapping so many containers? Does he possess a vast amount of water? The behavior of this big shot is rather peculiar. He must have discovered something. Exchanging so many containers is merely for water, but what purpose does it serve on such a snowy day? Bathing, perhaps? Upstairs, you've awakened me. The blizzard mode is about to end, and if there's no snow afterward, what will we drink? Indeed, without snow, there is no water. No wonder Luo Tianqian is changing containers. He is preparing in advance. Lauda Luo could at least give everyone a heads up. Exactly, if he figured it out. Why not inform us? He merely wants to buy back containers at a low price, then sell them at a high price once water runs out. The merchant? Shut your mouth. Brother Luo has the means to exchange containers. Do you? Who are you to criticize? Just because you can't think of hoarding water doesn't he mean he owes you an explanation. Stop fighting. Use your time to gather snow quickly. When Luo Tianqian sealed all the containers with bags, he intended to return to the trading market for more, only to find a plethora of new containers available, none of which were reasonably priced. Some were astonishingly priced at an entire box of charcoal. In an instant, he sensed something was amiss. It appeared that the astute had recognized the significance of hoarding water based on his actions, leading to a rise in the exchange conditions for containers. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had already stockpiled a sufficient amount of water. Whether he exchanged or not was inconsequential. Chuckling, Luo Tianqian once again activated the iron mechanical bull. Off he went, in the midst of the blizzard. The iron mechanical bull trudged forward relentlessly. Luo Tianqian wiped his AK-47, occasionally glancing out the window. 40 minutes later, with a loud bang, the sled abruptly halted, clearly having collided with something. Chapter 77. The vanished person. Upon sensing the collision, Luo Tianqian halted the mechanical bull, gripping his AK-47. As he approached the window, it was evident he had caught up with Zheng Yi. He then yanked open the window and, disregarding all else, fired 2 shots ahead. His intention was not to engage in direct combat, as visibility was non-existent. Shooting would be futile. The purpose of the shots was to instill fear. Upon hearing the gunfire, most instinctively sought shelter, allowing him a chance to safely exit the vehicle and avoid an ambush. Donned in his gear, Luo Tianqian and Alaska Li Fengmei secured their ropes and quietly pushed the door open. The iron mechanical bull was positioned directly in front of the sled, making it impossible to shoot directly. They would need to navigate around it. However, the snowfall was so heavy that visibility was reduced to mere half a meter, with accumulated snow reaching 40 centimeters, nearly covering their calves. This predicament hindered both man and dog from swiftly circumventing the mechanical bull, causing them to crunch through the snow with every step. Crack, crack! Luo Tianqian realized this strategy was unsustainable, as it would easily reveal their position. Instead, he chose to leap sideways, then rose to fire a series of shots toward a position slightly to the right. In such circumstances, one could only rely on chance. After discharging several rounds, Alaska Li Fengmei utilized her keen hearing to approximate the location of the object ahead. Without a bark, she charged forward. Moments later, Luo Tianqian heard a loud thud. Howl. Alaska Li Fengmei emitted a pained whine. Luo Tianqian's heart raced with alarm. Yet, fearing an ambush, he refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he calmly held his gun, cautiously making his way toward the source of the sound. Treading through the snow with care, howl! Upon hearing Alaska Li Fengmei's second whimper, Luo Tianqian exhaled in relief. At the very least, she was still alive. Moreover, judging by her tone, the situation did not seem dire. After half a minute, Luo Tianqian finally spotted Alaska Li Fengmei and the makeshift sled beside her. Alaska Li Fengmei had her paws over her head, lying on the ground. The sled, made of assembled boxes, bore signs of shattered IC.it appeared she had collided with the sled. With a sigh of relief, Luo Tianqian wasted no time and decisively fired several shots at the makeshift sled. The bullets penetrated the wooden planks and the insulating layer of ice and snow, leaving several bullet holes. He then discharged a couple more shots into the surrounding area. At this moment, mercy could not be afforded. Zheng Yi was already a black mark and would undoubtedly anticipate the outcome of their encounter. So he likely laid an ambush. If he did not act decisively, it could very well be his demise. However, after firing, Luo Tianqian furrowed his brow tightly. He was uncertain if he had struck a person. Was their head intact? If all was well, they should get up and check for the scent of blood. Luo Tianqian gently kicked Alaska Li Fengmei and whispered, "Is there any scent of blood?" Although her head throbbed from the impact, Alaska Li Fengmei persevered through the pain and sniffed carefully. She then shook her head. Wang, no scent of blood? Luo Tianqian squinted, bringing his gun to the sled's edge. Cautiously peering inside, straining his ears for any sounds, he detected nothing within the vehicle. Odd. Could he have perished? Or was there simply no one inside? Luo Tianqian unsheathed the fire axe from his waist and forcefully smashed the wooden planks of the sled's interior. There truly was no one. Observing the empty sled, Luo Tianqian hurriedly dismantled other areas. Aside from some miscellaneous items, there was indeed no one. Could it be that he abandoned the sled and fled? That seemed unlikely in this world. Even a fool would not forsake a sled, especially when food and water remained. Surely he was not that foolish. Could it be that this fellow had lost his way and fallen into the sea? Unable to fathom it, Luo Tianqian instructed Alaska Li Fengmei to search the vicinity once more. Alaska Li Fengmei, unable to see well, circled the makeshift sled a few times. Ultimately, she confirmed that nothing existed within a 3-meter radius of the sled, promptly returning to shake her head at Luo Tianqian. No one around? How strange! Luo Tianqian pondered briefly, deciding it prudent to return to the vehicle first. Let us head back. It's dangerous outside. Thus, man and dog retraced their steps along the rope back to the vehicle, securing all doors and windows. Removing his hat, Luo Tianqian brushed off the snow while muttering, "This sled is clearly not one left behind. The temperature inside is higher than outside, indicating someone had recently occupied it. Based on the speed of travel, it should belong to the one named Zheng Yi. But where had he vanished? Surely he hadn't truly fallen into the sea. No. Until confirming his demise, this place remained perilous. He needed to inquire promptly. After mumbling to himself, he immediately opened his friend list and sent a message to Shido. Duo, can you check if Zheng Yi is alive or dead? After a moment, Shido replied, Zheng Yi's avatar has turned black and white. He must have perished. Upon reading this, Luo Tianqian's anxious heart finally settled. With the man deceased, there was no longer any danger here. Yet, he remained perplexed about how Zheng Yi had met his end. If it were freezing to death, there would be no body around the sled. The likelihood of falling into the sea was, in fact, minuscule. In such heavy snowfall, anyone would know better than to stray from the sled. How could he possibly have fallen just a few meters into the sea? Unable to comprehend, it was truly baffling. At that moment, Alaska Li Fengmei let out a pitiful whine. Luo Tianqian snapped back to reality, noticing her forlorn gaze directed at him. Upon closer inspection, he saw the bump beneath her paw. Instantly, Luo Tianqian couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, oh my, did you bump your head? Is it buzzing now? I must say, you're impressive. In this weather, with ice so hard, you managed to crack it. I must commend your hard head." As soon as these words left his mouth, Alaska Li Fengmei, infuriated, began to shed tears. Cradling her head and sobbing, she looked utterly aggrieved. His immediate rush to ensure the safety of this individual stemmed from deep concern. Yet, to his dismay, this scoundrel not only failed to offer solace but also brazenly mocked him. displaying a complete lack of decency. Inwardly cursing, he thought, "Scoundrel! Luo Tianxin, you wretched fool! If I ever regain my humanity, I shall never marry you. Otherwise, I am no better than a dog." Observing the pitiful demeanor of Alaska Li Fengmei, Luo Tianxin chuckled as he fetched an ice cream. "Stop crying. Have some ice cream to reduce the swelling." Upon seeing the bitter coffee-flavored ice cream, Alaska Li Fengmei's grievances evaporated in an instant. Wiping her tears with her paw, she seized the ice cream and tore into the packaging, determined to indulge. Luo Tianxin smiled and leisurely approached the car door, leaning to peer outside through the window. The abrupt disappearance of Zheng Yi was indeed peculiar. Something must have transpired. But what exactly? Could there be others lurking nearby? Suddenly, Luo Tianxin recalled something significant. Why had the system not alerted him to the presence of nearby individuals during this encounter with Zheng Yi? It had done so previously. Chapter 78. Unfinished last words. Pondering the system's failure to provide a warning, Luo Tianxin ruminated for quite some time without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion. However, one thing was certain. The system's design could not possibly harbor such a significant flaw. There had to be another explanation. Never mind. I shall ponder this later and see what the situation truly entails. Just as Luo Tianxin prepared to shed his fur coat, gunfire erupted from ahead. His senses heightened, he swiftly drew his revolver and glanced out the window. Alaska Li Fengmei, momentarily forgetting her half-eaten ice cream, leaped to the door, ready to pounce at the first sign of danger. Bang, bang. 2 more shots rang out. The heavy snowfall obscured the view outside, but judging by the gunfire, it was likely the mechanical bull firing its weapon. Monsters were afoot. Luo Tianxin and Alaska Li Fengmei exchanged fearful glances, both realizing they had foolishly forgotten the system's warning about the increased number of monsters outside, and had rashly exited the vehicle. Fortunately, the monsters had yet to launch an attack. Otherwise, they might have suffered severe consequences. However, it seemed likely that Zheng Yi had fallen victim to the monsters, perhaps even being devoured in the moments when they inspected his vehicle. After several gunshots, silence descended once more. Luo Tianxin mentally counted. The mechanical bull had fired a total of 12 shots. If 2 shots were needed to take down one monster, at least 6 must have perished. It appeared the system was indeed intent on preventing further progress. The monster population was alarmingly high. Given that they had yet to scavenge Zheng Yi's sled, Luo Tianxin resolved to remain in place until the blizzard subsided the following day. The wooden planks had been severely depleted. He could dismantle Zheng Yi's sled to continue producing charcoal. Let's not linger. We should eat and drink. The monsters outside are gone, and that fellow Zheng Yi is likely dead, so we are temporarily safe. Having conveyed this to Alaska Li Fengmei, Luo Tianxin shed his outer garment and began loading bullets into the AK-47. He then organized the water on the floor, clearing considerable space. Otherwise, there would be no room to move. Woof woof. Suddenly, Alaska Li Fengmei barked twice. What is it? Luo Tianxin turned to see her inscribing a line of text in charcoal before him. Speak of your grudge against her. Luo Tianxin paused for a moment, then retorted, Are you referring to that wretched woman? Alaska Li Fengmei nodded. She had always found it perplexing. According to Luo Tianxin, he had merely rejected Qin Qingxia, so why had it escalated to such enmity? There must be undisclosed matters at play. Furrowing his brow, Luo Tianxin contemplated before cursing a few times and finally exhaled a cloud of smoke as he began to speak. My affairs with her are rather straightforward. I rejected her. At that time, she was already pregnant with another man's child and attempted to use me as a fool, only to be publicly exposed by me. After that, I never saw her again. But I heard her child perished and something happened at her home, though I'm not privy to the details. Upon hearing this, Alaska Li Fengmei understood why Qin Qingxia was so adamant about opposing Luo Tianxin. Despite being a woman, she felt that Qin Qingxia had brought this upon herself. It was a matter that should have had nothing to do with Luo Tianxin. Any reasonable person would not have acted as a surrogate in such a scenario. Yet, she chose to make her own life difficult, now constantly at odds with Luo Tianxin. Enough. Do not mention that wretched woman again. You have soured my mood. Irritated, Luo Tianxin waved his hand dismissively and prepared to cook lunch. A plethora of food had been procured that day, but what tempted him most was the Wellington steak. Although it was not particularly expensive, he had never tasted it before. He placed a frying pan over the fireplace, poured in some oil and set both Wellington steaks to sizzle. Given the limited conditions, Baking was out of the question. Pan frying would have to suffice, as the aroma wafted through the air. Alaska Li Fengmei, undeterred by the heat, approached with wide eyes, fixated on the two steaks, her mouth watering in anticipation. With a chuckle, Luo Tianqian found her eagerness amusing. Soon, the two steaks were perfectly cooked. Holding the pan, he grinned mischievously at Alaska Li Fengmei and said, "Are you eager to indulge? However, this delicacy is quite rare. I only managed to procure two. If you wish to partake, I could share, but there is a condition. Do you agree?" Alaska Li Fengmei gazed up at Luo Tianqian, realizing he was about to tease her. Yet, faced with the temptation of the Wellington steak, her inner glutton could not resist. With determination, she nodded firmly. "All right, simple enough. You bang, bang, bang." Before he could finish, gunfire erupted outside once more, noticeably more intense than before. "What on earth? More monsters?" Luo Tianqian jumped in surprise, hastily abandoning the frying pan to seize the AK-47 and rush to the window. Though he could not discern the unfolding chaos outside, vigilance was imperative. Suddenly, a bloodied face, grinning grotesquely with 7 gaping wounds, appeared outside the car window, startling Luo Tianqian to his core. Instinctively, he recoiled and raised his weapon. But in the next moment, he recognized the familiar visage. Huang Long. Upon recognizing the face, Luo Tianqian exclaimed in shock. He quickly opened his friend's list, and to his dismay, Huang Long's avatar had turned black and white, confirming his demise. The figure before him was undoubtedly Huang Long. It remained uncertain whether this transformed Huang Long retained any vestige of consciousness. After gazing at Luo Tianqian for a moment, his eyes betrayed a flicker of unwillingness before he vanished. Luo Tianqian leaned forward to look outside. Only the endless white snowflakes remained. He felt little emotional upheaval regarding Huang Long's death, merely a sense of surprise. Initially, this individual had sought to barter for more goods, a behavior he found somewhat unscrupulous yet understandable. Later, he had provided Luo Tianqian with precisely what he needed, which, while a normal transaction, left Luo Tianqian with the impression that he was not entirely lacking in integrity and luck. However, he had never anticipated Huang Long's sudden disappearance. And even more so, how quietly it had occurred. At that moment, he noticed an unread message from Huang Long. Curiously, he opened it. "Luo Gu, I am nearing my end. Before I die, I discovered something that I must share with you." Which is, the message abruptly concluded, evidently indicating that Huang Long had been cut off before he could convey the crucial information. It was likely that while composing this message, he had been attacked again and met his end in an instant, preventing him from delivering vital intelligence. This incomplete message left Luo Tianqian feeling rather vexed. First, he was certain that whatever Huang Long intended to say was of immense importance. Otherwise, he would not have felt compelled to share it on the brink of his death. Secondly, this matter could very well relate to the cause of his demise, or perhaps certain rules of the system. Chapter 79. The suddenly emergent survival alliance. Though Luo Tianqian yearned to uncover the contents of Huang Long's final message, he realized that blind speculation would yield no results. Rather than exhausting his mental faculties, he preferred to enjoy a hearty meal. After all, in this world, lives could vanish at any moment. Satiation was paramount. Confirming that all doors and windows were securely locked, Luo Tianqian retrieved the perfectly cooked Wellington steak from the pan, tossing one piece to Alaska Li Fengmei while keeping the other for himself. He opened a bottle of plum wine, resumed the television series, and together, they began to savor their lunch contentedly. Meanwhile, others were not enjoying such comfort. Outside, the blizzard raged, and monsters roamed freely, with no means of advancing. They could only huddle within their vehicles, seeking solace. When hunger struck, those with provisions nibbled on food thawed by their body heat. Thirsty souls resorted to licking the ice within their containers. Those who had endured until now possessed some means of warmth, ensuring they would not freeze to death. However, merely surviving the cold did not equate to escaping starvation. Many found themselves devoid of food and resorted to flooding the world channel with messages, hoping to trade their limited supplies for something to eat. This included numerous supporters of Luo Tianqian. In the world channel, messages flooded in. "Is Brother Tianqian around? Could you lend me some food? I'm very obedient. Luo Tianqian, if you see this message, please private message me. I have an intact plastic box. Could I exchange it for some compressed biscuits?" Big Brother usually doesn't check the world channel. Why not reach out to Sister Duo? Tianchen darling, I have a stomach ache. Could I have a sip of hot water? Luo Gu, I beg for some food. These individuals had completely cast aside their pride, fervently posting in the channel in essence, their unwavering support for Luo Tianchen, referring to him as Big Brother, was simply a desperate attempt to secure another chance at survival. If Luo Tianchen were to find himself devoid of resources and charcoal, who would be inclined to pay him any heed? Just as everyone awaited his arrival in the channel, half of the top 10 on the resource leaderboard suddenly made their presence known. 5 individuals issued a message stating, "Attention everyone, anyone who joins our survival alliance will receive a piece of roasted meat. If you are interested, feel free to add me as the 8th on the resource leaderboard." After conferring with a few brothers, I resolved to establish the survival alliance, offering immediate rewards of compressed biscuits to newcomers. Brothers and sisters, join our survival alliance, for only through unity can we endure. Together, we shall face the trials ahead as one family, supporting one another through these arduous times. Greetings, family. I rank 3rd on the resource leaderboard and am the leader of the survival alliance. I now summon you to join us. Should you face difficulties, do not hesitate to voice them, for we shall surely return to Earth. The moment these 5 messages were sent, they ignited a frenzy in the world channel, with countless comments flooding the screen. Is this for real? If I join, will I actually receive food? You must be joking. Do you truly provide sustenance? I want to join your survival alliance. I'm at the brink of starvation. This seems unreliable. With so many people, can your alliance sustain them? Is there a catch? I can't be sure. I don't believe there are genuinely good people out there. Yet, isn't it true that Luo, the Great One, has also offered benefits? Are they attempting to emulate him, hoping to exchange for resources? I trust these 5 gentlemen. At the very least, their resources shouldn't be less than Luo Tianchen's. Brothers, could you perhaps spare a bit more food for your sister? Leader, do you fancy mature women? I am available for AFE.in response to the skepticism. The 5 individuals simultaneously declared that they were not deceiving anyone as long as one joined. They would immediately receive either roasted meat or compressed biscuits. Soon, this news reached Shiduo Duo, who promptly contacted Luo Tianchen. Luo Gu, 5 individuals from the top 10 on the resource leaderboard have formed the Survival Alliance, claiming that joining will grant food. You should check it out. Upon reading the message, Luo Tianchen furrowed his brow in concern. A survival alliance? What nonsense is this? Does forming an alliance hold any significance here, when encounters with others are so rare? Then, a realization struck him. Wait a moment. These 5 individuals did not just appear for no reason. There must be some premeditated scheme at play. I need to investigate further. With that thought in mind, Luo Tianchen set down his bottle and quickly entered the world channel. Indeed, many were expressing a desire to join the Survival Alliance, with some even attesting to having received food upon joining. After observing for some time, Luo Tianchen discovered that the Survival Alliance had swiftly garnered nearly everyone's attention, including those who had previously supported him. Damn it! Could this be aimed at me? A sense of foreboding washed over him. He felt certain this matter was somehow connected to him. After a moment's contemplation, he exited the channel and sent a message to Shiduo Duo. Duo, please apply to join that Survival Alliance and see what they are truly up to. Moments later, Shiduo Duo replied, Luo Gu, I am absolutely furious. I just applied to join them, and they outright rejected me. All 5 of them denied my friend request and even blocked me. Upon reading this, Luo Tianchen immediately concluded that these individuals were undoubtedly plotting against him. Otherwise, they would not have rejected Shiduo Duo's application. But why? He had no prior entanglement with them, so why had they suddenly emerged? As for whether they were organized by Chen Qingxia, Luo Tianchen believed that unlikely. With ample resources, what man would refuse an opportunity? Why heed the words of an undesirable? After pondering for a moment, he messaged Shiduo Duo again, asking, could you inquire among our loyal supporters if any have managed to join? After a lengthy pause, Shiduo Duo finally replied, Luo Gu, I asked 50 of your die-hard fans, and they all said the Survival Alliance would not accept them. However, a few fence-sitters have been swayed. Furthermore, I've heard that after handing out roasted meat, these 5 announced they would be buying back all cards, whether vehicle upgrade cards or any others, at inflated prices, and they seem to have collected quite a bit of other resources as well. Reading this, Luo Tianchen's expression darkened considerably. What was left to say? The Survival Alliance was blatantly attempting to cut off his source of income. They were winning hearts and gathering cards, all to prevent him from obtaining resources. It was reminiscent of certain monopolistic tycoons, controlling everything with their wealth. Should they succeed, his future attempts to exchange for vehicle upgrade cards or other resources would become exceedingly challenging. With this revelation, Luo Tianqian hurriedly opened the trading market. Upon inspection, his fury boiled over. The first page of available resources was dominated by these 5 individuals, and their exchange conditions had escalated significantly. Among them were essential vehicle upgrade items. Chapter 80. The alliance plan that self-destructs. Faced with this situation, while others might hastily take action, Luo Tianqian remained composed. The 5 individuals were clearly targeting him, so any rash move on his part would only play into their hands. Thus, remaining still was the wisest course. He was confident that their actions would not last long. After all, he possessed 3 opportunities each day to summon supply drops and could hardly sustain so many people, especially since they relied on the refreshed resources. Unless these 5 were sourcing their meat through dubious means, either by slaying monsters to consume their flesh or by killing encountered individuals. Suddenly, a thought struck Luo Tianqian. Was it possible that Huang Long had foreseen this very situation before his demise? Did he possess prior knowledge of the 5 individuals' intentions against him? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a notification chimed, pulling him back to reality. He glanced at the screen to find a message from Lu Yuji. Luo Tianqian was taken aback. Why was she reaching out to him all of a sudden? Dearest younger brother, I have some news to share with you. Would you like to know? Luo Tianqian, feeling exasperated, promptly replied, If you have something to say, then say it. No need for theatrics. I am quite busy. Lu Yuji, aware that someone was currently targeting Luo Tianqian, was keen to avoid any backlash. She quickly responded, I'm not here to jest. Let us get to the point. You should remember a fellow named Huang Long, right? He's passed away now, but before he died, he contacted me and mentioned that a few individuals were planning to form an alliance specifically to target you for your resources. I just saw the Survival Alliance pop up in the channel, and I suspect these 5 are the ones Huang Long warned about. Moreover, I joined the Survival Alliance, and their motive for rallying people is indeed to collect resources from everyone. I am uncertain what their subsequent plans entail. How you choose to address this situation is up to you. I will inform you if I receive any further news. After reading her message, Luo Tianqian furrowed his brow slightly. It aligned with his suspicions. Huang Long had indeed intended to convey this information. Yet, he was puzzled as to why Huang Long chose to relay this to Lu Yuji rather than directly to him. Furthermore, in that fleeting moment, he also deduced why the system had not notified him of catching up to Zheng Yi. Presumably, only the one being pursued would receive such a notification. Of course, now was not the time for such musings. The pressing matter was to uncover the true intentions behind the Survival Alliance. Grateful for Lu Yuji's message, Luo Tianqian prepared to reach out to Shiduoduo for further intelligence. Just as he was about to type, the system voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Attention all players, attention all players. The trading market is now temporarily closed, effective until noon tomorrow. All items listed in the trading market will be returned to their respective owners' sleds. Simultaneously, starting at midnight, the personal trading feature will officially launch, with no limit on the number of trades each person can make daily. Furthermore, once the trading market reopens, a 3-transaction fee will be applied to all trades, which can be borne by either party involved. This announcement sent Luo Tianqian's heart racing, and he could not suppress his exhilaration, bursting into laughter. The activation of the personal trading feature and the introduction of transaction fees would render the Survival Alliance's monopolistic scheme utterly futile. Should they attempt to target him and monopolize the market, it would be wholly impossible. Firstly, while a mere 3 fee may seem insignificant, if the trading volume was substantial, it would accumulate to a considerable sum. Even the wealthiest individuals would hesitate to exchange resources in bulk. Secondly, the reason these 5 sought to monopolize the market was that all trades had to occur within the trading market, where they could observe any items available for exchange and manipulate the transactions accordingly. Now that both parties could engage in personal trades, many items would remain unknown to others, rendering the Survival Alliance's influence impotent. In summary, with the implementation of this system regulation, the plans targeting him had self-destructed. Naturally, Luo Tianqian was elated. Meanwhile, the 5 members of the Survival Alliance were seething with rage, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as they berated one another in their group chat. Deliberating on their next steps, damn it. After all our efforts to earn resources, how could that wretched system do this to us? determined to thwart our plans. That blasted system is utterly foolish. It could have at least allowed us to complete our scheme. But now, not only have we failed to obtain resources from Luo Tianqian, but we've also incurred losses. What is the use of complaining now? I warned you all from the start that our approach wouldn't last long. Luo Tianqian is no fool. How could he ever agree to buy our goods at inflated prices? Please refrain from such pointless discussions. The situation has arisen, and now the focus should be on how to exchange what we possess. Exchange? It's easier said than done. How do you propose we accomplish that? Let us consider that we haven't truly lost anything valuable. What we have are either from monsters or the deceased, mere spoils of war. Why waste breath on trivialities? Let us get to the point. How do we exchange our goods, gentlemen? Do not rush. I have a thought. Why don't we reach out to Luo Tianqian and sell him the supplies we've acquired at their original price? Claiming we are his fans wishing to assist him in gathering resources. This approach could not only earn us his favor, but also procure some charcoal in return. What do you think? Do you take Luo Tianqian for a fool? The items listed in the trading market were all priced above their original value. If that fellow notices, do you think he would believe our words? I believe Lao Bai's method is worth trying. Who cares if he believes it or not? At the very least, we stand to lose nothing. With no other options at hand, let us all send him a private message. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqian was joyfully spinning around with the Alaskan Malamute, Li Fengmei, leaving it quite disoriented. Suddenly, a series of system prompts sounded. Ding, 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 ding. 5 chimes echoed as Luo Tianqian set Li Fengmei down and checked the messages, private chats from the 5 members of the Survival Alliance. What do they want? Are they here to provoke me? His good mood evaporated, replaced by a sullen expression as he began to read. The 5 began with flattering remarks, but soon shifted to the crux of the matter. They intended to exchange some of their acquired supplies for charcoal. The prices they suggested were those Luo Tianqian had previously set for his purchases. Damn, do they truly think me a fool? If they want charcoal, fine. I'll give them a chance. After muttering in frustration, Luo Tianqian composed a message and sent it to each of them. I am willing to accept your supplies, regardless of quantity, for a single piece of charcoal. If this is acceptable, we can trade tomorrow. If not, then so be it. Upon receiving the message, the 5 were left fuming, their faces turning darker than eggplants. What a disgrace. Is he even human? How could he offer such a low price? Forget it. I won't trade anymore. I'll just throw it away. Calm down, everyone. These items are of no use to us. If it comes to it, let us just exchange them. Indeed, the vehicle is overflowing with them. Chapter 81. The 7th day. The calm period begins while several individuals were engaged in a heated debate about how to deal with the supplies on hand. Luo Tianqian conferred with Shiduoduo and decided to employ an old tactic. Distribute some supplies to loyal fans to foster goodwill. Much like the wealthy engaging in charity, giving leads to receiving. However, this time, instead of charcoal, Luo Tianqian intended to offer water, snowmelt collected in containers. After tonight, the snowstorm mode would cease, ushering in a 7-day period of calm. Those who remain alive can endure the cold, but if they are unlucky enough not to encounter a supply box containing water, they may perish from thirst. Thus, in the coming week, water and food would ascend in necessity. Surpassing charcoal. Of course, he did not plan to distribute all the water at once, nor would he provide immediate benefits. A timely gift is far more valuable than a mere embellishment. This time, he would select 200 individuals, each receiving only half a cup. Waiting until they were desperate for water before distributing it would prove more effective. Once the plan was settled, Luo Tianqian promised Shiduoduo a bottle of mineral water, stating it could only be traded the next day, not today. He then settled down in the vehicle, watching a movie and enjoying freshly fried fries, with Alaskan Li Fengmei sharing in the feast. However, due to the heavy snow outside and the lurking dangers, he was unable to retrieve the wooden planks. After completing the final batch of charcoal, Luo Tianqian rested comfortably. Without the constant roaring fire, the temperature inside the vehicle gradually decreased, stabilizing at around 20 degrees. This was ultimately beneficial, as both he and Alaskan Li Fengmei felt cooler, allowing the nearly dehydrated potatoes a moment to breathe. The night passed without incident. Luo Tianqian prepared roasted lamb leg, relishing the meal with Alaskan Li Fengmei. Just as they were enjoying their feast, Alaskan Li Fengmei suddenly dropped its food and hurried to the restroom, emerging in a visibly distressed state, moving sluggishly. What is wrong? Luo Tianqian inquired, concerned that Alaskan Li Fengmei might have suffered from food poisoning. Yet, The dog merely shook its head, approaching the storage box and retrieving a diaper. Luo Tianqian, puzzled by the sight of the diaper, asked, "What is going on? Did you eat something that didn't agree with you? Diapers aren't exactly a cure, are they? And if you intend to eat it, wouldn't you choke?" Upon hearing this, Alaskan Li Fengmei nearly rolled its eyes in exasperation, weakly barking a couple of times before slowly returning to the restroom. "Oh? You dare to ignore me? How impressive." Luo Tianqian thought, "I must see what you intend to do with that diaper." Setting down the lamb leg, he curiously peeked into the restroom, only to find Alaskan Li Fengmei struggling to fit the diaper onto itself. "Are you unable to use the toilet? What else with the diaper? Isn't there a proper toilet?" Startled by Luo Tianqian's voice, Alaskan Li Fengmei quickly looked up. Realizing Luo Tianqian was watching, it hurriedly shut the restroom door, its heart racing. Being human was so much easier. After much effort, Alaskan Li Fengmei finally managed to put on the diaper and glanced into the toilet, where it saw the blood. Fretting over what to do, it didn't want Luo Tianqian to find out or to dispose of it. But how could it eat afterward if it used its mouth? Just then, Luo Tianqian pushed the door open. Spotting the blood in the trash bag, he instantly understood why Alaskan Li Fengmei needed the diaper. Alaskan Li Fengmei lowered its head in shame, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. To its surprise, Luo Tianqian grabbed the trash bag and remarked with irritation, "Why didn't you say your period started? I could have helped you with the diaper." Hearing this, Alaskan Li Fengmei felt utterly embarrassed, wishing to bury its head in the toilet. "If you help me, then what? You'd see everything." Due to this incident, Alaskan Li Fengmei lost interest in the movie and lay on the blanket by the fireplace, feeling utterly dejected. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqian discarded the trash bag, washed his hands, and continued to enjoy the lamb leg, unfazed. Unbeknownst to him, the trash bag he had just thrown out inadvertently landed on a monstrous head, leading the unfortunate creature to be devoured by its kin nearby. By 8 o'clock that evening, Luo Tianqian decided to retire early. At that moment, 2 of the 5 individuals from the Survival Alliance messaged him, seeking to negotiate prices once more. In response to such individuals, Luo Tianqian resolutely rejected any requests or proposals, firmly sticking to his original price. Ultimately, both parties parted ways on a sour note. Nevertheless, Luo Tianqian remained quite pleased. Aware that those individuals had likely suffered a setback. As he watched television until past midnight, the personal trading feature was activated, and Luo Tianqian immediately contacted Shiduo, providing her with mineral water and requesting her assistance in gathering information regarding vehicle upgrade cards and other items. Whoever possessed them, he would purchase at a high price. Shiduo, having received the water, wasted no time in her efforts. The two continued their conversation until Luo Tianqian began to feel drowsy and prepared for bed. Before retiring, he added a substantial amount of charcoal to the stove to ensure the temperature within the vehicle would remain stable throughout the night. The night passed without incident. The next day, Luo Tianqian was awakened by Alaskan Li Fengmei. Checking the time, he noted it was already 6 o'clock. Fearing an extended stay, he hurriedly dressed. Zhang Yi's sled was primarily made from charcoal resources, and this night had been dedicated to that purpose. Once he was dressed, armed, and ready, Luo Tianqian stepped out with Alaskan Li Fengmei. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by a refreshing sense of clarity. The heavy snowfall had vanished. The icy road had returned to its original state, devoid of snow, stretching straight ahead without end. The sky was a brilliant blue, with the sun shining brightly, and the boundless ocean reflected deep shades of blue. Moreover, the temperature was significantly warmer than before, making goggles and masks unnecessary. There was no chill. This was the first day of the calm period. Surveying his surroundings, Luo Tianqian took a deep breath and remarked, "It's nice to see clearly." He then approached Zhang Yi's sled, which he had damaged the previous day, revealing the supplies within: a blanket, a moisture-proof mat, a simple iron stove with remnants of ash inside, and beneath the broken wooden planks, a child's backpack, bulging with contents. Once he ensured the area was safe, Luo Tianqian swiftly grabbed the backpack. Chapter 82. Refreshing probability increased. The backpack appeared small but was surprisingly heavy, likely filled with numerous items. Luo Tianqian opened it briefly, confirming it was packed with various small objects. However, pressed for time, he didn't inspect it closely. Instead, he hastily loaded all the portable items back into the vehicle. With Zhang Yi's sled in tow, and set off promptly. time was of the essence. Lingering too long could attract unwanted attention. Despite the calm period, one could never be too cautious. It all depended on the system's whims. Alaska Lee Fome had no intention of climbing into the vehicle. Instead, she settled beneath the canopy, equipped with a diaper. Although she was experiencing menstrual cramps, the weather had improved, and she felt it imperative to keep a vigilant eye on the newly replenished supply crate. To partake in others' provisions necessitated demonstrating one's worth. Otherwise, what purpose would her presence serve? However, upon witnessing her actions, Luo Tianqian swiftly hauled her back into the cabin and unceremoniously tossed her onto a blanket by the fireplace. Scolding, "Are you lacking in common sense? Are you unaware of your own condition? The vehicle is replete with windows, and here you are, peering out, if you start crying out upon spotting the supply crate. Don't come whining to me if you end up with a frozen belly outside, wasting my medicine." Despite Luo Tianqian's brusque demeanor, Alaska Lee Fome recognized his good intentions. Nodding appreciatively, she rose and moved to the window. Fixated on the icy road ahead, in her heart, she resolved to protect Luo Tianqian at all costs in the future. Aware of her stubbornness, Luo Tianqian chose not to pursue the matter further. He removed his outer jacket and sat on the edge of the bed, rummaging through his backpack. Among the items he retrieved were a half-full bottle of impure water, several pieces of roasted meat, 2 packs of cotton swabs, a half-eaten bag of shrimp chips, a toothpick, 3 iron chopsticks, 5 enema solutions, a large bottle of potassium permanganate, and a golden coin featuring a devilish image tucked inside a small jewelry box. He had managed to procure quite a collection of valuable items. However, he dismissed the roasted meat, suspecting it to be either monster or human flesh. Without a second thought, he tossed the pieces of roasted meat out the window. As for trading them for supplies, he deemed it unnecessary. The meat likely came from that vile Qingxia, which only made him feel disgusted. He decided to keep the half bottle of water, presumed to be melted snow, and the half bag of shrimp chips. Even if he had no use for them, he could always gift them later. Placing these 2 items on the ground, Luo Tianqian picked up the potassium permanganate and enema solutions. Many were unaware that these 2 substances, when combined, were far more effective than a mere lighter. No wonder this fellow could burn wood for warmth. He relied on these 2 treasures. Glancing at the makeshift iron stove, he carefully stowed the potassium permanganate and enema solutions away. Although they were not immediately useful, the future remained unpredictable, and thus, their preservation was essential. The chopsticks and toothpicks held little value. Finally, he took the jewelry box containing the golden coin. He had been intrigued by the coin adorned with the image of a devil since he first laid eyes on it. Unsure if it was pure gold, its weight was substantial, and its texture was remarkable. Beneath the coin lay a piece of paper that he had not had the opportunity to examine earlier. After toying with the golden coin for a moment, Luo Tianqian extracted the paper. Unfolding it to reveal some writing, "Devil coin. Utilizing this coin allows for a single transaction with the devil. As long as you offer a price, you may request anything." Upon reading this description, Luo Tianqian scrutinized the coin once more. He was certain it was not an item from Earth, but rather a local specialty. Its potential remained ambiguous. Like the tales depicted on television, trading with the devil would surely demand the most precious of human possessions, and the returns might not equate in value. Perhaps this was why it had remained unused all this time. Regardless, the worth of this item was beyond debate. One could even assert that its exact value was incalculable. In a moment of dire need, it could prove to be a lifesaver. Returning the coin to its box, Luo Tianqian carelessly discarded the paper into the fireplace to be consumed by flames. Unlike Zheng Yi, he was not foolish enough to leave instructional notes for others. As for the remaining items, he would set aside what was useful and discard the rest, awaiting an opportunity to gift them. Having concluded this task, Luo Tianqian hurried to the restroom. As he had indulged excessively the previous night, it was also a perfect moment to check if there were any news updates on the World Channel. On the channel, excitement filled the air as viewers finally glimpsed the road once more. Has anyone else noticed an increase in supply crate appearances? I've found 3 already. No way, is that true? I've only come across one. Haha, I actually found a fishing rod. I'm off to fish now. Hey there, do you have any bait? Can you really catch fish in this sea? Could some kind-hearted gentleman spare a morsel for a hungry girl? Wait, I remember the person above was quite hefty. How did they become so attractive? Needless to say, hunger can work wonders. Are we still idling about? Let us hurry and find those supply crates. The refresh rate has significantly increased, and there are no dangers in sight. I've encountered 2 crates myself and even found a bag of biscuits. The system is really generous today. Seeing numerous messages about the increased supply crate rate, Luo Tianqian could not help but grumble. Everyone else is finding crates, yet I still haven't seen one. As soon as he finished speaking, Alaska Li Fengmei let out a bark. Suddenly, the sled came to an abrupt halt, almost tossing him out. Woof, woof, woof. What the heck? Could it be that we truly stumbled upon a supply crate? Luo Tianqian steadied himself, hastily finished his business, and rushed out. Pulling up his pants, he quickly approached the front of the vehicle and peered out the window, where, indeed, a supply crate awaited them to the left front. This was astonishingly swift. Luo Tianqian was taken aback. He had merely uttered that statement in passing, given that it had only been about half an hour since their departure. Based on previous refresh rates, encountering a supply crate within such a short span was unheard of. Nevertheless, since it had appeared, it was only natural to investigate. Hastily donning his clothes, he and the dog jumped down from the cabin and approached the newly refreshed supply crate. As per usual, they cautiously tested for danger several times before prying open the top. Well, is the system truly feeling generous? A cotton-padded coat? Retrieving an exceptionally long women's cotton-padded coat from the crate, Luo Tianqian was utterly astonished. Logically speaking, given the system's tendencies, it should not have provided such high-quality supplies. There had to be a catch. Stowing the cotton-padded coat away, Luo Tianqian dismantled the crate entirely and tossed it into the fireplace. Subsequently, he produced a flare gun and fired it into the sky. 3 beams of light shot upwards. Moments later, a long-awaited sight unfolded before him as 3 supply drops swayed gently downwards. Luo Tianqian held high hopes that the airdrop crates might contain upgrade cards or similar items. Bang, bang, bang. As the 3 crates landed, Luo Tianqian eagerly opened the one beside him. The next second, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 83. Is this a joke? 2 crates of papers, 1 crate of books. Noticing Luo Tianqian frozen in place, Alaska Li Fengmei approached to peek at the airdrop crate. The next moment, she too became flabbergasted. Inside the crate, aside from a bottle of water and a bag of dried tofu on top, there was an orderly stack of examination papers beneath. Both man and dog were left stunned for quite some time. What did a cubic meter of test papers even signify? There were an absurd number of questions. Regaining his composure, Luo Tianqian kicked the crate in frustration and shouted to the heavens, "Which scoundrel packed this airdrop? A whole crate of exam papers. Are you trying to drive me insane? What kind of ridiculous joke is this? Aside from starting a fire, covering windows, or wiping one's backside, what use do these serve? Am I supposed to pass my time answering questions out of boredom? After finally escaping years of homework, who would willingly seek out such misery? Honking, honking, honking." Seeing Luo Tianqian in a furious frenzy, Alaska Li Fengmei could not help but laugh uproariously. She even extended a paw to poke at the words simulated college entrance examination papers. Get lost? Luo Tianqian's face turned a shade of green with rage. If it weren't for her stomachache, he would have already kicked her. Despite his complaints, he still needed the supplies. He returned to the vehicle with the water and dried tofu before heading to open the second crate. The next second, he was left speechless once more. Damn it! Luo Tianqian gritted his teeth, glaring into the crate. Aside from a bottle of water and a bag of pancakes, it was filled to the brim with summer and winter vacation homework. Moreover, it was neatly stacked in 3 piles, ranging from elementary to high school. Honking, honking, honking. Alaska Li Fengmei was laughing uncontrollably, resembling someone undergoing convulsions. If you keep laughing, I'll make you complete all these papers. The pent-up frustration boiled over in Luo Tianqian, and he turned to glare at Alaska Li Fengmei menacingly. Upon hearing this, she quickly fell silent. Although he treated her well, he was indeed capable of such actions. 2 crates of exam papers were insurmountable even for a human, let alone in their current state, where only verbal responses were possible. Alaska Li Fengmei ceased her laughter, while Luo Tianqian's face twitched with irritation as he took a deep breath to calm his anger. He then made his way to the 3rd crate, reaching out to lift the lid, but hesitated, fearful of what might be inside. What if it contained more papers? However, upon reflection, he thought that there shouldn't be any more assignments left. Right? It couldn't possibly unveil yet more questions. But the moment he lifted the lid, Rage consumed him. Are you kidding me? He leaped into the crate, frantically stomping on the textbooks. Inside were a bottle of water and a bag of mutton offal soup, accompanied by a collection of textbooks from various grades. That moment, he was convinced that some teacher had packed this airdrop. Who else would think to do such a thing? Watching Luo Tianqian lose his mind, Alaska Li Fengmei, already suffering from a stomachache, stifled her laughter, which only intensified her discomfort. Textbooks, summer and winter vacation assignments, exam papers. Were they trying to drive him insane? Eventually, Luo Tianqian's rage subsided, and he coldly returned the water and food. He then intended to take the waste paper back to burn it. However, as he pulled out a few books, he suddenly paused. The covers? The ink? These materials could potentially be used for warmth. Luo Tianqian recalled the matter and pondered why many homeless individuals opted to wrap themselves in newspapers while lacking bedding. The answer lies in the fact that the ink on the newspapers provides some warmth against the cold. Although it cannot compare to cotton clothing or quilts, it serves its purpose to some extent. Additionally, the covers of books, which are often coated with a thin layer of plastic, are quite suitable for wind protection. If this is the case, then these items are not mere useless refuse. Most importantly, could these papers also serve as materials for upgrading sleds? His own golden finger had always proven reliable, incapable of bestowing him with worthless items. Therefore, they must indeed hold value. With this realization, Luo Tianqian's anger dissipated, and he returned the exercises and books to the carriage, leaving Alaska Li Fengmei under the impression that he had lost his mind. She secretly mused, "This guy must be driven mad by anger. If he insists on making me solve problems upon our return, I shall feign unconsciousness." After a considerable time, Luo Tianqian completed moving the papers and books. He smashed the wooden box, stowed away the parachute, and after winding the mechanical bull a few dozen times, he set off again. Back in the carriage, he removed his clothing and immediately posted a buying message on the World Channel. He offered a high price for vehicle upgrade cards, inviting private messages from those in possession of such cards, assuring them of the best prices. In an instant, his message ignited the channel. Is Luo Daolao upgrading his vehicle again? Isn't that a bit too soon? Luo Tianqian, what can you offer? Others are quoting quite high. I envy brother Tianqian. He gets to live even more comfortably. Are you planning to collect all the vehicle upgrade cards? Having resources instills confidence. But if I had an upgrade card, I would certainly keep it for myself. In times of abundance, who would trade? If I had one, I would trade. Upgrading the sled would definitely be cold. The space is too vast. Not necessarily. Perhaps the insulation effect improves after the upgrade? Luo Tianqian stared at the channel for quite some time, but regrettably, no one reached out to him, causing his brow to furrow in discontent. His urgency in collecting cards stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether the 3 boxes of books and exercises he had procured were indeed upgrade materials. If they were, that would be splendid. If not, he could trade them for useful resources. He wondered if no one had managed to acquire vehicle upgrade cards, or if the holders simply had no intention of trading. After half an hour, still no one had traded. The topic had even shifted to other matters. This won't do. I must confirm, or I won't sleep well tonight. Feeling increasingly vexed, Luo Tianqian opened his friend list and messaged Shiduo. Duo, ask everyone who has vehicle upgrade cards and what they would like to trade. I will try to offer as much as possible. Shiduo responded almost instantly, clearly having sent her message simultaneously. Luo, I just asked everyone, and no one has vehicle upgrade cards. However, someone mentioned hearing about a person named Gue Changsho who may have acquired one. Upon reading this, Luo Tianqian's first reaction was to consider his friend. He promptly opened his friend list and found Gue Changsho. Yet, upon closer inspection, he felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "What the hell?" At some point, Gue Changsho had perished. His avatar had transformed to black and white. Luo Tianqian, typically too busy to pay attention to others, had overlooked his friend's status. He was taken aback by the turn of events. With Gue Changsho deceased, how could he inquire about upgrade cards? Just then, Shiduo messaged him again. Luo, we found that Gue Changsho. Chapter 84, Mirage or Illusion? We found Gue Changsho? Luo Tianqian stared in disbelief at the friend list where Gue Changsho was listed as deceased. Unable to suppress his urge to comment, it was quite normal to have namesakes, but for this Gue Changsho's name to be so similar was quite remarkable. Surely, These two individuals could not share the same parentage? Such a rare name being duplicated was astonishing. It seemed that only Shiduoduo would be free of a namesake, given the rarity of the surname Sure. Subsequently, Luo Tianqin messaged Shiduoduo, instructing her to contact another Gue Changsho and request that he add him as a friend. Within minutes, the other Gue Changsho sent a friend request to Luo Tianqin. Bro, are you looking to trade vehicle upgrade cards? These are quite rare. What price can you offer? The message from Gue Changsho made Luo Tianqin furrow his brow. Why did it seem this person did not recognize him? Did he never read the channel messages? Perhaps he was merely pretending not to know him in an attempt to demand more resources. After some contemplation, Luo Tianqin decided to test the waters. If this Gue Changsho requested items he already possessed, he would undoubtedly belong to the latter category. Thus, Luo Tianqin simply replied, "Name your price." After a brief moment, Gue Changsho responded, "I want 5 boxes of charcoal, 7 days' worth of water and food, plus a cotton coat." Upon reading this, Luo Tianqin immediately concluded that this individual was feigning ignorance. The best way to deal with such a person was to employ the same tactic he had used with Huang Long, to ignore him for a while. Or even a few days, when he could no longer endure, he would naturally lower his price. The asking price was too high. He would address it later. After sending this message, Luo Tianqin closed the dialog box, ignoring any further messages from the other party. However, this was not enough. He then posted a new message on the World Channel. 3 boxes of charcoal, 5 days' worth of food and water, a simple stove. Along with a small amount of potassium permanganate and glycerin, I am buying vehicle upgrade cards in bulk. Interested parties please DM. Once his message was sent, the channel erupted into discussion again. However, everyone seemed accustomed to the topic and did not dwell on it for long. Instead, some began discussing the effects of potassium permanganate and glycerin, indirectly helping Luo Tianqin explain himself. After observing the channel for a while, Luo Tianqin felt somewhat helpless. Acquiring vehicle upgrade cards was indeed not an easy feat. If someone were to obtain one, it would likely occur during this calm week. Therefore, his impatience was futile. Closing the system panel, Luo Tianqin picked up the women's cotton coat he had placed on the cabinet. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Alaska Li Fengmei, who was busy shaking the generator, and asked, "When you were human, what was your height and weight?" Alaska Li Fengmei paused at his question, then dashed off to pick up charcoal and wrote the numbers 167 and 115 on the floor. Luo Tianqin blinked and grinned, teasingly remarking, "What the heck? At 1.50 meters, you weigh 167 pounds? My goodness, that's not a body. That's a vat. Even a water barrel doesn't weigh that much. How did you manage to turn yourself into a pig?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Alaska Li Fengmei erupted with rage. She dropped the charcoal and lunged at Luo Tianqin, barking furiously, followed by a playful swipe reminiscent of a sled dog's antics. Fortunately, Luo Tianqin reacted swiftly, evading her assault and further taunting. "With your height and weight, you must have no husband? Is your bed supported by stainless steel? Otherwise, it would collapse with just a turn, wouldn't it?" Although Alaska Li Fengmei realized Luo Tianqin was intentionally provoking her, his words struck a nerve. After all, she had been a beauty in her human days. To be reduced to a mere vat in his eyes was unbearable for any woman in a fit of determination. She retaliated. However, their playful scuffle did not escalate, and after rolling around on the bed for a while, they collapsed in exhaustion, leaving a bed strewn with fur. Luo Tianqin turned to look at Alaska Li Fengmei's adorable face and said earnestly, "That coat will be kept for you. When the opportunity arises to turn you back into a human, it should fit perfectly." Initially still irked, Alaska Li Fengmei's eyes softened with gratitude and warmth upon hearing this. However, her expression soon fell. She was uncertain if she would ever have the chance to become human again. She longed to wear that coat. If she were to return to her former self, she would undoubtedly bear him 6 chubby children, even if it meant not being his wife, just to let him experience the joys of fatherhood. Were Luo Tianqin to learn of this thought, he would undoubtedly refuse to restore her humanity. This was not an act of gratitude. It was pure revenge. After resting for a while, Alaska Li Fengmei returned to shaking the generator, attending to her tasks. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqin resumed making charcoal. Time passed quickly amidst their busy efforts, and before he knew it, it was already 10 o'clock. Just as he intended to take a break, he noticed Alaska Li Fengmei suddenly pressed the switch to control the mechanical bull and called out loudly towards the right side of the vehicle. "Woof, woof, woof. Have resources respawned?" Luo Tianqian thought he had stumbled upon a supply box, hastily setting aside his work to peer out the window. However, instead of a supply box, he saw a scene in the sky to the right of the icy road. An image that was not particularly clear in the picture. A group of individuals clad in white coats surrounded a large screen, seemingly engaged in discussion. The image on the screen was too unclear to decipher, but it appeared to show numerous people lying within individual capsule-like chambers. When Luo Tianqian blinked vigorously, desperately trying to discern the scene on the screen, the image suddenly vanished. What is happening? Is this a mirage or an illusion? Luo Tianqian rubbed his eyes, bewildered, as he exchanged puzzled glances with Alaska Li Fengmei. He was uncertain what the image was or why it had appeared in the sky. If it were a mirage, it would imply that this world contained more than just a single icy road. There might exist a laboratory-like place as well. If it were an illusion, it would indicate that something was amiss with the vehicle, causing both of them to hallucinate. Regardless of which scenario it was not a good sign. No. I need to see if anyone else has noticed. Luo Tianqian immediately opened the world channel. Strangely enough, no one was discussing the matter. In other words, no one witnessed that scene. The more he thought about it, the stranger it became. Thus, he reached out to Shiduoduo and Lu Yuji, among others, and inquired individually. The responses he received were consistent. None of them had observed any mirage. Peculiar, utterly peculiar. Luo Tianqian even felt as though this scene had been orchestrated for him alone. After all, how could others have missed it? Yet, if it were indeed a deliberate display for his benefit, what was the intent behind it? Was it merely a reminder that such a place existed in this world? Or had he truly slipped back into an illusion? Could it be that they had encountered some sort of side quest? After exchanging glances with his dog, they swiftly scanned their surroundings, yet found no unusual phenomena or objects. Moreover, there were no structures upon the floating ice of the sea. Chapter 85. Even card exchanges can be schemes. The duo searched for quite some time, yet failed to uncover anything suspicious. Did you just see a crowd gathered around a large screen? Luo Tianqian began to doubt whether what he had seen was indeed the same as what Alaska Li Fengmei had witnessed. Woof. Fortunately, Alaska Li Fengmei nodded in affirmation. Otherwise, Luo Tianqian would have been thoroughly frightened. Since no cause could be found, they both decided to abandon the matter, dismissing it as a mere mirage. Checking the time, Luo Tianqian realized he had left Gue Changshu hanging for quite a while. He reopened the system to review the messages sent by the other party. The last message was Gue Changshu's prior response. Brother, this price is quite reasonable. There's a woman collecting cards, and she's offering dozens of pounds of roasted meat. Upon reading this, Luo Tianqian didn't need to guess who the woman in question was. It was undoubtedly that wretched Chen Qingxia. It appeared that Gue Changshu had indeed been in contact with her, but it was clear that no agreement had been reached. However, a problem arose. Since Chen Qingxia was meddling with his card collection, it was inevitable that others would try to take advantage of the situation and raise the price. No wonder his messages had gone unanswered. It seemed everyone was waiting for a higher bid. Time was of the essence. That vile woman must have someone assisting her in card collection, so he needed to exchange his cards without delay. What was it, after all, but a little extra charcoal and food? It was inconsequential. He could easily replenish a day's worth of supplies. Thus, he promptly sent a message to Gue Changshu, apologizing for being preoccupied and not noticing the messages earlier. Not long after, a notification chimed. Gue Changshu replied, "No worries. Are you still planning to exchange cards? 6 boxes of charcoal, 10 days worth of food and water, and 3 pieces of warm clothing. No bargaining." Upon reading this, Luo Tianqian's anger flared. Damn it, this son of a gun has raised the price again and is asking for so much. Does he really think I'm a fool? Even Huang Long hadn't he dared to make such outrageous demands. In a fit of rage, Luo Tianqian sent a message back to Gue Changshu, cursing, "Idiot, keep your cards. Let us see how long you can survive." After sending that, he immediately blocked him. Then, he sent a message to Shiduoduo, instructing her to block Gue Changshu as well. If he dared to cause trouble in the world channel, she was to rally others to berate him. Shiduoduo readily agreed, responding with an okay. Meanwhile, another Gue Changshu was furiously typing a tirade against Luo Tianqian, exceeding over 1,000 words, enough to rival half a novel. If not for the platform's restrictions, the author could have used it to inflate their word count. After finally composing his message, he attempted to send it, only to discover he had been blocked, prompting him to roar in frustration. While cursing, he also messaged a woman named Long Zhizhou. Sister Zhizhou, that Luo Tianqin is such a fool. He insulted me and blocked me. How much can you offer for this card? Gui Changshou's exorbitant demands were instigated by the woman named Long Zhizhou. When Shiduoduo had contacted Gui Changshou initially, this woman had also reached out to him, advising him on how much to ask Luo Tianqin for in supplies, and how to message him. She had even suggested that if Luo Tianqin refused to trade, she could offer 50 pounds of roasted meat in exchange for the card. As Gui Changshou's supplies were barely sufficient to withstand the cold, he had heeded her advice, leading to the current predicament. Now that Luo Tianqin had retracted his offer, he naturally wanted that 50 pounds of roasted meat. After a considerable wait, Long Zhizhou finally replied to Gui Changshou with a message that nearly made him spit blood. I no longer want the card. You can keep it. Gui Changshou felt a sudden tightness in his chest, realizing he had been duped. However, after sending his previous message, he was once again notified that he had been added to the blacklist. Unable to bear the pressure in his chest, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Long Zhizhou, you hybrid wench, just wait. I will make sure everyone knows what a harlot you are. Immediately, Gui Changshou began to unleash a torrent of abuse towards Long Zhizhou in the World Channel, detailing the entire saga and publicly apologizing to Luo Tianqin. He needed food, and thus trading the card to Luo Tianqin was his hope for survival. This matter quickly reached Luo Tianqin through Shiduoduo. Upon learning that the other party had publicly apologized, Luo Tianqin couldn't help but smile. Now, when he collected cards again, he would be the one setting the price. However, to his surprise, that wretched Chen Qingxia made an appearance, and her acquisition message was conveniently visible to Luo Tianqin. Gui Changshou, I'll buy your card for 10 pounds of roasted meat and 2 boxes of charcoal. Message me privately. Seeing this, Luo Tianqin furrowed his brow. Initially, he thought he had misjudged the situation upon seeing Gui Changshou curse Long Zhizhou. Now it seemed this woman was indeed orchestrating things from behind the scenes. If the vehicle upgrade card were to change hands, he would have trouble sleeping at night. Just as he was preparing to say a few words, Gui Changshou unexpectedly began cursing Chen Qingxia and attributed all of Long Zhizhou's actions to her. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qingxia's face turned a shade of dark purple with rage, as this affair had nothing to do with her. She didn't even know the woman named Long Zhizhou. Suddenly burdened with blame, she ignited widespread ire. Many of Luo Tianqin's loyal fans jumped into the fray to berate her, turning the channel into a battleground against her. Luo Tianqin watched with glee, his face radiating delight. Suddenly, he received a message from Lu Yuji. Hey there, how's the show? Is it entertaining? Luo Tianqin was taken aback, momentarily unsure of what she meant at a show. What show? The next second, his eyes widened in realization. He quickly replied, that Long Zhizhou wasn't he arranged by you? Was she? Lu Yuji responded with a laughing emoji, followed by, I had Long Zhizhou trick Gui Changshou into making unreasonable demands. Then I had her refuse to trade cards with him. This way, it created the conditions for you to acquire them at a lower price. Everyone knows that wretched woman is against you. So Gui Changshou will naturally assume Long Zhizhou is acting on her behalf and will surely shift the blame onto her. What do you think? Isn't this a clever 2-for-1 scheme? Luo Tianqin stared at the message, his back prickling with chills. He never would have imagined that such a simple card exchange could be turned into a scheme by Lu Yuji. Although it was a beneficial scheme for him, he couldn't help but marvel at her cunning. In a situation where only one person was privy to the truth, she had manipulated everyone involved. He had to admit, his intellect was insufficient in comparison. Fortunately, Lu Yuji was on his side. Had she aligned with Chen Qingxia, he would surely have fallen into disrepute. After a long pause, Luo Tianqin took a deep breath and sent Lu Yuji a thumbs up. Such ingenuity deserved to be cultivated, lest it go to waste. However, to his astonishment, Lu Yuji promptly rejected his trade request. Chapter 86. Successful Card Exchange. The scroll is truly useful after Lu Yuji declined Luo Tianqin's trade request. She immediately sent another message. Hey there, what do you intend to give me? What does my sister want? Luo Tianqin, seeing this, was filled with exasperation. This woman, even in her dire straits, was still thinking about seeking a man. He could not fathom her intentions. Truly, women could be more lascivious than men. To avoid being ensnared, Luo Tianqin simply replied, Thank you, but I have matters to attend to. If you need anything, just let me know. He then closed the dialog box and removed Gui Changshou from his blacklist. He messaged, 3 boxes of charcoal, 5 days' worth of food and water. Agree to this and we'll trade. Gui Changshu had been eagerly awaiting Luo Tianxin to unblock him, even going so far as to contact many people for assistance. Upon receiving Luo Tianxin's message, he didn't hesitate to respond, "Brother Luo, I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. I'm ready to trade immediately." The message reached Luo Tianxin, and mere seconds later, a trade request arrived. Luo Tianxin wasted no time, accepting the exchange at a relatively low price, happily securing the vehicle upgrade card. The food provided was not to his liking. The water was melted snow, and he used 3 boxes of charcoal at leisure. Once the transaction concluded and the card was in hand, Luo Tianxin promptly deleted both Gui Changshu's from his contacts. This Gui Changshu was like a weathercock, and with the other one gone, there was no need for him to occupy space in his friend list. Besides, seeing him would only dampen his mood. Gui Changshu, upon acquiring the supplies, felt despondent and on the verge of tears. Had he not heeded that wretched woman's advice, he could have swapped for more if there were a next time. He vowed never to trust anyone's words again. He would exchange whatever he could. Luo Tianxin, after obtaining the vehicle upgrade card, laughed with excitement for a while before announcing, using the vehicle upgrade card. The next moment, the system voice chimed. Sled upgrade failed. Missing essential upgrade materials. 30 pounds of iron, 10 pounds of wood, 30 pounds of leather, 2 pounds of paper, 5 pounds of copper. The materials required for this upgrade had clearly changed. Foam and rubber were replaced by leather, paper, and copper. However, upon reviewing the list, Luo Tianxin felt particularly elated. The missing materials included paper, which indicated that the 3 boxes of books and scrolls from the airdrop were indeed useful. He had been right all along. Airdrop supplies wouldn't be useless. However, leather and copper are rather challenging to procure. Leather is a general term for hides and skins, encompassing any items crafted from animal pelts. The material inherently possesses excellent insulation properties, and even synthetic alternatives can serve as effective thermal resources. Such a precious commodity, it is unlikely that any fool would willingly part with it for trade. Moreover, the system indicated that he was short by 30 pounds of leather, yet in reality, the deficit exceeded that figure. The vehicle already contained an entire fur ensemble, which had been accounted for, thus the actual shortfall was closer to 40 pounds of leather. Besides leather, copper is also difficult to come by. It is speculated that the resources that respawn in this world are related to the items brought in. Generally, individuals venture forth with accessories made of steel, gold, or silver, while few carry copper. Therefore, in this icy realm, copper may be even scarcer than gold. Unless one is an employee of a copper factory, pushing a cart laden with copper materials, the availability of copper is exceedingly limited. It seems that fortune is the only recourse. With a mutter, Luo Tianxin placed the vehicle upgrade card in the drawer and pressed the button for the iron mechanical bull, setting off once more. Alaska Li Fengmei, on the other hand, was sulking, angrily shaking in front of the generator. It was still miffed at Luo Tianxin for calling it a subterranean tank. After being referred to as such, it believed the reason for its earlier failed attempt to prank Luo Tianxin was that he found it distasteful. Hence, its mood remained quite gloomy. At that moment, Luo Tianxin unexpectedly approached Alaska Li Fengmei from behind, crouched down, and gave it a couple of pats on the rear, saying, "Stop shaking, keep an eye on the surroundings. The materials needed for this sled upgrade are hard to come by. Let's see if we can gather them in the next 7 days." Upon hearing this, Alaska Li Fengmei shot Luo Tianxin an exasperated glance. Releasing its claws, it lay down on the table by the window and wiped the glass with its forelegs, staring listlessly at the icy road. Fortunately, the sea was not white. Otherwise, it would have been prone to snow blindness. At this moment, the external temperature had warmed considerably compared to before, hovering around -26 or 27 degrees. Inside Luo Tianxin's sled, the continuous fire from the fireplace had raised the temperature back to nearly 30 degrees above zero, leaving him clad in nothing but shorts while he worked. He was drenched in sweat, and one might mistakenly believe he was experiencing summer. However, for Luo Tianxin, -26 or 27 degrees felt warm. For others, it remained perilously cold. Individuals bundled in thick cotton coats and pants were desperately pulling sleds through the biting cold. Though their sleds were compact, they were laden with numerous items, making them cumbersome. Those who had recently eaten and drank found it somewhat strenuous to pull, not to mention those who had neither sustenance nor hydration. No one knew what the situation would be like in 7 days. Would there be another wave of extreme weather? During this period, it was their best opportunity to gather resources. However, as time passed, they gradually uncovered an issue. Half the day had gone by without a single drop of water being found. Some individuals, lacking stored water, were parched and attempted to lick the icy road. To their surprise, the ice was exceedingly salty. In the World Channel, some began pleading for water. "I'll trade a pancake for a bottle of water," and some made direct exchanges. "I'm so thirsty. Any kind soul willing to part with some water?" "Alas, I've already drunk half of mine." "Has anyone noticed that the supply boxes we encountered contain no water? Didn't we say to stockpile snow a few days ago? Didn't you all do that? Upstairs, didn't you find any water either? I encountered 3 boxes, and none had water. Don't you all pay attention to the channel?" That day, Brother Luo exchanged so many containers. It was obvious he was stockpiling water. "Didn't you all realize? Luo Gu, Luo Laogong, could you spare me a cup of water? I'll send you a hot dance video." How terrifying. Will there be no water for the next few days? "I only filled 1 bottle. I wonder if that will last?" This topic, initially discussed by a few, gradually attracted more participants. Among them, someone mentioned Luo Tianchen's water stockpiling. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Tianchen was also observing their comments. These individuals truly believed the system would allow them to thrive. They were foolish, and yet they called him a shrewd merchant. It served them right to be parched. He wanted to see how desperate they would become in the coming days. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an idea suddenly struck him. Should he utilize the fireplace to construct a distiller? To evaporate seawater into fresh water, which he could then trade. Moreover, he would require quite a bit of fresh water in the future. After all, one cannot forego bathing, can they? Woof woof. Suddenly, Alaska Li Fengmei's barking interrupted Luo Tianchen's train of thought. Chapter 87. Becoming a recycler of household appliances. Upon hearing Alaska Li Fengmei's bark, Luo Tianchen immediately set everything aside and dashed to the door. He peered outside through the window. Recently, he had developed a conditioned reflex. Regardless of the reason behind Alaska Li Fengmei's barking, he would promptly check the situation. However, this time, there were no respawned resource boxes. No monsters and certainly no mirages. There was nothing outside. What was the fuss about? Luo Tianchen turned in confusion and asked. Alaska Li Fengmei rolled its eyes and pointed at its belly with its forepaw. Gurgle coincidentally, its stomach emitted a couple of sounds in agreement. Luo Tianchen then realized it was hungry. Checking the time, he realized it had unwittingly surpassed noon, and neither had they eaten lunch yet. "All right, what would you like to eat? How about grilling some corn?" Alaska Li Fengmei's eyes lit up as it eagerly nodded in agreement. After indulging in rich meals over the past few days, it had grown weary of them. Moreover, during its recent experiences, its stomach had been uneasy, leaving it with little appetite. Grilling a couple of cobs of corn sounded delightful. Luo Tianchen washed his hands with snow water and then took out 4 organic corn cobs. He cut wooden strips from a board, shaping them into skewers, which he inserted into the ends of the corn. Next, he retrieved some soy sauce and chili powder. These condiments had been acquired through trade, costing nearly half a box of charcoal, which was quite valuable. Unfortunately, there was no other option. He had to purchase them at a high price. Nevertheless, it must be said that although the seasoning was simple, when used for grilling corn, the flavor was undeniably delectable. Once the corn was skewered, Luo Tianchen placed it beside the fireplace, sitting on the board while keeping a watchful eye. The fire was quite fierce. Direct exposure would char the corn, and the skewers were prone to breaking, so positioning them at the edge to grill using the fireplace's heat was just right. He merely needed to ensure they didn't burn. Soon, the aroma of grilled corn filled the vehicle. Alaska Li Fengmei, already hungry, could not resist turning back repeatedly as the scent wafted toward it. As Luo Tianchen observed the corn nearing completion, he dipped a toothbrush in soy sauce. Brushing it over the 2 cobs, he then placed them back in the fire for a few seconds before pulling them out again to sprinkle chili powder and brush on another layer of soy sauce. Finally, he rotated the cobs by the flames for half a minute, and the mouth-watering grilled corn was ready. Upon seeing that the corn was done, Alaska Li Fengmei halted the sled with a paw and hurried over. Licking its lips and fixating on the grilled corn, the aroma was simply irresistible. What do you think? This is traditional grilled corn. Not just anyone can achieve this flavor. Luo Tianchen proudly waved the grilled corn, taking a couple of bites himself. Ouch, Hot. Hot. Luo Tianqian yelped a couple of times before daring to chew. He casually placed the other cob of grilled corn in Alaska Li Fengmei's bowl. The reason he offered it to Alaska Li Fengmei afterward was that he was concerned it might burn its mouth. However, even after demonstrating, it rushed forward and took a bite, only to yelp in response to the heat. I am truly at a loss with you. I warned you it was hot, yet you still bit into it. Have you lost your senses? Luo Tianqian scolded with exasperation, pouring some water into Alaska Li Fengmei's mouth. At that moment, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Perhaps he could sell grilled corn, using the enticing grilled corn to exchange for materials to upgrade the sled. Surely a cob of grilled corn could fetch at least 10 pounds of materials, right? Additionally, he could see if there were suitable items to craft a distiller. Conveniently, the trading market was also open. He wondered if anyone had listed supplies. Although it wasn't guaranteed he would trade at the market, he could at least showcase his goods. Luo Tianqian opened the trading market, and indeed, many individuals had listed their supplies. It seemed there were plenty of clever individuals who understood how to leverage the market. Subsequently, as he munched on the corn, he perused the offerings. A few individuals had listed some iron ornaments, and there were 3 toy remote-controlled cars. Upon spotting the remote-controlled cars, Luo Tianqian's eyes widened in excitement. Swallowing the corn in haste, he quickly added the 3 individuals as friends. Remote-controlled cars, aside from their plastic components, contained copper wire in their motors. Though not much, it was still copper. Every little bit counts. Soon, all 3 individuals accepted his friend requests. Ecstatic, Luo Tianqian messaged them, offering 5 pieces of charcoal in exchange for a remote-controlled car. Though these 3 individuals were not his fans, they still agreed. One of them, named Zhang Daqiang, sent a message after the trade concluded. Luo Gu, I have an electric fan. Are you interested in it? Luo Tianqian's excitement surged once again. The copper wire within the electric fan was substantial, likely weighing several taels. Moreover, to others, this item was merely waste, making it possible to acquire at a low price. Casually placing the grilled corn on the table, he messaged Zhang Daqiang. Sure, I can take it. But to be honest, I want to need a fan in the dead of winter. It wouldn't be of much use to me. How about I trade you 20 pieces of charcoal for it? If that works for you, let us proceed with the trade. To Luo Tianqian's surprise, the other party didn't even negotiate and simply replied with an okay. Then, a trade request followed. For others, the electric fan was likely the most useless item imaginable. The trade was completed, and Luo Tianqian looked at the standing fan, grinning like a fool. The floor fan is not merely a cheap product. It undoubtedly contains a substantial amount of copper wire within its motor. Moreover, it is composed of materials such as iron and plastic, which may prove useful for future vehicle upgrades. All in all, this transaction is exceedingly advantageous. The exchange of 30 pieces of charcoal for copper wire piqued Luo Tianqian's interest. He tossed the remaining roasted corn to Alaska Li Fengmei and then earnestly began searching for motors. He also posted a message in the World Channel, buying used appliances, offering high prices for refrigerators, washing machines, electric fans, air conditioners, computer cases, electric kettles. Upon the release of this announcement, the channel fell into an eerie silence. Moments later, the screen erupted with countless comments. Wow, when did Boss Luo start dealing in secondhand recycling? Ha ha ha, you've made my day. Turns out the big shot is collecting scrap. Who knew that secondhand recycling was the hidden path to greatness? Let me share a secret. Those who collect scrap are worth millions. Brother Tianqian, do you accept old phones in exchange for goods? Oh my goodness, boss, how could you treat everyone like this? You're actually using electrical appliances? Do you recycle long hair too? Perhaps due to his good mood, Luo Tianqian did not take offense at the teasing from many people. Instead, he found it amusing. However, upon reflection, he realized he resembled those second-hand appliance recyclers operating trucks in his neighborhood. Blaring horns. Not long after, a flurry of private messages appeared. Upon opening them, Luo Tianqian was astonished to find numerous inquiries about the recycling process. He counted and was taken aback. Nearly 100 people had privately messaged him. Many were asking if they could exchange their mobile phones for goods. Clearly, these individuals had retained their phones during their journey through time, having sacrificed other items. Now, the phones had become mere ornaments. Rather than holding onto them like bricks, they preferred to trade them for more practical resources. However, as far as Luo Tianqian was concerned, the phones held no value, even if he could charge them. They were useless without a network. To deter further inquiries, he first posted a message in the World channel stating that he would not accept phones. Subsequently, he disabled those unhelpful private chats, leaving only those who possessed appliances. Even so, hundreds of individuals still qualified. Luo Tianqian found himself at a loss, perplexed by the professions of these people. Why had they brought so many appliances with them upon arriving here? Or had they scavenged them after their arrival? Regardless of the circumstances, the primary task at hand was to exchange the most valuable items. He then busied himself with cataloging the appliances owned by those who had contacted him, seeking out those with a higher copper content. Observing Luo Tianqian engrossed in his work, Alaska Li Fengmei savored the remaining corn before returning to the entrance and activating the steel mechanical bull. The sled slowly traversed the icy path ahead. Bored, Alaska Li Fengmei reminisced about her wonderful life back on Earth, while one stared out at the scenery and the other busied themselves gathering supplies. 2 hours swiftly passed. Suddenly, Alaska Li Fengmei spotted something in the distance on the icy road. It appeared to be a supply box. The straight road was as level as a spirit level, making anything unusual particularly conspicuous. Moreover, a cubic meter box was quite substantial and hard to miss. As the vehicle approached, Alaska Li Fengmei confirmed it was indeed a supply box. Initially intending to call out to Luo Tianqian, she noticed his furrowed brow and decided to help lighten his load. One supply box was manageable for her. Thus, when she was 5 meters away from the supply box, Alaska Li Fengmei pressed the switch to halt the steel mechanical bull, flung open the car door, and leaped out, closing the door with a backward kick. Luo Tianqian sensed Alaska Li Fengmei exiting but assumed she was merely stepping out to use the restroom, not giving it much thought. He continued his diligent work of exchanging supplies. In the span of those 2 hours, a box of charcoal had vanished, replaced by numerous appliances that nearly filled the cargo area. However, before long, a loud bang outside startled Luo Tianqian. Causing him to spring up, he grabbed the gun beside his bed and rushed to the door, peering outside through the window. Although he was concerned for Alaska Li Fengmei's safety, his own security took precedence. Upon seeing her struggling to break open the supply box, he sighed in relief. Setting the gun down, he opened the door and shouted, "Stop that! I'll be right there." After speaking, he began to put on his clothes. Just as he finished dressing, Alaska Li Fengmei returned, dragging the supply box behind her. One of the wooden panels had been pried open. Luo Tianqian was puzzled. How had she managed to open the supply box? Although the panel was not particularly thick, it could not be easily pried open with mere claws. Upon closer inspection, he noticed blood at the corner of her mouth. Without a doubt, she had used her teeth to gnaw it open. Seeing this, Luo Tianqian couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Angrily, he pointed at Alaska Li Fengmei and scolded, "Have you lost your mind? Why would you use your teeth on that? Did you think I wasn't coming? You think you're some kind of hero?" Alaska Li Fengmei, who had been eagerly awaiting praise, was taken aback by his reprimand. Feeling wronged, she jumped back inside and lay on the ground, wiping her tears. In her heart, she thought, "I won't bother with you anymore. You can handle it yourself." Sighing, Luo Tianqian looked at Alaska Li Fengmei, who was crying again. Feeling helpless, he resignedly sighed. "Fine. Let us see what's inside the supply box." Shaking his head, he leaned over the box and peered inside. What on earth? The system has actually provided a snack gift pack. He reached in and pulled out the snack pack, finding it hard to believe. Even if it was meager, it would suffice for an individual for 2 days. Could it be that the system was genuinely so benevolent? Whatever the case, he decided to focus on work for now. He could enjoy the snacks while watching a movie later. Luo Tianqian tossed the snack pack onto the bed, dismantled the supply box, and threw it into the fireplace, then started the vehicle and reclined on the bed to continue trading for supplies. As for Alaska Li Fengmei, seeing that Luo Tianqian had no intention of comforting her, she wiped her tears and resumed staring outside. Finally, around 4:30 in the afternoon, Luo Tianqian came to a halt. The vehicle was packed to the brim with various appliances. There were 2 brand new air conditioners, 1 washing machine, 1 refrigerator, 3 computer cases, 5 electric fans, 280 power cables, and numerous smaller items and toys. Although he was uncertain whether these items would yield enough copper, he estimated it wouldn't be far off. Stretching his limbs, Luo Tianqian took out the vehicle upgrade card and used it. The sled upgrade failed due to a lack of necessary materials: 10 pounds of iron, 10 pounds of wood, 30 pounds of leather, and 2 pounds of paper. Noting that copper was not among the required materials, he realized he had enough. There was no need to continue trading. However, he was short on iron. Upgrading the sled required only leather and paper. The problem was that the vehicle was so crammed with appliances that there was hardly any space to move. He needed to organize the items. But the previous wooden panels had been nearly burned, necessitating the production of charcoal. Overwhelmed, Luo Tianqian thought for a moment and approached Alaska Li Fengmei from behind, gently patting her slightly furry head twice. He commanded, "Stop the vehicle. Help me sort through those small items while I make some charcoal, or else they'll all turn to ash. Woof." Although Alaska Li Fengmei was still feeling wronged, she barked a couple of times in frustration before proceeding to help tidy up the toys. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqian hurriedly set about making charcoal. However, not 10 minutes had passed when Alaska Li Fengmei suddenly retreated to Luo Tianqian's side, barking excitedly at the refrigerator. What is going on? This time, Luo Tianqian discerned a note of alarm in her barking and quickly grabbed his gun. Woof, woof. Are you saying there's something inside? Woof. And it's dangerous? Woof. Luo Tianqian never expected that the refrigerator he had acquired could pose a threat. Without hesitation, he seized the AK-47 and aimed at the refrigerator. Firing several shots. Bang, bang, bang. The refrigerator's doors were riddled with bullet holes. Regardless of what was inside, be it a person or something else, he would eliminate the threat first. However, no liquid poured from the refrigerator, leaving him uncertain whether any danger remained. After a brief pause, Luo Tianqian cautiously approached, gun in hand, and swiftly pulled open the refrigerator door while stepping back a few paces. As the door swung open, a frozen human head came into view. What the hell? Luo Tianqian exclaimed, startled. Though he had seen many strange things, the sudden appearance of a severed head was indeed shocking. However, it was merely a head. There was no attempt to leap out and bite him. Nor did it suddenly open its eyes. At that moment, Alaska Li Fengmei, who had been sufficiently frightened, snapped back to reality and rushed over to close the refrigerator door. Wait! Luo Tianqian intervened, moving forward to inspect the head. The face seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Definitely recognized this person. Where have I seen them before? Was it in my friend list? No. Had we traded? Also no. This must be a fan of Chen Qingxia. But it had been ages since he had popped up. Turns out he was dead. Luo Tianqian suddenly recalled that this individual had previously insulted him, and he hadn't seen him since it turns out that this fellow was murdered, and his head was severed. Truly, it is poetic justice. However, he wished to ascertain who committed the act. If it were one of his fans, he must arrange some benefits for them. Subsequently, he accessed the transaction records and identified the individual who had traded a refrigerator with him. The person's name was Zhang San, a name that seemed as generic as that of a passerby. After a moment of contemplation, he sent a message inquiring, "Brother Zhang San, may I ask if this refrigerator was scavenged? Have you used it?" Zhang San replied promptly, "Brother Luo, this refrigerator was indeed found, but it was not from a supply crate. I caught up with an unattended sled, and it was tied to it. Since bringing it back, I have not used it or even opened the door. It has merely been dragged behind the vehicle, intended for barter. Is there a problem with the refrigerator?" Clearly, Zhang San assumed that Luo Tianqian was seeking trouble and was anxious about retrieving the refrigerator. Upon reading the message, Luo furrowed his brow slightly. Although he was unaware of the circumstances that led to the individual being left with only a head, it was evident that Zhang San was lying. Regardless of who found the refrigerator, the first instinct would surely be to inspect its contents, especially since it was from someone else's vehicle. One would certainly wish to take a look inside. Thus, when the other party claimed not to have opened the refrigerator door, it became apparent that he was fabricating a story. As for the reason behind such deception, Luo speculated that perhaps Zhang San feared the repercussions of the head incident and wanted to retrieve the refrigerator. Forget it. If he chooses to remain silent, so be it. It will save me the trouble of utilizing the resources I worked hard to acquire. After closing the system panel, Luo found 2 wooden boards and discarded the severed head outside. He then hurriedly started the vehicle and made his escape. It wasn't that he felt nauseated. Rather, he feared mutation. After all, anything could happen on this road. Yet truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Just as the vehicle roared to life, and the door had not been securely closed, Luo Tianqian witnessed a horrifying sight. The head he had tossed to the roadside suddenly took flight. It spun in midair, eyes snapping open, locking onto him. "What the hell?" Luo exclaimed in terror, swiftly shutting and locking the car door. reaching for his gun to aim at the glass, a flying head. What a fright! Although Alaska Li Fengmei could not discern what exactly it was. Seeing Luo Tianqian in such a state of alarm prompted her to rush to his side. However, upon glimpsing the floating, snarling head outside the window, she was instantly paralyzed with fear. Thankfully, the head did not manage to enter. Or else she would have fainted on the spot. Bang bang. The flying head collided with the car door glass several times before suddenly vanishing without a trace. Where did it go? Luo approached to investigate but found no sign of the head. Nonetheless, he dared not lower his guard. Who knew whether the head had merely hidden itself? Thus, he waited a full 10 minutes. Only after confirming that there was no movement outside did Luo finally lower his weapon. Muttering curses under his breath, "That nearly scared me to death. I was just idly thinking, and that thing actually flew up. They said this was a period of calm. How could such a thing appear? It's like a scene from a horror film, more terrifying than any monster." Alaska Li Fengmei nodded vigorously in agreement. She had always been terrified of horror movies, and now she was witnessing a live version. After a considerable time to recover, Luo Tianqian resumed his tasks. Alaska Li Fengmei, truly frightened by the flying head, did not dare to observe the outside nor touch the items he had bartered for, opting instead to rest nearby. Once Luo had finished with the charcoal, he began organizing the electrical appliances. He dismantled everything that could be taken apart and packed it into a box. The wooden box that had originally contained the charcoal occupied a significant amount of space. Leaving little room for the appliances, he even retained only one complete and pristine desktop computer case, while the other was reduced to its individual components. To his surprise, after tidying up, some space was freed up in the vehicle. After laboring for so long, Luo was drenched in sweat. Wiping his face with a towel, he casually grabbed a chilled bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. Refreshing. The icy water coursed down his throat, instantly alleviating some of the heat. Setting the bottle down, Luo approached Alaska Li Fengmei and swiftly removed her diaper. Woof, woof, woof. Alaska Li Fengmei stared blankly for 2 seconds before howling in protest. What are you barking for? Let us change it. It's all red and messy. Hearing Luo Tianqian's words, Alaska Li Fengmei finally reacted, lowering her head and shyly covering her eyes. After all, her soul was still human. It felt as if she were. So embarrassing. Luo Tianqian, however, paid no mind to her embarrassment and quickly replaced her diaper before hastily preparing the next batch of charcoal. There was simply too much to accomplish today, and he was overwhelmed. Observing Luo Tianqian continuously sweating and covered in charcoal dust, Alaska Li Fengmei felt a twinge of sympathy. Alas, she could only watch, unable to assist in any way. Ultimately, she decided to keep an eye on the supply crate. She couldn't let Luo Tianqian do everything alone. Thus, she lay by the window, gazing outside. However, it was not long before the sled suddenly came to a halt. Luo, engrossed in the final batch of charcoal, had not noticed and assumed it was just Alaska Li Fengmei stopping. But Alaska Li Fengmei hadn't touched any buttons. The mechanical bull had simply stopped abruptly. Glancing at Luo Tianqian, Alaska Li Fengmei hastily leaped out to investigate the reason for the mechanical bull's halt. Most likely, it was due to insufficient energy. Upon reaching outside, she kicked the door shut and approached the rear of the mechanical bull, wrapping her paws around its tail and straining to shake it. Strangely, even after winding the crank several times, the mechanical bull remained utterly still. Chapter 90. The bull won't move. Luo Tianqian felt as if he were being roasted alive. Finally, he had completed all the charcoal production. After adding another pile of boards to the fireplace and drinking some water, he noticed that the sled had come to a stop. Moreover, it seemed that Alaska Li Fengmei had been outside for quite some time. Could she have gone out to relieve herself? He muttered. Wrapping his coat tightly around himself, he donned his shoes, grabbed his gun, and stepped outside. The temperature outside hovered around -25 or 26 degrees, not overly frigid. A thermal layer combined with a fur coat was sufficient for a while. In all honesty, he was the only one capable of venturing out dressed like this, even in a warm vehicle. Others might only manage to reach a meager 10 degrees Celsius, while his own was nearly 30 degrees above zero. Upon exiting the vehicle, he spotted Alaska Li Fengmei vigorously shaking the tail of the mechanical bull. Panting heavily, "Is the bull out of power?" Luo asked as he approached and took hold of the mechanical bull's tail, shaking it inquiringly. Alaska Li Fengmei shook her head vigorously, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She pointed at the mechanical bull with her paw and tilted her head, sticking out her tongue, mimicking a broken-down vehicle. "Are you saying the mechanical bull is broken?" Luo exclaimed in disbelief. "No way!" Realization dawned on Luo, and he quickly understood her meaning. "It can't be broken." Panic surged within him as he hurriedly inspected the mechanical bull. This contraption could not fail. It was essential for pulling the sled. Without the mechanical bull, even with both him and Alaska Li Fengmei, they might struggle to move the weight of the carriage. Thus, no matter what, he could not allow the mechanical bull to malfunction. However, lacking mechanical expertise, he was unable to identify the problem. Moreover, the mechanical bull was completely encased, with only the joints visible, making it impossible to see the internal components. What on earth was going on? How could it have suddenly broken down? After circling around in frustration, Luo finally lost his temper and kicked the mechanical bull's joint. Crack! A barely audible sound of something breaking echoed. Immediately, the mechanical bull's leg twitched slightly. Luo quickly shifted his gaze and was astonished to see glimmering ice beads within the joint, and there were quite a few, tightly lodged in place. At last, he had discovered the reason for the mechanical bull's immobility. It turned out that ice had blocked the joint. He then examined the other 3 legs closely. The front 2 legs showed no signs of ice, but the rear leg had a significant accumulation. Oddly enough, where did this ice come from? Given that they traversed this path daily and had not encountered rain, how could ice have formed in the joint? Luo was baffled by the source of the ice. Yet this did not impede his efforts to resolve the issue. He promptly returned to the cabin, withdrew a burning board from the fireplace, and held it near the joint to melt the ice. However, due to the frigid temperature outside and the thickness of the ice, the melting process was slow. "Come over and help me with this. I'll fetch another board. This is taking too long." Noticing that it had taken quite a while for even a wisp of steam to emerge from the joint, Luo grew anxious. He gestured for Alaska Li Fengmei to take the board. But given her previous experience, she was understandably hesitant to approach. She shook her head and backed away, her eyes filled with fear. Observing her frightened demeanor, Luo felt at a loss. However, he considered her youth. After all, she was still developing. "Fine, just keep watch for me." With no other option, he carried the board back inside, set down his gun, and retrieved another from the fireplace. Balancing one in each hand, he began to heat the mechanical bull's rear legs. Meanwhile, he pondered the mystery of the ice in the joints. Suddenly, Alaska Li Fengmei dashed over and closed the car door. The noise caused Luo to contemplate a potential explanation. Could it be that the warm air from inside the vehicle escaped each time the door opened, allowing some to seep into the joints, where it promptly froze in the low temperature, gradually forming a thick layer of ice? Aside from this theory, he could think of no other plausible cause. As for why the hind legs were frozen while the front legs remained unresponsive, one can only speculate that it might be due to their interconnection. Soon enough, the joints of the steel mechanical bull released a considerable amount of water vapor. Gradually, the 2 hind legs began to tremble. Moments later, all the ice melted away, and the steel mechanical bull lifted its legs to take 2 steps forward. At last. "It seems to be fixed," which had me quite frightened. Luo Tianqian turned and jumped into the vehicle, tossing the burning wooden board back into the fireplace, finally breathing a sigh of relief. However, this situation also served as a reminder for him to install a curtain at the entrance to prevent a significant amount of heat from escaping. This time, it was merely a minor issue. If the steel mechanical bull had truly malfunctioned, hauling the cart would have exhausted him. Calling back Alaska Li Fengmei, Luo Tianqian started the steel mechanical bull. The cart resumed its slow journey. After observing for a while and confirming that everything was indeed functioning well, Luo Tianqian finally sat down to rest. Coincidentally, his stomach protested. After not eating for most of the day and engaging in such laborious tasks, it was no wonder he was hungry. To reward himself, he took out canned fish, fatty beef, and caviar. While roasting corn and munching on it, he simply filled his stomach. The result was that the corn was not fully roasted, but everything else was devoured. It was delicious. He had never tasted caviar before, mistakenly believing it was imported from abroad when, in fact, it was a local delicacy. Upon hearing this, Alaska Li Fengmei, who was responsible for observing the outside, turned to glance at Luo Tianqian, displaying an expression of disdain. How could one not know this? Caviar is a specialty of Heilongjiang province. Not to mention blueberries, which are abundant in Jilin province. In reality, most people are unaware that many other countries import these foods that sound foreign but are actually produced domestically. At that moment, Alaska Lee Fome turned back and unexpectedly spotted two supply crates appearing in the distance. Woof woof. What's wrong now? Luo Tianqian instinctively stood up, grabbing his gun. Alaska Lee Fome raised her paw to point outside. Noticing her excited expression, Luo Tianqian guessed they must have encountered a supply crate. He hurried over to take a look, and it seemed there were indeed two. The system truly did not deceive him. Today's supply refresh rate was significantly higher. It was just the right time to see if he could obtain some iron barrels or pipes to make a distiller after finishing his meal. Before long, the sled reached within 5 meters of the supply crates. Alaska Lee Fome halted the steel mechanical bull, and Luo Tianqian finished preparing himself. One person and one dog exited the vehicle in succession. Arriving beside the supply crates, sniff it out. Woof woof. All right. No danger. Woof. Yes. Once confirming there was no threat, Luo Tianqian pried open the lid. Peering inside, he exclaimed, "Oh ho ho, they've actually provided me with a rubber hose. My luck is invincible." Seeing a hose, as thick as a finger, in the crate, Luo Tianqian grinned broadly as he pulled it out. His idea for making a distiller involved a simple method of extracting alcohol from liquor, thus requiring a hose. In simpler terms, he intended to seal seawater in a metal barrel, placing it next to the fireplace for heating. The steam from the seawater would escape through the hose, but as long as the hose remained cool, the steam would instantly condense into droplets of water, thus producing distilled water. There were indeed other methods to create this, and they weren't slow either. But Luo Tianqian opted for this one because it required minimal attention. All he needed to do was connect a container to the other end of the hose. However, he currently lacked an appropriate metal barrel. The ones on the vehicle were too small. Even larger barrels could be sealed with parachutes, but unfortunately, he had none. Carrying the hose to the second supply crate, Luo Tianqian clasped his hands together and softly murmured, "Please provide me with a suitable metal barrel." Afterward, he pried open the lid of the supply crate with a fire axe. When he saw that it contained a lidded metal barrel, he was truly overjoyed. With a triumphant grin, he lifted the barrel and boasted to Alaska Lee Fome, "Did you see that? I'm that incredible. What I ask for, I receive. Can you do that?" In response to Luo Tianqian's boastful demeanor, Alaska Lee Fome merely rolled her eyes. This guy really needed a reality check. Once she transformed back into a human, she would make sure he had a sleepless night, just to see how he would handle it. Returning with the barrel and hose, Luo Tianqian dismantled the supply crate and tossed it onto the sled being dragged behind. After considering that the cabin was far too cramped with unnecessary items taking up space, he decided to relocate some plastic shells and refrigerator casings to Alaska Lee Fome's sled, securing them with an airdrop parachute and covering them up. After the rearrangement, the cabin nearly returned to its original state. Back in the cabin, Luo Tianqian waved his hand and declared, "Let us go. Onward, woof." Sure. Alaska Lee Fome pressed the switch, and the vehicle moved forward once more. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqian stripped off his clothes, donning only his shorts, and busied himself with crafting the distiller. Little did he know that at that moment, across the world channel, many were already begging for water. None of the supplies they had opened contained drinkable water. "I am dying of thirst. Why can't I find any fresh water?" Having encountered 5 or 6 supply crates, not a single bottle of water was in sight. "I'll trade a lighter for water. Half a bottle will do." What are those upstairs thinking? Everyone is short on water, not lighters. Who would trade with you? Look at my avatar. I'm definitely a beauty. No beauty filters used. I'd trade a bottle of urine for a sip of water. Heavens! Even at this time, there are still those trying to take advantage. Beautiful lady, you are indeed lovely, but no one can withstand this heat. Don't think too much. 100,000 cash for a bottle of water. If I return to Earth, it's a guaranteed profit. Masks for water. Some are privately messaging. Whereas Luo Daolao, he has water. Should we ask him if he wants to trade? Is Brother Tianqian around? Brother, feel free to ask your sister. Just a sip of water will suffice. Luo Gu, please do us a favor. Help your fans, we're all too thirsty. Chindi, can I trade a pound of fish for a bottle of water? Big shot, we're not asking for free. We can trade. With someone leading the charge, many quickly followed suit. Soon, everyone wanted Luo Tianqian to respond, knowing he had previously traded for many containers. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqin had just finished crafting the distiller. The barrel was placed next to the fireplace, with the hose elevated and resting against the window, while two plastic bags filled with cool water clamped the hose, and the other end was inserted into a plastic barrel. Since he needed to make charcoal, he had seawater in the vehicle. He poured it all in, and now all that was left was to wait. Ding! A system notification suddenly rang out. Luo Tianqin had just finished drinking water when he opened it to find a message from Shiduoduo. Luogu, you should check the channel. Many people are out of water and want to trade with you. Moreover, quite a few of our fans are looking to trade. What do you think? Luo Tianqin replied to Shiduoduo, letting her know he was aware, then opened the world channel. Upon glancing at it, he found an overwhelming number of messages from people seeking to trade for water. Some of the items they offered were indeed useful. However, within mere seconds, countless messages flooded in, and the little water Luo Tianqin had stockpiled was far from enough to satisfy everyone. Faced with this situation, his first instinct was to refrain from distributing the water as a luxury. Previously, he had given away charcoal to fans because he had an abundance of it, producing it in significant quantities without concern. Water, however, was a non-renewable resource unless it snowed. Furthermore, he only had dozens of liters of water stocked away, which would not suffice if distributed. Unless the distiller could produce water consistently and in adequate amounts, he could not afford to share any with his fans. After a lengthy period of silence, Luo Tianqin approached the water barrel next to the distiller. He observed that the hose had not yet dripped water, indicating he needed to wait a bit longer. Subsequently, he sent a message to Shiduoduo. Duo, I don't have much water at the moment, and I can't distribute it to everyone it's only the first day. There's no need to rush. Keep an eye on our people's status. And if any fans truly can't hold out, let them trade half a cup with you.as for how to proceed later. I'll inform you then. Shiduoduo quickly replied with an affirmative. Closing the dialogue box, Luo Tianqin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He knew that his water would skyrocket in value in 2 days. At that point, everyone would be desperate with thirst, and he could compel them to offer valuable items in exchange. The leather and paper needed for the vehicle upgrade card should be sufficient, as for whether he would be scolded. He only understood that he could not indulge these people. During the time that followed, Luo Tianqin kept a close watch on the distiller. Not bad. After the seawater was boiled by the high temperature of the fireplace, the distilled water began to drip out at a noticeably faster rate. When the countdown to nightfall appeared, he had already collected at least 500 milliliters of water. At 25. With half an hour remaining until nightfall, Luo Tianqin instructed Alaska Li Fengmei to halt the sled. He then donned his gear, returning with several buckets of seawater from the roadside. Even at the very least, he could collect half a bucket overnight. He could not afford to waste any heat energy. Back inside the vehicle, Luo Tianqin tidied up briefly, playing a game while soaking his feet in warm water. After a day of exertion, he was utterly fatigued and needed to unwind. However, he overlooked the fact that the water he soaked his feet in was precisely what everyone else was desperately seeking. A basin of water was enough to sustain one person for a week, right? He needed to inform Shiduoduo that he wouldn't be withholding water from her. Just as Luo Tianqin finished muttering to himself, a message arrived from Shiduoduo. Unable to suppress my chaotic thoughts, I wondered what he was up to. Could it be? But even so, I still find it hard to accept. Moreover, there's blood involved. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? Just as I was lost in my musings, Luo Tianqin suddenly spoke up. If I were to let you speak, how would you repay me? Alaska Li Fengmei was taken aback, tilting her head in confusion. What did he mean by letting her speak? In the next moment, realization dawned on her, and her face lit up with astonishment. Could it be? Seeing her reaction, Luo Tianqin nodded and continued. Just now, Shiduoduo sent me a message saying someone wants to trade a peculiar card for water, and the card grants the ability to speak. As soon as the words left his mouth, Alaska Li Fengmei sprang up in excitement, leaping directly into Luo Tianqin's arms, burying her head in his chest and rubbing against him fervently. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Ever since she had transformed into a sled dog, she had known no happiness. Unable to speak or act, she felt she was living no differently from a mere dog. If it weren't for Luo Tianqin's care, she would have thought her existence was utterly meaningless. Now, the prospect of finally being able to speak human language, even if she couldn't become human again, filled her with gratitude. At the very least, She could converse and not feel so lonely. Seeing this, Luo Tianqian patted Alaska Li Fengmei gently and sent a message to Shido Duo, ask the other party to add me as a friend. I'll exchange the card. Not long after the message was sent, Shido Duo replied. Tio Luo Tianqian's surprise, Duo had already secured the card. Brother Luo, I traded 1 bottle of water and some food for the card. You can give it to Sister Fengmei as a gift from me. Having just read the message, a trade request from Shido Duo came through. Without further ado, Luo Tianqian took out 2 bottles of water and a leg of lamb as payment. After the transaction was complete, Shido Duo sent another message. Brother Luo, you've given too much. I only exchanged for 1 bottle of water and a little food. Luo Tianqian replied, take it, you deserve it. You've been tirelessly helping me without a word of complaint. Now, I'm giving the card to Sister Fengmei to see if it works. Closing the dialog box, Luo Tianqian picked up the card and examined the instructions on the back. The instructions were straightforward. It allowed any animal to speak human language. This card was undoubtedly tailor-made for Alaska Li Fengmei. Even if others wanted their pets to speak, who else could afford to keep animals at this time besides him? Thus, the card rightfully belonged to Alaska Li Fengmei, and no one else would exchange it. Come, lift your head and see what this is. Upon hearing his voice, Alaska Li Fengmei immediately looked up, just in time to see Luo Tianqian holding up the card with its inscription. Woof woof. Stop barking. You'll be speaking human language soon. Luo Tianqian rolled his eyes at her and activated the card. Immediately, the system voice echoed. Please select the target for usage. This sled dog? Li Fengmei. Confirmation? Confirm. After completing the selection, the human speech card was successfully used. The system voice faded. A sound of muffled crying emerged from Alaska Li Fengmei. It was not the howling typical of sled dogs, but rather a human sob. Clearly, she had regained her ability to speak. Luo Tianqian smirked, giving her a playful slap on the rear, scolding, why are you still crying? If you can speak, then speak. No need to howl first. Right? Or perhaps you should just remain silent. I'm sorry. Alaska Li Fengmei instinctively replied. Yet upon realizing she had spoken in human language, she could no longer hold back. Werewolf, I can finally talk. Woo, that I can chat with you now. Woo. Thus, while crying, Alaska Li Fengmei expressed all the grievances that had been pent up inside her. It took a long while before she finally calmed down and gazed up at Luo Tianqian with teary eyes. Saying, Brother Tianqian, thank you. If I ever get the chance to become human again, I will repay you well. I can give you as many children as you desire. How about 10 chubby little ones? Upon hearing this, Luo Tianqian, without a second thought, grabbed her and tossed her aside. With wide eyes, he scolded, you ungrateful wretch. I saved you, helped you, and you dare to repay me with such nonsense? 10 chubby little ones? Are you trying to wear me out? Do you see how difficult it is to earn money nowadays? Who can afford to raise that many? Just stay there and keep your distance. Seeing Luo Tianqian's furious reaction, Alaska Li Fengmei burst into laughter. Raising her head, she declared, I don't care. You must give me 10 chubby little ones. Besides, I never said you had to raise them all, right? I can take care of them. My dad is a billionaire, so raising a few kids is no problem. What? A billionaire? This time, it was Luo Tianqian's turn to be dumbfounded. He had always thought that when Alaska Li Fengmei was human, she was just an ordinary person. Little did he know, she had a wealthy father. This girl's demeanor certainly didn't resemble that of a wealthy individual. If that were true, wouldn't he no longer need to work hard in the future? However, he soon shook his head with a wry smile, letting out a resigned sigh. Alas, we've just arrived in this world, so don't expect to return anytime soon. To put it bluntly, it's uncertain whether we can ever go back in this lifetime. I might have a golden finger, otherwise I probably wouldn't have survived this long. Upon hearing this, Alaska Li Fengmei's joy dissipated instantly, replaced by a sense of despondency. Indeed, as Luo Tianqian said, just surviving here was already a challenge. Returning to Earth? Who knew if that was even possible? Moreover, she had only regained the ability to speak and had not returned to her original form, so she dared not truly engage with Luo Tianqian. The two lapsed into silence for a while, before Alaska Li Fengmei suddenly rushed to Luo Tianqian's side, rubbing against his leg softly, and said in a hushed tone, I don't care whether we can go back or not. I am yours for this lifetime. Even in death, I'll die before you. Besides, it's not like we can't have children here. When the time is right, we can have some fun together. As long as we don't starve, that's all that matters, right? Upon hearing this, Luo Tianqian truly felt speechless. He grabbed Alaska Li Fengmei by the neck and tossed her to the ground once more, irritably saying, I really regret letting you speak now. Can't we change the topic? Is having children in your family just a game? Go and fetch me the foot towel. All right, my dear, I'll get it for you. Alaska Li Fengmei, unfazed, cheerfully went to retrieve the foot towel, dragging it back with her paws and helping Luo Tianqian clean his feet. By the way, dear brother, should we distill this foot soak water? Chapter 93. The head reappears. Hearing such a suggestion left Luo Tianqian utterly bewildered. Distilling foot soak water? Was she intending to let others drink his foot soak water? Ugh, never mind. The image that sprang to mind was enough to make him cringe. If it were to make his enemies drink his foot soak water, he wouldn't mind. But for innocent bystanders, or even fans, it was best to avoid that. Alaska Li Fengmei chuckled and said, There's so much water wasted. Why not make charcoal instead? It's not dirty anyway. That's a good point. Luo Tianqian was momentarily taken aback by her words, but upon reflection, she was indeed correct. Water resources were scarce, and wasting this much water was truly a shame. Even if he didn't lack water, it was best to make full use of what they had. Moreover, his foot soak water was indeed clean enough to be repurposed into charcoal. Thus, Luo Tianqian poured the seawater meant for charcoal production into the distiller, and then poured the foot soak water into a bucket. Just in time, it was time to make the charcoal. Leaving Alaska Li Fengmei to entertain herself, Luo Tianqian began his work. As cup after cup of water was poured over the charcoal, a thick cloud of steam began to rise, quickly filling the cabin. Meanwhile, Alaska Li Fengmei, perhaps feeling stifled, kept chattering away beside him. Wow, so much steam. It's like a sauna. Hey, dear, can you tell me why you saved me back then? Were you really going to make me pull a sled? Thank goodness you saved me. Otherwise, I would have been doomed. Who knows if I can ever return to Earth? I'll buy you a 911, a villa, and take you traveling around the world. Dear, if we were to stay here forever, do you think I could accompany you into old age? Luo Tianqian was too preoccupied with making charcoal to pay her any mind. However, her incessant chattering was starting to get on his nerves. So he paused his work and stared at Alaska Li Fengmei with a fixed gaze. I'll be quiet now and get back to work. Noticing Luo Tianqian's displeasure, Alaska Li Fengmei reluctantly walked over to the generator and began to shake it. After a few shakes, she started dancing happily. Luo Tianqian sighed in exasperation. But then he thought, considering she could finally speak, her joy was only natural. Half an hour later, having finished making charcoal, Luo Tianqian was drenched in sweat and felt particularly uncomfortable. There was no choice but to get some water and wipe himself off with a wet towel. Naturally, the used water was saved as well. As soon as Alaska Li Fengmei saw Luo Tianqian finish, she immediately set aside the generator's handle and approached him. Fengmei, now that you can talk, we must celebrate. I'll cook something delicious, and we can have a drink together. How about that? Alaska Li Fengmei was thrilled and nodded vigorously. Sure. Let us have a good drink. I used to be quite the drinker. You definitely can't compare to me. Just as she was about to continue, she suddenly let out a terrified scream. Her gaze fixed on the car window. Luo Tianqian immediately turned to look, only to see a face pressed against the glass. What the heck? He too was startled, and once he regained his composure, he focused carefully. Wasn't that a human head? During the day, it was nowhere to be seen, yet suddenly reappeared. Calming his racing heart, Luo Tianqian furrowed his brow and remarked, Stop shouting. That's a human head. Upon closer inspection, Alaska Li Fengmei confirmed its identity. Turning to Luo Tianqian with a puzzled expression, she inquired, How is it possible that this head, which was supposed to be gone, has reappeared? How would I know? Luo Tianqian rolled his eyes. He then picked up the gun beside the bed and slowly approached. According to the system's regulations, the sled would not be attacked, so there was no cause for alarm. Reaching the window, Luo Tianqian aimed his gun at the glass, scrutinizing the head intently. After a moment, he realized that the head was not truly suspended in midair. It appeared to be affixed to the car's window. Come over and see if this head is stuck to the glass. Luo Tianqian beckoned to Alaska Li Fengmei. She leaned in for a closer look and, uncertain, remarked, It seems like it's adhered, but how did it get there? I don't know. Let's investigate further. We must find a way to remove this thing. It's too terrifying. Indeed, I couldn't sleep a wink after seeing it last night. The duo, a man and his dog, fixated on the unsettling sight. They were apprehensive that if it remained, it might frighten them during a midnight bathroom break. Regrettably, after 10 minutes of contemplation, they were still unable to decipher the mystery. The head grinned grotesquely, baring its teeth against the glass. "Why don't we just stop looking at it and hang a curtain instead?" Alaska Lifome suggested, inadvertently reminding Luo Tianchen of his earlier plan to cover the car door with a curtain, which he had momentarily forgotten. This was the perfect opportunity to execute both tasks. "Keep an eye on that head. I'll make the curtain," he instructed. Luo Tianchen retrieved a parachute, using a knife to cut it into squares approximately the size of the window. He then tied them securely with rope and hammered in some nails to hang the curtain. Remarkably, once the curtain was in place, the unsettling sensation was alleviated. After all, the sled was a safe haven. Out of sight, out of mind. With the curtain complete, he crafted a door curtain from the parachute to ensure that the warmth inside would not freeze the joints of the mechanical bull. He had no desire to damage it, however. Just as the curtain was hung, Alaska Lifome abruptly leaped onto the bed, her eyes wide with alarm as she shouted, "The head has come over here." Luo Tianchen turned to see. Indeed, the head was now affixed to the glass beside the bed. "What on earth is this? It's like a persistent phantom," he cursed, not bothering to rise, opting instead to create another curtain. The thought of confronting the head outside was out of the question. Night had fallen, and it was unwise to leave the safety of the sled, even if there were no monsters outside during this calm period. Moreover, the true nature of the head remained a mystery, and risks could not be taken. With the remaining parachute, Luo Tianchen fashioned curtains for all the windows. Once every window was covered, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Who could bear to have such a thing staring at them from outside? What on earth has the system done, sending a human head to follow us? I see this supposed to be a calm period. Why is there still a monster? Luo Tianchen grumbled as he sipped his whiskey, his brow furrowing in frustration. Logically, there should be no monsters during the calm period, yet the head had trailed him throughout the day, indicating something was amiss, but he had no means to capture or analyze it. "We must eliminate that head tomorrow," he declared resolutely. Alaska Lifome nodded in agreement. "Yes, I'll draw its attention, and you can take it down." It's too creepy. Unbeknownst to them, while they conversed, the grinning head suddenly shifted its expression. Chapter 94. The Punk Nail Vest. Although they could not see the head outside, the mere thought of it was quite unsettling. It could not be allowed to linger. Luo Tianchen was concerned that when they ventured out the next day, they might be ambushed. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to craft armor for Alaska Lifome. This would not only serve for this occasion, but could be worn in the future, providing some measure of protection in times of danger. Thus, he gathered the remaining blankets and nails to begin his task. "What are you doing with the blankets and nails?" Alaska Lifome, unaware of her impending transformation into a punk-styled sled dog, inquired curiously. Luo Tianchen chuckled, creating something fun. "You'll see soon enough." He wrapped a blanket around Alaska Lifome, adjusting it to the right size before cutting it into 2 pieces. Then, he pierced one of the blankets with nails, securing them in place, and sewed the other blanket on the back. This way, the nails would not fall out. Once completed, he fitted the punk vest onto Alaska Lifome. Surprisingly, it looked rather impressive, resembling a large hedgehog. It was only then that Alaska Lifome realized what was happening. Reluctantly shaking the vest, she complained, "What is this? It's all nails. I look like a hedgehog. It's so unattractive." "Unattractive?" Luo Tianchen scoffed. "I asked this for show. It's meant to prevent you from being ambushed by that head tomorrow. Besides, what do you know about style? This punk vest is incredibly cool. Who would dare take a bite out of you?" With that, Luo Tianchen continued crafting a neckpiece and hat, determined to complete Alaska Lifome's punk nail ensemble. Though she was not fond of her new attire, she had no choice but to accept it. She understood that life was at stake, and appearances mattered little in the face of danger. By the time Luo Tianchen finished the hat and neckpiece, it was already past 7 o'clock. He tried them on Alaska Lifome, ensuring they fit well before turning to prepare dinner. To celebrate Alaska Lifome's newfound ability to speak, he prepared seafood and meat dishes and poured 2 glasses of wine. By 8 o'clock, the man and his dog finally sat down at the table. "To commemorate your ability to speak, let us toast," he proclaimed. With that, Luo Tianchen downed his drink in one gulp. Alaska Li Fengmei was no slouch either. She awkwardly lifted her wine glass with her paws, tipping it back to finish her drink as well. Beautiful now, let us eat first and take our time with the drinks, Luo Tianqian remarked, turning on some music as they dined, engaging in casual conversation with Alaska Li Fengmei. After a few rounds of drinks, Luo Tianqian felt a pleasant dizziness wash over him, while Alaska Li Fengmei appeared unfazed, behaving like a carefree Doj. No wonder she boasted about her drinking prowess. It was evident now that she could indeed hold her liquor. I can't go on. No more drinks. Let us add some firewood and get some sleep. Luo Tianqian, feeling drowsy, tossed a generous amount of charcoal into the fireplace, then collapsed onto the bed, embracing Alaska Li Fengmei as he drifted off to sleep. Listening to Luo Tianqian's heartbeat and feeling his warmth, Alaska Li Fengmei felt a rush of emotion. Fortunately, the presence of a diaper prevented any mishaps. The night passed quietly. The following day, Luo Tianqian was awakened by the sound of an alarm clock. Although the calm period meant no monsters roamed, it did not warrant lingering in one place for too long. Thus, he had not cancelled the alarm he had set. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself holding Alaska Li Fengmei. She was staring at him with her big round eyes. What are you looking at? He asked. Just admiring a handsome guy. What is it to you? Alaska Li Fengmei shot back, leaving Luo Tianqian momentarily speechless. As her remark held some truth, he was indeed quite handsome. However, this exchange revitalized Luo Tianqian. Remembering what needed to be done, he hurriedly got out of bed and dressed. He was uncertain if the head remained at the window, and it was imperative to address that first. To avoid drawing the head's attention, he whispered for Alaska Li Fengmei to prepare as well. After dressing, he donned the nail armor on Alaska Li Fengmei and, with gun in hand, approached the side door. He gestured for her to charge as soon as he opened the door. Alaska Li Fengmei nodded, focusing all her attention on the car door. Her ears perked up. As Luo Tianqian lifted the curtain and pushed the door open, he leaped outside, but the anticipated scenario of being attacked by a flying head did not materialize. The head was not lurking at the door. But Alaska Li Fengmei did not allow Luo Tianqian to exit. Instead, she closed the car door and circled the sled. To her dismay, she found nothing. How strange. Where's the head? Alaska Li Fengmei glanced around, failing to spot it, and even dashed around the vehicle again, checking underneath. Hey, the head is gone. Upon hearing Alaska Li Fengmei's exclamation, Luo Tianqian quickly raised his gun and exited the car. Ignoring the biting cold, he too scanned the area around the sled. Within a radius of 30 to 40 meters, there was no sign of the head. What the heck? Where did it go? How can it just vanish? Luo Tianqian was taken aback. The head that had been pressed against the window last night had suddenly disappeared, mirroring the bizarre events of the previous day. Could it have vanished with the arrival of daylight? Typically, apart from those found in supply boxes, other monsters don't appear outside until nightfall, Alaska Li Fengmei suggested. Luo Tianqian pondered her words and acknowledged that it was indeed a possibility. Yet, he couldn't fathom why the head had appeared during the day yesterday. Forget it, let us just summon the supplies, he decided. Turning back to the car, he retrieved the signal gun and fired 3 shots into the sky. If the head only emerged at night, there was no need to worry. After all, the sled was invincible at night. Instead of wasting time searching for the head, it would be wiser to open the supply crate. He wondered what today's airdrop would bring. Ideally, he hoped to gather materials to upgrade the sled. However, just as the light from the signal gun began to fade, Luo Tianqian inadvertently glanced at the car window, only to discover that the head was still affixed there, now appearing semi-transparent in an instant. He reacted, raising his gun and pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets shot out in an instant. Almost simultaneously, several puffs of blood mist erupted on the outside of the car window. Then, a severed head appeared, rolling onto the ground. Upon witnessing this, Luo Tianqian and Alaska Li Fengmei exchanged cautious glances before carefully approaching the head. To their astonishment, it truly could turn invisible. Darling, how did you discover it? Alaska Li Fengmei clawed at the head a couple of times, confirming it was utterly lifeless. Luo Tianqian let out a deep sigh, lowering his gun, and replied, "When I used the signal gun earlier, the light shone on the glass, and I instinctively turned my head to see the head in a semi-transparent state. So I shot." Wait a minute. Why is the head still bleeding? Chapter 95. The calm period. The second day, The beginning color, if it were understandable for a monster to bleed, at least it would be a whole body. But just a head. Normally, it should have bled out completely, leaving no blood behind. Confused, Luo Tianqian crouched down to closely examine the blood on the ground. After a moment, he realized something was amiss. The fluid flowing from the head was not blood at all. It was too thin and resembled a liquid akin to red wine. Could this possibly be a reward from the system? He muttered to himself and quickly messaged Shido Duo to inquire. Duo, have you encountered a flying head? Seconds later, Shido Duo sent a photo back, replying, I encountered it. This is it appeared yesterday afternoon and then vanished. Luo Tianqian enlarged the photo, confirming it was indeed a floating head. Albeit a different one, yet the expression was similarly eerie, as expected. Luo Tianqian promptly informed Shido Duo that the head could turn invisible and was likely still on the sled, suggesting they find a way to destroy it. Shido Duo acknowledged and then fell silent, presumably plotting how to deal with the head. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqian, to prove it wasn't mere coincidence, opened the World Channel. He wanted to see if anyone was desperate enough to drink the blood of the head. At that moment, the World Channel was predominantly filled with requests for water. Trading water, private chat. High prices for water. Some even added friends. Damn it, I'm almost out of water. Why can't I find any? Stop complaining. Save your urine, if it comes to it. We might have to drink it. Are there any pretty girls without water? Seeking a bottle of urine. I don't mind. Where are those hoarders of water? Come save us. After watching for a while, Luo Tianqian didn't find anyone mentioning the head, let alone craving its blood. It seemed everyone had grown accustomed to monsters and thus paid little attention. Just as he was about to close the channel, someone unexpectedly posted a message about the head, asking, does anyone have a flying head following them? This message successfully shifted the topic, prompting others to speak up. Could you not bring it up? I was trying to forget about that thing. It's terrifying. It appeared yesterday and vanished shortly after. I heard noises at night, not sure if it was that, but I woke up to find it gone. I encountered it too. It was horrifying. Whatever it is, they're all monsters. Be careful that I've seen it. It feels like it's always following me. My back is getting chills. Did anyone catch the head? How can we catch something we can't even see? Luo Tianqian was engrossed in the messages, even missing the airdrop that had descended. Yet among the hundreds of comments, no one mentioned capturing or destroying the head. But upon reflection, he realized he had only discovered it thanks to the signal gun. Others naturally wouldn't have noticed. Just then, Alaska Li Fengmei's voice broke through Luo Tianqian's thoughts. Darling, the airdrop has been down for a while. Are we opening it? Yes. Luo Tianqian hurriedly closed the system panel and approached the airdrop. He tore off the parachute and lifted the lid of the nearby supply crate. Wow! So many wallets. Incredible. Gazing at the box brimming with wallets, Luo Tianqian felt a mix of excitement and astonishment. With such a large quantity of wallets, could it be that a leather factory in Wenzhou had gone bankrupt and the owner fled with his mistress? These wallets were enough to upgrade the sled's materials. The box must weigh at least 30 jin. After pulling out the mandatory water and a box of beef sausages, Luo Tianqian began transferring wallets into the sled. However, he never anticipated that the exhilaration would not last long. For beneath the top 3 layers of wallets was merely a cardboard box. In light of this revelation, Luo Tianqian kicked the supply crate in frustration. Damn. I thought today I'd be able to upgrade the sled again, but I only got this little bit of wallets. This is just infuriating. Alaska Li Fengmei, who was on guard nearby, heard him and quickly advised, don't be upset. The sled is still usable. Just accumulate slowly. It's not worth it to get yourself worked up and cause health issues. Luo Tianqian considered her words and no need to get angry. Anger leads to trouble. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the cardboard box inside the airdrop. However, he couldn't lift it. Huh? What on earth is so heavy? Luo Tianqian's curiosity piqued. He removed his gloves and poked a hole in the cardboard box. Upon seeing the small bags of traditional shaved ice inside, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I told you the airdrop would never let me down. It's all shaved ice. All shaved ice. Ha ha ha. Shaved ice? Alaska Li Fengmei was taken aback and hurried over, peering at the box. Indeed, as Luo Tianqian tore open the other cardboard layers, they were all filled with shaved ice. This treat might be unfamiliar to some, but for those born in the 80s, it was a staple beverage of their childhood. Although it was merely water and additives, it was undeniably delicious. Having opened the first box with such fortune, Luo Tianqian eagerly opened the second. Oh no! Aside from a bottle of water, the second box was filled entirely with Xinjiang diced cake. Each small bag was transparently packaged, revealing that the ingredients inside were indistinguishable from the actual Xinjiang diced cake. Alaska Li Fengmei leaned in closer, instantly drooling. She had often eaten this treat before and found it delightful. Speaking of which, only those with wealth can afford it. Otherwise, who would dare to buy it? Fengmei, what do you think about selling these when we return to Earth? Do you think I could make a fortune? Luo Tianqian said, his gaze fixed on the diced cake. After all, such a massive box would surely fetch a handsome sum. However, Alaska Li Fengmei gently patted Luo Tianqian's arm, saying softly, "Don't sell them, I've already told you. If we return to Earth, I'll take care of you for a lifetime. You can have whatever you want. If you want to find a few girls, I'll help you find them. From now on, your only responsibility will be to enjoy life and accompany me." Her words caused Luo Tianqian to turn his head, feeling deeply moved. The part about finding a few girls resonated with him. It seemed that he indeed needed to find a way back to Earth, and he must take her along. The blissful life was not something to be missed. As the diced cake was heavy, Luo Tianqian could only push the box to the door before tossing it into the sled bit by bit. After several minutes, only one airdrop remained unopened. Approaching the supply crate, Luo Tianqian once again bowed. "Please give me some leather. I don't need much, just enough to reach 20 Jin." Since he had received what he desired after his previous two bows, Alaska Li Fengmei became interested this time as well, eager to see just how fortunate he really was. After murmuring several times, Luo Tianqian took a deep breath and lifted the lid of the box. Chapter 96. A box of fish mint. Luo Tianqian stood there, dumbfounded, his mouth twitching intermittently. Not just him. Even Alaska Li Fengmei wore a bewildered expression. The supply crate was full, which should have brought joy, yet a box filled entirely with fresh fish mint was enough to make anyone cringe. Indeed, aside from a bottle of water and a box of egg yolk mooncakes, the bottom was packed with fresh fish mint. In truth, Luo Tianqian had only eaten it once in his life. Although he didn't tea vomit, he certainly did not find it appetizing. The taste was overwhelmingly fishy with a hint of ginger. As for Alaska Li Fengmei, she had seen it many times but had never tasted it. After a long moment, the two of them exchanged glances. "What should we do with this box of fish mint? Are you going to eat it? If you want it, I'll keep some for you," Luo Tianqian asked. Alaska Li Fengmei rolled her eyes. "In a way. I wouldn't eat it even if you paid me. You can eat it if you want. With that, she hurried away, distancing herself from the foul odor. Luo Tianqian scratched his head in exasperation. There was no choice but to first return the water and mooncakes to the sled before pondering how to deal with the pile of fish mint. He could eat some, but certainly not every meal. Perhaps he could set some aside for medicinal purposes, but the rest should be traded away. After hauling the box back to the sled, Luo Tianqian glanced at the severed head on the road before setting off again. As for the head's blood, that could wait if he didn't encounter it. There was no need to worry. As the vehicle moved forward, Alaska Li Fengmei seemed concerned about being forced to eat fish mint. Since entering the vehicle, she had remained glued to the window, observing the outside world without turning her head. Luo Tianqian, on the other hand, decided to take a small bite of the fish mint. Ugh! This taste is unbearable. He too could not tolerate the flavor. Thus, he sent a message through the channel. "Fish mint for leather and paper. Those interested, please private chat." To his utter surprise, the moment he sent the message, the channel erupted. "Big shot. Can you send me some fish mint? I'm begging you, brother Luo. I possess but a single sheet of paper. If I were to add some photographs, could you possibly grant me a greater quantity of fish mint? Esteemed sir, would it be feasible to exchange a newspaper for half a pound of fish mint? Brother Tianqian, I am on the verge of quenching my thirst with my own urine. Please bestow upon me some." "Brother Luo, how can I trade for fish mint? How much do you have? I own a leather backpack and wish to exchange it for 2 pounds. Are you out of your mind? A bag for 2 pounds? Lord Luo, I offer the 4 great classics in exchange for a pound. Luo Tianqian, if you provide me with fish mint, I shall return to Earth and grant you a company. What say you? What time is it? Are you still pretending? Can you even return to Earth? Brother Luo, have pity on me. I would gladly toil for you." In his astonishment, Luo Tianqian finally comprehended the profound yearning others held for the fish mint he so despised. To those individuals, This herb could be a lifesaver. Fresh fish mint, with its ample water content, could provide even a few sprigs to a parched soul, allowing them to endure a little longer. Naturally, Luo Tianqian had no intention of giving away all his fish mint for free. He planned to distribute a portion to his fans, trading the remainder for other necessities. He truly began to recognize the significance of his supporters. Subsequently, he reached out to Shiduoduo. I will allocate some fish mint as a benefit for our brothers. Please assist me in distributing it. Should you wish for some, let me know, and I shall provide you with additional quantities. For reasons unknown, Shiduoduo took quite a while to respond. Brother Luo, I shall refrain for now. I lack neither food nor drink, but I can certainly share more with everyone. Just now, over a dozen fans contacted me, stating they saw you in need of paper, each contributing a few sheets without any demands. Luo Tianqian was taken aback. These individuals were undoubtedly less comfortable than he, yet they could still offer resources without any conditions. Who but the most devoted fans could do such a thing? As the saying goes, reciprocity is essential. Since they have shown genuine goodwill, we must not let them down. Thus, Luo Tianqian promptly sent a trade request to Shiduoduo, offering her half a box of fish mint in exchange for some paper. He informed her that fish mint could be distributed freely or exchanged for supplies. As for the logistics, he entrusted the rest to her. Once Shiduoduo received the fish mint, she did not remain idle. She posted a message in the group she had created. Attention everyone, Brother Luo has just distributed a significant quantity of fish mint. Due to limited availability, we will allocate it based on contribution levels. In this fan group for Luo Tianqian, there were over 500 loyal fans, each personally vetted by Shiduoduo. Often, various sources of information relied on these fans for collection. However, given the scarcity of resources, the benefits Luo Tianqian distributed were limited, prompting him to consider using contribution levels to determine the order of distribution. Contribution levels were based on the resources they provided when Luo Tianqian needed assistance. Once the message reached the group, Luo Tianqian's fans went into a frenzy, their messages flooding in ceaselessly, all seeking a sip of water or a few sprigs of fish mint. Observing this, Shiduoduo could not help but feel overwhelmed. The sheer number of people was staggering, and many claimed they were on the brink of dehydration. In a moment of despair, another message from Luo Tianqian arrived. It seems everyone is out of water, right? Inform everyone that paper and leather can be exchanged for water. Upon reading this message, Shiduoduo breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment's thought, she devised a plan and quickly announced in the group, those with paper and leather, please respond with a 1 to exchange for water. The others will receive fish mint. Originally, this method might not have seemed fair, considering the fish mint was given freely. However, in the presence of water, who would desire fish mint? Consequently, many possessing paper and leather eagerly presented their items for trade with Shiduoduo. Fortunately, as the transactions occurred through the system interface, there was no delay in their progress. Otherwise, she might have been unable to move forward. Luo Tianqian remained oblivious to Shiduoduo's frantic efforts. He was enjoying shaved ice, savoring mooncakes, and examining the lethargic potatoes that had been in the ground for 2 or 3 days without any signs of sprouting. The soil felt nearly dry, and the plants appeared to be wilting. Fengmei, how on earth do you cultivate this? In his helplessness, Luo Tianqian turned to the Alaska resident, Li Fengmei, for assistance. Li Fengmei glanced over, shook her head, and replied, I don't know either. All I know is it can't be too dry or too wet. What do you suggest? Luo Tianqian retorted, unimpressed. Rubbing his chin, he pondered how to successfully grow the potatoes. As for exchanging fish mint for supplies, he decided to postpone that discussion until after his meal. Darling, why not give the potatoes to Shiduoduo? Let's see if she can cultivate them. Leaving them here would be a waste. Suddenly, Li Fengmei proposed him that could work. I shall inquire with her. Upon reflection, Luo Tianqian realized that rather than waste the potatoes, it would be more efficient to put them to use. Just as he prepared to message Shiduoduo, a notification chimed. A message from Lu Yuji had arrived. Regarding the woman Lu Yuji, Luo Tianqian harbored deep-seated mistrust. It wasn't due to her flirtatiousness. Rather, he felt outmatched by her cunning. The previous incident had left him believing he would not have been able to conceive such a scheme. Thus, he was wary of women with such intricate minds. Nevertheless, since she had sent a message and even offered her assistance, he felt compelled to take a look. Opening the chat, Lu Yuji first sent an alluring image. The background resembling a wooden cabin, presumably fashioned from resource boxes. Below was a piece of text. Little brother, do you like me? Would you consider trading my skin for your fish mint? After reading her message, Luo Tianxin understood that she was out of water and felt embarrassed to ask directly, hence her provocative approach. Wasting no time, Luo Tianxin initiated a trade with her. Upon her acceptance, he promptly offered Lu Yuji a bucket of snow water. Regardless of the circumstances, she had managed to relieve his frustrations, which felt satisfying. Following the completion of the trade, Lu Yuji sent another message. Luo Tianxin opened it, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, that was quite direct. Though she was somewhat older, she was undeniably alluring. After studying the message closely for a moment, Lu Yuji sent yet another text. Little brother, thank you. When we return to Earth, I shall show you my extensive wardrobe, filled with garments favored by men like you. Luo Tianxin scoffed, rolling his eyes. What on earth were these people thinking, always dreaming of returning to Earth? Would they truly make it back? If they did, would they not be completely drained by her? After mentally critiquing her, he opened the private messages. One by one, the number of requests for water was staggering, yet few could offer significant resources in return. Most could only provide 1 or 2 sheets of paper. For these, Luo Tianxin decided not to engage at present. Such meager offerings were too trivial to warrant the effort of trading. Furthermore, today's cardboard boxes were also considered part of the paper category. He was far more interested in leather. After sifting through hundreds of messages, Luo Tianxin grew increasingly frustrated. With so many people, was there not a single wallet among them? After venting his grievances, Luo Tianxin reopened the World Channel, intending to post a message about trading fish mint for leather, only to find a discussion about human head blood. Brothers, I discovered something drinkable, and it's definitely safe. Many have witnessed it. Is that true? Where did this drink come from? I licked the icy road, and it was incredibly salty. How could there be a drink? Quit teasing. Just tell us already. Listen to me, just earlier, I was parched, contemplating a drink, when I spotted a flying head atop a car. Out of fear, I stabbed it, and blood flowed out. In a moment of impulse, I took a sip, only to find it was not blood but red fruit juice. Everyone, hurry and look for flying heads. Are you serious? Is this a joke? Seriously, you're not fooling us, are you? A flying head contains a beverage. You must think I'm crazy. You bold one, are you not afraid of poisoning? Have you not considered the possibility of viruses in that blood? Most responses were filled with skepticism. Yet, Luo Tianxin felt that the speaker was not fabricating. He, too, had sensed something unusual about the blood from the head. It was highly likely that the system had provided a drinkable substance. However, he grappled with the questions. Why was it associated with the human head? And why would the system grant them a means of survival? These 2 points remained unclear to him. Based solely on this one person's claim, it was unlikely many would believe it, unless someone dared to try. Before long, another voice emerged in the channel, declaring, I can confirm. The substance within the head is not blood, it is fruit juice. Look, here's a photo. As the individual shared the image, opinions began to sway. Many, desperate for hydration, resolved to investigate further. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxin sensed that something was amiss. Could the system truly be benevolent? Could kindness truly lead to such bizarre circumstances? After pondering for a moment, he promptly messaged Shiduoduo, inform all fans that no one should drink the blood from the human heads. Shiduoduo, still preoccupied with her supply exchanges, was momentarily baffled upon receiving the message. After inquiring with several fans, she finally grasped the situation. She quickly disseminated the warning in the group. Luogu has stated that no one is permitted to drink from the human heads. Upon hearing this, the first dissenting voices among the loyal fans emerged. Many expressed their discontent. Why can't we drink? We'll die of thirst. Indeed, we support you, but you can't control everything, can you? The fish mint won't last long. Bring the boss out to explain the reasoning. With opposition came rebuttals. Why are you all arguing? Let Duo ask Brother Tianxin why we can't drink. You all claim to be loyal fans of Luogu. Yet it seems you merely seek to benefit. Look, those speaking up have made no contributions. What's the matter? Must supporting Luo Tianxin mean we have to perish? Indeed, supporting him does not imply that we lack intelligence. Who are you insinuating is foolish? It certainly points to you, doesn't it? I am on the verge of dying of thirst. I shall drink whatever I please. Duo. Expel these fake fans. They are unworthy of being in this group. Observing that tensions were escalating within the group, Shiduoduo hastily inquired of Luo Shinshin the reason for prohibiting the consumption of human blood. Upon learning that it was a fan dispute, Luo Shinshin conveyed his suspicions to Shiduoduo. Inform everyone that the appearance of that human head is peculiar. There must surely be some underlying issue. Furthermore, compile a list of those who genuinely support me and assure them that they will not perish of thirst. With Luo Shinshin's assurance, Shiduoduo finally felt a sense of relief. She instructed a few key members to organize the die-hard fans into a separate group for notifications. Initially, Shiduoduo contemplated abandoning the rest. However, upon reflection, she acknowledged that many were newcomers who indeed supported Luo Shinshin. Moreover, they had yet to receive any assistance from him, making their skepticism understandable. Just as the second batch of newcomers had questioned him previously, she promptly convened with the core members and decided to distribute fish mint to those lacking resources in the original group. She also warned them of potential issues with the human blood. The individuals promptly recognized the situation and voluntarily apologized in the group. Consequently, Shiduoduo busied herself with transactions. Not long after, someone suddenly messaged in the group, "Sister Duo, there's trouble. Check the channel." Upon looking, Shiduoduo discovered yet another individual leading the charge against Luo Shinshin, accusing him of hoarding resources and failing to share even with his loyal supporters. They labeled him selfish and deceptive. In a fit of rage, Shiduoduo issued a command within the group. The trolls have resurfaced. Inform everyone to contact their offline friends and ensure they unleash a torrent of insults upon them. Moments later, the world channel erupted with activity. Meanwhile, Luo Shinshin, observing the chaos, wore a grave expression as he gazed at a photograph. Chapter 98. Upgrading the sled. Luo Shinshin's furrowed brow was a result of the picture sent by Lu Yuji, which depicted numerous monster hides. These should have been mere leather, yet Luo Shinshin worried whether the system would classify them as such. More critically, he feared these monster hides might harbor viruses. If he were to contract one, his remedies would be of no use. After much contemplation, he messaged Lu Yuji, inquiring whether the hides were acquired from chests or stripped from slain monsters. Lu Yuji took a while to respond. They were all taken from those monsters. Why? Are they of no use to you? Luo Shinshin's brow furrowed once more. Indeed, they were monster hides. Should he take the risk? If it proved futile, he could simply discard the hides, as long as he avoided contact. Thus, he replied, I am uncertain whether they can be utilized. What do you wish to exchange for them? Lu Yuji first sent a picture of a grinning face and then informed Luo Shinshin that no exchange was necessary. They were a gift. This surprised Luo Shinshin greatly. He suspected the woman might have ulterior motives. After all, these materials were essential for warmth. A single hide could replace 2 layers of blankets. Even if laid in the sled, they would provide significant warmth. Such generosity seemed the act of a fool. Therefore, he speculated that she certainly had other intentions. However, he was also eager to procure those hides to test their utility. With such a quantity, it would be sufficient to upgrade the sled. After a brief consideration, he decided to offer some charcoal in exchange. Both were items for warmth and insulation, so the value was comparable. He would not be taking advantage of her. Even if she sought to cause trouble later, he could handle it. Subsequently, Luo Shinshin sent a trade request along with 2 small boxes of charcoal. To his surprise, Lu Yuji outright refused. As the saying goes, one should not bite the hand that feeds them. Luo Shinshin certainly would not take advantage of someone so cunning. He quickly sent a message asserting that the trade must involve charcoal. Otherwise, he would not proceed. Lu Yuji did not object this time and consented. The second trade was officially completed. As the 2 small boxes of charcoal vanished, 3 or 4 monster hides appeared at the sled's entrance. Luo Shinshin hurried over to inspect them briefly. Each was an intact hide, some still stained with blood, and their weight indicated they would suffice. He then retrieved the vehicle upgrade card and declared, "Use the vehicle upgrade card." To his dismay, the upgrade failed. The system indicated a required 50 grams of necessary materials. Luo Shinshin was at a loss for words. The system stated that he was short 50 grams, but in reality, it was certainly more than that. There were still many paper-based items in the sled, such as toilet paper and tissues, which must have weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds more. To expedite the sled's upgrade, he messaged Shiduoduo to inquire if she could procure around 10 pounds of paper goods in a short time. Due to Shiduoduo's involvement in a heated exchange in the channel, her reply came quite late. Fortunately, she responded affirmatively. About 15 minutes later, Shiduoduo messaged, "Brother Luo, we have enough paper. Everyone contributed. Can I ask for a bit more water for everyone? When I mentioned needing paper earlier, no one suggested exchanging resources. They are all comrades, and I want to ensure their survival. Luotianshan had initially planned to trade water for the paper, as it was the most sought-after resource at the moment. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the generosity of his fans. Given this, he felt it would be ungracious not to reciprocate. Therefore, Luotianshan decisively offered half of his water in exchange with Shiduoduo. Of course, he informed her that the water was primarily from melted snow and distilled seawater, advising her not to drink it. After concluding the exchange, Luotianshan closed the dialog box and once again used the vehicle upgrade card. The upgrade was successful. The upgrade time was 20 minutes, and he was advised to vacate the sled promptly. The system's notification puzzled Luotianshan. Previously, upgrades took only 5 minutes, yet this one required 20. However, he set aside his concerns about time and focused on upgrading the sled. He turned to the feigning road-watching Alaska Li Fengmei, saying, "Let us gear up, take essential supplies and weapons, and head outside while the sled is upgrading." As they stepped out, familiar sights and sounds surrounded them. The sled officially entered the upgrade state. Since it was a period of tranquility, Luotianshan did not need to worry about monsters appearing. With a cigarette in hand and a relaxed stance, he opened the world channel. Meanwhile, Alaska Li Fengmei remained vigilant, her sole thought being to protect Luotianshan. At that moment, the trolls who had been berated by Shiduoduo had vanished from the world channel. Although the channel boasted a large number of participants, once conflict arose, many would inevitably become mere spectators. Even so, the spectacle of hundreds hurling insults was quite impressive. Luotianshan found it challenging to keep up with the barrage of insults. Standing in the icy expanse for several minutes, he focused intently on counting participants. Had it not been for a sudden gust of cold wind that slipped into his sleeves, he might have forgotten he was still outside. After all, the fur outfit was remarkably warm. At -20 degrees, he felt nothing. Recollecting himself, Luotianshan proudly shook his leg and remarked, "Fengmei, see? My foresight proved correct. I've rallied some supporters, making exchanges easier and garnering assistance in confronting detractors. It feels splendid." Alaska Li Fengmei cast a sidelong glance, but refrained from commenting. Although his demeanor was rather infuriating, she had to admit that his ability to gather support was effective. While insults were inconsequential, the speed at which he secured resources was impressive. Within half an hour, he managed to gather the materials necessary for the upgrade, an achievement that would be impossible for an average person. Regardless of the abundance of resources, the other party needed to possess the materials as well. Truth be told, she initially doubted Luotianshan's networking approach, considering it rather naive. After all, this was a survival world where each individual must prioritize their own survival. Living well should be the primary goal. Overly showcasing one's capabilities could be seen as foolish. Yet now, she understood that sometimes it was necessary to demonstrate one's strength to attract followers willing to serve you. As the countdown to the last upgrade ticked down to less than 10 minutes. Luotianshan slowly approached the edge of the icy road. He had not seen any supply crates drifting in from the sea lately and wondered why the system had ceased spawning them. Suddenly, he noticed small ripples appearing on the tranquil sea surface. Huh? Did you see that circle of ripples just now? Could there be fish in the sea? Really? I didn't see anything. Alaska Li Fengmei hurriedly looked toward the ocean. Chapter 99. A cozy cabin on wheels, complete with a bath. Alaska Li Fengmei stared at the sea for a considerable time, but to her, it remained as still as a calm pond. She saw no ripples as Luotianshan described. "There are no ripples. Are you sure you aren't seeing things? Impossible." "I definitely saw something," Luotianshan insisted, continuing to gaze at the sea surface. He was certain he had seen it. Unfortunately, the ripples did not reappear until the sled's upgrade was completed. "Stop looking. The sled has upgraded." Upon hearing Alaska Li Fengmei's words, Luotianshan snapped back to reality. He turned around, momentarily bewildered, and quickly circled the sled. "Has it upgraded? Why does it look the same? It just has an air conditioning unit now. Shall we go inside and take a look?" "Let's." Luotianshan hurried back to the sled's entrance, with Alaska Li Fengmei closely following. As he pushed open the door, he was taken aback. Although the exterior of the sled showed no changes, the interior resembled a completely different home. The original walls were entirely covered with wallpaper, and all the benches had been replaced with a genuine leather sofa against the wall. The fireplace has transformed into a multifunctional marvel, augmented by an additional layer that allows for cooking and roasting. The lights atop the vehicle, along with the newly installed wall-mounted fixtures, are all wired internally and can be controlled by 2 switches. Although the generator at the other end remains unchanged, it is now encased in a wooden box that also serves as a small table. The original hanging cabinets have vanished, replaced by a freestanding wardrobe, accompanied by a computer desk replete with numerous drawers and a storage cabinet. The bed has not undergone significant changes, but boasts a more appealing design. With the mattress now a sumptuous 20 centimeters thick, the bedding is neatly arranged. The bedside table has also seen alterations, growing larger in size. Additionally, a folding tabletop affixed to a swing arm has been installed at the head of the bed, providing a convenient surface for dining when unfolded. Upon entering, Luo Tianqin was startled awake by the voice of Alaska Li Fengmei. He hurried inside to study the surroundings closely. Beyond the immediately visible changes, there were numerous modifications. The alterations in the bathroom are particularly noteworthy. The portable toilet has been upgraded to a larger model, ensuring comfort during use. The bathtub is also generously sized, measuring 1 meter in length. With a brass showerhead elegantly hanging on the wall, an iron water tank is suspended from the fireplace's flue, allowing for direct water access or a refreshing shower. The vehicle's windows are noticeably thicker, resembling a double-glazed vacuum, albeit still made of acrylic. The curtains have been replaced with a stylish design, enhancing the aesthetic appeal. As for the previously cluttered materials and charcoal beneath the bed, they have been neatly stored in a small compartment in the corner. The air conditioning and heating units have been repositioned, one mounted on the wall and the other placed against the wall near the bed. The distiller remains unchanged, retaining its original location. Overall, while the interior of the vehicle does not exude excessive luxury, it bears a striking resemblance to the comforts of home in this era of the world. Such an exceptional sled is an unparalleled rarity. The continuous burning of the fireplace keeps the temperature inside exceptionally warm, and Luo Tianqin feels significantly cozier than before. Perhaps there is an additional insulation layer hidden within the walls? In fact, he is correct. Aside from the leather of the sofa, everything else is affixed behind the wallpaper. If the walls were cut open, one would discover numerous layers. An outer layer of metal sheeting, a wooden layer, foam insulation, a sponge insulation layer, a windproof fiber layer, a leather layer, and wallpaper. All these layers together measure a full 10 centimeters in thickness. With such insulation, even without a fire, the presence of bedding would suffice to prevent freezing, he chuckles, noting that this upgrade is indeed commendable, especially with the inclusion of a bathtub. Given sufficient water, he can indulge in a bath. Luo Tianqin shed his outer coat, delighting in contemplating how to fill the water tank. Among all the changes, he is most pleased with the bathtub. The thought of soaking in hot water, snacking, and watching television is exceedingly comforting. Meanwhile, Alaska Li Fengmei is feeling the heat and can no longer tolerate it. She must step outside to wag the tail of the iron mechanical bull. After all, while Luo Tianqin can remove his clothing, she cannot. Surely, one cannot shave off all their fur. After winding the mechanical bull tightly, Alaska Li Fengmei returns to the vehicle, only to find Luo Tianqin holding an iron bucket, seemingly preparing to fetch water. Thus, she innocently inquires, "Darling, has the seawater run out for making charcoal?" Luo Tianqin shakes his head in response. "There is enough for charcoal production. I just need to fetch more water to enjoy a proper bath tonight." Upon hearing the mention of a bath, Alaska Li Fengmei's eyes visibly brighten.